I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks*. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. Chapter 781. To no fire. Leon sighed as he sat back in his chair, the past few days of paperwork weighing as heavily on his mind and sanity as his recent visit to Argos. He'd returned to Oculara almost a week ago and had been expecting to meet immediately with the director. However, the director had simply sent him a curt message saying that they'd talk later. That irritated Leon greatly, but instead of dwelling on it, he had spent most of that week locked in meetings with his department heads, interviews for replacements for those Talal had marked as Rufus loyalists or of relatively low character, reading reports on current research projects, and relocating assets according to his preferences and priorities. The branch had a lot of assets tied up in blood magic research, and Leon had all of that research archived and cancelled, leaving him with quite a few people to spare. His new priorities included putting his lightning lance designs in the hands of professional weapons developers and seeing what they could do with it, reprioritizing arc development, and studying the effects of Titanstone. Given his desire to maintain fairly strict security regarding these more sensitive issues, those teams were as small as he could make them, though quite well funded, while many researchers who'd been looking into blood magic were reassigned to more humanitarian projects, such as studying nature, agricultural, and healing magic. Upon his return to Oculara, he'd also received word of Valentina's acceptance of his offer, to Zaffin's relative chagrin. That being said, the demon had come around to the idea of having another contract, the new Mist of Chaos enchantment that Leon built in his soul realm, doing much to convince him that he was strong enough to dominate Valentina should she make any hostile moves against him. So, Leon, still rather surprised that Eamon hadn't killed his wayward vampire, made another trip down to Heaven's Eyes Supermax prison, summoned Zaffin into Valentina's cell, and let them do their work. A few hours later, he and Valentina walked out of the prison side by side, and Leon had her sent back to her home under heavy guard. He'd speak with her later, but for now, he allowed her to focus fully on her recovery from vampirism, with Zaffin's assistance. But as exciting as taking complete control over so many of Heaven's Eyes resources was, he could only stand the paperwork for so long. He quietly considered himself lucky that he had Talal to take up the slack, because he wasn't sure what he would do if he didn't have a capable second-in-command willing to alleviate his administrative duties. The end of the day couldn't have come soon enough, and for Leon, it came a little early as Elise entered his office. "Leon," she said lovingly. "Elise," he replied with just as much emotion. However, a moment later, he saw her expression tighten up a bit with some consternation. "Is something wrong?" "Nothing, really," Elise replied as Leon got up and walked around his desk to embrace his wife. "It's just our neighbors, and some of our workers tending to our farms. They find Red intimidating. Eliason, in particular, has been getting his cock all twisted, accusing Red of stealing and eating his cattle." Leon's eyes just about popped out of their sockets. Elise rarely spoke so vulgarly outside of their bedroom. "Are things that bad?" he asked, thinking that the complaints against Red had to have rather fiercely irritated her to bring that kind of language out. Elise sighed and melted into his arms. "In a way, they're exaggerated. I don't think she's stealing any livestock, for example. In others, though, Red's quite a bit worse than that. She is quite intimidating." Leon cringed slightly, knowing that it was partially his fault. When he'd made the offer for Red to join him, he'd done so under the assumption that he would still be a hand of the director upon her arrival and that he'd have plenty of time to spend with her, helping her get acclimated to human society. Instead, he'd spent the past week holed up in Rufus' old office, overseeing the transfer of power and changing of priorities. Fortunately, he was just about done. "I'll go and see her now," Leon said. "What about your work?" Elise asked. "If things have gotten so bad that my wife had to come and see me during work, then I have to deal with it now. Besides, I didn't promote Talal for nothing. He can handle most everything from here." Elise giggled, but poked him in the cheek and said, "You shouldn't be lazy." Leon put on a mock outraged tone and said, "This isn't me being lazy, this is me acknowledging my shortcomings and delegating as needed." Not waiting for another word, Leon lifted Elise off her feet and carried her out the door, where several of their personal assistants were waiting with several of Leon's assistants that came with his post. A few minutes later, they'd piled into Leon and Elise's horseless and wheelless carriage, and homeward bound they were. Under normal circumstances, Leon would have been loath to ride in a carriage instead of flying, but he was in a far more relaxed and conciliatory mood after finally getting his house in order. Besides, while he was more than willing to fly everywhere, Elise had more relaxed tastes, and typically took carriages whenever she needed to head into town. About half an hour later, they were back home, and Leon could immediately see that things were fairly bad, if the looks he was getting from one of his neighbors was anything to go by. Normally, he wouldn't see any of his neighbors as he pulled into his villa's front courtyard, their properties being fairly large and surrounded by hedges and trees, but this particular neighbor was now standing outside of his front door, arguing with the head of Leon's household staff with about much anger as a dignified and well-respected man who valued his reputation would. The man was Arsenios, a local government bureaucrat. Oculera was, in practice, a semi-autonomous city-state under the suzerainty of the Ilian Empire, but on paper, it was still a city completely under the control of the Ilian Emperor. To handle the problems that this discrepancy caused, the Ilian Empire did have some token governmental presence within the city. Of course, the Ilian Emperor still held supreme authority over the city, but such authority was rarely, if ever, used. It was a delicate system, but since it gave Heaven's Eye in all practical senses complete control of the city, no one was too willing to rock that boat. Arsenios was fairly high-ranking within the local bureaucratic apparatus, and if there was a list of men and women who could have brought greater Ilian attention to Oculera's affairs, it was Arsenios. That didn't make him a coddled and pampered bureaucrat in Oculera, but it did mean that Leon couldn't exactly throw him out on his ass for raising a stink over a personal grievance, especially if it was justified. "What's the problem?" Leon demanded as he exited the carriage, holding the door open for Elise as he did. "Arsenios, good to see you," Elise said, her noble cheer acting as the perfect counterbalance to Leon's obvious displeasure as she followed him out. "Our home is always open to you, but what brings you here with such passion?" Arsenios glared at them both and, after taking a moment to rather obviously collect himself, stated, "Your pet wyvern has rampaged throughout the neighborhood. Many of us are nearing the end of our patience, and we demand that you restrain your new pet immediately." Leon smiled dangerous as he walked toward Arsenios, Elise on his arm doing much to help him restrain his anger, his knowledge that he wasn't exactly in the right here, going even further in that regard. "Please, come inside for a drink," he said diplomatically. "Red is not our pet, and I'll go and speak with her about restraining herself while she's in the city." Arsenios glared at him, but accepted the invitation. Leon left him with Elise to handle, knowing that he'd be in good hands. He, meanwhile, headed outside, knowing exactly where Red would be even without projecting his magic senses. Indeed, he found her lounging in wyvern form in one of his courtyard, bathing in the last few rays of sunlight before the sun slipped below the distant horizon. "Hey there," he said as he joined Red, lying down on the warm stone tiles. "How's it going?" Red made a chuffing sound, then spoke into his mind, "This place is comfortable. I like it here, better than a cave." "Yes. Is it better in human or wyvern form?" Red chuffed again, then made a strange low-pitched whining sound. After a long moment, Leon realized she wasn't going to answer that question, though given her attitudes towards human society so far, he took her lack of answer to be, itself, an answer. "Have you been flying around, lately?" "I've stretched my wings, yes. People have been complaining about you. You haven't been stealing livestock, have you?" Red snorted. "No." Leon nodded. "Then things are fine, as far as I'm concerned. Still, keep in mind that flying is technically illegal here. That didn't seem to stop you when you came to pick me up." Leon smirked and cringed at the same time. "Yeah, well, something's only illegal if people have the will to enforce that illegality. For me to head down and pick you up is one thing, flying around for leisure is another. Besides, there are some powerful people, relatively speaking, that live in these parts. If you continue to harass them, then they might make enough of a racket for someone to come and try and enforce the flying regulations." "You would ground me?" Red asked, sounding dangerously, if rather subtly furious. "No, not so much. Look, Red, you agreed to come and learn about human society, right? And humans like making rules that ensure their world is safe and brings them prosperity. And they do so by restricting flying. Foolish, are they humans or worms, these who have imposed this rule? So fond are they of wallowing in their precious dirt that I can hardly tell." "That's just the way we do things around here," Leon replied, brushing off her attitude, reasoning that it would probably change in due course as Red found more things about human society that she enjoyed and was willing to make sacrifices for. "It's good not to attract undue attention, Though that's something I've not been doing very well these past few weeks and years." A deep, unpleasant silence settled around them, and Leon almost decided to leave right then and there. However, something was bothering him a little bit. Ticos and Red had ostensibly joined his retinue for the same purpose, to experience new things, and human civilization in particular. Ticos took to its purpose quite well, observing through the local flora as people went about their day, all while helping Leon with his apple orchard and thunder wood. Red, on the other hand, for the past week had done little except fly around and lounge around in the sun. Leon knew that he was the one who'd elicited her coming down from the mountain, but he'd know that she would have been a little more eager to head out and experience human culture. "Why are you here, Red?" Leon asked. Red stirred slightly, perhaps out of confusion from his non sequitur. He was also fairly confused and wasn't all that confident that he'd get an answer, but Red proved him wrong. "You remind me of someone," she said. "A woman who came tearing through the Ares years ago. Her power was radiant, inspiring, even. She intruded upon my territory and nearly killed me. When she had me at her mercy, she spared me." "How long ago was this?" Leon asked, his brow furrowing slightly as he wondered just who she was talking about. Red thought for a moment and answered, 35 years, more or less." Leon nodded again, but a strange possibility occurred to him. It was only a few years before he'd been born that Red encountered this woman, and he reminded him of her. "She wielded black fire, too," Red explained, "and her eyes matched yours." Leon's heart damn near stopped as his eyes went wide. "Nothing could touch her in the Ares," Red continued. "When she fought me, I was younger and weaker than I am now, and it doesn't surprise me at all that she put me in such a state. Even now, I don't think I could take her as she was back then, let alone how strong she must be now." "Wah, what happened?" Leon croaked. "She didn't kill you, obviously, no. Instead, she left for a time. I retreated to my lair to heal and recover, but only a few days later, this woman returned. We didn't fight. I'd learned that I was no match. I postured, but I was gravely wounded, and it had little effect. Instead of running away in fear, as most creatures do when faced with me, she came into my lair as if it were her own. She tended to my wounds and brought me food, but spoke little. What few things she did speak of were the comforts and luxuries she wished. She had better healing papers, better food, servants to handle menial chores, and she spoke of magic." "Fire?" Leon hoarsely asked. "Yes, she was a fire mage. But fire deadlier than any I'd ever seen before. Fire that cut through mine without effort. Fire that darkened all the world and threatened to consume my life. It was fire that I'd never seen before, fire that I've not seen since, until I saw you fight my mate." Leon raised a hand and conjured a small black flame in his hand, letting it slowly undulate in a way that it rebelled against. This was violent fire, not something that could be put to much practical purpose. It was fire of death and destruction and little else, and it rebelled against his restraint. "She spoke to me of fire," Red continued. "As a creature of flame, I pride myself on my knowledge of fire. But the things she asked me, the knowledge she possessed of flame, and the questions she still had, left me feeling like my own young when they tried to imitate me and breathe fire. I couldn't answer any but the simplest questions she asked. When she left, I doubt she'd learned much from me about fire. But I learned from her. Just those few days of learning were enough to catapult my strength up, I think by human measurements, a tier 2. That much power in just a few days?" Leon incredulously asked. "Not in those days were just learning. It was the questions that she'd asked, and the explanations she gave for asking them that led me to think. I thought for years, and it was over those years that I applied the answer to those questions and grew strong. The thoughts she left me with are what led me to real power compared to others of my kind. So, when you saw my fire, you thought that I might have similar knowledge to share." Red didn't verbally respond, but Leon thought that he'd hit the nail on the head. Not that he was angry. He didn't expect his people to work for free, after all. If what Red wanted out of this arrangement was knowledge instead of gold and jewels, then he was fine with that. Hells, he was more willing to share with her what he knew about fire than he was to pay her piles of treasure. "What is this fire?" she asked as she transformed back into human form and knelt next to Leon, her eyes locked on his small black flame. "The fire of the great black dragon," Leon answered. "Dragon," she whispered as her eyes went wide, wider than his just a moment ago. "But dragons are extinct, maybe. There's a huge and powerful clan of dragon descendants in the Nexus. Human, like myself, but bearing the power of the 7 great dragons. The great black dragon wielded this fire, and it's from him that I've inherited it, through my mother. I must know this power, Red whispered, hardly blinking at Leon's mention of his mother. I must grow strong. I think we can talk about fire, Leon said as he extinguished the black fire and stood up. I think you, me, and Zaffin, my contracted fire demon, should all sit down and have a long conversation, or 1,000. Red's amber eyes were practically glittering with excitement, though the rest of her face was still rather stoic. I will go to the Nexus, Red. My mother is there. The remains of my Thunderbird clan are there. The Nexus is my future. Come with me, and you will know fire in ways you can't even imagine right now. Come with me, and see just how far humans have pushed the element, and see how much further you can push it, in turn. Red smiled as she stood up, too. I want this power. I would know this power. I would know fire. I will follow you to this power. Leon smirked. Hardly a declaration of undying loyalty, but he wasn't looking for one. It was enough to know that Red was here not just for some vague notion of experiencing human culture, but had a more defined goal and, more importantly, a goal that he could work toward with her. How soon would you like to get started? Leon asked, a wry grin on his face. Now, Red replied, to Leon's utter lack of surprise. Sure, Leon said, but on one condition. You tell me about this woman with the black fire. I want to know everything that you can share with me about her. What did she look like? What did you two talk about? Where did she go after leaving you? Everything. If Leon was right, then he already knew where this woman went after leaving the Ares. She went north. She went almost as far north as north went on Eterna, reaching the Bull Kingdom. Once there, she signed up to be a gladiator out of boredom or for some other purpose, he had no clue. During one of her fights, she greatly impressed a young Artorias Rame, who began courting her. Not long after, they got married. Artorias was disowned by his father for marrying an unknown woman, and, almost 32 years ago, had a son. But not long after that, their home was attacked. Artorias fled with their baby, and the woman was teleported away to who knew where by distant family members. For whatever reason, she never returned. Leon could only hope that she was still alive. Right then, with the solidest information on his mother he'd ever gotten since his father's death, he felt closer to her than ever. After Artoria's death, he'd felt alone and vulnerable, feelings that hadn't diminished nearly as much as he would have liked even with his growing family, retinue, and power. He could have found some solace and motivation in the possible survival of his mother, but he didn't know her, and he refused to get too heavily invested into her without knowing more. Still, there were few things he wanted to do more than finding her. But now, he was finally starting to learn a little more. The shadow in his mind that was his mother was now just a little more defined. And he was a little more determined to find her. Once he did, perhaps then he could feel a little less alone and vulnerable. Chapter 782, Consequences. Victory. A fantastic word. Honor. Glory. More great words, depending on the ideal specific to each person. The Jaguar never put too much stock in vague notions of glory or honor, but victory was something he could measure and achieve. When he returned to Katagita, victory, honor, and glory were the words on every tongue. The Thunderer's forces, while the Jaguar had been busy giving Argos its modest sacking, had annihilated the barbarian forces on the sword, razing their bases and putting their people to flight. The barbarian fleets even now decorated the bottom of the veins of vigilance. The vigilance the straits were named for not doing the usurpers any good. The Thunderer was still there, though a goodly part of the invasion force had returned home, bringing the news. And so, victory, honor, and glory were all anyone could talk about. The Jaguar added to that, his destruction of the barbarian fleet and humiliation of their armies at Argos, lifting many spirits even further. They were still waiting on news from the east regarding the seizing of forts and cities along the coast of the Shield Mountains, but at this point, all anyone could talk about were their triumphs. Even if the eastern forces were defeated, the 10 tribes had already done far more than anyone would have thought possible even just a few months before. But the Jaguar was not particularly enthused by these events. It was not victory, honor, or glory that filled his mind. He always sought victory, but honor and glory were two notions that he rarely allowed himself to indulge in. Rather, the foremost idea in his mind was always duty, duty to his tribe, and duty to Katagita as a whole. Duty to their culture and history, duty to remember the sacrifices they'd made in order to survive all those millennia ago. A duty to remember their legacy, and their king. Katagita knew no king. Its tribes were represented by the Elder Council, made up of delegations of the eldest and wisest from every tribe, and periodically, they might elect a thunderer from amongst themselves. But this thunderer was not a king, but first among equals, someone empowered to guide the 10 tribes through a period of turmoil or some other time of upheaval. The current thunderer had been elected by his promise to bring death and destruction to the barbarians, and to guide the 10 tribes into the future, whatever he meant by that. In the years since, the jaguar had taken that particular sentiment to mean that the thunderer wanted to make himself a king, and to do so, he was destroying all of their traditions. Consolidating power, breaking down tribal loyalties, erasing their identities. The jaguar would never stand for it. He knew others who wouldn't, either, but they were disparate and couldn't agree on the color of the sky. The jaguar had only been half joking when he'd once said that he could declare that the sky was blue, and the more obstinate among his fellow tribesmen would drag him outside at sundown to witness the red sky, let alone how to proceed or deal with this threat to their heritage. But now, there was only one king of the 10 tribes. Only one who could unite them, lead them into the future, whatever that might entail. The Thunderbird, the jaguar, all along his journey home to Reiko's couldn't stop thinking of that silver-blue lightning, nor of the young man who'd wielded that power. The Blood Thunder Jaguar itself had confirmed it. It was the power of their highest and noblest of gods, the Thunderbird. The bloodline, long thought dead, yet lived. But he was with Heaven's Eye, working with those who'd usurped much of the Old Kingdom's infrastructure. He'd opposed them in their sacking of Argos, yet, he'd revealed himself in dramatic fashion, all but declaring his existence to the jaguar and all those who'd accompanied him. Including Alina. The jaguar could only frown as he thought about the Inquisitor. She'd left his ship as soon as they passed through the Misty Vale and the northern coast of Katagita came back into sight, flying her Pegasus straight for Stormhollow. The jaguar knew exactly why. She knew exactly who that was and what his existence meant. She was going to inform the Thunderer and the Elder Council, but what they'd do with it, the jaguar knew not. He'd briefly entertained the thought of refusing Alina permission to leave, but he knew that would only result in conflict. He'd either be forced to hand her over and be punished for overstepping his authority, which would then allow her to relay the information she carried anyway, or at worst, it might spark a civil war. There were few things he wanted to do less than kill his fellows, even if they were from different tribes. Of course, that conviction could be tested when some of the more belligerent tribes had cause to come to Reiko's, but now, when the entire world had changed with the reveal of the existence of one person, it was a chance to truly unite the 10 tribes behind a strong ruler, without destroying their culture and traditions to do it. When he returned to Reiko's, the jaguar wasn't surprised to find that his tribe's elders had already congregated in the central gathering hall. The entire tribal council was there to greet him and their returning warriors, ready to hear word from their own mouths of their great victory, news of which had already likely permeated the entire island. The jaguar thought it likely that his dour and pensive demeanor elicited quite a bit of confusion as he took his place amongst the elders, but by the time he'd finished his explanation, the entire council wore similar expressions. The blood of the Thunderbird yet existed. There wasn't much debate. The stories and legends of the Thunderbird were still strong amongst the jaguar tribe. They would now be silent and drop any of their formal objections to the Thunderer as the first amongst equals consolidated the 10 tribes' hold over the sword. Then, with the tribe's newfound control of the veins of vigilance, the jaguar himself would lead a small company to try and make contact with this descendant. What would happen next, none of them could say. Leon stood with the director, each in front of the man's desk. No longer was the director sitting behind it, his aged face shrouded in shadow, passing his judgment upon Leon like a king to a subject. Now, they stood in front of it, as equals. Of course, the director still spoke as if he were the senior partner in their relationship, but Leon wasn't going to push the subject too much. The director's well of support and power was still far greater than his own. After all, he'd made Talal his vice chief, but they would need years before the ranks of the branch had any amount of loyalty to Leon. Fortunately, the purges were over, though they hadn't been quite that extensive to begin with. They'd amounted to only 20 firings and one arrest when one department head refused to vacate his post. 30 other department heads were deemed reliable enough to retain, and replacements were promoted from within the branch. Leon hoped he wouldn't need to purge any more than that. After all of his rantings and posturing to Nestor, Zaffin, and the Thunderbird, he'd look quite the fool if he couldn't make things work without resorting to more widespread purges, or even more extreme measures. But the administration of his branch of power wasn't Leon's concern right now. Instead, he and the director were poring over the detailed reports of the recent Sky Devils' raid on Argos, their seizure of the sword, and how the forts along the shield's edge had fallen silent. The raid on Argos was the one of most concern, though the capture of the sword and the routing of Imperial forces upon it were of far greater consequence. Without the Imperial fleets patrolling the veins of vigilance, the Sky Devils would be essentially free to raid the cities of the Pegasi states all the way to the Indra Raj. Control of the seas had been lost, and it would be hard won back. And still the raid on Argos was of more concern, if only because Leon's role in repelling the raid was quite extensively documented. And, as the reports were telling them, of immense interest to many people. The Lord Protector is on his way, the director angrily murmured as he pushed a letter toward Leon. Not the start of a good working relationship, I should say. Say what's on your mind, Leon said. Don't let this fester. The director hardly seemed to need his prompting. Leon, what was going on in your head? You should know why making contact with the Sky Devils was going to raise eyebrows. And you did it anyway. And in doing so, I ended the raid on Argos. Maybe I saved a few lives, and just at the cost of making a few old mages a little jumpy. Don't be so flippant, you know that this incident's done so much more than that. Anastasios wouldn't be racing here if the situation weren't serious. The Ilian Empire is mostly happy to let us run this city, but for someone so powerful to come here is unprecedented. Heaven's Eye doesn't need this. Leon nodded in understanding, though he wasn't as concerned about the matter as the director was. Not completely unconcerned, of course, just less. The Lord Protector has been trying to get me on his side for a while, Leon muttered. Maybe, if it will quiet him down some, I'll work with him a bit. Not leave Heaven's Eye, obviously, but maybe giving him a bit of what he's been after will ensure that we're left in peace. The director sighed, then turned to regard Leon quite seriously. It's good that you're willing to make that sacrifice, because that's probably why he's coming. I would be surprised if he were actually angry at this event. I would guess that he's going to use this event to try and squeeze for concessions. Depending on those concessions, hardly that big of a price to pay. Especially since we're not going to be staying on this plane for too long, are we? The director smiled bitterly. I was not hoping to leave Heaven's Eye gutted on our way out, who's to say we will? But I was thinking, if we could get the Sky Devils on our side, then we could take them with us when we left. At that point, are there going to be any real problems with strengthening the empires in the process? What do we stand to lose if they gain access to better arc tech? Other than immediate leverage, without that leverage, then they could very well move against us immediately. The potential that you might work with them is all that's keeping them from looking at you with suspicion. The Lord Protector wants what your blood can unlock. The Grand Druid wants your blood in her lineage. If they get those things, then you and all of Heaven's Eye, by extension, lose power over them. Yes, but the problem is that power, on occasion, has to be used. And you're quite possibly about to be forced to use power that you didn't have to, just because you went out to meet the Sky Devils in Argos. This would have all been so much simpler if you hadn't done that. What's done is done, and I don't regret my actions at all. You don't even know if the Sky Devils will be on your side. No, that's quite the gamble on my part, I'll admit. But given their reactions after seeing my power, then I think the likelihood of them being on my side is strong. And besides, I protected Argos after their commander was killed, and the Sunlit Emperor himself seemed not all concerned about my intervention. The director scowled lightly. Yes, well, don't take his reaction to be the rule. As friendly as he might seem, the sentinels to the east will be all the more hostile. Why's that? How much do you know about the fall of your clan here? Not much, admittedly. After my clan fell, our vassals started infighting. Most of them who could do so rallied behind the strongest and evacuated the plain. Those who remained were either killed off or retreated southward, becoming the Sky Devils. The director nodded, then closed his eyes and spent a moment quite obviously gathering his thoughts. Leon, he said, you should know that the Sky Devils despise Heaven's Eye. Why that is should become clear in a moment. You see, most of the clans that remained on Eterna either killed themselves in petty wars, while those who were more unified gathered in the east, creating something of a rump state of the empire that your clan built here. But even then, they were hardly unified, and by the time the Brilliant 11 came along, they were able to build an army strong enough to take the war to the east. And there, in the mountains and valleys that your clan took as their own personal fief, the armies of the Brilliant 11 fought the bloodiest and most destructive battles in the entire war. Millions were killed, the entire region was left so depopulated that it took tens of thousands of years to recover. The land itself was so scarred by the fighting that when the Sentinels formed their state, they named themselves thusly to remind themselves of exactly what happened, to always keep the brutality of those vassal clans at the forefront of their thoughts. Leon nodded along, utterly fascinated. Within his soul realm, he could feel Nestor paying attention, too. But why do the Sky Devils hate Heaven's Eye, then? Leon asked. As far as I know, Heaven's Eye didn't even exist back then. The guild didn't get its start until almost 30,000 years later. That's the official story, yes. About 50,000 years ago, the entity that this guild was became Heaven's Eye, but it has existed in some form or fashion since the days of your family's conquest. It collaborated your clan and with its vassals, though, back then, the guild was much less centralized and regulated. That changed when your family took direct control of the guild, using it to essentially build their local logistics chain on this plane. In effect, they took the decentralized guild and made it Heaven's Eye. When your clan fell, Proto-Heaven's Eye lost much of its power, but its leaders from your family were killed, and those who replaced them were plainer locals who were far more sympathetic to the Brilliant 11 than they were with the remnants of your clan's vassals. They worked with the Brilliant 11, turning what remained of your clan's supply chain and plane-spanning trade network to the purpose of defeating those who would become the Sky Devils. And that's why they hate the guild, Leon whispered. Yes, the director confirmed. As far as they're concerned, though it's been so long and we've changed our name, the guild is still an organization that turned against them when they were at their most vulnerable, using the systems and infrastructure given to us by your clan to do so. Their hatred of us is only exceeded by their hatred of the empires. Well, that would make some sense, then, Leon responded thoughtfully. Instead of proceeding on to the citadel once they'd breached the walls of Argos proper, they instead marched on our district in the city. I mean, it was probably clear that they weren't going to be able to destroy Argos entirely, not with how close Imperial reinforcements were, and were likely just trying to do what damage they could in the short time they had, but instead of just burning the city mindlessly, they marched on Heaven's Eye. Yes, and you went out to meet them. And now we have to deal with overly inquisitive minds from the empires, and a great deal of scrutiny that we don't need when we're just now trying to get our partnership off the ground. The director didn't speak too much more loudly than he did when he wasn't angry, but Leon could tell he was furious. His aura flexed and writhed, though the old man's body remained calm and serene. He wore a fairly neutral expression, but his eyes were narrow with displeasure. For what it's worth, Leon replied after a moment of silence, I am sorry for that. The consequences of actions that I feel necessary aren't. Chapter 783. Anastasio's arrival. When he returned home after his meeting with the director, Leon went straight to a quiet meditation chamber where he could ruminate on the upcoming problems he had to deal with on his own. He didn't regret his decision to face off alone against the Sky Devils, but the consequences of that decision were undoubtedly going to give him a headache. It wasn't long before a knock came at the door, soft but insistent. With his magic, Leon pulled the door open, revealing Elise standing there with an amused smile. Surprising that my husband came here as soon as he came home, she observed. Did your meeting go that poorly? Leon smiled at her appearance and held out his arm, inviting her to join him on the floor cushions. Elise happily accepted, bounding into the room, kicking the door shut behind her, and cuddling up against him with his arm around her. As soon as the door closed, Leon launched into his explanation of just what had been discussed with the director in the Hexagon, and the increased attention he was getting from the Imperials. He's right to be upset, I think, Elise stated once Leon was finished. I don't think you were wrong to intervene, but the director isn't for being upset, either. I'm glad to hear that you don't think I was wrong, Leon playfully said. I only went to Argos after receiving your message. Yeah, Elise replied. I think Maya might have overstated the need for you to go. Are you sure it was her who overstated it? Leon asked, his playful smile turning a little accusatory. I might have been scared at the time, too, Elise admitted. Something like a Sky Devil invasion is terrifying, even with your connection to them. You don't need to fear them, Leon whispered as he pulled her just a little tighter against him. As long as I'm here, they can't touch you. Elise snuggled in and said, then do what you can to stick around. Really, you don't want a man who'll head out at the first opportunity to act a hero. I would rather have a living husband no better than any other than a dead husband whose praises everyone sings. The days when I could be excited by a strong, ruggedly handsome barbarian walking into my tower are over, and it's all your fault. Though she stared at him intensely, her tone was soft and teasing, and she punctuated her outburst with the weakest of slaps to his chest. Oh no, Leon replied with mischievous sarcasm, did I turn you off guys like me? Did I ruin you for all other stupid, selfish, idiots who act without thinking? Elise giggled and turned to face him instead of leaning against his body. With a tone dripping with sultry need, she said, you've ruined me for all other men, Leon. The thought of having other women around that we can play with excites me, but the thought of another man does not. How could it, when I already have the best one? Leon smiled, happy, awkward, and uncomfortable all at the same time. But he acted decisively, pressing his lips against hers. Her lips parted, and his tongue commenced its invasion. She put up valiant resistance, her tongue greeting his with strength, but when they parted, her eyes gleamed with desire and she moaned in pleasure, his hands having roamed all over her body. But instead of diving back in for round 2, Elise took a deep breath and asked, are we going to have to plan to host an emperor? I wouldn't put it past Anastasios, Leon whispered as he pressed his forehead against hers. He's going to exploit this to the hilt. Then we're going to have to prepare for a large retinue, as well, have food and drinks, hire extra attendants and servants, make sure the estate is in top presentational state. As she spoke, Elise wrestled with Leon's shirt, desperately trying to pull it off of him without disentangling herself from his embrace. I hope we won't need this preparation, Leon murmured. But if we do, we're going to have other guests too, right? Elise whispered as she finally lost patience and simply tore the offending garment off Leon, revealing his well-built chest and tight abs. With an almost maniacal grin, Elise repaid Leon for his roaming hands with some of her own. And after, I'll be staying in Oculara, Leon whispered, his breath stolen as Elise lowered her head and began kissing her way down his neck and chest. Let Gaius and Marcus and them head out if need be for a while, and Anastasios? Elise asked, only pulling her lips from his skin for long enough to voice her question. Might have to work with him, too, Leon gasped as she teased at his waistline. But then, he sighed in disappointment as she pulled away. Do you think we should have done this to begin with? She asked. Yes, we should have done this before talking business, Leon said as he wrapped his arm around her waist and twisted, flipping her onto her back as he took his place on top, his lips turned up in frisky grin. But, also yes, throwing them a bone probably would have sooner gotten the empires off our backs. They'll come back, for more, Elise gasped as Leon lightly grasped her calves and began pushing upward, raising her dress at the same time. Then they'll get what they want. After all due delay, and with some concessions of their own, Leon replied as he pushed farther, propping her legs up on his shoulders. No reason we can't work together. No reason we have to be enemies. And the more they get from me, the more I can get from them. As Leon dove between Elise's legs, all talk of business ceased. For the next few hours, only the sounds of pleasure echoed throughout the meditation chamber. Leon's villa was a hive of activity. Elise had made good on the need to prepare themselves for Anastasios' arrival. Her and Leon's hunch that the Lord Protector and former Emperor would, at least initially, refuse to stay at any local properties owned by the Ilian crown in favor of Leon's residence. Word of his request came almost a full day before Anastasios' own arrival, but by then, Leon and Elise had already had more than a day to prepare. Extra servants were hired, the entire villa was cleaned as thoroughly as it could be under such short notice, and the estate was prepared to host an imperial delegation. By the time Leon departed his home to head down to the docks, the white marble gleamed even in the relatively overcast sky, appropriate quarters had been arranged, and his family and retinue were all in their proper places for who was about to visit. Only Red and Tikos weren't ready to greet Anastasios at the door, and that was because Red hadn't yet adapted to human culture enough to be even remotely polite. And Tikos was down in the apple orchard tending to the Hesperidic apples. So, as he made his way through Oculara with his retinue at his side, Leon felt that his home was about as ready as it could be for an imperial visitor. Soon enough, he found himself down at Oculara's largest dock, where an enormous Heaven's Eye welcoming party was awaiting the Lord Protector's arrival. Standing there at the front was the director himself, Penelope at his side. Just behind him were 3 of the other 5 branch chiefs, including Emily and Narses, the remaining 2 not yet arrived. We sure about this, boss? Alex asked as they started making their way over. Having doubts, Leon responded, Just wondering at the wisdom of welcoming those who'd enslave us into this city is all, Alex explained. Anyone else have doubts? Leon asked the remainder of his retinue. I'll admit that I'm a bit curious, Marcus said, and when Leon glanced at Gaius, the other man nodded in agreement. I'm less than enthused that we're going to be making any offers at all to Ilion, Anna stated. If we had to work with any empire, why not seek support from Evergold? Answering Anna first, Leon explained, we're in the Ilion Empire, so having them on our side is more crucial than the sacred Golden Empire. That being said, Anastasios is only a few miles out, and the Grand Druid is probably back in Evergold. Still, it's not like we're not going to be working with them, they're just not priority number one. So we're not going to be exclusive? Asked a voice from above. Recognizing the voice, Leon's heart plummeted. He could see the Lord Protector's ship on the Scamander River slowly winding its way through the dense urban sprawl that lined the river, and had assumed that the man was still on board. Besides, if the Lord Protector was going to be anywhere, Leon assumed he would have been interacting with those who'd gone down to the docks to greet him. But, looking up, Leon found that Anastasios was sitting on the roof of the customs building they were standing beside, a wide grin on his face and one of Leon's flight belts around his waist. Leon's group fell silent, and Leon found himself at a complete loss for words for a moment. Taking advantage of the silence, the Lord Protector pushed himself off the 4-story building and floated downward, borne by his power. It pleases me that you're coming to welcome me to this marvelous city, the Lord Protector said as he gently landed in front of Leon, but the circumstances that demand my presence are less pleasing. Recovering himself, Leon quickly replied, well, let's see what we can do about that, shall we? But we'll do this the proper way. With that, Leon gestured to his people and began walking toward the welcome delegation, showing the Lord Protector his back in the process. For the briefest of moments, Leon expected something to hit him from behind, some blast of magic that would rend his defenses and turn him into red mist. But nothing of the sort happened. With his magic senses, he couldn't even sense a single hint of killing intent from the Lord Protector. After a moment, Anastasios quietly followed, looking for all the world like nothing more than an old tourist, looking around at the welcoming delegation and the luxurious dock that had been prepared for his arrival. Heaven's Eye had even rolled out an actual red carpet down to the dock's moorings. What struck Leon as particularly odd, though, was that as he parted the delegation in front of him on his way to the director, he didn't see anyone react to the Lord Protector. Anastasios simply followed him, everyone else treating him as little more than air. Leon could feel some kind of magic at play, but all he could really tell about it was that it was light-based, and his experience with light magic didn't extend much further beyond healing magic, and he most certainly wasn't going to ask the Lord Protector about it right now, when it was all he could do to maintain his composure. Soon enough, he approached the director and the rest of the high-ranking representatives of Heaven's Eye from behind. You're all facing the wrong way, Leon quipped as he arrived, drawing the attention of the most powerful men and women of Heaven's Eye. The director himself glanced over, taking in Leon, but sliding over him and coming to rest on Anastasios, who seemed utterly unbothered by the looks he was only now receiving. Your Imperial Majesty, the director said, his words echoed throughout the delegation with far more volume and respect than he'd shown. As the words were repeated, it seemed to Leon that only then did people start to really take notice of the Lord Protector. Let's save the welcoming for later, Anastasios said impatiently. We can leave most of these people here to welcome the rest of my people, but I'd rather we get down to business as soon as possible. Of course, the director replied, appearing to be not all concerned with the Lord Protector's demand. So, the Lord Protector said as everyone sat down around the conference table in the local Imperial Administrative Building, I'm in no mood for small talk. How's about we cut right to the chase? Leon was mildly surprised that they had gone to the rather small and unimportant admin building, but he supposed it sent a clear message that going to the Hexagon wouldn't have. The Lord Protector wasn't happy, and he wasn't going to speak with them on Heaven's Eye's ground. There weren't many people in the meeting, mostly reserved for the Lord Protector, Leon, the director, Penelope, and Emily. The last seemed to Leon to be a concession on the director's part for his sake, letting Leon retain a friendly face in the room of sufficient rank that her presence wouldn't be questioned after all. They didn't even have any assistants or secretaries with them to record their meeting. You made contact with the Sky Devils, the Lord Protector coolly stated to Leon, all traces of his earlier joviality long gone. I did, Leon replied, not seeing any point in trying to hide or minimize what had happened. Too many people had been paying attention to his little duel with the jaguar for that sort of thing to fly. Tell me everything that happened, the Lord Protector demanded. I want to hear it all from you. Without hesitation, Leon launched himself right in. I was on my way back after picking up one of my retainers from the Pegasi states when I received word of the assault on Argos. I raced there as soon as I could, arriving just in time to see the sea gate fall and for the Sky Devils to seize the harbor. I watched as they spread throughout the city, rounding up civilians and burning and destroying much of the property they passed. The Sky Devils broke through the inner gate, killed the garrison commander, and then started making its way in the direction of the Heaven's Eye district, so, thinking that I at least had some kind of chance of ending things with them on a more peaceful or at least, a less blood-soaked note, I went out to meet them. Fortunately, I was right. They left after a few exchanges, despite outclassing me in power. And Argos was saved, left only lightly sacked. I doubt it would take more than a few years to completely repair all of the damage, though the loss of life was, I'm sure, quite significant. It was, Anastasios whispered. I'm going to want a more detailed explanation later, but for now, that'll do. I want you to know, Leon, the way I've behaved towards you has been predicated on one assumption, that you're not a threat to my empire. If anything, you represent a significant opportunity to provide much greater prosperity for my people than just about any other single person within the lands of Ilion. If that assumption were to change, however, then so will my behavior. And you making any kind of contact at all with the enemies of all the empires is definitely something that can change that assumption. Well, I don't consider myself to be any kind of threat to your empire at all, Leon countered. And I'm prepared to prove it. Anastasios smiled, though his eyes narrowed with both amusement and suspicion. You can't be suggesting that you'll take me up on my offer, are you? No, Leon replied, though, I'll admit, that having you here in person does make responding to you much easier, rather than having to write you a letter. No, what I'm suggesting is something a little more and a little less. The director's smile didn't change, but he briefly glanced at the director. And what about you? Do you have anything to add? If I did, then I would add it, the director responded. Everyone present knows what the score is right now, so let's end the games. If that's what you want, then so be it, Anastasios replied. I'll warn you both, though, that while I'm upset, and there are many people back in Ilion demanding a harsh response to young Leon here, if only due to outrage, anger, and humiliation over Argos and the loss of the sword, the far more concerning response will be from the east. The Keeper, in particular, I'm sure will be furious. Leon blinked, recognizing the name of the last 10th tier mage in the empires that he had yet to meet, the Keeper of Memory, the de facto emperor of the Sentinels in the east. I can hold him off, Anastasios continued, but doing so will not come without cost. Leon quickly replied, then it will be a cost shared by us both. You wanted to work with me, Lord Protector. I'm not going to join you, but I am willing to reach some kind of compromise. I want to retain my current position in Oculara and with Heaven's Eye, but I honestly can't think of too many reasons not to work with you a little bit, in light of this situation. Make sure that we're all happy and certain of whose side I'm standing on. Anastasios smiled more genuinely. And you're willing to work with the Sentinels, as well? Yes, Leon replied. What about the Sacred Golden Empire? And the Sunlit Empire? I'll work them all, Leon stated. Within reason, of course. Subject to whatever compromise we can work out. I want there to be peace between us all, even if there can't be peace between you all and the Sky Devils. I'm willing to work for that peace, to ensure that even if you can't set aside your grudge with the Sky Devils, then you can at least defend yourself against them if need be. So, with that in mind, would you say that we're enemies, Lord Protector? Anastasios continued smiling at Leon, his pink nebulous eyes gleaming with what could have been mistaken for captured stars. That assurance will be enough. For now, he eventually said. I would speak with you at a later date, Leon. We're going to need to spend quite a bit of time working out exactly what we want from you, what you can provide, and ensure that everything we discuss won't be overheard. Would you be averse to hosting me? The Lord Protector asked as if he were springing something on Leon, his grin widening like a shark eyeing prey. However, Leon's near-instantaneous response dulled the expression somewhat. I'd be more than happy to have you over for as long as it takes to work this out. And so it was that Leon found himself playing host to the Lord Protector for the foreseeable future, thankful only that he'd had at least a couple days to prepare. Chapter 784, imperial arrangements indentured servitude to the Ilian Empire. If Leon were forced to, he'd have to admit that it wasn't that bad of a prospect as his independent streak insisted it was, though it wasn't an onerous duty. He and Anastasios had come to an agreement as they were on their way back to Leon's villa that Leon's priority was Heaven's Eye, and that any work with the empires would come second. Of course, second did in no way imply, never, for someone like Leon, second priority was still very high on his to-do list. Beyond that, he and Anastasios merely chatted as the imperial carriage brought them back to Leon's villa, followed by Anastasios' rather long and rather put-out retinue. He hadn't told any of them that he was going to meet Leon on his own, and when his yacht arrived in Oculara, his retinue had gone a little crazy at his disappearance, something the old man seemed to enjoy watching. Leon didn't have nearly enough room for the Lord Protector's entire retinue, though, so as the man himself got settled in, he chose half a dozen attendants and sent the rest back to Oculara to post up in an imperial property, their desperate cries to not leave him alone in Leon's villa falling on deaf ears or, perhaps not so deaf ears, if Anastasios' amused smile as his retinue left was anything to go by. As the retinue vanished down the road, Leon was thus left with Anastasios, 2 9th-tier mages, and 4 4th and 5th-tier mages working under them in his living room while the rest of his villa scurried about ensuring that all of Anastasios' party's baggage was properly secured, under the supervision of the head of Leon's household staff. Also present in the living room was Leon's entire family, while his retinue were training nearby, just in case they were needed for anything at all. Once again, Lord Protector, Elise said now that they were properly alone and Anastasios was clearly making himself comfortable, "It's an honor to have you here in our home, though I'm not sure it's up to imperial standards." "Nonsense." Anastasios boomed. "This place is lovely, Lady Elise." "Just, Elise, please. If you insist. Quite frankly, I love what's been done with this place. The clean decor, the soothing atmosphere that your farm brings, and a wyvern sleeping just outside. You must know that having wyverns as war beasts is exceedingly rare, even in my empire." "She's not a war beast, Lord Protector," Leon replied. "Please, while we're in your home, just, Anastasios. If you're going to insist on first names, then it must go both ways." Anastasios' retainers looked to him, scandalized, but he cut off any words of argument they may have had with little more than a silent glare. "That's very generous of you. As I was saying, Red isn't a war beast, she's one of my retainers. She's still getting used to human society, though, and has little care for our customs, so if you want to interact with her, be sure to expect little courtesy. And possibly an attempt on your life." One of Anastasios' 9th-tier guards growled in response, "Sounds like you need to break your pet in better. Sounds like you need to find somewhere else to sleep," Leon said, his tone light and pleasant, but his aura writhing with killing intent. The 9th-tier mage glared at him, then went ramrod straight as he was lifted into the air, courtesy of Anastasios' magic. "We're guests here," the Lord Protector intoned, his voice rumbling with disapproval. Even under normal circumstances, such disrespect is entirely unwarranted, and even less so here. "Return to the city and stay there until further notice." Without waiting for the 9th-tier mage to reply, Anastasios telekinetically opened one of the windows and quite literally threw the offending mage right out of Leon's villa. Leon, for his part, couldn't help but stare at the raw display of both authority and magic. With barely any physical movements, Anastasios had completely manhandled a 9th-tier mage, and the 9th-tier mage had been able to do exactly nothing about it, probably out of both genuine helplessness in the face of Anastasios' power, and more social helplessness in the face of Anastasios' position. And Leon couldn't help but dream of a day when he could do something similar. "Let's get down to business, then," Anastasios said. "However, as delightful as this place is, Leon, why don't we talk somewhere more comfortable?" Leon glanced around at his rather lavishly appointed living room, briefly meeting Elise's, Maya's, and Valerius' eyes, all reflecting his mild confusion. Hadn't Anastasios just proclaimed this place to his liking? "Do you have a bath here?" the Lord Protector asked. With a grimace at what the old man was implying, Leon answered, "Nothing particularly big, but we do have a couple of recreational pools." "Then let's discuss things over a swim," the Lord Protector suggested, and Leon, seeing nothing more than his own personal discomfort with the idea, didn't refuse. Besides, even though they'd reached some accord back in their previous short negotiation, having the Lord Protector as comfortable as possible might net him a better overall deal. Leon stood in the shallow end of his pool, quietly using his water magic to prop himself up on something that resembled a lounge recliner. He was still wearing attire suitable for relaxing in a pool, keeping everything from his hips to his knees covered. Anastasios, on the other hand, was swimming back and forth in the large rectangular pool, using not a spark of magic, as naked as the day he was born. They were the only two in the pool, reserving the sight for Leon's eyes only, something he was both grateful and bitter about. He wouldn't want to curse anyone else, yet he wished his burden could be shared. As it was, though, Anastasios, for all his advanced age, hadn't let his body go to the hells. His skin was a little loose, but beneath that was a well-built body banded in thick muscle. Leon supposed he could understand why the Lord Protector hardly cared about being naked before someone else. He supposed if he still looked that good at the Lord Protector's relative age, then he would want to show off, too. And I have no problem running a little interference with the Sentinels, the Lord Protector said as he swam by Leon, their conversation passing largely uninterrupted after they'd got into the pool. Of course, that will come with its own problems. I have no problem with sharing some benefits with them, or with the sacred Golden Empire, Leon replied. It wouldn't be quite fair, otherwise. If anything, it would only provoke conflict, between both them and myself, and with them and you. After all, if your empire is the only one receiving any benefit, then there's going to be quite a bit jealousy, isn't there? Indeed, the Lord Protector grumbled. I get that you might want to keep any benefits that I can provide you to yourself, but you have to understand that I'm going to be doing this not for you, but for me. I still don't entirely trust you, especially after being treated like a commodity to be bought and haggled over. It hasn't been that bad, young man. If the Grand Druid and I were to really get serious about recruiting you, there wouldn't have been much you could do to turn us down. Leon bitterly smiled. Well, we can all be grateful that no one has spoiled a potentially beautiful working relationship, can't we? Given what I've heard, that's quite the accomplishment, young Rame, and seems to be in spite of your actions rather than because of them. Really, where'd that come from? I haven't been that bad, have I? I've been both civil and peaceful. The Lord Protector laughed, frustrating Leon a little bit more. Don't worry too much about it, kid. Leon took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. If I'm to be the next Storm King, he silently reasoned, got to rise to these provocations less. Aloud, he asked, so, what sort of things did you have in mind that you needed my help with? If it's small enough, I wouldn't mind giving you something as a show of good faith. Anastasios paused in his laps and, floating there in the pool's deep end, he smiled quite widely. In a flash of light, he practically exploded out of the pool and, without even the slightest bit of apparent concern for his lack of clothing, he made a bit of room on a nearby table that had been covered with refreshments and conjured a tightly bound scroll. Curious, Leon exited the pool with significantly less aplomb and gave the scroll a good once-over. It was an ancient thing, looking like it would have crumbled to dust had it not been diligently seen to. The yellowed paper looked like it had seen quite a bit of magical reinforcement ensuring that it remained in as good of a condition as possible. But it was still old and Leon hesitated to touch it. When he finally poked at it a bit and inspected the seal of thick red wax, he found that it had been sealed with the image of an owl, its body in profile but its face stared directly out from the seal. Leon could feel a relatively large amount of magic flowing through the seal, but not nearly so much that he would have thought it was something that needed his help. You really need me to get through this seal? Leon asked, incredulity dripping from every syllable. The seal has been enchanted to destroy the scroll if forced open, Anastasios explained. We've managed to subvert these kinds of enchantments, but the failure rate is unreasonably high, and I've made the decision to stop that practice. Who knows how much knowledge we've lost already? How many such sealed scrolls do you have? Leon asked, hoping the number wasn't that great. Around 300,000, Anastasios replied, clearly enjoying the stunned look on Leon's face. That's not even counting what the other empires have, or what may be lying in private collections, or those that have yet to be discovered. Leon lightly scowled and probed the seal with his magic power, trying to investigate it a little more closely, but to his surprise, the seal reacted immediately to his power and popped right off the scroll. The Lord Protector didn't hesitate for a moment, snatching the scroll up and, almost paradoxically so, gently unraveling the paper. He wore the expression of a child unwrapping a present, wondering just what might be within. However, as the decayed ink became visible, that glee quickly morphed into disappointment. Looks like a logistics report, he said as he laid the unraveled scroll on the table. Leon's curiosity wasn't deterred, and he leaned down to examine the scroll. Indeed, it was mostly just a fiscal report on just what materials were being shipped and to where. Given the societal and geographic changes to the plane over the previous 80,000 years, though, place names and specific logistics reports weren't that useful. Interesting to some, of course, but designs for some secret Thunderbird weapon of mass destruction this was not. 300,000 scrolls, they can't all be gems, Leon grumbled as he stepped back from the table, doing his best not to react at all to Anastasios' state of undress as he turned his attention back to the Lord Protector. True, Anastasios said, before quickly shifting tacks. Anyways, Leon, it pleases me that you're being so cooperative. So long as you stay well away from the Sky Devils, then in a few decades, all of this unpleasantness should blow right over. Leon smiled. He didn't verbally agree, but he nodded and let the Lord Protector read whatever he wanted into that gesture. So, you're telling me that you want to get into contact with the Sky Devils? Anshu asked in disbelief. Yes, Leon replied. The two were secretly meeting in Leon's new apple orchard only a day after Anastasios' arrival in Oculara, upon which had been built several buildings dedicated to the maintenance of the apple trees that were already starting to sprout up and down the property, thanks to Tico's power and Elise's management skills and green thumb. The Hesperidic apples were taking a little longer, but Leon was confident they'd start sprouting, too, now that their seeds had been planted and Tico's had taken root at the heart of the orchard. But none of that pertained too much to why Leon had visited the orchard. Instead, he'd ensured that the orchard's small office building had been heavily enchanted to serve as a private meeting place, of sorts. As such, he'd met Anshu here, confident that none could overhear their conversation. Entry and exit to the building were still fairly open, but that was what invisibility was for, as far as he was concerned. He and Anshu needed to meet fairly frequently if their partnership in this venture was going to work. And since Leon was encouraged by the Jaguar's reaction to his power, he was hoping that the Sky Devil's seizure of the sword would make getting in contact with them a little easier. Don't go too out of your way, though, Leon quickly added. I understand that you have other things on your mind, and the war down in the southern seas is going to complicate matters greatly. There's an understatement, Anshu growled. Besides, with the number of Imperial and Pegasi ships that are going to be trying to keep the Sky Devils bottled up on the sword, I can't imagine any Sky Devil ship making it to the Pegasi states undetected. No Sky Devil is making it to the mainland for a while, despite their recent success. That much I would bet my name on. Just keep an eye open for any opportunities, Leon said, unconcerned with the potential weight. Anything to do with the Jaguar that I mentioned before, especially. Scowling, Anshu asked, are you asking me to help them in establishing a foothold on the mainland? No, only if the Jaguar himself needs to get here are you to directly help him. Otherwise, just try to get in contact. Don't get too discouraged if it takes a while, too. I'm ready to wait for this. Good, because you're going to have to wait. Disregarding the navies of the empires, Pegasi states, and the Raj and free cities between them and even with Sky Devils all over the sword, they're not going to take too kindly to any mainlander, even a smuggler, mooring off their new island. Making peaceful contact won't be easy at all. Just do what you can, Leon replied. I can't ask for any more or less. Anshu sighed, but in the end, nodded in agreement. Leon and Anastasios spoke at great length frequently over the next few days. Rarely, however, was the topic about business. Instead, Anastasios seemed quite eager to hear stories of Leon's childhood and his adventures and tribulations in the Bull Kingdom. Leon indulged the old man fairly well, but he didn't get too detailed when it came to matters regarding his family. He never mentioned the cradle, for one, implying the stone giants to be natives to the plane rather than descended from Thunderbird golems. For his part, Anastasios regaled Leon with stories of his youth, though many of the tales were so outlandish that Leon didn't quite know what to believe. He was quite skeptical that the young Anastasios would have indulged in women quite as much as the old Anastasios was claiming, but he supposed if the man had been a relative of the previous emperor, then it did make some kind of sense. It wasn't like Anastasios had been a nobody before becoming emperor, and he had quite likely indulged in some of those unstated social privileges at some point. Leon found himself enjoying the Lord Protector's company quite a bit more than he'd expected, and found little reason to complain over unlocking the occasional scroll for the man when he asked. There were many other things that Anastasios could ask of him, after all, and the Lord Protector always allowed him to read what was on the scroll after unlocking it. So far, Leon hadn't unlocked anything particularly juicy or sensitive, yet. But he didn't spend all of those few days around Anastasios. In fact, he only spoke with the man for a few hours each day. Leon had quite a few other things that demanded his time, and perhaps the biggest one was getting a handle on being the new chief of magical research and development. He spent some time with Valentina, too, and these two things had his knowledge of some of his more neglected elements rising by leaps and bounds. He even visited Sid during this time, receiving her congratulations, while at the same time being forced to endure another lecture on the importance of earth magic to a blacksmith. He didn't have much time to himself, unfortunately, but that time was slowly increasing as Talal and the new department heads got settled into their new roles and took much of the workload off Leon's shoulders. With this slowly increasing personal time, Leon enjoyed the company of his family and retinue. Over the past few months, he'd started to fear that he was neglecting them, and that he couldn't abide by. Elise, Maya, and Valeria were more than happy to share his time, of course, and his retinue was enthusiastic and encouraged with his return to directing their training sessions. Many things had happened over the course of the past few months, but Leon finally allowed himself to relax a little bit, comfortable in the knowledge that he had an ally in Anastasios and that Director had ditched the vampires. He had the opportunity to slow down and consolidate his gains, and he was going to use every second of that time that he could. He just hoped nothing drastic happened that might change his plans in the next few years. Chapter 785. Alkander's request. Leon leaned back in his chair, enjoying the quiet ambience of his villa at noon. There were a few workers out in the adjacent field, but they were only doing their daily checks on the medicinal herbs that filled the field and removing any weeds that showed themselves. Anastasios was still around, and he had a few retainers staying with Leon, but they were being surprisingly good guests, not making much noise or unreasonable demands. In fact, for the most part, Leon only saw Anastasios and his people at dinner, when the Lord Protector shared a meal with Leon and his family. But as he leaned back, his opponent launched an aggressive sortie. Gaius quickly moved an infantry piece forward, eliminating one of Leon's cavalry pieces, who'd charged ahead in an attempt to create an opening for Leon's infantry to exploit. With a frown, Leon realized that that plan was no longer viable as the gap in Gaius' line was closed. Gaius smiled as he, in turn, leaned back, their game of keeps having been going on for more than an hour already, though both of them still had more than 40 pieces remaining. As of yet, neither had achieved much of an advantage, but Gaius had just taken a cavalry piece without leaving his infantry open for retaliation. "Nicely done," Leon said. "I didn't think you were going to charge like that. I think it's about time for me to stop playing so defensively," Gaius replied. "How long have we been playing these games? My wins are too damn infrequent. My strategy has to change sometime. Besides, you play too aggressively." "Really?" Leon asked as he moved his infantry on the other side of the board forward. "It's worked out so far. And what if your opponent doesn't break?" Gaius asked as he quickly reinforced his infantry line with his archer pieces, losing 2 less pieces than Leon did in their quick exchange. Leon didn't immediately respond to Gaius' question, choosing instead to refocus on the game. It was clear that his retainer was playing to win. Their games were usually more sedate and slow-paced, and Leon was caught a little off guard. He hadn't been planning any serious strategies, had only been paying attention to the smaller-level tactics on their board. But as the game progressed, Leon quickly realized that he'd fallen into Gaius' trap, and soon found himself down to just half a dozen pieces to Gaius' 18. "Want to give up?" Gaius teasingly asked. "I'm more than willing to accept your defeated soldiers into my ranks, you know, they'll die first," Leon replied with a vicious, but still good-natured smile. "Can't force my people to live with the indignity of serving those who defeated me." "And what about what they might want?" Gaius asked as he aggressively pushed forward. "Are they willing to stand and fight to the death? Do they believe in their cause that much? Are you so confident that they won't surrender of their own accord?" Leon's eyes narrowed as he picked up on the fact that Gaius probably wasn't talking about their game. "They wouldn't be here otherwise," Leon said as he did his best to counter Gaius' charge, killing off 2 of his pieces at the cost of 1 of his. "I try not to run off those I trust. I try to make sure that those I trust have reason to stick with me." "But how loyal are they?" Gaius asked. "Willing to lay down their lives for you? To die for you? To kill for you?" Leon smiled a little bitterly as Gaius took another of his pieces. "Is there something you'd rather be talking about?" he asked. With a sigh, Gaius reduced him to 3 pieces, 2 infantry and a single archer. I've just been thinking recently, he explained. Gaius paused on his turn, and Leon waited patiently for the man to find his voice. I think I've been rather bored recently, he finally said. I haven't done much other than train. It seemed like you haven't really had much use for me, and I don't quite know what to do with myself. Were I stronger, I could, well, I don't know. I don't know what you need, or what I want to do. Now you're in charge of magical research and development, not a hand of the director, and I can't help but imagine that you're going to be doing a lot more admin work and a lot less running around the plane on the director's orders. What is there for me to do? And if you don't have any need for me, then why am I still here? Are you saying you want to leave my retinue? Leon asked, his heart skipping a beat. Anshu was hard enough to let go, and even then, the Indradian was still part of Leon's retinue, just possessing a lot more autonomy than the others. No, Gaius quickly replied. I'm just looking for something to do that's a little more substantial than training and twiddling my thumbs. Leon nodded, but he couldn't immediately think of anything. Have any ideas? He asked. Gaius scowled, then sighed. I don't, he admitted. Leon nodded. Well, you've had my back for years, now, and I'm comfortable saying that I have yours, too. I want to retain you around here. So, if you ever do figure out what you want, then just let me know, and we'll work something out. Thanks, Leon, Gaius responded as he took the last of Leon's pieces. These wins don't come often enough. Feels damn good every time. Leon chuckled, but within, his competitive side had been stoked. The next time he and Gaius sat down for a game of keeps, he wasn't going to allow himself to be distracted. But for now, he was content with their game, grateful that his distraction hadn't cost him anything more than a little bit of pride. Gaius' request, Leon figured, would be easy to grant. The next retainer he encountered with an issue, however, was a little harder for him to deal with. He was approached by Alcander, and in the state his retainer was in, Leon immediately mentally prepared himself to go out and fight someone, or something else of that nature. Alcander, however, had something else that he needed help with. I need a wingman, Alcander said to him. A wingman? Leon asked incredulously. Surely someone like Marcus or Alex would be better for this sort of thing. Charisma's not exactly pouring out me, you know. No, I need someone more powerful, Alcander replied. All right, I'll bite. What do you need? Alcander took a deep breath, then launched into his explanation. He'd been going to a very high-end club over the past few months regularly, though rather infrequently, and while there, had his heart stolen by another regular, a woman who was so far out of his league, financially and socially, that he'd never been able to work up the nerve to even speak with her. She's smart, and strong, and hot, and just perfect, Alcander had described. So, then what do you need me for? Leon asked. Even if I have the power to, I'm not going to force anyone to be with you, nor would I ever ask you to, but she's connected, and I need some high-ranking backup, Alcander replied. Look, I heard that she's turning 25 soon, and is going to be throwing a party to celebrate. Since her family's in Heaven's Eye, I figured that you might be able to get me in there. Maybe catch her eye that way. Leon stared at his retainer with great skepticism. I can't help but doubt that the way to this woman's heart is by just showing up to her birthday party. It's fine, Alcander assured him. We've already been flirting pretty heavily for a while, I'm certain she's into me. If she's not, then I'll leave her alone, I don't want to force anyone either. It's just that she's rich and connected and I can't show up looking like a bum. If I've got you backing me up, then I won't embarrass myself, and make a better show. Besides, this is just a public party, something her family's doing to help her get acquainted with local men of high station. It's not like I want us to crash a private party attended only by her actual friends. Plus, there's apparently going to be some kind of fighting ring there or something, and I can show off that way. Leon really didn't want to say no to Alcander. The man's eyes were shining like stars, and he could feel Alcander's passion rolling off of him in great waves. However, he also really didn't want to agree to this, either. It had the potential to blow up in their faces, or worse, turn into a terribly awkward social situation. Leon cringed enough in his own social dealings, and he wasn't sure if he was up to adding some more from Alcander. However, he simply couldn't say no to Alcander when the man was so obviously smitten and earnest, and he eventually agreed to at least do what he could to get Alcander into the party. After that, the man was on his own so long as he didn't do anything so foolish that it would embarrass him. and Leon by proxy. And then Leon learned exactly who Alkander had been crushing on, a woman named Sophie, one of Narses the White's nieces. Leon, Narses shouted, exuberantly as Leon, Elise, Valeria, and Alkander disembarked from their carriage. The enormous man grinned with cheer that Leon hadn't seen in him since before the expedition to the protoforest. He quickly rushed forward and pulled Leon into a tight bear hug, practically lifting him off his feet. When he put Leon back down, he said, "Thank you for coming, I'm so glad you could attend." His eyes glittered with understanding, Leon having gotten in touch with him beforehand to explain the situation. He'd admitted that he'd been looking for an excuse to invite Leon over, but hadn't had the time yet given the rapid increase in military action down in the south in the couple weeks since Argos had been attacked. "Thank you for the invitation," Leon replied with a wide smile. Thanks to the party that Leon had held that Narses had attended, Narses was already quite familiar with Alkander, and it didn't take much for Leon to convince Narses to extend him an invitation to his niece's public birthday party. He wasn't going to be making any recommendations on Alkander's behalf, though, if the man wanted to court her, then he'd have to do so himself. Nares just facilitated the opportunity. "Please, come right on in," Narses said, a sly wink to Leon and Alkander. "Eat, drink, celebrate, we fully intend to do so," Leon replied, trying to match Narses' cheer and being at least partially successful. "Where might we drop off gifts?" "Gifts aren't necessary," Narses half-heartedly stated in a clearly token response, "but, if you've brought any, then they can be personally presented at the appropriate moment. Just hold on to them for about 2 hours." Leon smiled and glanced at Alkander, making sure his retainer got the message. Following that, Narses escorted his party inside, exchanging pleasantries with Elise and Valeria along the way. He led them to a large courtyard in the back of his opulent villa where about 200 people had already gathered. As far as Leon could tell, most of them were either young women friendly with the birthday girl, young men attempting to court her, or those escorting the former two. There were a few older people around the edges of the courtyard, but they seemed to be friendlier with Narses and were simply present as a courtesy, to lend the party an air of dignity and prestige that it might otherwise lack if attended only by younger and less established people. Leon didn't have much need to speak with Narses' niece, but as Narses escorted them inside, he called out, "Sophie. Come over here, dear girl." "Coming," replied a clear, sonorous voice, and following it, a young, gorgeous third-tier woman appeared from the crowd of other young women in the courtyard. She was dressed to the nines, wearing a long silver dress, simple in design if extravagant in material. She had long, silky black hair, and a pair of piercing blue eyes that Leon thought surpassed in brilliance only by Valerius and Maia's. She was fairly tanned, and seemed naturally so, while her demeanor was elegant and refined, and Leon could hardly believe that Alkander was acquainted with her from a nightclub, of all places. "Sophie," Narses said as he wrapped an arm around her shoulders, "this is my good friend, Leon Rame." Sophie's eyes widened in shock, then in muted joy. However, it wasn't until her eyes slid across Leon and reached Alkander beside him that she looked truly surprised. Leon watched her reaction closely, almost ignoring the rest of the introductions and exchanged pleasantries, and judging by her reaction at seeing Alkander, he didn't think his retainer had much to worry about in trying to court her. Introductions didn't last long, and soon enough, Sophie returned to her friends, and Leon ordered Alkander to mingle, leaving Leon and his ladies alone with Narses. "Now," Narses said while Alkander practically skipped with glee as he joined the rest of Sophie's apparent suitors, "what say we get a few drinks in us? There have been quite a few things happening of late that I would love to speak with you about, given your personal involvement." "Sure," Leon acquiesced, and barely a moment later, he, Elise, and Valeria were having cups of spiced wine served to them. "I don't have any gifts of the quality that you gave me," Narses regretfully stated, "but I did prepare a little something for you." As he finished, another servant brought out a large bottle of wine, and though it was utterly lost on Leon, Elise practically purred with delight. "You shouldn't have, Narses," she whispered as she accepted the bottle. "Gifts should always be reciprocated, shouldn't they?" Narses responded with a pointed look sent Leon's way. "Indeed," Leon responded. "What sort of business did you have to discuss?" Narses momentarily scowled. "This whole mess with the Sky Devils. Not even a month has passed and already we're having to seriously staff up our security departments in the southern theaters. The Imperial fleets have been tossed about like toys in a bathtub, the empires themselves are scrambling to deal with their losses on the sword, and all in all, it seems doubtful that the situation is going to improve that much for years to come. That's going to greatly complicate matters of international trade. The Pegasi states are going to be enormous targets for Sky Devil piracy, and trade routes are going to have to be redirected along land routes. Leon winced in sympathy. This was going to be an enormous logistical challenge not just for Narses, but for Emily as well. His mother-in-law was the chief of acquisitions, which meant she essentially controlled the entire logistics branch of Heaven's Eye. She was going to have to get her hands on a large number of mages 5th tier and stronger in order to safely and reliably transport the amount of cargo that used to go through the straits between the coast of the Pegasi states and the Sword. Narses, as the chief of security, would have his hands full assisting her in that, but he wasn't going to be the only one doing quite a bit of work down in the south. Even Leon had interests down there, as there were several research labs in the south, along with dedicated logistics chains serving his branch of the guild. Thankfully, he had Talal working hard on that, but he knew that he was going to have to get his hands dirty in that organizational paperwork sooner or later. For now, though, he was relishing his time spent not buried up to his eyes in bureaucracy. Sounds terrible, Leon said. There are some things in the pipeline that ought to make your job a little easier, though. Advances in weapons and transportation magic. Any aid would be appreciated, Narses said, looking exhausted for just a moment before he tossed back a cup of something highly alcoholic. By the way, Leon hesitantly began, how are things going with you? Has there been any fallout from working with me to get rid of Rufus? Thankfully, no, Narses replied. No signs of vampires, either. I'm thinking they've gone to ground, and as far as I can tell, there haven't been any mysterious disappearances that might indicate the presence of vampires, either. I think that if we haven't gotten rid of them all, then we've at least taken care of all the low-hanging fruit. Any more vampires that might be around Heaven's Eye or in Oculera will need to smoked out. Smoking out is something I can do, Leon said as he let a little bit of orange flame burn at his fingertips for a moment. As a professional courtesy, then, I'll keep you informed. Leon smiled in thanks. As the lull in their conversation settled in, Elise squeezed Leon's arm and said, looks like Alcander might be having some trouble. Leon glanced over and saw his retainer looking a little flabbergasted with another young man invading his personal space, growling threats and insults under his breath as he got in Alcander's face. Out of here, barbarian scum, the man whispered, his voice still perfectly audible to Leon's 8th tier ears. That's not for you to decide, fuck boy, Alcander responded, not giving the other man an inch. Leon sighed and prepared himself for some kind of violence, though he didn't actually move anywhere. What are the rules governing violence at occasions like these? He asked those around him. I heard there were going to be some kind of fighting ring. Duels aren't unheard of, Elise replied with a pointed look to Narses. Given how multicultural Heaven's Eye can be, there aren't any hard and fast rules for decorum. A good fight will liven things up, I say, Valeria responded with a look of anticipation. She was madly grinning as Alcander and the man he'd apparently offended somehow continued their exchange of words. Yes, Narses practically moaned, drawing the word out and clearly relishing every vibration of his vocal cords. The only thing's better than a good drink is a good woman or a good fight. Without waiting another moment, Narses surged forth into the center of the courtyard. Alcander! He roared, getting everyone's attention. Daniel, it seems you two have volunteered yourselves. Leon immediately realized that just about all of the old people had been expecting this. Everyone who was clearly attending the party for Narses' sake and not Sophia's walked forward, excitedly whispering as they formed something that resembled a ring around the courtyard. What party is complete without a contest of strength? Narses continued, his voice growing ever louder as Sophia and the two Leon could only assume were her parents joined Narses in the center of the courtyard, all wearing enormous smiles. What celebration can even be called such without the spilling of a little blood? Alcander, Daniel, get over here and ready yourselves for battle. Chapter 786. Alcander's duel. Leon carefully sized up Alcander's opponent. Daniel, as Narses had called him, was a rather handsome man, but generically so, in Leon's uncharitable opinion. Classically handsome, but his eyes were just a little too close together, black hair that was just a little bit too long, and a long neck. His body seemed fit, but his shoulders were kind of narrow and out of proportion with the rest of him. Most relevantly, however, was his fairly stable 5th tier aura. Alcander was 5th tier as well, so it seemed like this little duel was going to be evenly matched. However, Leon still found it rather distasteful, as he quickly shared with Elise. Violence at a celebration, he whispered. Valeria responded first. Are you surprised? She asked. It is Narcis's. I suppose not, but I guess I thought that he might show a little more restraint for someone else's celebration, Elise responded. It really isn't just Sophia's celebration, though. This party is a way for Narcissus to celebrate with his peers and subordinates, for them to become familiar with Sophia who might follow Narcissus' footsteps and join Heaven's Eye, and for Sophia to allow those in Heaven's Eye who are interested either in her or Narcissus to try and court her. Yeah, Leon murmured. Yeah, I figured as much. And now we're part of the entertainment. Valeria replied, this isn't entertainment for Al. Leon grimaced slightly when he saw the deadly seriousness on Alkandar's face. He could understand, as Narcissus had allowed the two combatants to speak while Leon was conversing with his ladies. And Daniel was busy making his hostility clear. For some uncouth ragamuffin coming down here to take our women. I've picked more valuable things than you from between my toes, boy. And yet you still have the audacity to reach beyond your station. If no one else will show you the door, then I will take it upon myself to perform this service. Alkandar had turned red with obvious anger, but he kept himself in check. Leon could feel the killing intent emanating from him, but even then, it still felt quite regulated compared to whenever Alkandar found himself in violent situations. But then, as Narcissus indicated that it was Alkandar's turn to speak, he simply glanced toward Leon, and did so obviously enough that quite a few others in the room followed his gaze, including Daniel. And Leon smiled as he returned Alkandar's gaze. He held it for a moment, understanding just what Alkandar was doing, and then nodded once. If you lose, Al, you'll have nothing but bread and water for a week, Leon growled into Alkandar's mind, though he had little intention of following through on the threat. He just wanted to make sure that Alkandar knew he had license to go as hard as he needed to. Alkandar's smile widened. He was wearing an immaculately tailored suit, black and trimmed in silver, that hugged his body tightly. With an exaggerated flex, he tore the suit right off his body almost without moving. What few rags were left stubbornly clinging to his torso, he incinerated with a quick blaze of fire. He didn't say a word, merely glaring at Daniel like a lion eyeing prey. Leon felt pride in his retainer, and in the reactions among the crowd. He could tell that Alkandar had just made quite the impression, and while it wasn't uniformly positive, he could see a look of approval in Narcissus' eyes, and Sophia herself looked more than thrilled at Alkandar baring his fantastically built chest for all the world to see. Daniel, however, hardly even blinked, and simply assumed a fairly neutral fighting pose, raising his hands and lowering his center of gravity. It wasn't until Leon felt the air in the courtyard start to swirl around that he realized what Daniel's chosen element was. Now, then, Narcissus said, this is a duel to honor my house, and to honor my niece Sophia. So this fight will not be to the death. We will not fight with weapons, but with fists and magic. A true test of personal strength, absent any tools. I will step in when I have decided the fight is over, and Sophia will declare her chosen winner. So fight with honor, and glory will surely be yours, even if you don't vanquish your opponent. Leon smiled, recognizing that Narcissus had just given Sophia carte blanche to choose whoever she wanted to win, regardless of how the fight played out. Alkandar quickly assumed a fairly aggressive stance, and a moment, Narcissus and his family backed up. Then, the chief of security shouted, begin. Alkandar moved first, blazing across the few dozen feet between him and Daniel in fractions of a second, unarmed, but his hands burning with red fire. With fiery fists, Alkandar punched at Daniel again and again, and while the latter didn't seem to be dodging with ease, he still dodged and deflected all of Alkandar's strikes, not once letting Leon's retainer touch him with even a spark of fire or a single flake of skin. You're going to have to try harder than that, Daniel shouted, the quiver in his voice apparent to Leon, though it seemed not to many others. Leon saw Narcissus minutely scowl, though the expression was gone in favor of a wild smile as he tossed back a cup of wine. Alkandar didn't rise to the bait, to Leon's pleasant surprise. Instead, he doubled down, lunging with fist, then elbow, and then with knee and shin, his limbs alight. It seemed that Daniel was having more trouble than he was letting on, though, for in keeping with the traits of fire magic, Alkandar moved with explosive speed, but that speed came in bursts and couldn't be sustained. After every strike, he was left vulnerable to a counter for a fraction of a second, but Daniel seemed either unable or unwilling to capitalize on that opening, despite his otherwise superb defense. Leon quickly formulated a theory as to why as the fight continued. a thin layer of nearly transparent frost had covered Daniel's arms, showing him to be an ice mage of some skill. It was a subtle use of magic, but one that left him quite well protected from fire unless Alkander was able to get in a good hit. However, it seemed that ice was having a detrimental effect on Daniel's speed. Whether or not he could see Alkander's openings, Leon couldn't say, but it seemed clear enough to Leon that whether or not Daniel could see them, he simply couldn't move quickly enough to take advantage. It seemed that Daniel disagreed, however, and after several long minutes of being chased around the courtyard by Alkander, constantly on the defensive, Daniel decided to try and launch a counter. Or, Leon wondered, the jeers from the crowd were getting to the young nobleman. "Get that barbarian upstart," one of Daniel's companions shouted. "You've played with him enough, put him down," another roared. "End this farce, put this dog down," a third bellowed. To the credit of the crowd, most of those watching were quite well behaved, as much as spectators blatantly enjoying the show could be. It seemed that it was only Daniel's friends who were being so insultingly loud. Leon thought that maybe a few others might have been inclined to join in, but he could almost feel anxious gazes land upon him from time to time as the duel continued. Daniel, once he committed to whatever it was he was planning, straight on blocked one of Alkander's punches. Alkander had been utterly relentless up to this point, not letting his seeming inability to land a good hit on Daniel discourage him, and not letting Daniel take even a single breather. However, with the sudden change in strategy, Leon saw Alkander hesitate for just a moment, and in that moment, Daniel made his move. A spear of ice perhaps 6 feet long appeared in Daniel's hand, and he lunged forward with it, aiming directly for Alkander's chest. To Leon's 8th-tier senses, and with a little bit of lightning magic running through his veins, Daniel practically moved in slow motion. If Alkander were truly hurt, then Leon would be able to step in. However, as the ice spear lanced toward his retainer, Leon was completely relaxed. He could see Narses monitoring the duel far better than he seemed, as deep in his cups as he was, and more than that, Leon could feel Alkander's own aura rising to match Daniel's. As the man who'd done the most to train Alkander's fire magic, Leon knew that Alkander wasn't going to let something like this slow him down. If Daniel had been trying to get Alkander to exhaust himself, Leon knew that the young nobleman would taste nothing but bitter defeat. Alkander was an experienced warrior, trained personally by Leon, and had received some measure of advice from Zaffin. Sure enough, fire erupted from Alkander's chest, and Daniel's ice spear flash vaporized in his hand, practically exploding and eviscerating the nobleman's hand. Before Daniel even had a chance to scream in pain, Alkander was bringing his fist down upon the nobleman's head, and with a burst of fire, smashed the nobleman into unconsciousness. Daniel hit the floor, and the courtyard fell silent. Narses rather unhurriedly walked forward and tossed a very high-quality healing spell down onto the prone nobleman, then declared to the crowd. "Alkander has won. Is there anyone else who wishes to make a challenge against him?" Alkander stood strong and defiant, glaring at the crowd with his arms crossed. Leon briefly wondered if anyone would be stupid enough to follow Daniel's example, but as he began clapping, he glared around at the crowd, his aura menacing, his killing intent palpable. "Fantastic performance, Al," he pointedly shouted. In a blatant afterthought, he added, "And well done, Daniel." Everyone else in the courtyard, even those who'd been clearly hostile to Alkander's presence, began to clap as well, and not a single person stepped forward to challenge Alkander. Leon spared Sophia a quick glance, and as far as he could tell, she was absolutely smitten. She stared at Alkander with hearts in her eyes, and Leon smirked, knowing that any chance anyone else had against his retainer was non-existent, for it seemed he already had her heart. "If no one will fight Alkander," Narses continued, tacitly giving Alkander permission to return to Leon's side, "then is there anyone else who wishes to fight? No good party can be called such without a test of strength, and many are tested at great parties." Narses swept his gaze around the room, making eye contact with all those who'd come for the chance to court Sophia, man and woman alike, clearly impressing upon them his seriousness. It didn't take long for a couple other young men who'd clearly been unhappy with each other's presence stepped forward. At the same time, Daniel regained consciousness and was helped to some seats at the edge of the courtyard where he could nurse his bruised ego. As Alkander rejoined Leon and his ladies, Leon said, "Good job. I'd never bring you dishonor, my lord," Alkander said without a hint of sarcasm or irony. "Good," Leon replied, "now drop the lord garbage until I've actually earned such title." "What if you've already earned it?" Alkander asked, flashing Leon a quick smile. Leon met his gaze, confusion lancing through his mind until Alcander quietly added, "You've always had my back, Leon. With the vampires, with the shit we got into in the north, with the civil war and the campaign in the Serpentine Isles, now with this. I don't think I can ever express my thanks to you, so I'll do my best to make it clear through my actions. You've always had my back, Leon. It's only fair that I always have yours." Leon couldn't help himself. A wide grin broke out onto his normally stoic face and he had to look away from Alcander to keep himself from breaking down completely. It took him a long moment to regain his usual demeanor, during which both Valeria and Elise stared at him, wide grins of their own piercing directly to his core, telling him without words that they were never going to forget this moment, and were probably going to be bringing it up at least 1,000,000 times before they were all dead and gone. But for now, he focused on putting his usual expression back on, then turned back to Alcander and finally replied, "Sounds good to me." Alcander clapped him on the back, hardly looking at all like he'd exerted himself at all during his duel. Leon knew that there was no way in any hell he missed Leon's mad grin, and he was grateful beyond words that he wasn't going to address it. So, to distract himself, he turned his attention to the rather boring duels that Sophia's friends and suitors subjected themselves to, for her and everyone else's entertainment. Alcander wasn't the only one of Leon's retainers who had business with him, all of them were focusing on their own projects or training, and he made sure to carve out some time to touch base with everyone. Helen and Anna filled their days with their alchemy and beastmaster work, respectively. Anna was especially busy since the 2 wyvernlings that they'd taken from the Ares were growing rapidly and could no longer be housed in Leon's villa, on top of the problem that their presence was bringing out Red's territorial instincts. Gaius, Marcus, and Alex threw themselves into their training, leading Leon to think that they had no personal business they had to take care of. It wasn't long before that impression changed. Leon had just been walking back to the villa from his workshop when Marcus came running out to meet him. "Leon!" he loudly called out as he came an almost skidding halt in front of Leon. "What's wrong?" Leon asked, his heart rate spiking as he thought that something must be wrong if Marcus was so clearly disturbed. "I need your permission to head out on a hunt," Marcus asked. Leon stared at him for a moment, then let out a deep breath of relief. After a moment spent calming himself down, he asked, "What's going on? Why do you want to go hunting?" Marcus didn't immediately answer, but from the way he avoided Leon's gaze for a moment, Leon thought something was amiss. He sputtered for a moment. Marcus went quiet for a moment, and Leon let him silently gather himself before continuing. When he was ready, Marcus looked him in the eye and, with deadly seriousness, said, "I need a vacation." "Ah," Leon replied, "I see. Not going to lie, you were making me think something much bigger was going on. No, sorry about that. But Leon, honestly, well, things have been going pretty hard for a while now, even if the rest of us haven't been directly involved in a lot of it. It's been mentally taxing, shall we say. And I got word from home recently. My older sister is actually in the Ilian Empire." "She is," Leon responded, surprise blasting through his mind. "She is," Marcus confirmed. "Princess Christina is still here as ambassador, and my sister was hand-delivering some correspondence from the Bull King to her. Since she was in the area, it seems she decided to look us up. I was hoping for a bit of time off, no need for all the excuses," Leon said, a quick wave of his hand. "Your family is here, I need nothing more. Take all the time you need." Marcus's face practically split in half from his smile, but he didn't immediately accept. "Leon," he whispered, "my sister has also been pestering me for a meeting with you. Has she said why?" "Just to satisfy the curiosity of those back in the Bull Kingdom. It seems that there are some back home that are curious as to how we're doing, and my sister's job isn't just to deliver some mail for the princess, she's also here to make sure we're doing all right." Leon nodded as Marcus gave his explanation. He couldn't deny that he was rather touched that people like the Bull King were interested in checking up on him, but he hadn't thought that he was close enough to any of them to warrant such concern. He hadn't even been that bothered to do likewise. Christina did come visit on occasion, but for the most part, she was more interested in meeting with Valeria and Elise, so he usually made himself scarce when she showed up. "I brought up the idea of a hunt," Marcus continued, "and she agreed." As he trailed off, Leon got the distinct impression that he wasn't telling him everything. "Were there some conditions to her agreement?" Leon asked, trying to force out whatever it was that had Marcus so out of sorts. "No conditions, really," Marcus anxiously replied. However, she did say that she wouldn't mind if you were to tag along. You've never actually met her, have you? No, I haven't. She's quite curious about you. I mean, she was sent all the way here partially to get an update about you for the Bull King, and from what I can gather, you're still pretty frequently the subject of conversation back home. Leon sighed. I'll be honest, heading out on a hunt sounds damn therapeutic right about now, but it's not politically convenient. Given all that's happened recently, I need to stay in Oculera for a while. Marcus grimaced. Right, sorry about that, I almost forgot with my own family business on my mind. You'll still meet her, right? Of course, just send her my way when she's in and has some time. I wouldn't mind hearing how the Bull Kingdom's doing, myself. Leon surprised himself with just how much he meant those words. It wasn't that much, of course, but it was more than he'd expected. Marcus quickly agreed, and ran off to arrange a quick meeting, and Leon began to mentally prepare himself for a meeting with his older sister. Chapter 787. A memorable visit. Claudia, Marcus's older sister, looked quite a bit like him, rather tall, though not overly so, sharp eyes that didn't wander, dark brown hair cropped short, tanned skin that spoke of long days spent in the sun, and a body that had been obviously trained for combat. She matched Marcus in magical power, but given there was almost 2 decades between them, Leon thought that Marcus would be passing her by quite soon. She rolled up to his villa in a fairly small carriage and without entourage, but Leon, Elise, and Marcus met her out in his front courtyard anyway, treating her as an esteemed guest. From there, Leon escorted her inside, and then to his largest inner courtyard where they could speak. I love your home, Claudia politely gushed as she was escorted through the villa's halls. It feels like I've gone back home a little bit, we were a little nostalgic for home, Elise replied. It just felt right to bring a little bit of it here with us. It has to have been expensive, Claudia wondered aloud. Fairly so, Leon answered. There aren't many quarries nearby that cut white marble of decent quality. We had to get much of the stone used in the facade imported. Claudia grimaced as they entered the inner courtyard and could see all the marble on display, and there was quite a bit to see. She didn't have too long to take it all in, though, as Leon gestured over to a small square of couches and tables waiting for them, with plenty of fruit and drinks for them to pick at during their meeting. As they sat, Claudia and Marcus on one side of the central table, Leon and Elise on the other, Leon decided to cut right to the heart of her visit. So, how are things in the Bull Kingdom? Claudia had been fairly friendly up to that point, but as they got down to business, her demeanor shifted quite sharply, her eyes narrowing and smile thinning. Things have been going quite well since you left. Her low tone sounding almost sarcastic, as if it were Leon's absence that caused the Bull Kingdom's prosperity. Ignoring that implication, Leon simply said, wonderful to hear. Talfar's invasion, Trajan's death, August and Octavius' disagreements, and the campaign in the Serpentine Isles led to great suffering for the kingdom. It's good to hear it's been on the mend. Yes, we've been at peace for these past few years, Claudia continued. Our fleets and legions have been rebuilt and our defenses have been restored. Our suzerainty over the northern vales and Serpentine Isles has crystallized, and our economy is growing again. All in all, the kingdom's future is looking bright right now. Claudia seemed to be bragging at this point, taking a great deal of pride in the kingdom's restoration. Leon could understand that, but she stared at him quite strangely the entire time, as if the most important thing to her was his reaction. Has the volatile political situation stabilized? Elise asked while Leon stared back at Claudia, wondered just what was on her mind. Yes, Claudia swiftly replied. Marcus quickly interjected, sounding a little nervous, as if he were expecting them to start fighting at the drop of a hat. It seems like there haven't been any revolts since the remnants of Octavius' faction finally surrendered. The power of the nobles has been crushed, and their lands have mostly been confiscated by the crown. It seems like much of the kingdom's prosperity is due to the immense wealth this has generated for the Bull King, allowing him to finance the reconstruction. Smart man, that Julius, Leon observed. Would have been easy, I think, to just give those titles back out to people he liked and kept the status quo, same system, just new management deal. Harder to implement change. How has your family been handling all this change, if I might ask? Leon smiled at Claudia, hoping to prod at her a bit for her attitude so far. He didn't want to start an actual fight, but she was just rubbing him the wrong way. Quite well, Claudia answered, her statement accompanied by a slight smile from Marcus. We're wealthy, and even without our titles, that hasn't changed. Fantastic to hear, Elise exclaimed as she subtly pinched Leon's arm, a silent signal to get him to back off. Leon complied, asking, and the royal family itself? How has August and the king been doing? Happy and healthy, Claudia responded. His Majesty formally declared August the crown prince about a year after your departure, and has been slowly handing off more and more responsibilities to him these past few years. King Julius is still quite healthy, but it seems to many that he's preparing for retirement. August himself wed the former Duchess of Vesentio, and they already have 2 children. Already? Leon asked, his surprise genuine. Good for him, he certainly works fast, Elise said with a pointed, though still loving smile sent Leon's way. Leon returned it with a smile of his own, and he hugged her tighter against him, Marcus and Claudia forgotten for a moment. He was about to ask more questions when he suddenly felt a burst of intense killing intent erupt from the sky seemingly out of nowhere. He barely had time to summon his magic power before his villa shook down to its foundations as the earth itself seemed to try and swallow it whole. Enormous cracks opened out in the fields that spread around the villa, destroying many crops and causing many of Leon's workers to run for their lives. The wards on his villa remained strong, however, and even though Leon could hear and sense much damage being done to his home, it largely remained intact under this onslaught. Get back! He roared as he shot to his feet. His body blazed with silver-blue lightning and his magic power reached up into the sky, forming storm clouds in a moment. He cast his magic senses upward, hoping to catch a glimpse of the course of the killing intent he'd sensed, and when he saw it, his blood ran cold. 3 figures hovered over his villa, all radiating auras greater than his own. All were dressed similarly, and with similar austerity. They wore ill-fitting brown robes and all had shaved their heads clean of hair. They were powerful, but the man in the center radiated the kind of pressure that Leon had only ever felt from Anastasios, the Grand Druid, and the Sunlit Emperor. It seemed that the Emperor figure of the East had finally come to pay him a visit, and his villa was suffering for it. Had to happen while Anastasios was in the city, didn't it? Leon thought as fear and anger went to war within him for the position of dominant emotion. Leon could feel these 3's power suffusing the earth around his villa, and he knew without a shadow of a doubt that they were responsible for this attack on his villa. Without hesitation or any expectation that he would be able to do much against them, he summoned the biggest lightning bolts he could from the clouds above. Clearly sensing what was about to hit them, the 2 9th-tier mages raised their hands and conjured a pair of simple iron bars above themselves. Leon's called lightning then fell from the sky, but the powerful golden bolts, aimed at his villa's assailants, were wrested from Leon's control and struck the iron bars. Leon scowled, able to feel the lightning magic within those bars. He felt insulted and degraded that his power could be so easily redirected, but he did his best to keep a cool head. Instead of following up, he glanced at his companions. Marcus already had his armor on, a bow in hand, and an explosive arrow nocked. Claudia had retreated further into the villa, covering a terrified Elise, who'd also donned her armor. The rest of Leon's family and retinue were already moving towards him, and it looked like Maya was going to reach him first. But with 2 9th-tier and 1 10th-tier mage above him, Leon wondered if they'd reach him in time. That thought had barely crossed his mind before the 10th-tier mage plummeted like a meteor, smashing into the center of Leon's courtyard so hard that it sent cracked spider webbing from corner to corner. Without hesitation, Leon conjured a silver-blue lightning bolt and hurled it at the mage, intending to hopefully consume his attention as Elise retreated. His blood filled with lightning and adrenaline, and as the bolt left his hand, he roared into his soul realm, Zaffin. The demon didn't respond verbally, but Leon felt his fiery power open up, and without hesitation, he pulled on that thread that connected them. A moment later, Zaffin erupted into being at his side, while at the same time a water dragon carrying Maya came roaring over the rooftop, depositing the river nymph on Leon's other side. Only a moment later, Marcus's arrow and Leon's bolt reached their target, but the 10th-tier mage hardly seemed to care as his skin hardened into black stone. The power of Leon and Marcus's attacks didn't even chip off a pebble from their 10th-tier assailant. Maya's water dragon charged, barreling through the courtyard as its own outer body froze into icy plates, while Zaffin conjured 100 burning bats in the air to follow. The courtyard's marble floors, however, erupted upward, spikes and shrapnel tearing the ice dragon and fire bats to pieces, the magic making them up forcibly dissipated. Maya's serpentine dragon practically vaporized while Zaffin's fire bats simply vanished. The 10th tier mage then began walking forward as calmly as if he were just taking a leisurely stroll, the marble spikes bending around him as if they were terrified of getting in his way. The man flicked his finger and the ground beneath Marcus cracked open, but the villa's wards flared and the crack didn't open wide enough to swallow him up, giving him plenty of time to leap backward and knock another arrow. For the first time, the man spoke, his voice seeming to resonate within the earth and stone beneath and around Leon's group. "Lay down your weapons and surrender. None of you are responsible for this devil, whose lineage must never spread." In unison, Leon conjured the most powerful bolt he could and hurled it at the mage. Zafin unleashed a hellstorm of fire, Maya summoned a dozen ice spears and launched them, and Marcus let his arrow fly with one of Leon's most powerful spells attached. However, the marble in front of the mage curled upward like bent sheet metal, shielding the mage from Leon's bolt. The marble exploded backward, but the man simply clenched his fingers and conjured a more powerful wall, the thing barely snapping into place to block the fusillade of additional magical strikes. "Keep it up," Leon shouted, and Marcus pulled more spell arrows from his soul realm to fire. Maya conjured another ice dragon to snake around the stone wall in a flanking action, and Zafin kept up the pressure with his demon fire. Leon, meanwhile, took the risk to glance upward, noting that the two 9th tier mages hadn't made another move. He could sense the lightning magic swirling around the iron bars floating above them, and after noting that the 10th tier mage seemed more than willing to wait a moment for their barrage to peter out, he shifted his target. Leon reached upward with his magic, sending the vast majority of it into the clouds above. This wasn't missed by the two 9th tier mages, but what they did seem to miss were the few strands that he snaked into the iron bars. They'd pulled his bolts in with lightning magic, and he wasn't going to allow that. Two more bolts fell from the sky a moment later, and Leon snapped the relatively unprotected enchantments on the iron bars at the same time. The bolts struck the bars, the heat from his lightning flash melting them, and both 9th tier mages had to suddenly use their magic to prevent molten iron from falling down upon them, clearly not expecting Leon to subvert their lightning defenses. Without giving them a moment's pause, Leon called a dozen more bolts from the sky apiece, each one striking the 9th tier mages, and since they were hovering in the sky, they took the full brunt of Leon's magic. The flash of his lightning was blinding, the thunder was so deafening that it shook the villa's weakened foundations, but the 9th tier mages fell from the sky, their brown robes all but burned off and a few small burns and bloody gashes torn into their bodies. But they landed on their feet next to the 10th tier mage, their eyes burning with fury, their killing intent flooding the villa. "Monster!" The 10th tier mage roared as his stony shield exploded outward. Expecting something like this to happen, Leon reached into his villa's wards and activated a light enchantment he'd hoped to never have to use. A shield of white light snapped into place between the columns forming the courtyard's peristyle, separating Leon's group from their assaulters. At the same time, he conjured the enchanted gem that allowed him to telekinetically manipulate stone and attempted to deflect the incoming rain of sharp stone, while reaching for the Tau Pearl and attempting to get it to form another shield of light in front of him and his people. His enchanted gem did next to nothing, though given he was competing with a 10th tier mage for control of the stones, he wasn't surprised. His villa's light shield held a little better, but each stone, none bigger than Leon's palm, struck with force great enough to blast the columns into dust, and the shield collapsed after only half a dozen impacts. Leon watched practically in slow motion with lightning rushing through his body as hundreds more stones rocketed towards him and his people, until at the last possible second, another shield sprang up between them, this one powered by the acquiescing Tau Pearl. The Pearl's shield didn't collapse under the onslaught, the stones exploding upon it with such force that Leon went sliding backward with every impact. Marcus, Zafin, and Maya followed him back, staying behind the Pearl's shield. After 3 agonizingly long seconds, the stones stopped impacting the shield, and the Tau Pearl dropped the shield of its own volition. Leon, breathing dreadfully hard, stared defiantly at the 3 who'd assaulted his villa, but as the Tau Pearl's shield finished dissolving, all 3 were staring at him with what looked like the deepest shock and surprise that they could express. For several long seconds, no one moved, Leon's side summoning all the power they could, while the 9th tier mages went from staring at Leon to staring at the 10th tier mage, clearly seeking guidance. However, before the 10th tier mage could give any, a voice boomed from Ocularis so loudly that it sent a wave along Leon's storm clouds and echoed for miles further. "Keeper." Leon recognized the voice of Anastasios, and he felt no small amount of relief as the Lord Protector crossed from the deepest part of Oculara to above Leon's villa in a matter of seconds, his body glowing like a new sun above Leon's home. Following him just a second later were 4 more 9th-tier mages, all riding in flying chariots and armored to the teeth. "Stand down," Anastasios roared. The 2 9th-tier mages that were assaulting Leon's villa looked once more to their leader, doubt more clearly entering their eyes, and after one of the tensest moments of Leon's life, the 10th-tier mage held up his hand, silently telling them to stand down. As they relaxed, Leon did not, and neither did his people. But a fraction of a second later, Anastasios appeared between them, his back to Leon as he glared at the 3 who'd assaulted the villa. "You have violated our peace, Keeper," Anastasios growled, his aura and killing intent easily matching that of Keeper. "Explain yourself. You have harbored the enemy of all life on Eterna," Keeper replied as if he were merely discussing the weather. However, his attitude quickly shifted into an accusatory glare, his white pupilless eyes still seemingly staring right at Anastasios. "It should be you explaining yourself. Instead, this is my empire, and those within it are my responsibility," Anastasios growled. "You have no power here to do as you please. Depart immediately, or you will suffer my wrath." Keeper remained stoic, hardly visibly reacting, but he seemed to glare back at Leon and deliberate with great care. After almost 5 seconds, he simply nodded, and he, with his 9th-tier comrades in tow, rose into the air and began roughly northeast. Anastasios, 4 9th-tier mages followed them, apparently ensuring that they were actually leaving. Only then did Leon allow himself to start relaxing. "Marcus," he whispered, his voice hoarse. "See to Elise and your sister." Marcus nodded in thanks and ran in their direction. Without another word, Leon looked to Zaffin. The fire demon nodded to him, but a quick suspicious glance to Anastasios was all Leon needed to know that the demon was still good to go, if need be. Zaffin then shrank into a tiny ball of fire and shot into Leon's chest, returning to Leon's soul realm. Maya, Leon didn't for a moment consider sending away. However, he did remove his helmet and sent a message to the rest of his family and retinue, letting them know that the danger had passed, at least momentarily. He also sent a message to the head of his household staff to get an accounting of the damage and get the rest of the staff organized. Only when all that was done did he turn back to Anastasios, who in that time had turned around and approached him, but kindly waited until Leon was done getting reorganized. "Thank you, Lord Protector," Leon formally stated, his composure now regained. "Think nothing of it, Leon," Anastasios replied. "But I think we should have a quick talk, no?" Chapter 788. Another guest. "That all happened much sooner than I anticipated," Anastasios murmured as he and Leon sat down in one of Leon's private sitting rooms, the enchantments in the walls still robust despite the damage that Leon's villa took during Keeper's assault. "Leon, I humbly apologize, the Keeper never should have gotten this far." Leon, his mind still reeling from his villa barely managing to remain intact despite suffering an attack by a 10th-tier mage with 2 9th-tier mages providing backup, sighed and slouched into his chair. "Keeper? Was that the Emperor of the East? The leader of the Sentinels?" "Yes," Anastasios confirmed. "Not exactly an emperor, but close enough, I suppose. He's always been dedicated, but extreme. I believe you already know that you've been watched for years, since even before you came south." Leon nodded. Anastasios grimaced slightly as he continued, "Keeper has been against the idea of an alliance with you right from the start. He's always advocated killing you as soon as possible, to end the threat you might pose to the Imperial Order with as little bloodshed as we can manage. He's not interested in what you can offer to us, he doesn't care if you are the complete opposite of your ancestors, he doesn't believe in redemption. In his eyes, the crimes your ancestors committed here have damned your entire bloodline, and the worst possible thing that could happen according to him, anyway, would be you linking up with the Sky Devils and making another go of conquering Eterna. Ever since you came south, I and the Grand Druid have been running interference, so to speak. We've managed to keep him from doing anything more than advocating for your death, but it seems you speaking with a few Sky Devils spooked him into action." Leon absorbed all of this with a rapidly deepening frown. "How did he get this far into the Ilian Empire?" he asked. "I get that he's a 10th-tier mage and, as the leader of his people, likely has access to magic and powers that few, if any, can match on this plane, but I figured that entering your empire without notice would have been beyond even his capabilities." Anastasios sighed again and responded, "Our border defenses are strong, but nothing's impregnable. Besides, we're not at war with the Sentinels, so we're not exactly on the lookout for anything from the east. We're not going to war with them, but I think we're going to be giving our current defense strategy quite the makeover in the next few weeks." Leon nodded. "Leon, again, I have to apologize. Even with all of this happening, I thought that my presence in the city would have prevented something like this from happening. I can only count us both lucky that you're powerful and that the wards on your home are strong." Leon waved his hand dismissively. "You don't control the keeper, don't apologize for his actions. Just help me keep something like this from happening again, and we can call ourselves even." Of course, Leon and Anastasios both smiled, but their expressions weren't as warm as their words might have implied. "Can't have me dying before squeezing all you can from me, can you?" Leon cynically thought, and he imagined Anastasios was thinking something similar. "The Grand Druid will be coming soon," Anastasios said, surprising Leon a bit. "So soon, and she's coming here, to Oculara." "Yes, if you're open to cooperation, then she wants in, and I would never try to monopolize your talents and generosity. Of course you wouldn't. Together, I believe that we'll be able to keep Keeper off your back." "How will that work?" Leon asked. "I can't imagine either of you will be happy to stay here in Oculara for long, not when your empires might need you. You'll have to leave soon enough, and what will happen then? Should I expect another attack from Keeper?" Left unsaid were Leon's plans for rapidly gaining power. With the Hesperidic apples, he figured that he might be to close the gap between himself and the Keeper within a short enough time to startle the rest of the plane, but even if it only took another decade, that could still be far too much time. At any point during those years, the Keeper could return and kill him properly this time, and the only things between him and the Keeper right now were Anastasios and the Grand Druid. He was under no illusions that they would remain in the city for as long as was needed to keep him alive, and that was even assuming they would allow him to reach the 10th tier, anyway. If he were to grow that strong, then he could potentially tell them to suck it the next time they came by for help with some old things they had of his clan, and there wouldn't be much they could do about it. As cooperative as he might be, he didn't for a moment think that they didn't consider him a threat. "I could always marry Cassandra," Leon thought as he fought to keep the scowl of disgust off his face at the prospect. "That would certainly guarantee the Grand Druid remaining on my side. But fuck that. Fuck that." He liked Cassandra, but not that much, and he wasn't about to whore himself out for protection, no matter how much it might make his life safer and easier. "As much as I'd like to stay here and chat for a bit," Anastasios said as he rose from his seat, "this confrontation is going to have some political consequences. I'll keep an eye on your home, but I need to head back to the city and deal with this." Leon suppressed a scowl, but understood. Two emperor-level figures having a confrontation like that in his villa sounded like the kind of political headache that would give him a migraine, but after a moment of thought, he realized that it was something he was going to have to get used to. There would likely be more confrontations of that nature going on in his life, if he were to achieve his goals. Leon rose to see the Lord Protector out, both of them returning to the courtyard where Anastasios lifted up into the sky and flew back into the city, though the 4 9th-tier mages who'd accompanied him stayed behind. After seeing the Lord Protector off, Leon sighed and, before he started inspecting the damage, checked back in with everyone. Despite a few of his field workers having fallen into the massive cracks that the Keeper had opened in his field, everyone was relatively fine. Scrapes, bruises, a couple of broken bones, but nothing that couldn't be fixed with a healing spell or potion, both of which Leon was more than happy to hand out. Leon could only count himself lucky that the Keeper was focused entirely on him during the attack. But, for as undamaged as his people were from that confrontation, his estate was another story. The fields where Elise and Helen grew medicinal herbs was torn asunder, the foundations of his villa were cracked and shattered in 1,000 places, his wards were ripped apart, and a few empty rooms had their ceilings collapse. Leon conservatively estimated the damages as at least 10 million silvers, and likely double or even triple that amount. It was going to take either a lot of workers, or the attention of a powerful earth mage to fix all of this damage, and neither of those things came cheaply. Fortunately, he was a chief in Heaven's Eye, and he could afford to fix all of it. So, he put the damage to his home out of his mind, content in the knowledge that no one had been irreparably hurt, and went to spend some time with Elise. This was the second time their home had been attacked by his enemies in so overt a manner. When Leon found her, she was practically hysterical, barely able to get a coherent word out as she latched onto him and cried out all of her terror into his shirt. During this time, Marcus saw his sister out, and Leon found himself mildly amused at the prospect of just what she might report back to the Bull Kingdom. After a while, Maya and Valeria joined Leon and Elise, and they were all able to go over just what had happened, and what was going to happen shortly. With her emotions vented and with a purpose in mind, Elise sprang up and got to work. If the Lord Protector was going to continue to stay here, then they had to clean up doubly so if the Grand Druid was going to be putting in an appearance. So, Leon set aside any thoughts of work for the next few days. He needed to get the wards on the villa back up and running. It had been years since he'd put them up, and in that time, his skill and experience in enchanting had grown. He already had ideas about stronger and more secure enchantments he could put on the villa. It's honestly terrifying, Alex muttered. It is what it is, Gaius whispered back. If we're going to be following Leon, then I think you have to prepare yourself to rub shoulders with the strong. But still, one 10th tier mage and his folks who spend most days in the city is one thing. Having two around just makes my knees shake. Leon quietly sighed as he stood on his front steps, Elise, Maya, and Valeria at his side, the rest of his retinue just behind him. Out in his front courtyard was the Lord Protector, his 4 9th tier guards, and several others in his entourage who weren't staying in Leon's villa, all decked out and arrayed in formal clothes and formation. Notable by their absence were any local magistrates or Heaven's Eye officials. They were waiting back at the docks for the Grand Druid's ship, but the Grand Druid herself wasn't going to stay long in the city before coming straight to Leon's villa. Consequently, Anastasios had floated the idea to Leon of waiting for her at his home instead of at the docks. Leon, not wanting to head down to the docks and wanting to send a subtle message by having the Grand Druid come to his villa instead of meeting her partway, agreed. Before he responded to Alex and Gaius, he glanced back at his villa. Only 3 days had passed since the Keeper's attack, but with Elise's management, Leon's wealth, and Anastasios' embarrassment, the three of them had managed to completely fix the villa's structure in less than a day. Fixing up the fields didn't take more than a couple of hours on the second day, and Leon took the opportunity to practice a bit of his earth magic. However, what had taken up just about the rest of Leon's waking hours since getting his home physically fixed was re-implementing his defense wards. His light shield had performed quite well, considering what it had gone up against, but he upgraded it with more power. The reinforcement enchantments, however, had done little to stop the Keeper from destroying so much of his villa. He supposed that the fact that there was so much of his villa left after the attack was proof that his wards were effective, but a failure was still a failure, and he knew he could do better. Still, he needed more time to get all of those wards back into place, and were the Grand Druid not due to arrive in a matter of minutes, he would still be working on them. Just avoid them as much as you can, Leon whispered back to Alex. If it matters that much, then double down on your training and close the gap between you. Interacting with a 10th tier mage is one thing when you're only 5th tier, it's quite another when you're much stronger. I'm not you, Alex protested. I don't have super fancy storm blood that these people are interested in. Leon just smiled. All the more reason to train. Once I get these damn wards set back up, I'll be right there with you. I may have super fancy storm blood, but it's proven quite lacking in recent days, hasn't it? Alex nervously chuckled, but whatever was to be her response died in her throat as the Grand Druid's entourage finally arrived. It wasn't that large, being much smaller than Anastasios. Her entire party was spread out over about a dozen steel carriages, and totaled less than 100. However, the average power of each of those 100 startled Leon as he noted 4 more 9th tier mages, a dozen of the 8th tier, and more than 30 of the 7th tier. The sheer amount of power that the Grand Druid brought with her left him completely speechless as they climbed out of the carriages and revealed themselves. The Grand Druid was the last one to show her face, emerging from the largest and most ornate carriage and looking both worried and furious. For a moment, Leon expected Cassandra to pop out of the carriage too, and was both relieved and disappointed when the princess remained absent. Without any fanfare, the Grand Druid, completely silently, wasted no time in walking towards Leon. Grand Druid, Anastasios called out as she approached. Lovely to see you, Aga. The Grand Druid barely even spared him a look as she brushed past Anastasios' assembled party in favor of approaching Leon. To his credit, Anastasios didn't look at all put out by her apparent snub. Leon, the Grand Druid exclaimed, sounding for all the world like nothing more than a concerned, doting grandmother. Are you all right? I heard what happened and came here as soon as I could. Utterly ignoring Leon's rather blatant, if silent, indications not to. The Grand Druid rushed forward and pulled him into a deep, familial hug. You were already on the way, Anastasios retorted with some humor as he followed the Grand Druid over. It's not like you were in Evergold and dropped everything to come here after the Keeper overstepped. Oh hush, you, the Grand Druid responded, still holding Leon's head against her shoulder. I was deeply concerned for my future grandson-in-law. When was that decided? Anastasios wondered. It wasn't, Leon declared as he finally managed to extricate himself from the Grand Druid's grasp. It wasn't, he said again with a little more poise and dignity. Then, he plastered a smile across his face, doing his best to make it seem genuine, and said, Grand Druid, welcome to my home. I would be honored to host you for as long as you are to remain in the city, if you find other accommodations unsuitable. Leon desperately hoped she did have other accommodations, but he knew that that was unlikely. Indeed, he was proven right when her face lit up like a lightning lance and she exclaimed, I would love to stay here. While I fully endorse you marrying my precious granddaughter, I do have to do all my due diligence, after all. Leon replied as he moved to complete the greetings with the rest of his family and retinue. Fortunately, that didn't take too long, and 10 minutes later, he was taking seat in a private sitting room, just him, Anastasios, and the Grand Druid. All right, Leon said, I'll give you the same deal I gave the Lord Protector. You get a room for yourself, and I'll put up with 4 of your entourage. Everyone else has to find somewhere else to sleep. Fair enough, the Grand Druid replied, looking about as interested in such matters as she was in the dust beneath her fingernails. Leon, I have to congratulate you on your promotion. Quite an accomplishment for someone of your age. Thank you, Leon said, unfazed by her change in topic. Shall we get down to business? I've had some time to think, and I know what you're here for and what you want, so let's just dispense with the garbage in the way and get working, yeah. I have a lot on my plate right now, just going right for the kill, huh? Anastasios quipped, can't even give us some warning, first. I have less patience than time, and I have very little time. So be it. Now, the Keeper, right, the Grand Druid whispered with a hint of contempt in her voice. He seems to have forgotten the old accords. What? Leon asked. Informal agreements between those of us at the top of our respective mountains, Anastasios explained. All the plain would suffer if those of our power truly clashed. So, while we have no treaties in writing, we leave that sort of thing to our emperors. Proper, we do our best to adhere to a couple rules. First, the Grand Druid continued as Anastasios paused, is that we don't solve our problems with violence. We meet up to discuss topics of interest, and any disagreements we have are to be solved during these conferences. If we're unable to come to some conclusion to any disagreement, then an unrelated 10th tier mage is to act as mediator and, if need be, an arbitrator. Second, Anastasios jumped back in, is that we'd respect territorial boundaries. Conflicts inevitably happen when 2 of us are in any one place for too long, unaligned motives and goals, and all that, so we stay out of each other's hair as much as is possible. When we do meet up for our conferences, it's never in person. We simply communicate as best we can in other ways. Leon nodded, expecting more rules. When none were forthcoming, he gave both of them a confused look. Is that it? Just 2 informal agreements? Just staying out of each other's way, is it? And if that's the case, why are you 2 so eager to be around each other? Wouldn't that cause problems with the Keeper and the Sunlit Emperor? If I were either of them, I might think that you 2 were putting together a political bloc that could upset the balance of power. Oh, Sunlit is too absorbed in his own proclivities to think of that, the Grand Druid said with far less disguised contempt than when she spoke of the Keeper. And old Keeper is suspicious of everyone, Anastasios added, so his reaction to us is the same no matter what we do. But we'll keep him in line, the Grand Druid stated, a dangerous look in her gleaming red eyes. Someone making moves against you before my Cassandra has properly asserted her territory cannot be taken lightly. Leon grimaced. I would really rather you stop referring to me like that. I'm not Cassandra's property. Of course you aren't, dear, the Grand Druid replied. Not yet, anyway, not ever, more like. Of course. The Grand Druid repeated. But, if you don't want Cassandra, then what is it you do want? I can be accommodating, if you're willing to be the same. After all, I've heard that you and Anna over here have your own arrangements. Leon's eyebrows rose at her shortening of Anastasios' name, but he let it go by without comment. Anastasios himself seemed taken aback and a little embarrassed that she'd said it. But his response didn't wait a moment longer. I want your crown, Leon declared, and he reveled in her look of sudden shock, momentary though it was. When he'd first met the Grand Druid, she'd been wearing a beautiful crown that Nestor had identified as belonging to his sister, the only daughter of Jason Karanos. When Leon wondered just what the Grand Druid might be able to pay for his services with whatever legacies she'd taken from his clan that she might want him to help her unlock, aside from security guarantees, the crown was an easy choice. He didn't even care that much if the thing had any practical value, though if it did, then all the better. So, the Grand Druid whispered, "You recognized it as something of value, then?" "It's something I want," Leon said, not wanting to offer up any information that she might not have. "That's my price. Lord Protector Anastasios has given me his support and a guarantee of security in exchange for helping him with some of my clan's old stuff lying around Ilion or wherever it's been squirreled away. Is my security guarantee not worth as much?" the Grand Druid asked. Leon candidly replied, "Given that I'm living within the Ilion Empire and have no plans to change that, yes, his security guarantee is most valuable than any others on offer. Now, I also plan to ask for yours, but I believe that with your duties keeping you thousands of miles away from Oculara, that anything you might want my help with will cost a little extra. And that little extra is that crown. So, weigh keeping that crown with whatever you might gain from me." "Is it were," interrupting Leon, the Grand Druid simply said, "Done." Without another word, she conjured the golden crown from her soul realm and casually spun it on her finger. "Nestor," Leon whispered into his soul realm, a little nonplussed at her reaction, but taking it as much in stride as he could. "It's real," the dead man replied. "Very well," Leon replied as he leaned forward and held out his hand. The Grand Druid betrayed her thoughts a bit when she hesitated for a fraction of a second, but in the end, put the crown in Leon's hand, who immediately pulled it into his soul realm. "And it's done," Leon said with a smile on his face. He had 2 10th-tier mages in his corner at least, for now. He had some obligations to them, of course, but at the very least, he didn't think he'd have to worry about another attack on his villa anytime soon. Chapter 789, Preparing for the Future. The director seethed, and for that, Leon felt a strange sense of glee. Sure, he was infuriated that the keeper had attacked him and broke so much of his villa, but in the days since, he'd calmed down enough that seeing the director so irate was far more fun than wallowing in anger against the Sentinels, head of state. Still, Leon could tell that the director's ire wasn't solely reserved for the keeper, though the keeper was certainly getting most of it. The fact that this meeting had been delayed until after the Grand Druid's arrival stuck in the director's craw, too, but Leon had been careful not to leave his villa following the attack, and the director had been unwilling to leave the hexagon for too long, either. As a result, they hadn't been able to touch base with each other until now. Now that they were speaking, Leon's story of that day destroyed any calm that might have settled over the director. "I can't believe that he did that," the director wrathfully muttered as he leaned over his desk. "Is it really so hard to believe?" Leon asked. "He seems rather zealous in his beliefs, or such is the impression I have from the Grand Druid and Lord Protector, and combined with his obvious power, maybe he felt untouchable. Maybe his concerns about me prompted him to do this." "Trying to excuse his behavior, Leon?" the director asked, his tone sounding genuinely surprised. "Not at all," Leon replied with a vicious smile. "He came damn close to killing Elise, Marcus, and Marcus's sister. People trying to kill me is easy to forgive, it's when they try to hurt those close to me that grudges form. And Keeper tried to kill someone very close to me." The director grunted. "Good thing he was run off, then. This whole thing was brought to an end before anything could be done that couldn't be taken back." Leon sighed and jumped up to sit on the director's desk, eliciting a look of reproach from the man, who still stood in front of it. "We knew that Keeper was going to be the most problematic, but I've gotten an alliance with the Lord Protector and Grand Druid. I'm not going to be leaving Oculara for a while, either. Hopefully, with the application of plenty of time, all of this will cool off a bit and we can get down to business." The director scowled. "I'm not letting you anywhere near my arcs until we can be sure that you're not being watched." Leon's vicious smile returned. "Your arcs, is it? Seems like you're just keeping them warm for me since you can't access their critical functions. But I'll let that slide. I don't entirely disagree with you on staying away for a while. Besides, I have more than enough to occupy myself with in the meantime." The director grunted again in acknowledgement. "Then, for now," he said, "I'll see what I can do to discourage the Keeper from coming back, and you can get back to settling into your new role." Leon frowned slightly and nodded. I can do that, but, out of curiosity, what measures do you have in mind? I don't have any in mind, yet, the director growled in dissatisfaction. It's not for nothing that the Sentinels have a reputation for austerity. The guild has less of a presence in the east than we do even in some outer kingdoms. They have the weakest and least developed economy of all the other empires, so the economic sanctions or bureaucratic red tape that we might have thrown at any other government for such an act won't be as effective as they'd need to be. Instead, we're going to have to reroute trade and look at other sources of goods that they provide. It means a large-scale rework of the way that Heaven's Eye manages Eterna's trade. And all of this going on just as the Sky Devils are causing major disruptions in trade flowing from the south. Leon's lips thinned as he pointedly looked away. Such matters were so beyond his skill set that he had nothing constructive to add, and he got the impression that the director wasn't exactly looking for suggestions, either. You're working with the North and West, the director said after a moment of silence. How much have you committed to? I haven't sworn myself to them, but I have agreed to help them to unlock and study any legacies they might have in storage. I didn't place many restrictions on that, but Anastasios, so far, has been quite moderate in his requests, bringing me nothing more than a few scrolls to unseal, and the Grand Druid hasn't made any requests of me yet. I'm sure that both of them will ramp up in the coming months and years, but for now, they're not getting too onerous. Good. If that's what it takes to keep the peace, then so be it. What are your intentions regarding the south and east? The east, I'm sure you can guess after the keeper's stunt, sweet nothing. As for the south, I suppose if they want in, the Sunlit Emperor can ask, but I'm not going to go and offer them anything. Fair enough. Another silence settled over them for a long moment, and Leon figured their short meeting was over. Well, he said as he jumped off the desk and back to his feet, I'll just get back to research, then, and leave the paperwork and stuff to you. A third time, the director grunted, and Leon left the office. He actually did have some work he needed to do, but there was something else he wanted to devote much of his day to studying, the crown that the Grand Druid had handed over in exchange for expanding the deal he had with Anastasios to include her, as well. What a mess, Nestor murmured. What barbarity, what lack of taste, what vandalism. Next to Nestor's ruby in Leon's soul realm lay the Grand Druid's crown, in all of its glory. The entire piece featured much of the same floral themes that typified Evergolden art, but the core of the crown was a band of gold with reliefs of birds, obvious depictions of the Thunderbird herself covering its exterior. To anyone else, though, these birds would likely not demand much notice, like being seen as just additional artistic flourishes to accompany the rest of the floral crown. Set in the center of the crown, right in the center of the wearer's forehead, was a large ruby about the size of a chicken's egg that glowed like a star. Is there something wrong with the crown? Leon asked. Look at it, Nestor shouted. They covered it in golden. Garbage. Tried to erase us by covering us with golden flowers. Erasing us by altering the image of our honored ancestor. Though, it's indicative of what they are and what they aspire to be, isn't it? For all they speak of hating what we did, they want to be us, but they aren't and never will be. So they grow around us, never quite erasing us from view, and just clinging onto our old greatness like garish weeds. That they take what was ours and try to make it their own is insulting on its own, but that they add all of this other trashy gold to it adds insult to injury. Leon shrugged. Is there any need for the flowers to stay there? He couldn't sense any magic within the flowers and felt like removing them from the crown wouldn't have any deleterious effects, but it was always wise to consult with those more knowledgeable, he supposed. Get rid of them, Nestor growled. Leon chuckled and conjured his armor's gauntlet, and then stuck his fire scalpel gem into it. Following that, he, with great care and a complete lack of sentimentality for the Evergolden editions, began to cut off the golden flowers that had been attached to the crown. With every cut, Nestor groaned in dismay as the quality of Evergolden metallurgy and goldsmithing was put on display. The flowers looked like they'd been rather haphazardly welded on, and some of the Thunderbird reliefs they'd been attached to had been irreparably damaged. The shape of the crown had been well maintained despite gold being soft and prone to warping from extended use, but even after the flowers were removed, it still looked quite sad given the now obvious damage done. For his part, Leon wasn't so much offended as he was simply disappointed. The crown was heavily enchanted and, thanks to the glowing ruby, had access to quite a bit of magic power. However, none of the crown's enchantments seemed designed to maintain its appearance and to enhance the appearance and aura of the one wearing it. What kind of enchantments are in this thing? Leon asked. Few that will be of much help, now, Nestor despondently replied. I didn't damage it myself, did I? Leon worriedly asked. Nothing you did just now would have damaged it, no, Nestor answered. Leon breathed a sigh of relief. It had taken almost 20 minutes to get all of the flowers off the crown, perhaps double the time it would have needed if he'd been less careful. He would have hated it if he'd been that careful and still wound up damaging Penthesileia's crown. Still, Leon continued, what could it have done back in the day, then? It acted as one of my sister's many ids, Nestor explained, his tone still dull and depressed. In effect, it acted as a key for several of Penthesileia's vehicles, arcs and other such magical transportation. Just about all critical magical infrastructure that she used required the use of such keys. But that crown was quite special to her, and I personally enchanted it with a couple other functions, to wit, a storage gem for her magic powers she could draw on if needed. It allowed her to communicate with our father and eldest brother whenever the need called for it. The crown amplified her aura for social effect, and finally, it significantly raised the potency of her lightning magic by altering how it flowed through her body. With every function revealed, Leon's eyes bugged out of their sockets even more. A magical storage device was valuable, though hardly game-changing since he already had a couple of those. Communication with those who were now dead was obviously about as useful as shouting into the uncaring void. However, the aura amplification and raising the potency of lightning magic was something he was very much interested in, as well as the possibility of finding and taking possession of any nice bits and pieces Penthesileia might have left behind using the crown's ID function. However, before Leon could gush about any of this, he restrained himself and asked, and why would few be of much help, dead man? Most of the enchantments are too decayed or damaged to be of use, Nestor explained. The crown still stores magic power, and it might still be usable as her old ID, but the other enchantments are unusable. Leon practically deflated with every word Nestor spoke. Is there any point to trying to repair the crown? He asked. None, Nestor replied. Leon grimaced, but he understood. No reason to re-enchant the crown when he could simply apply those enchantments to something more sturdier and more suitable to hold them. Well, Leon said, at least it's back in the clan's hands. At least there's that, Nestor sighed. It's good to see you reclaim the clan's property, even if you're not going about it as zealously as you should be. Let's not get all caught up on things, now, dead man, Leon said rather unseriously. You've spent how long complaining about the clan and declaring that you'd do things yourself, how can I not feel some pride in you seeing the light? I'm not sure about seeing the light, but I'm fairly certain I've said this to you before, Nestor, I'm taking what I want and leaving the baggage behind. Like this crown, I want to cut off the weeds and leave only what's valuable. I don't need a lot of what the clan brought with it, but if I want it, I'll take it. I'm more concerned about the Sky Devils. To be honest, restoring the clan is far more about reasserting our place in the universe than collecting a bunch of rusty junk, isn't it? It is, though a lot of that rusty junk could help in reclaiming our place in the universe. But fine, do what you will, ignore the advice of those infinitely you're wiser, as is your wont. How are things going on the Sky Devil front, by the way? It's been more than 2 weeks since that duel you fought with the descendant of the Blood Thunder Jaguar at his tier. I would have assumed he'd have been able to try and contact you by now. Leon scowled as he remembered some of the reports he'd received over the past couple of days. Details from the south weren't the easiest things to come by, but as a chief of Heaven's Eye, he got the best that could be expected. And the reports weren't good for his future plans. He was glad that he redirected Anshu's attention to include contacting the Sky Devils because he wasn't sure they'd be able to get to the mainland on their own with what they'd shown so far. One of the biggest fears of the Sky Devils were their dread ships. The island that became known as the Sword was a critical piece of the Imperial defense strategy that kept the southwestern nations safe, from the Indra Raj to the Pegasi states, from Sky Devil raids. Any dread ship that tried to raid the coast would have to either bypass the Sword, not an easy thing to do, or contend with the Imperial fleets. Without the Sword, the Sky Devils theoretically had such a good position that they could practically raid the southwest with impunity, and from what Leon had heard of the southeast, it wasn't much better since most of the forts along the Shield Mountains had fallen, too. The curious thing was that the Sky Devils had yet to press their advantage. The Sword was now in their hands, the Imperial fleets had been crippled, the navies of the other nations were not up to the task of defending against the Sky Devils who might be out in force, and the land armies of the defending parties were still mustering. If Leon had been in charge of the Sky Devils, he would have launched an invasion of the Pegasi states by now, or if his logistics couldn't support that, then at least led a couple of raids just to keep the Eternans on their toes. The Sky Devils had instead apparently done nothing. Their fleets, only a few days after Argos had been sacked, pulled back to the sword, and a great number of ships were noticed pulling back to the Sky Devils' hell. It wasn't clear exactly what was happening, whether they were simply fortifying the sword against Imperial attempts to retake it, if there was some kind of instability back on their island, or what was going on. There were even a few scattered reports of relatively sizable contingents of Sky Devils coming to blows, though not quite to the extent of true infighting. Regardless, current Heaven's Eye and Imperial thinking was that the Sky Devils were now weaker than they appeared, despite the light losses sustained during Argos, sacking, the seizure of the sword, and the taking of the shield forts. The pull back to their island added some credence to the theory that there was some infighting amongst them, but whatever the reason, it seemed that it might be some time before their dread ships started plying the waters off the coast of the Pegasi states, let alone nations even farther away from their waters. If whatever this was persisted for even just a couple of years, then it would give the empires more than enough time to rearm, rebuild their fleets, and come back to the sword with vengeance in their eyes and enough force to retake the island. Leon explained all of this to Nestor as succinctly as he could, and Nestor reached the same conclusion he did. "Sounds like the Jaguar will take years just to reach the mainland," the dead man observed. "That was already our working assumption," Leon said, "so nothing's really changed. It's just disheartening. I would have liked to meet them partway, but it seems like we're going to have make more of an effort to get in contact than I might have guessed." "Such is the hand we're often given," Nestor muttered. "Nothing to do but play it as best we can. What are your priorities going forward? I'll need to arrange your lesson plans if you're to continue advancing in your studies of the art of enchanting." Leon took a deep breath as he threw himself into a nearby chair. "Maybe it's a blessing in disguise. I need power more than anything, and I'd like to have it before dealing with the Sky Devils," he said. "The Keeper damn near ripped me to pieces before Anastasios showed up. I'm rubbing shoulders with giants, so I need to grow or I'm going to get crushed underfoot. 9th tier before doing anything else is a must. If I can swing 10th tier, then even better, though even Anastasios and the Grand Druid might have problems with that. Can't be too threatening. Now, they're only being as indulgent as they are since they think themselves far superior to me. I assume those apples are going to come into play, then." "Yes," Leon confirmed. "Tychos has indicated that the orchard should be ready to start producing Hesperidic apples in a year or so. Should get all of our power shooting upwards, I think. And what does your sprite friend say about Thunderwood? That I'll probably have some proper samples long before I reach 9th tier, Leon said. "Assuming, of course, that it takes years for me to reach 9th tier, which I think is a reasonable estimate. So Helen's on that, right now, while Elise is making sure our fields are getting back to normal and Tychos is managing the orchard." "Sounds like things are falling into place," Nestor observed. "Certainly feels that way," Leon replied. "Feels like I can start finally relaxing a little bit. Relatively, I mean. Nose will still be to the grindstone, but I don't think I'll have much cause to worry about being in harm's way for a hot minute." "That'll be nice. For you, that would be an accomplishment. Hey, those years between arriving in Oculera and the wyvern hunt were very peaceful. And you screwed them up, didn't you? Everything went to shit following that hunt, didn't it? And you were left scrambling and without much assurance of safety, weren't you?" Leon scowled again. "That won't happen this time. Prove it, kid, prove it." Leon's scowl turned upward into an unabashed grin. He was ready to do just that. So, he stood up and made his way back to his throne, leaving Nestor with barely more than a goodbye. He smiled as he sat down, though, for the future seemed bright, at least. He had momentum and some measure of peace. He just had to make sure not to waste this time, for he didn't know how long he had before some new crisis came knocking at his door. There was a lot that needed his attention, and it was time to get back to it all. Chapter 790. Thunderous Return. The Jaguar stared out at the scene before him with utter disbelief. The fleets that had taken the sword, sailing back into port at Raimondas. So many had returned despite the barbarians undoubtedly still reeling from their losses. Now was the time to press their advantage, not return to Katagita and kick back. And yet, return to Katagita was exactly what the Thunderer had done, apparently. He'd pulled thousands of their warriors, more than a dozen arcs, and hundreds of warships back from the sword, hopefully leaving enough to hold the island against the inevitable counterattack, while refusing to press against the savage kingdoms along the coast. It was utterly baffling, or at least, it would be, if the jaguar didn't know exactly why the Thunderer returned. He hadn't thought that the Thunderer would care that much, or treat the matter with such seriousness, but the jaguar had known that Alina would have informed the Thunderer about the raptor. The Thunderer knew as well as anyone in the jaguar tribe that an heir to the old Storm Kings had been located. By now, many of the chiefs and elders will know, the jaguar thought with some cynicism. Though none, he thought, would know any of the specifics. It was the Thunderer that most concerned him, though. A challenger to his power, one with a claim stronger than the Thunderer's own, had been located. The more the jaguar thought about it, as he stared at the hundreds of ships slowly sliding into dock, the more sense it made. The Thunderer, if he wanted to retain his power, had to return to Katagita, and he had to bring his most loyal troops with him to ensure his hold on power was retained. And therein lay the crux of the matter that had so concerned the jaguar for so many years. It was in the best interests of Katagita to keep the war they'd now re-escalated as far from their shores as possible, to keep their people safe and their base of operations intact. The usurpers could get through the misty veil protecting their island, but if the 10 tribes pressed them hard enough, then they wouldn't have the opportunity. It was in the best interests of the 10 tribes to push onward from the sword to the mainland. It was in their best interests not to recall the bulk of their fighting forces to their island, no matter how smashing their successes had been, so far. It was only in the Thunderer's interest to return. The jaguar fought to keep the scowl off his face as he stood shoulder to shoulder with others of high standing among the 10 tribes. Many were already present in the city, awaiting word from the Thunderer of his next movements so that they could relay that news back to their respective tribes. The largest contingent, though, were the huge group of elders present from the local tribe. The city of Raymondas was one of the largest on Katagita, and as a result, was the center of power for one of the largest of the 10 tribes, the Screaming Eagles. The tribe was composed of more than 100 clans, and had a council of 101 elders. They were almost double the size of the jaguar tribe, though in strength, the jaguars were a little more favorably compared. Fortunately, the jaguars and Screaming Eagles were on remarkably good terms, a relationship that the jaguar himself had done much to foster, having been in command of the fleets guarding the western shores the Screaming Eagles' territory, for the most part for centuries. He was quite proud to stand next to them. Unfortunately, they were far more loyal to the Thunderer than he was, though, thankfully not fanatically so. Still, he'd refrained from telling them any specifics of the raptor, unsure of what their response would be. He could easily see them supporting his attempts to get to the mainland, but he could just as easily see them attempting to stop him from attempting to bring back the old order. As a result, his feelings were quite low as he watched the Thunderer's flagship slowly slide back into dock. His mood was fouled even more when the Thunderer himself came into view. To his credit, he barely waited the time needed for the gangplanks to lower before he strode down to the docks, his powerful frame striking an imposing figure as he hurried to greet the elders. He was a tall and powerfully built man. He stood more than 6 feet tall, his body rippled with muscle, and his thick red hair was cut short. His chiseled face was clean-shaven, presenting the image of a consummate, respectful professional, despite his booming brown bear tribe being known for long, wild hair and thick, bushy beards. He wore an immaculately tailored suit, a black shirt, long black jacket trimmed in gold, plain gray trousers, and dark brown boots, a plain uniform that the rest of his entourage following him wore that eschewed the excesses that a man of his station might have otherwise embraced. He was clearly a man projecting the image of competent humility, not one that the Elder Council needed to worry about. But he also radiated a 10th-tier aura, and the jaguar didn't trust any man with such power. Lord Thunder greeted the first of the eagle chiefs present, his gray hair pulled back into a tight braid with white feathers woven throughout. "We're honored to receive you." "As am I for being so augustly received," the Thunderer replied, his voice surprisingly high-pitched for his size. "But, please, and I mean no disrespect when I say this, but could we move this inside? My troops are tired after seizing the sword from the barbarians, and we must get them accommodated first." The Thunderer's words spat in the face of their traditions, disregarding their typical formal greetings, and emphasized his troops. The jaguar couldn't help but glare, but no one else seemed perturbed, or at least, those that might have been insulted wore their anger a little less obviously than the jaguar presumed he was. The Thunderer's intense gaze swept over the entire crowd, lingered briefly on him, and then moved on. The Screaming Eagles moved to fulfill the Thunderer's request, and moved their entire tribal council back to their gathering hall while the Thunderer worked to disembark his people. As the jaguar stood outside of the Screaming Eagle's gathering hall, he couldn't help but watch the Thunderer the entire time. The man ordered the local dockworkers around like he was supreme in the city, and allowed his inquisitors to lock down the entire route from the docks to the gathering hall, not letting anyone through. The jaguar even saw several local eagles beaten for not moving out of their way quickly enough. When the Thunderer finally deigned to head for the gathering hall, hours had passed, and he seemed in no hurry at all. When he reached the central courtyard outside of the gathering hall, where the eagles had their own tribal totem similar to what the jaguars had in Reiko's, the Thunderer stepped right up to it, flanked on all sides by a dozen ninth-tier tribesmen, and made quite the show of paying his respects to the images of the Screaming Eagle itself and the founding members of the tribe. And, of course, the image of the Thunderbird at the top of the totem pole. Accompanying the Thunderer were 100 officers and their adjutants, though only 2 drew the jaguar's gaze, each ninth tier, the first, a tall, thin woman with pale skin and severe features. Even here, she was fully encased in armor save for her helmet, with a vicious-looking mace hanging from her belt. She regarded her surroundings with gray eyes narrowed in suspicion, constantly on the lookout for potential threats. Linda, the High Inquisitor. The second didn't glare around at their surroundings as Linda did, but instead reserved his disdain for the jaguar. As soon as they came within visual range, his glare never once wavered from the jaguar, and from the way he clutched his fingers and flexed his aura, if the Thunderer were to order him to attack the jaguar, he'd be halfway across the courtyard before the Thunderer finished speaking. He was a powerfully built man, worthy of his star-tearing tiger lineage. He was rather dark of skin, with bright orange hair kept rather long, and yellow eyes perpetually narrowed in a predatory glower. Hector, twin brother of the chief of the Raging Tiger clan, the leading clan in the tiger tribe descended from the star-tearing tiger. The tigers were also close allies of the jaguars, but none of that warmth could be seen in Hector's glare, not that the jaguar could expect any after all these years. He and Hector had once been good friends, but neither had considered the other a friend in centuries. Lord Jaguar, the Thunderer exclaimed as soon as the ceremonies were finished. I apologize for any insult I may have made earlier. Long voyages tend to muddle the mind, as I'm sure you're aware. The Thunderer smiled at him with nothing less than complete honesty, but the jaguar found it mocking, at best. He certainly didn't appreciate the Thunderer walking forward with his arms outstretched as if to pull him into an embrace. Old friend, the Thunderer said as he walked over and wrapped his arms around the jaguar's feeling on the matter ignored if they were noticed at all. I heard of your triumph over the barbarians at Argos. The twin blades pointed at our throat, the sword and that accursed city both, have been blunted or seized, and the cities of the shield have been razed. This truly is the beginning of a glorious age, wouldn't you agree? For what he thought might be the first time, the jaguar found himself agreeing with the Thunderer. Indeed, he whispered as he extricated himself from the Thunderer. And for more reasons besides, do you speak of the young boy that you found in Argos? The one that good Alina almost fell over herself to inform me of. Supposedly descended from the most venerable, isn't that right? The Thunderer glanced backward at the tribal totem specifically, at the carved avian figure at the top. The jaguar schooled his expression as best he could to avoid an overt grimace. Indeed, to see the lineage of the Thunderbird itself survive after so long was a joy. I spared Argos some brutality for that fact alone. The flesh around the Thunderer's eyes tightened slightly, but the man wore nothing but a welcoming smile. A commendable decision, of course. A commendable decision. Now, as much as I would love nothing more than to swap stories with you over our respective triumphs, I think we ought to head inside. No. We've left these elders to their own devices for long enough, I say. Without waiting for a response, the Thunderer marched right into the gathering hall, his followers living up to that title as they filed past the jaguar. Only Hector paused long enough to exchange words, whispering with bitter hatred, was almost surprised to see you here instead of over the ashes of Argos. But then, you've never been reliable, have you? Without waiting for a response, Hector continued on inside. The jaguar himself was in no mood to engage, sighing as his one-time friend followed the Thunderer inside. Instead, he paid attention to exactly who followed the Thunderer inside, for he'd noticed something earlier, and he wanted to confirm it with his own eyes. Every single officer that followed the Thunderer into the gathering hall were from the Thunderer's personal forces. The armies of Katagita were formed by each individual tribe contributing a force to their mutual defense. The jaguar commanded his tribe's military arm. The Thunderer, however, ever since his accession, had formed a new force, one without reliance on voluntary contributions from the tribes. Instead, it only required a voluntary enlistment by individual tribesmen. The jaguar didn't see much wrong with the concept. It had even been tried before by other Thunderers and other acts of the Elder Council in Stormhollow. However, such forces were typically fairly small and short-lived, none lasting for longer than a millennium. Still, the jaguar wasn't alone in his thoughts, and when the Thunderer had first proposed such a force, there hadn't been much pushback. However, the Thunderer's force was much larger than any formed in Katagita's history. That in and of itself was a problem, but not what was triggering the jaguar's suspicion in that moment. Instead, what had him suspicious was what he wasn't seeing: other tribal representatives. The Thunderer's army, as large as it was, wasn't nearly large enough to take on the sword all by itself. It needed ships and arcs provided by the other tribes, it needed supplies and equipment that it couldn't get all by itself, and it needed the armies and navies of 3 other tribes to accompany it to the sword. None of those tribal armies had returned, as far as the jaguar could tell. The Thunderer had returned to Katagita with his personal army, and left the armies of 3 tribes behind on the sword. The jaguar sighed, but inside, his heart raced. He wondered if leaving for the mainland was even a wise idea at this point. If the Thunderer wanted to cement his rule over the 10 tribes, then now was perhaps the best time to do so militarily, but the jaguar didn't think that the Thunderer was quite there, yet. He didn't know if the army the Thunderer had built, comprised entirely of tribesmen, would fight their own brothers and sisters if the Thunderer demanded it of them. The jaguar walked into the gathering hall, hoping he'd never have to learn the answers to those questions, but fearing that such knowledge would be his sooner than he thought. The meeting with the Thunderer and the Screaming Eagle's elders went smoothly, and the jaguar was at least gratified to see the Thunderer observing proper customs this time around. However, as a guest himself, the jaguar didn't participate at all in the ceremonies, and left as soon as he could get out without showing any disrespect. His goals, at least, weren't here in Raymonda's. However, before he could proceed, he found himself chased down by the Thunderer himself, now unburdened by followers, all of whom had remained behind in the gathering hall. The Thunderer caught up with him just a few streets away from the gathering hall as the jaguar proceeded back to the docks. "Lord Jaguar," he called out as he swiftly ran over, apparently disregarding any potential harm to his dignity that such a scene might cause. "Please, wait a moment." Unable to refuse such a blatant and reasonable request, the jaguar acquiesced, and turned to face the Thunderer. "I saw you leave, and simply had to check in with you," the Thunderer said by way of explanation. "I was hoping to break words with for a while. Besides, this whole thing with the boy in Argos is news that ought to be discussed, no?" "Indeed," the jaguar tersely replied. The Thunderer waited a moment for the jaguar to continue, and when the jaguar silently refused, he asked, "Do you have some problem with me, my friend? Have I offended you in some way? If I have, please be honest with me and tell me of it, so that I can make it right." The entreaty seemed honest enough, but the jaguar didn't believe a second of it. "I distrust all those in power," he simply stated. "That can't be all," the Thunderer replied. "Please, if there is some discord between us, let us put it to rest. I would hate for fellow sons of Katagita to be at odds with each other." "There is no need," the jaguar replied with a thin smile. "Still, I can't help but feel that there is some gulf between us. We both act for the greater good of our people. We should be working together without allowing any issues between us to fester. Why don't you tell me what brings you to Raymonda's, and we can work out a solution to this problem together? Why does any problem need to exist for me to visit my friends in the Screaming Eagles?" The jaguar innocently asked. "My tribe's fleets are moored not far from here, and I must remain in constant contact with them. If the barbarians attempt to retaliate, even if they have been greatly weakened, we would suffer greatly if they caught us unawares. Such vigilance is worthy of great commendation," the Thunderer responded enthusiastically. "I feared that you were going to attempt to reach the mainland in a vain attempt to make contact with this Argosian raptor. I'm glad that I don't need to talk you out of such foolishness. After all, this raptor belongs to Heaven's Eye, our sworn enemy, does he not? Even if he possesses ancient power, we must assume hostility, especially since he contested your righteous sacking of Argos. I only do what I must for of my tribe and for the 10 tribes, the jaguar said, wary of directly lying to the Thunderer. Such an act might prompt intervention by the Inquisitors, and if that happened, then Katagita might truly be drawn into civil war. As do we all, the Thunderer seemingly agreed as he threw an arm around the Jaguar's shoulders and began strolling down the street, practically dragging the Jaguar with him. They were heading in the direction of the docks. The Jaguar couldn't help but notice. Listen, my friend, the Thunderer continued, the other reason why I hoped to catch you before doing anything foolish was to update you on the situation in the west, given that you're our valiant aegis from threats born in that direction. The sword has been taken and secured. However, the seas are still contested in the adjacent seas. To have a hope to reach the mainland right now is to delude oneself. Unfortunate though it is, we must temper our desire to acquire more glory and content ourselves with these gains. For now, we must consolidate our position and ensure that the inevitable barbarian counterattack doesn't render all of this death moot. The Jaguar contained a smirk, seeing through the Thunderer's act. He was spooked by Alina's news and had returned to Katagita to hold his position. At the same time, the Jaguar's mission to reach the mainland was made that much more complicated. Without the Thunderer's ships patrolling the seas around the sword or raiding nearby barbarian cities, the Jaguar would have to contend with barbarian patrols and sizable military forces to accomplish his task. I might just see what I can do about that, the Jaguar flatly stated. Head over to the sword, see if I can whip those garrisons into shape. The Thunderer didn't hesitate a moment to agree, practically roaring, capital idea, old friend. But does this not leave your armies without a leader? What might happen if you are needed back here? I trust those left behind in my stead, the Jaguar said with a pointed look, a subtle warning to the Thunderer's subtle threat. I am not the only capable war leader amongst the Jaguars. Of course, the Thunderer replied good-naturedly. The stories of Katagita are replete with stories of your ancestors diligently guarding the rest of us from danger. All of Katagita owes much to the Jaguar tribe. After a few more minutes, they started approaching the docks. As a result, it was only then that they started walking past other people, the streets locked down by the Thunderer's inquisitors now behind them. Well, my friend, the Thunderer said, I wish you luck in your endeavors. It brings me no small amount of peace of mind to know that you secure our western flank against those who do Katagita harm. I am but a humble servant of the 10 tribes, the Jaguar replied. And we're lucky to have you. May our enemies tremble at the mention of your name. The Jaguar smirked. With bloody fangs, our enemies will tremble, he recited. With that, the Thunderer finally released his iron hold around the Jaguar's shoulders and halted as the Jaguar proceeded further into the docks. He couldn't help but seethe inside, though. Now, he wasn't sure quite how he was going to reach the mainland. It seemed he'd have to improvise and wait for an opportunity. Unfortunately, it seemed that his mission, which had at first seemed like it would take months at most, might now take years. Yet another benefit for the Thunderer, the Jaguar thought with dismay. But his resolve was unshaken. He'd find the raptor even if it took a century. A prince of the blood was too valuable to all of Katagita to leave in the hands of barbarians. Chapter 791, Enemies in the Shadows. It was always a hard thing to pry the Sunlit Emperor away from his women and his palace. For the most part, he allowed hand-picked men to oversee matters of state. He participated enough to not be an absentee emperor and to keep an eye on his appointees, but he largely allowed his chosen ministers to govern with great autonomy. As a result, he spent nearly all of his remaining time in his palace sleeping with a member of his harem or training his magic power. It was unbecoming of an emperor to grow fat or lazy, his mother had always told him. While he didn't take many of her lessons to heart, that one was one that he always stuck to. He knew that it was his personal power more than anything that allowed him to retain his wealth and titles, and he couldn't allow it to atrophy. The Sunlit Emperor greatly enjoyed his time in his palace. Sex with the most beautiful women in his empire and growing his power were his 2 favorite things in all the world. So, aside from those few administrative duties that he forced himself to see to, there were few things that could pry him away from his chosen lifestyle. One of those things were reports on old Thunderbird technology that his empire had inherited. It was rare that there was any progress on them, but the Sunlit Emperor had laid out some plans to have a few select pieces brought to him for his personal experimentation. Half a year after Leon departed from his empire, on a bright sunny day, he found himself relaxing deep in his favorite private palace enjoying the attention of a dozen of his most recent concubines when one of his female attendants interrupted him. At first, he was excited, thinking that perhaps the Thunderbird artifacts had finally been covertly moved to the palace. Unfortunately, he was disappointed to hear that he was interrupted for an entirely different reason. the Sunlit Emperor was not happy when he entered the private study that he'd chosen for this particular meeting. The study itself was as opulently appointed as befitted an imperial palace, but its luxuries were lost on the emperor as he glanced backward to ensure the door was closed, then collapsed into an armchair by the hearth in a most undignified fashion. There he sat, slouching, as he seethed in resentment for having been pulled away from his pleasures. However, he only allowed himself this indulgence for several seconds before he straightened himself out. It was a good thing he did, too, for not a moment later, there came a knock at the door, and a second later, it opened, revealing the face of his most trusted secretary, and behind him, the grim visage of the keeper himself. It was incredibly rare for any of the plane's 10th-tier mages to meet in person. He knew that the Lord Protector and the Grand Druid met on occasion, but apart from their brief dalliances, mages of their caliber meeting in person happened maybe once in a millennium, at the most frequent. In fact, the Sunlit Emperor had never met any of his equals in person, not even when he acceded to the throne of his empire. As such, instead of rising to welcome the keeper into his study, the Sunlit Emperor remained seated, his expression carefully measured, yet his eyes never once wavered from the poorly dressed man. As was his custom, the keeper wore nothing more than shapeless brown robes, attire that the Sunlit Emperor dressed as he was in elaborate, multicolored formal wear took in with disdain. The keeper himself obviously didn't care for any luxuries around him, and made it clear by keeping his eyes closed and navigating purely with magic senses. He took a seat opposite the Sunlit Emperor, and even after the secretary closed the door behind the keeper and sealed them in behind some of the most powerful privacy wards within the palace, neither 10th-tier mage spoke for a long time. The Sunlit Emperor tapped his finger on his armrest, waiting for the keeper to speak first. However, when the veritable beggar refused to even open his mouth for what seemed an eternity, the Sunlit Emperor finally said in a tone about 1,000% brighter and cheerier than he felt, "So, my friend, what brings you to my neck of the woods? It must be urgent if you came with such short notice, more like no notice at all," Sunlit bitterly thought. The keeper sat there, infuriatingly stone-faced and silent, for several more seconds. "I came here," he finally uttered, "to speak with you about a matter of grave importance." Again, the Sunlit Emperor waited for several seconds. "What matter?" he asked when the keeper kept his silence. Changing his tone, the Sunlit Emperor demanded, "Speak, old man. You come to my doorstep without invitation or announcement, don't play coy with the reason why you've come." "Leon Rame," keeper stated, surprising the Sunlit Emperor not at all, yet still inspiring no small amount of anger for a multitude of reasons. "The fleets down south are shattered, the bodies of our soldiers lie scattered and rotting about the sword. The Sky Devils have pressed us hard and spilled our blood. Instead of speaking on their threat, you instead come here for an insignificant boy. A boy coddled and kissed by Heaven's eye. The advance of the Sky Devils make this matter even more important." Keeper insisted. For just a moment, his eyelids cracked, and light spilled forth like he'd stuffed a pair of stars into his eye sockets. Killing intent erupted from his body in equal measure, though none of it yet directed at Sunlit. "You know why this is important. You saw the same things I did." Sunlit just about stated that he saw nothing that concerned him. His mouth was already curling upward in an arrogant smirk before he managed to catch his tongue. "Let's not beat around the bush, keeper. Tell me what you want. Tell me what concerns you. We can speak further if I share your concerns." By this point, the keeper had regained his composure, though Sunlit had enjoyed seeing the bald man finally express some kind of emotion, for once. "I keep the memories of the atrocities committed by that boy's ancestors," keeper plainly stated. "They will never be repeated while I yet live. That Leon Rame met with the Sky Devils even briefly concerns me greatly. I fear that they may come to some kind of accord. If the Sky Devils are reunited with the blood of their natural ruler, then they may again visit atrocities upon Eterna that seem forgotten to all but my sentinels. The Sky Devils have gotten far enough without the boy," Sunlit pointed out. "All the more reason not to allow them to rally around Leon Rame. If you're that worried about him, then why don't you just go and kill him? That would resolve your concerns." "No. The Lord Protector and Grand Druid have betrayed their ancestors and entered into terrible alliance with the boy," keeper spat. Sunlit kept his expression neutral, but his mood soured further. "That's concerning. Are they getting in your way?" "Yes, and no. Is that it, old man? Going to give me an answer like that and leave me hanging? Explain your meaning." "The boy has taken possession of a Tau Pearl." Sunlit rolled his eyes in a rather exaggerated fashion and had to stop himself from audibly scoffing. Leave superstition for the powerless, we are above such nonsense. The boy is a descendant of the Thunderbird, is it any wonder that he has artifacts of surprising power and origin? The Tao do not give pearls lightly, Keeper growled. Neither do the pearls themselves give power recklessly. So you say, is this something that will cloud your judgment? The Keeper went quiet for a moment, but when he spoke, he did so with conviction. No, Leon Rame must die before he brings death to our plane. There can be no alternative. The power he bears cannot be allowed to exist. Sunlit sat there and smiled, waiting for the Keeper to finally get to his main point. However, once again, he had to prod the older man to speak again. You wouldn't have come all the way here just to discuss Leon Rame. So, tell me, why have you come to my empire and bothered me? Ilian and Evergold have allied with Leon Rame. As things now stand, the boy is now untouchable. And soon enough, if they harvest the fruits of his presence for too long, the balance of power that has maintained the peace for so long throughout our empires will be disrupted. We must oppose the West and the North, or else they will surpass us in power, and we will never be able to contain Leon Rame. Quite self-serving, aren't you? Sunlit thought contemptuously. Are you asking for an alliance? I am, not against the West and the North, but against Leon Rame. All that we can do to stop his taking power must be done. Sunlit smiled, though the smile didn't quite reach his eyes. I'm amenable to such a request. I have no love for Leon Rame, and actually quite agree with you that his influence upon our plane must be curbed. However, you've forgotten one powerful player that he has in his corner, Heaven's Eye. Merchants and bankers, Keeper spat. Men of no consequence. Money men they may be, but money has power. Those who deny that it does are fools. And Heaven's Eye has lots of money. You may not care what they do to your empire, but I care about what they might do to mine. To risk reducing our capacity to wage war at a time when the Sky Devils are rising against us, surely you can see why I hesitate. To completely replace the commerce and industry that Heaven's Eye has within my empire with local guilds would take decades, and even then, those sectors would still take at least a century to recover at the very least. If we're going to go that far, we might as well invite the Sky Devils back to the mainland to give us deeper ramming. You would bow your head to those who think of nothing but silver and gold, and let our true enemy escape due judgment. Sunlit stared at Keeper in disbelief. How did your stupid ass rise as high as you have? How about you stop interpreting my words in any way you wish and actually listen to what I'm saying? I'm asking if you have any idea how to handle the massive fucking hole that Heaven's Eye will leave in my economy and how to handle the subsequent tremendous loss of tax revenue that I might stand to lose if they pull out, you fucking moron. The Keeper withstood Sunlit's brief tirade with poise enough that Sunlit had to stop himself from going further. I will not make any public declarations, Sunlit growled. I will not publicly ally with you against the North and the West. If you wish to act against Leon Rame and those who allow him to exist, then I will support you, but I will not do so publicly. You know there's an animal R in the northeast, living somewhere past the Andoran wastes far beyond even the boundaries of distant Baloran and the limits of human civilization. It's a strange creature, like an enormous bird with a fluffy body and small head upon a long, thin neck. I won't bore you with the details, but these idiot birds bury their heads in sand when frightened. You and the rest of the cock riders in the other empires all remind me of them. The Sky Devils press against us, yet you bury your heads in the sand, allowing yourselves to be absorbed in meaningless issues. I will support you against Leon Rame and the others, but know that my focus lies in the south, across the sea. My focus is on the Sky Devils. And a few more things besides. Keeper scowled, but in the end, he accepted Sunlit's tacit support. He didn't stay in the palace for much longer, leaving the Sunlit Emperor alone again. Only then did Sunlit let the grin he'd been suppressing at this outcome reveal itself. He had what he wanted from Leon, there was no reason to protect him. The possibility that Ilian and Evergold would benefit from their relationship with Leon had his grin faltering, but the knowledge of what he would soon gain from his own projects had it steadied. It was with the knowledge that his plans weren't affected by this that had him smiling all the way back to his harem. Things couldn't possibly be worse for him. Not long ago, his vampires had grown throughout Oculera, their power, backed by that of Heaven's Eye, growing with them. They numbered in the hundreds, though few were vampires of any note. Of them, he and Valentina were the strongest, the only 8th-tier vampires that he knew of on Eterna. Now, it seemed that he was the last. Somehow, Valentina had managed to not only get captured, but convince her Heaven's Eye captors to spare her, and rid herself of her vampirism. How she did this, he knew not. Why Aemon had done nothing to stop her was an even deeper mystery, though when Aemon had told him of all this, he'd detected a note of frustration and deep rage within the demon that he'd never heard before. It made him think that perhaps Aemon had lost Valentina not from neglect or apathy, but that this Lord of Flame had tried to kill her and failed. Such a possibility disturbed him. He'd given himself to the demon for power, and here Valentina was showing that Amon's power was far more limited than he ever realized. The thought of surrendering had occurred to him several times since leaving Oculara. If Leon Rame was willing to let Valentina in, then why not him? He'd made an attempt on Leon's life before, but it wasn't like Leon knew that. Given that Valentina had been involved in that particular incident, he didn't think his former comrade would reveal that to their target, but no, he wasn't Valentina. If he even tried, he knew without a shadow of a doubt that Aemon would have no problems killing him, if only to prove a point. Even though he was the last of Amon's vampires on this plane with this level of power at least, as far as he knew he was still expendable. So, he was stuck. His deal with the director had fallen through, depriving him of his most powerful ally, though thankfully, he'd never dealt with the director personally, leaving his cover intact. He still had his position, and with the current political climate in Oculara, he was eminently grateful for it. For now, he had the time to devise a new strategy. However, he wouldn't be alone in that. Even now, he sat in one of his homes in the Illumarian wetlands, a small manor on a rocky cliff overlooking the seemingly endless swamp. He was deep in the dungeons, extracting every bit of use he could from the crew of the merchant barge he and his closest followers had attacked just a few days before, draining them of their blood to fuel his communion with their lord. He'd had to keep some of them off the women as Aemon preferred his sacrifices, unspoiled, so he knew that there was some discontent in their ranks, but for now, so long as Aemon shared with him the wisdom he needed, all would be well. The sacrifices were properly drained, the runes were drawn in blood, the sacrificial bowl was filled with the remaining blood, and when the time came, he drank every drop. He felt the power pulled from the blood and flow through his veins, using his own blood as a medium, providing him nourishment and power, while also flowing through his heart and into his soul realm. From there, his contract with Aemon had the power flowing onward to the Lord of Flame. It wasn't much in the grand scheme of things, he was sure, but it was more than enough to get his patron's attention. Almost immediately, the crackling voice of his patron resounded through his mind, speaking his name in little more than a whispered growl. He couldn't help but nervously run his hand through his jet-black hair in barely suppressed fear. "My lord," he responded. "Leon Rame, he grows in power and influence. Those who defend him are powerful, far more so than me." Straighten tongue, Aemon commanded, and despite his 8th tier power, he almost lost himself to fear. Aemon was more powerful than anything else he knew of on the plane, his power so thoroughly eclipsing the 10th tier that comparison was hilariously insulting. "If I am to successfully kill the boy and the demon within him, then I need comparable power," he said, his heart so madly beating that it seemed to be trying to escape his chest. One did not simply ask a Lord of Flame for power and expect to receive it for free, after all. "Power comes at a price," Aemon said, and he could practically feel the demon smile. "Such cost comes as no surprise," he replied. "I've paid for all power I've received in blood, sweat, and tears." "What price would this come out to?" 1,000 souls, 3rd tier or higher, and I will boost you to the 9th tier, Aemon stated. He knew his lord well enough to know that he wasn't going to get another offer. He'd witnessed other vampires attempt to haggle with their lord, and in the best-case scenarios, their requests for power were immediately denied. In the worst cases, they burst into flame, their demonic patron retaliating for the perceived insult. "Done," he stated, and he felt his patron's attention fade, and a sense of elated lightness settled about him. It was hardly ever apparent during their communions, but his demonic patron's attention was as weighty as all the world, but he'd only noticed such pressure once it released. Now, he thought to himself with perverse glee, I need to find 1,000 mages who won't be missed. This was why he resorted to vampirism. He'd been an 8th tier mage for so long, but only now did he have the opportunity to rise to the next tier. Once he obtained such power, it would be time to make his move. No more would he be testing Leon Rame's defenses, it was time to act personally. He'd have Leon Rame's head soon enough, and then he could pay Valentina a visit. It would be for the best that he find out just how the woman had managed to slip through Amon's clutches, Chapter 792, 5 years. The steel before him glowed a brilliant blue, the metal having heated up to a terrible temperature. So hot was it that if Leon's enchantments weren't so powerful, it would have liquefied in a second, and then vaporized a second later. As far as most conventional forging techniques went, it was far and away an impractical amount of heat, but in this case, Leon needed it greatly. The weapon he was forging was to be tremendously powerful, and to properly channel the power that it needed to, he needed to use an unorthodox forging technique. In this, he'd been helped by Sid. His blacksmithing teacher wasn't that familiar with enchanting, but with the ideas he'd had over the past few years, together they'd devised this new technique to help prepare steel to receive enchantments. With the steel so hot, Leon could manipulate it with great ease, carving runes beneath the weapon's surface in the structure of the metal itself rather than having to rely entirely on etching the runes directly onto the steel once the steel had cooled. It was a new technique, at least to him, that demanded a great amount of magic power and severe control over fire and earth magic, but Leon hadn't been slacking since the sacking of Argos, and his magical skill had grown by leaps and bounds. To finish this weapon using this new technique was hardly a challenge. His hands glided across an enchantment control console next to the furnace where the weapon hung in the air. The furnace itself resembled little more than a fire pit in the center of his workshop, but all along its surface and spiraling out from its edges were a complex web of fire, light, and earth enchantments that both generated and contained the fire magic within. Using an equally complex bank of control consoles next to the furnace, Leon could quickly and easily inscribe the enchantments he wanted directly within the steel he was forging. In this case, the weapon he was making was a glaive, or rather, a 1.5 foot long glaive blade. The rest of the weapon was complete, he only had to finish the blade and then assemble the weapon. Fortunately, he was almost done, and his heart raced with excitement. However, the excitement he felt was almost nothing compared to Valerius, who stood next to him, staring at the blade as if hypnotized as Leon finished using the control console to carve runic glyphs within the blade. Leon could feel her 8th tier aura flexing with glee and see her fingers curling in anticipation of wrapping around her new weapon's haft. It didn't take him long to finish. The weapon cooled, then was quenched and tempered using oil mixed with Blue Wyvern's mana and Leon's own black fire, then he added a few artistic flourishes such as some silver trimming and filigree along the back edge of the blade, forming stylized lightning bolts flashing around fingernail-sized snowflakes. Finally, he added a few more enchantments to the blade etched into its surface to help it keep its edge. "Is it done?" Valeria asked as she took in the finished blade. "Yes," Leon said, holding it out for her to inspect. It was a marvelous work if he did say so himself. The steel had been heat-colored to a dark blue, and while the silver additions were clear, they didn't distract from the beauty of the blade. It glimmered in the light, and the metal had been given a rippling, water-like pattern from the way Leon had forged it. For an ice mage, it was perfect. Valeria's smile threatened to separate her jaw from the rest of her face, so Leon took the blade back and headed over to his desk, where the rest of the weapon waited. There, an 8-foot-long haft of thunder wood had been prepared. Helen had treated it with an oil that colored it sky blue, while Tikos had manipulated the surface of the wood into an artistic twisted shape, perfect for holding onto in the heat of battle. Finally, Leon had added another spike to the weapon's butt, a spike that could well serve as a spear in a pinch, forged similarly to the glaive's blade. It was a trivial thing for Leon to affix the blade to the end of the glaive, and when he did, all of his hard work was finished. The weapon glowed briefly as the enchantments in the blade linked up with the enchantments in the haft, the weapon itself seeming to celebrate its completion. It had taken him weeks to finish this weapon, and looking at the finished product, he had to say that it was as perfect as his skills could possibly make it. When in hand, it would greatly enhance Valerius' water and ice magic, while the thunder wood would give her a degree of control over and protection from lightning, as well. Several other enchantments Leon had put into the haft used Thunderwood's apparently endless ability to generate lightning magic and either channeled that power or altered it into ice magic, giving Valeria that much more of a power boost. Aside from those enchantments, Leon thought the blade capable of cleaving through all but the most robustly enchanted materials, would certainly never dull without hitting something extraordinarily magical, and had such heft to it that only a powerful mage could wield it. Valeria took it in hand and gave it a few practice swings, showcasing her 8th tier power in spectacular fashion by twirling blade around like it was practically weightless. "How does it feel?" Leon asked with a smile of pride. Valeria paused, then lowered her new weapon. "Perfect," she purred as she rushed over and pressed herself against Leon, kissing him with a heat and intensity that promised much more later on. When they finally separated several minutes later, Leon breathed a hearty, "Good." Valeria flashed him a wink, then took her weapon and headed out of his workshop, speeding as quickly as she could to their training hall to put her new weapon through its paces. Leon breathed deeply, the forging process having been mentally tiring, but rewarding beyond measure. Valeria had been the last of his people who had gotten a weapon personally forged by him using all of his skills, greatly increasing the power of his retinue. However, as powerful as the weapons that he'd given all of his people were, they paled in comparison to all the gains they'd made over these past few years. They were now a little more than 5 years out from the sacking of Argos, and in that time, Leon had not once stood idle. He was in the playground of giants, now, or at least, he was compared to the enemies he was more used to facing. He needed more power, and he needed it as soon as possible. In that vein, the single most important thing that happened for his retinue happened about a year and a half after the sack of Argos, when the apple orchard finally produced a haul that Leon cared about. With Ticos in charge of the place, the regular trees had produced apples at a startling rate. They were delicious, to say the least, so much so that the apples from his orchard had quickly become the most popular brand in Oculara, made even more so by their relative scarcity, despite great tree sprite-powered yields. However, it was the Hesperidic apples that Leon cared about, and that took so long to finally mature. They rarely bore fruit, but the apples they did bear were practically miraculous, serving to greatly aid any mage in whatever tier they were in to advance to the next. Even the dreaded 6th to 7th jump when a mage had to identify their own nature and build a mind palace that reflected it was made easier with the help of Hesperidic apples. For him, they were much less spectacular, though no less amazing, stimulating the growth of his soul realm to a degree that he'd never before experienced. It had taken him almost 32 years for his soul realm to reach a little over 200 miles in radius, but in the past 5 years, thanks to the Hesperidic apples, he was brushing against the doors of the 9th tier, with his soul realm's radius now measuring just under 1,000 miles. Even without another Hesperidic apple, Leon estimated that he could reach the 9th tier in less than 2 years. However, it was about time for the trees to produce another batch, and just one more Hesperidic apple was all he needed to reach the 9th tier. The rest of his family and retainers had realized similar gains. They'd all shot up a tier or two, leaving even those who focused less on magical training, like Helen, much stronger than they were before. In fact, Helen had grown from 5th tier to the 6th, while all the rest of his retainers had reached the 7th tier at least. Anna, Valeria, Anshu, and Red, meanwhile, reached the 8th. Gaius, Alex, Marcus, Alcander, Talal, Exoticos, and Anzu were all of the 7th tier, and of them, Anzu was the closest to the 8th. Leon couldn't help but beam with pride when he thought about his griffin. Anzu was almost 20 years old, now, and moved about with what Leon could only assume was a human level of intelligence. He estimated that Anzu himself was only one Hesperidic apple away from ascending up another tier, and when he did, Leon hoped that he might finally grow strong enough to take human form. That power hadn't manifested when Anzu reached the 7th tier, to Leon's quiet disappointment, but he was certain Anzu would realize it when he reached the 8th. However, for all the progress that everyone had made, there was still one person in his home who outshone them all: Maya, the formerly 8th tier river nymph, holding the rank of naiad amongst her people, or at least, she did, when she still had river nymphs attending her. If that were still the case, she'd now be a Pleone, for she'd managed in the last 5 years to ascend to the 9th tier, keeping her position as the strongest member of Leon's family and retinue. The only one that could possibly match her, and given that he wasn't partaking of the Hesperidic apples, Leon didn't typically count him the same way, was Zaffin, who'd also finally, after almost 20 years, managed to reach the 9th tier as well. It had seemed an interminably long time to Leon, but such a span of time was nothing to the former Lord of Flame, who admitted that Leon's current enemies and allies were skewing his standard a bit, and 20 years between 8th and 9th tiers was still a tremendously swift rate of recovery or advancement. Leon had to admit to some jealousy on his part, but given how close he was to the 9th tier, he didn't let it go to his head. Instead, he was just happy that the powers his people were now achieving were potent enough that he didn't think someone like the Keeper would be able to successfully attack his villa again without plenty of backup. Which, of course, any 10th tier mage would undoubtedly have, but a step forward was a step forward. Fortunately, Leon hadn't needed to test his defenses since the Keeper's attack. The Lord Protector frequently stayed with him, practically living in Leon's villa for almost a third of the year. The Grand Druid wasn't able to match him for sheer time, but between the two of them, there was a 10th tier mage in Leon's villa during at least half of the year. Those times when they weren't available, Leon and the director made sure that he had a much larger security detachment assigned to his villa than usual. It wouldn't stand for long against an attack of the Keeper's caliber, but it was more than enough to make a statement. Leon had Ilion, Evergold, and Oculara with him. Part of the reason why Leon hadn't had many problems, or so he assumed, anyway, was the new status quo in the south. The Sky Devils hadn't pushed much past the sword, to everyone's surprise, but they hadn't left their garrisons on the sword so understaffed that the island could be easily reconquered. There had already been 2 attempts made to reclaim the island, each led by the Sunlit Empire, but both had been repelled with little to show for them. The Sky Devils made the occasional raid along the coast of the free cities of the Tam or the Pegasi states, but for the most part, they stuck to their own waters. Commerce was able to continue without too many interruptions, and the economic impact of their actions 5 years before was thusly blunted. But the buildup of arms down in the south couldn't be ignored. It was obvious to anyone with any knowledge of the situation at all that the empires were not content with this new status quo, and that they weren't ready to write off the sword just yet. There had even been rumblings among the most hawkish sectors of the empires to eventually push all the way to the Sky Devil's hell itself, and finally put an end to their threat once and for all. Leon didn't think such a thing was even remotely feasible, given how the Imperial fleets had been performing so far. He was quite content with the current situation, though he knew that it couldn't last for too long. The only thing he was concerned about was the sheer lack of information coming out from the sword. He'd given Anshu plenty of leeway to try and get into contact with the Sky Devils, but in these 5 years, little progress had been made. He was hardly about to stop trying, though. With these thoughts in mind, Leon readied himself to leave his workshop. He still had some thunder wood on his work desk, and all of that went right into his soul realm before he did anything else. With Tycho's, Helen, and Elise's help, Leon had managed to create more thunder wood about 3 years after the sack of Argos. It had taken quite a few tries, but they'd finally managed to find a suitable tree. Unfortunately, on that first successful attempt, they'd only managed to create a few splinters of thunder wood, but in the 2 years since, the process had been refined enough that Leon had enough of the material to use in the weapons of all of his retainers. But weapons for his retainers wasn't the only use he had for thunder wood. One of the first things he'd used thunder wood for was to make a new bow. With the power of the thunder wood, any arrow fired from it would explode with lightning once it hit its target, and even without enchantments, it could still shoot an arrow more than 1,000 feet. With enchantments, the effective range of the bow was more than half a mile. It could shoot arrows even farther than that, but accuracy greatly suffered. With that first bow serving as a good lesson, Leon made bows for the rest of his retainers, and then crafted an even newer, more powerful bow for himself. That particular bow didn't even need a bowstring, being able to fire off bolts of lightning instead of physical arrows. He was able to create such a bow thanks to the advances made in Heaven's Eye during this time. He had a few working prototypes of a second-generation lightning lance, which then helped to inform his bow designs. He'd not yet had much of a chance to test any of these new pieces of gear in actual combat yet, since he hadn't left Oculara at all in these past 5 years, but he felt like that was going to change sooner than he'd like. At the very least, they worked well enough in testing that he was confident they'd perform well in combat. As he finished making sure all of his sensitive materials had been put away and his workshop had been properly locked up, Leon made his way back to his villa, where he found Tycho's already waiting for him. His villa had been heavily damaged in the Keeper's attack 5 years ago, but now, the structure and the estate as a whole showed no signs of such an attack ever taking place. All the damage had been repaired, and Leon had rebuilt his villa's defensive enchantments even stronger than before. "Leon," Tycho's whispered through the piece of amber in its wrist as Leon approached. "Tycho's," Leon replied with a broad smile. "I didn't think you were going to be here for another week, at least." "Did something happen?" "No, everything fine," Tycho's replied. "Fact in, the apples have well grown, faster than expected." With an almost theatrical flourish, the 7th-tier tree sprite conjured an apple into its hand. The apple was fairly large, though not overly so by apple standards. But it was the color of polished gold and glowed with a mesmerizing inner light. Leon knew that beneath its skin, it was less fruit and more concentrated magic power, though it was still just as sweet as a fresh green apple. Leon had to restrain his instinct to grab the fruit right away, but it was damn difficult knowing that he was only one Hesperidic apple away from the 9th tier. Instead, he kept business at the forefront of his mind. How large was the yield? Leon asked. For everyone, 1, Tychos answered. 2 are extra. Leon smiled, his greed greatly stimulated. His apple trees typically produced more than enough for all of his people to get at least 1 apple, but those few spare apples the trees occasionally gave him were reserved for other people. As beneficial as it would be to give one of his retainers an extra apple, he judged that it would be just as damaging to morale as a whole if he were seen to favor one retainer over another like that. On rare occasions, he gave a couple to Penelope, bringing her and the director in on what exactly his apple orchard truly contained. Most of his spare apples, however, were reserved for Anastasios and the Grand Druid. They didn't ask questions after the first time, and Leon never gave any answers. They were allies, after all, and so far, during these past 5 years, neither the director nor any of the 10th tier mages had yet given him any reason to doubt their sincerity and commitment to their alliances with him. Thankfully, none of them made any unreasonable demands for more of the apples. The director, in fact, hardly even seemed to want any, and Penelope had been extremely happy just to receive the 2 that Leon had given her. They weren't enough to boost her to the 9th tier, but she was now getting quite close. Anastasios and the Grand Druid, meanwhile, both stated that they were going to give their apples to younger members of their empires. The Grand Druid even specifically told Leon that she was going to give her apples to Cassandra. Leon, now staring at the first of the latest batch, gritted his teeth to keep from licking his lips and said to Tychos, "Let's get everyone together, then. If the harvest has come early, then we eat early. No need to put this off." Tychos nodded, and Leon took a deep breath as he used his darkness magic to call all of his family and retainers together. It was time for him to finally reach the 9th tier. Chapter 793, Ascension. Leon, his family, and his retinue gathered in his training hall, all save for Anshu. Helen alone looked rather calm and serene, her 6th tier aura balanced and still. Leon knew that training wasn't her thing, but the power boost of a Hesperidic apple wasn't something even she could turn down. Gaius, Alex, Marcus, Alcander, Elise, Talal, and Anzu gathered around Tychos, all of them looking radiant with their 7th tier auras flickering and writhing in varying states of excitement. Valeria, Anna, and Red, meanwhile, stood apart, calmer even than Helen, their 8th tier auras solid and almost unmoving. Anna's war beasts, however, were not participating. As far as Leon was concerned, they were growing powerful enough without eating one of his precious apples. For his part, Leon could barely contain his excitement. The next apple he ate would push him up to the 9th tier, something he'd been working towards now for more than 15 years. A level of power unthinkable to just about anyone in the Bull Kingdom, a degree of power held by less than 1,000 people on the entire plane. One of those people, of course, stood next to him, her bronze skin shining, her light brown hair lustrous, her gentle smile brilliant. "Ready," she whispered into his mind, their connection stronger than it had ever been before. Leon turned to Maya, smiled, and nodded. "Tychos, let's get it moving, working." The tree sprite called back as it conjured all the requisite Hesperidic apples from its soul realm and started passing them out in order of weakest to strongest. Helen received hers without so much as a sound, but Alex loudly sighed as Tychos placed the apple in her hand. She'd been the most recent of Leon's retainers to reach the 7th tier, having just done so following the last harvest. "It's going to be weird eating these again without getting fucked up," she quietly observed. "There's one thing to miss about being 6th tier," Alcander wistfully added. "I, for one, can do without having all of my worst failures thrown back in my face," Gaius protested. For obvious reasons, Leon had no personal experience with how the apples affected one in the lower tiers. As far as he knew, the specific effect was different for every person. However, from what he'd seen over the past few years, eating a Hesperidic apple while in the 6th tier induced intense dreams and vivid hallucinations. He'd had to corral his people on multiple occasions after eating the apple since their minds would often practically leave their bodies. Once, Alcander's magic body even left his physical body and almost floated out of the training room, putting him in immense danger. It had been a nerve-wracking few hours trying to get the man back into his physical body, especially since he hadn't been visible at the time, Leon only knowing where he was through use of his magic senses. So, the apples were somewhat drug-like in effect, but fortunately, they induced no physical addiction, or so Helen and Elise determined after Leon insisted on medical examinations after their first harvest. When Valeria, Anna, and Anshu, who'd actually been present following the first harvest, all essentially passed out after eating their apples. Other than the visions, the apples had no undue side effects. Indeed, while the visions were apparently different for every person, they greatly aided those who ate the apples in understanding themselves, enough so that they were more easily able to construct their mind palaces, assert much greater control over their soul realms, and rise to the 7th tier. Fortunately, only Helen was weak enough to experience those visions, and Anna was more than ready to watch over her sister until she came back down, so Leon didn't have to worry about hurting a bunch of stoned high-tier mages. Leon was the last to receive his apple, Tico's passing him the golden fruit as everyone else watched, their apples in hand. "No need to wait for me," Leon said with a smile, despite knowing they probably wanted to see his ascension first. Maya's hadn't been particularly extraordinary, but he couldn't exactly say it would be the same for him. Most of his ascensions had come during battle or some other cataclysmic event. The battle with Jorman, the storm at the cradle, the fight against Hakon Firebeard, the apparently massive storm kicked up by the awakening of his inherited bloodline. His ascension to 6th and 7th tiers came without much fanfare, though, so he was able to keep his own expectations low. So, watched by everyone else, Leon brought the golden fruit to his lips and took a big bite. The fruit was delicious, putting just about everything else that Leon had ever eaten to shame. Sweet, refreshing, juicy, these words took on a whole new meaning when the food they were attached to was practically magic power in physical form. As was usual, once the flavor hit his tongue, Leon devoured the fruit in barely more than a minute. Despite how it felt when he trained his magic senses on it, the insides were fairly standard for apples, but as the fruit settled into his stomach, he felt his body start to heat up. Without much delay, he sat down and cast his gaze inward, taking in all that was happening. It started relatively slowly, with power spreading throughout his body like heat, his stomach the source. But it quickly ramped up as the eaten apple became inundated with his body's magic power. Soon, before Leon had even managed to get entirely comfortable, he felt a sudden rush of power flood his body like a dam broke. However, instead of power surging through his body like a wild river through a burst dam destroying all in its way, this power was almost paradoxically soft and light, and rapidly changed to become indistinguishable from the power his body had naturally generated within his bone marrow. Still, this was too much power for his body to hold all at once, so the pathway to his soul realm within his heart opened wider just by instinct, and the titanic power contained within the apple began rushing through the opening like water down a drain. A gargantuan amount of power flowed into Leon's soul realm, and he could feel it settling into him, pushing the power he'd already stored out further, pushing on the boundaries of his soul realm in turn and expanding it out into the mists of chaos. His soul realm grew rapidly, but unlike the last time it had done so without the apples, it didn't feel uncontrolled, the result of an over-tuned enchantment designed to be used on someone else with a completely different inherited bloodline. There wasn't any intelligence behind the Hesperidic apples, but if there had been, Leon couldn't have been that surprised, for the power the apple flooded him with was practically designed to get his soul realm to grow about as fast as it could without pushing it over the limit. Into more dangerous territory. In less than 10 minutes, Leon's soul realm grew 20 miles, and he cast himself down into it, his magic body taking off into the air even before he'd opened his eyes. In a flash of lightning and boom of thunder, he appeared at the edge of his soul realm and watched as the boundaries of his domain forced back the dangerous mists of chaos, until finally, after so many years, his soul realm exceeded 1,000 miles in radius. Leon felt the change resonate through the entire space. His soul realm shuddered, then suddenly expanded another 20 miles in much the same way someone might take off their belt after a feast and let their belly spill out. He felt the subtle currents of magic power within his soul realm shift, and he knew that his aura would change in response to reflect his greater power. His power was now, strangely, both more potent and tamer, more in control. The change from 8th to 9th tier, power-wise, wasn't that great, but it was still a significant step on his magical journey. Leon watched as his soul realm continued to expand all the way until it reached 1,100 miles. It was a larger jump than he got from the last apple he ate, but he supposed the jump from reaching the 9th tier was a big part of the reason for that. He'd been warned that the efficacy of the Hesperidic apples would diminish as he grew in strength, never quite becoming worthless, but not remaining quite as useful if he ever achieved apotheosis. He estimated, based on how much he'd grown after eating the previous apples, that eating another one would grow his soul realm by another 40 miles or so, instead of the 50-ish that he was more used to at the 8th tier. 3.5 years since the first harvest, and he'd reached the 9th tier. It would take at least another 10 to reach the 10th, if his estimation was correct. A staggering rate, to be sure, but he couldn't help but shiver slightly. 10 years, while not much in the grand scheme of things, especially to the lifespan of an immortal, post-apotheosis mage, was still more than enough time for a lot to happen. Thunderclouds appeared in the distance as he was contemplating the dangers that the future may hold. Knowing exactly what those clouds heralded, he sped back to his mind palace. He arrived just before the Thunderbird did, though she landed with much more aplomb. He touched down rather gently given his euphoria, but she hit the ground like a meteor, swapping to her human form just before she touched Earth. Then, as dust filled the interior of Leon's mind palace, she sprinted forward, caught him in her iron grip, pulled him off his feet, and spun around, giving him quite possibly the biggest and most intense hug he'd ever received. "Finally!" she roared. "Finally! Finally!" Leon couldn't help but burst out laughing, himself, and he returned her embrace as tightly as he could. At the same time, she stopped spinning, and a moment later, let him back down. She didn't let him go, though, instead, bringing her hands up to cup his face. "It's been a long time since any of my descendants have reached your level of power, Leon," she said. "You're making fantastic progress, not the kind of progress that I most want to see, but still progress worth taking great pride in. You are my descendant, a trueborn heir of my clan." Leon burned with intense embarrassment and even more intense pride. He didn't know what to say. "You don't have to say anything," the Thunderbird declared as if she could hear the thoughts in his head. "Just know that I'm proud of you. I'll give you reason to be even prouder," Leon, in turn, declared. "Just a couple decades more, I think. Jason Karanos was the last Storm King, and I will be the next, sure." "Enough. That's the spirit," the Thunderbird bellowed. "Take what's been left behind. Make it your own. Show the bastards who hope to capitalize on my clan's downfall the error of their ways. Incinerate them in a storm of lightning. Crush them until nothing remains but a warning to all who might covet our power." As the Thunderbird continued her tirade, the storm clouds above grew more powerful, and by the time she finished, it had started to rain within Leon's soul realm, a rare occurrence, indeed, unless it was Leon's will. In this case, he allowed it to continue, finding great comfort in the change in weather. "We mustn't get lazy, though," the Thunderbird continued as she glared at Leon, her yellow eyes practically glowing with mania. "Now that you have greatly increased your power, I will expect much more from you. You must make the sky your own. You must make the weather itself bend to your will. When we're done, the mortals of this plane will worship you as a god, if they know what's good for them." "Let's not get carried away, now," Leon countered. "I don't care if they even know my name. It's the nexus where my attention lies. The nexus, and the sky devil's hell." Yes, them," the Thunderbird crowed, drawing out the syllables as she glared out into the distance. "A good subjugation always lifted my spirits. You'll learn the same pleasures, I think, in time. Don't count on it," Leon playfully countered before his countenance grew more serious. "The great black dragon, will my ascension draw his attention?" It had been 5 years since Leon had, if not mastered, then at least acquired conscious control over his black fire. His biggest fear in that regard was the great black dragon himself, taking umbrage with that fact, but in the past 5 years, he'd seen neither hide nor hair of the arrogant beast. The Thunderbird, whenever he brought it up during their training, remained rather dismissive of the giant reptile, so Leon had let it be. However, his anxiety over it had slowly but steadily grown over the years. He couldn't help but worry that the great black dragon's silence didn't represent tacit approval, or even silent disregard, but a mounting furious pressure that would result in an explosion that would make the eruption of a volcano look tame in comparison. "You don't need to worry about him," the Thunderbird said dismissively. "He's glanced your way several times in the past few years and done nothing but seethe in irrelevant darkness, where he belongs. With every eidos of power you gain, the less power he holds over you. So if you're worried about him, despite my protection and assurances, then there is only one thing to do: get stronger. Gain the kind of power that he can't deny, and he won't be able to exert any power over you." Leon bitterly nodded as he snapped his fingers and conjured a black flame no bigger than a candle over his thumb. But even though it was the size of a candle fire, it crackled and waved with barely contained violence, eager beyond words to burn anything and everything. "I'll get right to it, then," Leon said. "Let's start tomorrow. Right now, I have some retainers to check in with." "Good," the Thunderbird said approvingly. A good leader sees to his subordinates before himself in most situations, at least. "Take care of them and they'll take care of you." "That's the plan," Leon said as he just about skipped back to his throne. As he sat back down, he gave the Thunderbird one last smile, then his eyes turned in Zaffin's direction. Since the demon's recovery of his 9th tier powers, his fires now burned even hotter, turning to a dull yellow-orange. His eyes, however, now burned a bright yellow-white. Leon had noticed that he'd been silently watching ever since Leon took his first bite of the Hesperidic apple, and as they made eye contact, the demon nodded once in approval and congratulations. Leon returned the respectful nod, and then sat down, moments later opening his eyes in the physical world. He'd rather expected the rest of his family and retainers to have been clustered around him, eager to hear of his ascension. However, instead of hearing respectful silence as he opened his eyes, or joyful cheers, he heard confused and painful squawking, and the sounds of his retainers shouting in panic. It took him but a moment to see why. Anzu was curled up and shrieking as his wings furiously beat, keeping everyone else far away from him. "It's okay," Alex tried to shout over Anzu's pained squawks. "We're here. Everything's going to be all right." In less than a second, Leon was on his feet and sprinting for his griffin. He didn't know what was going on, but his little buddy was in pain, and he couldn't let that stand. Anzu had been, up until a few minutes ago, a 7th tier griffin. Now, Leon could feel his aura changing to something on par with a human's 8th tier, and he thought that might be why he was in such pain. Sure enough, as he pulled up, he was halted when Red laid a hand on his shoulder. "He's learning to take human form," she said aloud. "Give him some time." Leon gritted his teeth, deeply frowned, but stopped. His heart raced with anxiety and fear for his best friend in all of existence, worried that he couldn't do anything for him, but he trusted in Red's analysis of the situation, knowing that she was more of an expert here than he was, despite his own ability to transform. "Though, my own first transformation was brutal," he noted. He'd initially chalked it up to his 2 bloodlines warring within him for dominance, since his subsequent transformations into his pure Thunderbird form always went much smoother, but it seemed the first time transforming might just always be painful. As he stood there watching with a frustrating sense of impotence, Elise came over and took his arm. Valeria did likewise on his other side, while Maya hugged him from behind. The rest of his retainers took their lead from him and stood back, though Alex still called out encouragements to Anzu. Leon added his voice to hers, though he kept it silent, speaking to Anzu with darkness magic. It seemed that he got through, as the griffin relaxed a little bit and turned his head in Leon's direction. He went quiet a moment later, his blood-red eyes narrowing in fatigue. And then he began to shrink. His snow-white feathers retracted into his body, revealing equally white skin. Bones broke and bent with toe-curling crunches and cracks, his body rippled as flesh reorganized itself, and his wings shrank and retracted back into his shoulders. It took a couple of minutes, but Anzu's griffin body quickly gave way to a human one. He was lithe, but still well-built, which was made all the more obvious by his lack of clothing. His skin was as pure white as to be expected given his albinism, as was his platinum blonde locks, which erupted from his skull and fell down his back like a silver waterfall, eventually ending just above his hips. His face, however, was boyishly handsome and free of any facial hair. In fact, he was devoid of any body hair at all. "Wow," Alex muttered, and Leon made the mistake of glancing at her for a moment and realized that her eyes were locked squarely on the eye-catchingly large weapon Anzu now carried between his legs. Without a word, Leon conjured some clothes and a couple towels, using them to cover Anzu as best as he could. The griffin was out cold, but Leon wasn't going to let him lay there like that. However, within, he was proud and kind of afraid in equal measure. In all their years together, Anzu had never once spoken to him silently, as he knew many powerful beasts could. Now, though, it seemed that Anzu was finally going to be able to give voice to his thoughts. He just had to wake up, first. Chapter 794, Family by Choice. Anzu was taken to a room adjacent to the training hall where he was laid out on a sofa to rest. By Helen's estimation, he'd probably wake in less than an hour. What might happen after that, though, was anyone's guess. Leon, however, had a few ideas of his own, and knew where to find a few more. He didn't clearly remember his first time transforming. It had been far beneath the Serpentine Isles, and the enchantment array that allowed him to transform had stimulated his blood so much that the power had completely overwhelmed his conscious mind. However, he could clearly remember his first time consciously transforming, just after bringing the fallen stone giants back home. He'd changed into his Thunderbird form, and promptly fell flat on his face. He hadn't known how to control a body so radically different from his own that he was hopeless in it, let alone proficient enough to know how to fly or fight. But after several days of practice, he'd managed to learn how to properly balance himself to stand up straight, then fly, and then fight. It had taken a fair amount of time, but less than he'd feared. Anzu, he hoped, would have an easier time of it. So long spent around humans and not around other griffins, Leon thought that Anzu was as ready as he could be. Given his complete silence, though, Leon couldn't be sure. He was as certain as he could be that Anzu was fully sapient, but the griffin had still never once managed to speak, mentally or otherwise. Leon speculated that this was because the griffin had little to no skill with darkness magic and had no idea how to learn. He'd rather assumed that such communication would come naturally, as neither Maya nor Red seemed to have any difficulties speaking in such a manner. Ticos, on the other hand, needed to create a piece of magical amber in order to communicate, so Leon was forced to admit that it wasn't exactly guaranteed. As he laid Anzu down on the sofa, he left the griffin-turned-human under the watchful eyes of Helen, Anna, and Marcus, and returned to the training hall where the rest of his retinue were waiting. It didn't take him long to evaluate their conditions. It seemed that he and Anzu had the most dramatic increase in power, each of them ascending a tier. Everyone else had grown in strength as far as he could tell, but there had been no other ascensions. "How's Anzu?" Elise asked, her voice laced with worry. "Physically, he's fine," Leon responded. "He's still out, but we'll see how he is when he wakes up." Elise smiled in relief, her expression reflected in various ways on everyone else's face. "For now," Leon continued, "I want everyone to get training. You all know the drill by now. You need to refamiliarize yourselves with your limits, as they've just been vastly expanded. 2 hours of solo training, then we'll start pairing off and get to sparring." In his experience, fighting with someone else was the best way to test your own limits. Given how much power the Hesperidic apples would bestow, everyone needed to put themselves through their paces, or else their combat abilities might be compromised. Not much use in growing in power if you don't know how to use that power, Leon thought as everyone slowly broke off, the elation at the results of eating another batch of Hesperidic apples plain for all to see. He turned toward Red, but before he could call out to her, Ticos spoke first. "Leon, the tree sprite began, grew trees 1 extra apple. How should we use it?" Leon raised his eyebrows for a moment. "Is that counting the one set aside for Anshu?" "No," he nodded, then said, "Give it to me. I'll figure out someone to give it to." It wasn't the first time that his trees produced spare apples. Whenever they did, Leon didn't give them to his retinue, fearing that it might give rise to bitter feelings if he were seen to be favoring anyone unduly since there were never enough for everyone to get to. Instead, he kept those apples to be used as gifts for friends and allies Penelope and the director, usually. Ticos dutifully handed over the apple, and Leon tossed it into his soul realm, setting aside the issue of who to give it to for the time being. Then, he finally turned towards Red, who'd walked off to a corner to sit and play with fire in, her legs crossed and eyes closed. As Leon walked over, he watched as she summoned 4 tiny fire snakes and had them fly through the air around her. Despite their rather diminutive size, each of those snakes were extreme concentrations of power, burning with a ferocity that wasn't quite reflected in their brightness or speed of movement. Each of those snakes could burn clean through a 7th-tier mage with ease, Leon guessed. "Hey there, Red," Leon said as he sat down a respectful distance away. "Let's talk for a minute or two." Red acquiesced, opening her yellow eyes and watching him with interest. Understanding that he had her attention, Leon asked, "I was hoping to talk about your experience with transforming into human form." Red briefly glanced at the door through which Leon had carried Anzu, then stoically nodded as she turned back to him. "What was it like for you, the first time?" Leon asked. Red cocked an eyebrow, then glanced upward in thought as her fire snakes danced about her head. "Confusing," she eventually stated. "Aggravating. Infuriating. Were you scared?" Leon asked, eliciting a glare from the wyvern in human form. "All right, I remember now, you don't get scared, do you?" Red haughtily raised her head, but Leon didn't believe her for a second. It required adjustment, Red explained. Learning to move my body was easy. Learning to accept that I could do what I could was harder. Learning to accept that I was able to change into a weaker form, that it had its uses, that it didn't make me weak. Did you have anyone else you could practice with? Leon asked. I know that your former mate had his harem and they were all strong enough to shift forms, but you hadn't fallen in with them yet, had you? That came later, Red stated. We didn't transform in front of one another, at least, not until we decided we needed to get in contact with you and your party while you were hunting our mate. Didn't want to show weakness in front of your fellows? Leon cheekily asked, but the way that Red briefly averted her gaze and scowled, he thought he hit the nail on the head. It's hard to get used to, Red whispered. Weaker, softer, different senses. Honestly, I don't know how you humans have survived as long as you have. We're tough little creatures. Leon glanced back at the door. Anzu was still out cold, but his breathing was starting to accelerate. Did you have a similar reaction? Your first time? No, Red almost condescendingly replied. However, after a moment, her expression turned more thoughtful. I was disoriented, confused at first as to what had happened. Wyverns don't write and we don't teach. I didn't realize what happened to me until decades later. Leon hummed in thought. You know, that's not even really something I've thought too hard about. I've met another ascended beast in my time, a basilisk. And that basilisk had taken to kidnapping women and trying to convince them to procreate with him between bouts of piracy. I guess I wasn't too surprised that ascended beasts continued to act as they always have, not really knowing anything else. It's just, I suppose it's strange, then, that the sacred bull went and built the bull kingdom, isn't it? And that the thunderbird built her interplanar empire. Ascended beasts fitting into human society. Red listened to him ramble utterly expressionless, at least until he asked his next question. How are you finding your time here? Leon had already asked her that question many times over the past 5 years. Every time, her answer had been largely the same. Human society was quite nice and very comfortable, but it would have been infinitely better without all the humans. This time, however, she took some time before responding. There's a sense of purpose here that I find fulfilling, she stated. I don't like many parts of human society. Too many demands for currency, when a weaker one ought to do what I tell them to do. Constant recriminations for attempting to expand my horde without paying for it. Leon lightly cringed, having had to shell out some silver on multiple occasions for things that Red had stolen, usually some shiny trinket that had caught her eye as she wandered oculara. He'd eventually gotten at least the most basic of basics of human economics hammered into her head so that she wouldn't steal anymore, but keeping her swimming in new trinkets for her horde was still a large item on his expense report. But, Red continued, I enjoy the idea that I'm working towards greater power, that there will be a place for me in a higher realm, that the secrets of fire that I have dreamed about are opening themselves up to me. She snapped her fingers, and the dancing fire snakes whirled about before her, between her and Leon. I never would have grown this strong this quickly had I not joined up with you. I will follow in your footsteps and see what new heights you can reach, and ascend to those heights myself. Leon smiled, recognizing this to be as close to an endorsement and encouragement as he'd ever get from her. Just let me know if you need anything else, Leon said. By the way, Valentina will be coming over next week. She and Zafin need to meet up in person for something. I was thinking of adding in some training with fire magic. I was going to drag Alkander into this as well, but wanted to extend to you this invitation to join, too. As Red smiled, Leon sensed Alkander perk his head from across the room. Can't do that, boss, he shouted. Sophie and I have a date. Dates can be rescheduled, can't they? Leon only half-seriously complained. Not this one. Tickets to an exclusive show. Leon glared at Alkander, but he didn't put too much venom in the look. You'll have to catch up, then, he growled as he turned back to Red. Grumbling under his breath, he said, exclusive, huh? What kind of show is exclusive? You could order him to attend, Red said, drawing a look of ire from Alkander. Nah, Leon flippantly responded. Any other excuse and I would, but family should come first. Red frowned and looked a little wistful. She didn't look like she wanted to continue speaking in that vein, though, which Leon found all well and good since Anzu was starting to stir. Looks like he's about to wake up, he said as he rose. Thanks for the perspective. We'll talk again soon. Red wordlessly nodded as Leon walked back out into the adjacent room, where Helen and Anna were monitoring Anzu as he stirred. "Everything all right?" he asked. "Things are looking good," Marcus responded as he met Leon at the foot of the sofa. "No concerning vital signs, he's looking good in just about every way." Leon nodded in gratitude, then quietly pulled Helen away from Anzu as he sat down next to the sofa, wanting to be the first thing Anzu saw when he woke up. He didn't have to wait long. Within 5 minutes, Anzu's albino white eyelids began to flutter, giving Leon a few glimpses of the blood-red irises beneath. Then, Anzu took a deep breath and shifted his sleeping position a bit, though not quite in as smooth a manner as he might if he'd been human his entire life. After another moment, Leon heard a hitch in Anzu's breathing, signaling that he'd finally woken up. A second later, Anzu began twitching, then shivering as his eyes opened in panic. "Anzu!" Leon shouted as the griffin turned human bolted upright. He placed his hand on Anzu's shoulder and pushed him back down into the sofa. Anzu resisted for a moment, but as his eyes landed on Leon and focused, all resistance left his body, and he let Leon push him back down. "It's all right, Anzu," Leon whispered. "It's all right, everything's fine. Can you understand me?" Anzu seemed to need a moment to process before quietly nodding. "How are you feeling?" "Good." Leon raised his right hand. "Bad." He then raised his left hand. Anzu's lips didn't so much as twitch as he glanced to Leon's hands, then slowly raised his right hand. "Fantastic," Leon said soothingly as he glanced up at Helen, Anna, and Marcus, giving them silent permission to speak. "Anzu," Helen said, taking the lead, "you've ascended. You've managed to transform into a human." Anzu's boyish features remained as still as if they were carved in stone, but his eyes glanced around before turning down to look at his body. He wasn't naked anymore, Helen having pulled him into some loose training clothes as they'd gotten him settled on the sofa. However, that did absolutely nothing to hide his own body from him. A low whine built up in Anzu's chest and his lips started twitching, as if he were having trouble opening his mouth. "Take it slow, buddy," Leon whispered. "It's not a permanent thing, you're just like Red. You should be able to transform back and forth." Anzu suddenly turned his head in Leon's direction. His mouth snapped open and he began spreading his lips in random ways as a gentle hum resounded from within him. The griffin sighed. "Hey, meh, mo, Leon let Anzu experiment with his mouth a little bit. The griffin had never had lips before, just a hard beak, and he knew there was going to be a lot of adjustment needed before Anzu was comfortable with his new body. After several long minutes of Anzu testing out his new lips and vocal cords, during which Leon's thoughts seemed mirrored in everyone else, he finally began to speak, though his tone was hesitant, plodding, and stilted. Human. Like, you." "For now," Helen helpfully chimed in. "Like Red and Leon, you should now have a power to shift between bodies at will. It's going to take some time for you to learn how to move like this," Leon said with a soft, yet didactic tone to reflect his infinite patience when it came to his closest friend. "Don't rush it. Do you remember when I first started transforming into my Thunderbird form? How many times I ate dirt on the way back from the border mountains back in the north?" Anzu's eyes narrowed as he thought hard, but then nodded rather exaggeratedly. He began to sit up, though his balance and muscle control still made that clumsy at best. However, he soon managed it, until he was sitting up, looking Leon in the eye, blood red to bright gold. Father, Leon guessed. When Anzu nodded, Leon slowly sat next to Anzu. "Brother," he stated insistently. "You know that we're different." Again, Anzu nodded. "We're still family, though, aren't we?" Another nod. "We are family by choice, not by blood. And to put myself in the role of father, that would be, well, I love you like a brother, Anzu. It would just be a little weird to think about being in that role, you know." Anzu was starting to get the hang of nodding, it seemed. "So, how about that? Brothers, bridge." Anzu struggled to form the word. Leon almost tried to get him to stop, but he held his tongue. Anzu needed to learn to speak, and he clearly wanted to keep trying. "Bro, there. Brother." Leon smiled and pulled Anzu into a hug. He felt Anzu shift slightly in his embrace, but after some minor flailing, he felt Anzu's own arms wrap around him. "I've waited a long time, Anzu," Leon whispered. "You've been with me a long time. I can't tell you how proud I am, no words are good enough." Anzu seemed to whine, but it was a sound similar to the happy chirps he made in his griffin form, and Leon felt him shudder slightly. So, Leon pulled back, and found Anzu bawling his eyes out, tears streaming down his face like a waterfall. "Anzu," Anna cried out, "are you all right? You aren't hurt, are you?" "No," Anzu hastily replied. Then, his body began to expand, his chest growing as wings burst from his back. The clothes that Leon had set aside for him were torn right off as a tail sprang from just above his rear. Fur and feathers erupted from his skin as his face elongated into its avian shape. Leon sprang back as Anzu reassumed his griffin form. It didn't more than a few seconds until Anzu was back, chirping with delight as he leapt off the sofa and began bounding about in joy. He surged toward Leon, rubbing on him like a cat, almost knocking him flat on his back as he expressed his jubilation. But then, he paused, and his wings folded and started shrinking, his fur and feathers retreated beneath his skin, and body quickly returned to human shape and, once again, stark naked. But Anzu hardly seemed concerned as he stood there, gently swaying with what Leon thought was a profound difference in his sense of balance. "Bro, there," he said again as he looked to Leon and spread his lips in one of the widest smiles Leon had ever seen. It might have seemed fake on anyone else, but Anzu radiated elation. "Come on," Leon said as he took Anzu by the shoulder. "Let's get you acquainted with your new ability. And clothes. You don't have to rush on that last one," Anna muttered as Leon slowly led Anzu back into the training room. Leon just sent her a cheeky smile in response. He couldn't muster any anger in light of his and Anzu's ascensions, especially since Anzu hardly seemed to care about what she said. He just wanted his new brother to practice with his new form. He'd waited a long time for the griffin to speak, and he couldn't wait to hear what he might have to say. Chapter 795, Unreasonable Request. The hours and days after consuming Hesperidic apples were always physically hard. Leon pushed his people to find their new limits and to grow comfortable with them, so as to know how to fight if they were to be attacked at any point. Fortunately, their caution hadn't been all that needed in the past 5 years, but Leon wasn't going to get complacent. He'd been attacked enough times in his own home to keep his eye on the ball. This didn't change following his ascension to the 9th tier. If anything, he doubled down, wanting to show his people that even though he'd grown substantially in power, he wasn't going to ignore his people in favor of solo training. He trained often on his own, of course, but he pushed himself hard to see to his official duties, fulfill his obligations to his retainers, and to see to his own needs. Fortunately, after several years, his people knew the drill and didn't really need him there constantly pushing them forward. Consequently, Leon spent quite a bit of time with Anzu, helping the griffin learn to walk and talk. Anzu seemed quite taken with the idea of Leon being his older brother, and Leon had to admit that he enjoyed the idea. Anzu was as much his family as any other blood sibling would be, as far as he was concerned, regardless of the label they put on it. In this endeavor, he roped Red in to help. She was the only one there who had experience as a non-human who suddenly gained human form. Her aid was questionable in the end, but only because Anzu, being now 8th tier, was more than intelligent enough to learn quickly. It hadn't taken Leon long to learn how to move and fly in his Thunderbird form, and he guessed that it took Anzu about as long to learn to walk. Talking, however, needed some more time. But, with such a leap in power, Elise and Valeria both cornered Leon to bring up something apparently of the utmost importance. "We need to throw a party," Elise declared. "Huh?" Leon asked, looking up from his work. He wasn't in his workshop, but in his study, dealing with procurement issues. Some of his labs were having nothing unusual, just some overeager researchers not focusing their resources where they needed to go, even after said resources had been allocated. It was here that Elise and Valeria had found him, head buried in a short stack of papers, all needing him to read through and sign in several places. "We need to celebrate," Elise insisted as Valeria nodded her agreement. "It's not every day that someone reaches the 9th tier," Valeria said. "It's good to let loose once in a while, and I'm sure the others would love an excuse to drink." "They don't need an excuse, though, do they?" Leon muttered. "No, but one is always appreciated. Your birthday's also coming up, husband," Elise reminded him, and he felt his stomach drop a little at the reminder. 38, a momentous age in his mind, the very mention of which brought to mind thoughts of his father and his childhood home. "What of it?" Leon gruffly replied. "I've never celebrated my birthday with a party yet, why start now?" To make a statement, Elise insisted, largely brushing aside his reluctant attitude. Such was par for the course as far as he went, after all. Having chiefs of the other branches, the director himself, emperors and 10th tier mages, all coming here for your birthday, to celebrate you reaching the 9th tier. It's an opportunity we can't afford to miss. I was thinking the exact opposite, Leon responded. I didn't want to draw too much attention to my rising power. It's not like it's gone unnoticed, Leon, Valeria countered. Anastasios and the Grand Druid have been here enough times in the past few years to know that you've been rising in power quite dramatically. Have they said anything about it? A few questions, nothing more. I haven't told them that I have Hesperidic apple trees. They might have guessed, Valeria said. However, even if they haven't, it's not like your growth has been invisible. And they haven't made a big deal out of it, have they? No, Leon reluctantly admitted. Over the past 5 years, Leon had worked fairly closely with Anastasios and the Grand Druid, though given the fact that he refused to leave Oculara, both of them agreeing with his desire to stay, the amount of use they could get out of him was limited to what they could bring him. Big things like any arcs or massive weapons they might possess were out, but they brought him many more manuscripts and smaller magical items that he'd activated for them. They rarely gave him much time to really examine them before moving on to the next item. Leon wasn't sure how much he was actually giving them access to, but they seemed happy with his work so far, so he didn't rock the boat. Husband, Elise said, do you really not want us to throw a party? She stared at him with the biggest puppy dog eyes that he'd ever seen her make, and he felt his heart skip a beat in response. Sighing, Leon replied, you really want to throw that party, don't you? It'll be incredible, Elise insisted, her expression shifting in just a moment to something more greedy or ambitious. If it goes well, it'll show the entire plane that you're no one's subordinate, but are actually the equal of some of the most powerful men and women in the land. It'll mean a huge leap forward for our family. Enormous gains can be made from the Lord Protector and Grand Druid alone agreeing to attend. That's assuming they will, Leon said as he tried to keep a level head and not lose himself in potential delusions of grandeur. He was 9th tier, but that didn't make him invincible, and the Keeper could still ambush him somewhere and end everything in a matter of seconds. They have many duties that demand their attention. Thank the ancestors for that, because otherwise I think they'd have moved in with us years ago. As Elise laughed, Valeria hesitantly asked, if we're doing this, are there any limits on people we can invite? Is there someone you wanted to attend? Elise asked, confusion lacing her tone as she looked to the silver-haired woman. Kind of, Valeria said, growing a little bashful as both Elise and Leon started staring at her rather intensely. Leon himself wondered just who she was asking about and where she'd met this person, until it suddenly struck him as Valeria studiously avoided looking him in the eye. My father, Valeria whispered. I was hoping he might come, too. Any joy in the room vanished in an instant. Your father, Leon muttered as he furrowed his brow. Valeria hesitantly began before cutting herself off. It was a while before she spoke again, but neither Leon nor Elise interrupted her thoughts. Eventually, she closed her eyes and quickly said, I know that you and he can never be on good terms and that he's done things that can't ever be forgiven, but I love you and I want you and him to be at peace. Valeria went quiet and looked almost like a mouse caught in the hungry gaze of a lion as Leon stared back at her. He loved Valeria quite deeply. Anything she could ask for, he would do in a heartbeat. But this, are we not at peace already? Leon quietly asked. Why should he come and visit on that day of all days? Elise gave Leon a strange look, but Valeria continued, he's been wallowing in remorse, Leon. I think it would be good for him and good for us if you were to see each other. I don't want us to always be on edge about this. I want my father back in my life, but it's hard. I understand if you say no. You have every right to. No, Leon said without hesitation, but his heart almost broke in two as a look of anguish momentarily appeared on Valeria's face. All right, she sputtered, tears already pooling in her eyes. Val, Leon began, but Valeria just turned around and bolted for the door. Leon heard a sob as the door slammed shut behind her. Silence fell upon Leon's study as he and Elise stared at the door. It felt like an eternity, but it was probably only a few seconds before Elise moved behind his desk, then behind his chair and laid her hands against his shoulder. Without a word, she began to knead at the steely tightness that Leon could feel. Despite his wife's attentions, that tension remained. Justin, while not carrying out the deed himself, had murdered his father. Leon had thought that he'd largely put that behind him when he decided not kill Justin when he had the chance, but had allowed the man to come down to the empires with him and his people. He loved Valeria, and Valeria loved Justin, and he didn't think it that great of a sacrifice to bring her father with them to make her happy. But he still hated the man. The less thought he gave him, the happier he was. The less Leon saw him, the happier he was. He paid for the man's healthcare, making sure that the deep injuries he'd taken in Nestor's lab were treated, but apart from that, he paid the man as little mind as possible, and his mental health was all the better for it. Now, however, on that birthday, on his 38th, "It's all right," Elise whispered. "Whatever you decide, it's all right." Again, Leon sighed. Valeria wants her father here for this party. All the more reason not to throw one. He didn't particularly mean the second sentence, and his tone reflected that sentiment, but he'd said they could throw one and he wasn't going to back out of it just because of this. "She'll understand," Elise replied, and Leon knew that she knew he wasn't being serious about going back on his word. "She'll still be upset. She's not so emotional that she'll let that tarnish our relationship. I still don't like seeing her upset. But she's asking for the impossible." Elise's hands paused for just a second, and Leon could feel rather than hear the second part of that statement. "Isn't she?" Leon began, but he trailed off. Thoughts of Artorias, Valeria, and Justin rushed through his mind faster and faster, and he found it hard to concentrate on anything. Out of frustration, he extended his hand and pulled all of the requisitions forms he'd been going over into his soul realm. He wasn't going to be doing much more work on them with his head like this. "Give me some time to think," he finally said as he reached up and stopped Elise's hands. Elise gave him a radiant smile, one free of judgment and full of nothing but support for whatever he decided. "I'll get started on preparations," she said. "Next month should be both soon enough to not be out of season, but far enough in advance for everyone to arrive. I'll have my thoughts for the guest list ready tomorrow. It's your party, though, so don't worry about me if you need to make changes." She leaned down and kissed him lightly on the lips. It wasn't full of heat and passion, but Leon could still feel every spark of love he felt for her and that she felt for him. He smiled as she pulled away and began walking towards the door. "I don't deserve you," he whispered as she reached the door. "I don't deserve any of you." Elise turned back toward him, her smile growing slightly wider. "That's not for you to decide, husband," she stated. "It's up to us who is worthy of our time. We've all decided to be with you. That means we all consider you more than worthy. Every day we wake up and decide to stay is another day that we decide you're worthy. I love you. I love you too," Leon said as she walked out the door, closing it with a little more grace than Valeria had on her way out. Leon was left in stark silence, but that was exactly what he wanted right now. Justin, Elise would undoubtedly give him quite the guest list. All of the highest names in Heaven's Eye, with plenty of +1s for them to fill out with dates, spouses, and high-ranking subordinates. A birthday party for a chief of Heaven's Eye was not going to be a small thing, and Leon knew that Elise was going to make sure it was no small thing, regardless of what he'd rather have. He could grin and bear it, but the question of allowing Justin to attend wasn't one he could easily make. He stayed in his study for a while longer mulling the issue over. However, even after an hour, he hadn't been able to change his mind, despite his desire to see Valeria happy. His enmity with Justin ran too deeply to stand the man's presence. The more distance between them, Leon thought, the better. To try and distract himself from his musings, he pulled his work back out and threw himself into it, but not even 10 minutes later, he heard another knock at his door, this one a little more timid than any that his family members might make. He cast his magic senses out and saw that it was Anna at his door. He took a moment to school his expression, ensuring that he was stoic and professional, as befitting a man of his station, and called out, "Come in." Without too much fanfare, Anna entered the room and closed the door behind her. She looked a little anxious, and Leon half expected her to ask about Valeria, but he was pleasantly surprised when she spoke. "Leon, I need your help with something." "What is it? Are you familiar with the War Beast Acquisitions Department?" Leon nodded. "That's one of the departments under Lady Emily. All of Heaven's Eye's Beastmasters as well as all logistics required to see to their war beasts' needs are organized by that department." "Do you need them for something?" "Kind of," Anna hesitantly murmured. "Is this a sensitive topic?" No, I just don't want to bother you with something that might be far beneath you." Leon dismissively waved his hand with a deep scowl. "You're my retainer. Whatever you need, Feel free to bring it up with me and I'll see what I can do. Anna smiled, but hesitated again before saying, I've heard something about some kind of auction going on with regards to that department. Happens every 4 years or so, as far as I'm aware. Those wyvern eggs that we captured back during the last hunt. Sold during the last auction along with a host of other beasts, besides. Leon nodded, grateful that he wasn't going on this year's hunt. With the arms build-up down in the south to try and protect the Pegasi states from the Sky Devils, there were going to be plenty of Imperial and Heaven's Eye fighters down there that no new delegations would need to be sent to contain the wyverns. There's an auction soon, isn't there? There is, Anna confirmed. Auctions happen all the time with Heaven's Eye, of course, but these ones with the best war beasts are very exclusive. They only cater to the richest of the rich, allowing them to buy just about any prestigious, extremely rare creature that they might have a fancy for. This year, I've heard that there's going to be a manticore cub. And you want this cub, don't you? Anna nodded vigorously. Leon leaned back in his chair, fully ready to agree, but he had some questions first. How did you learn of this auction? If it's supposed to be so exclusive and private, then how'd word get out? It's still an event catering to those of great position, Anna explained. It's not publicized, but it's still a fairly massive undertaking to ensure that the event itself is as exclusive and luxurious as possible. A lot of Heaven's Eye Beastmasters are involved in its organization, and, well, I've kind of been seeing one of them. Anna flushed red, and Leon couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in surprise. He'd had little idea that she'd been seeing anyone at all. Her usual behavior and routines hadn't changed, so there'd been damn near no sign at all of such a change in her personal life. And this, good friend, of yours let you in on what was going to be at the auction? Leon asked. Anna nodded again. All right, Leon said with a teasing smile. We can go and see what we can do to get this manticore. How are your other beasts, by the way? Layden is doing well, Anna said, referring to her Attican snapper. Nadur and Astar are both growing pretty fast, though their magical power isn't growing as quickly as I would like. Her other two beasts were a pair of wyvernlings captured during the last wyvern hunt that they'd participated in. Leon had seen the two several times in the past couple of months alone, and they'd both grown to be larger than carriages still dwarfed by red. But quite large regardless. Layden's growth had slowed, though, and seemed to have peaked at the 6th tier. He hadn't achieved sapience, though he seemed at least as intelligent as a dog. Nadur and Astar had both reached the 3rd tier, as well, and while their magical growth wasn't particularly swift, it hadn't seemed to have slowed. Have they been giving you any trouble? Leon asked. None at all, Anna quickly replied. This thing is really quite something, it ensures that my boys are perfectly behaved. She flashed the onyx bracelet that Leon had looted from the transformation cave left there by Jorman, he presumed. Good, Leon said. Now, tell me about this person you've been seeing. I had no idea. How did you keep something like this under wraps for so long? Especially with people like Alex and Alkander around. Like a pair of old women, aren't they? Anna quipped. I've been seeing her for about a year. The facilities you helped to set up for my boys were great, but I had to ask for a bit of help with some Beastmaster friends of mine, and they pointed me to her, and she's been helping me keep my boys in good health since then. You should have come to me if you needed help, Leon lightly chastised. You know I wouldn't have let that stand, I had it in hand, Anna brushed off. What's this lucky lady's name? Irene. Lovely name, I look forward to meeting her. In the meantime, let's get on the same page about this auction. When's it happening? Next week, Anna replied, and together, the two made a plan for that day. By the time Anna left, Leon was in much better spirits, but as he was left alone once again with naught but his own thoughts for company, his mood soured. It seemed that regardless of who came, his party wasn't going to be one where everyone was happy. Chapter 796. Auction. Getting into the exclusive beast auction turned out to be quite easy, not that Leon had been particularly worried about it. One visit to Emily the night that Anna had come to him was enough. She'd even told him that if he'd come to her a week before he did, before they'd even announced what beasts would be in the auction, she would have let him buy the beast right then at cost. Unfortunately, the list had been sent out, and so the manticore cub couldn't just be taken out of the auction even for Leon. When the day came, Leon and some of his retainers, including Anna, Alex, Marcus, and Gaius all came out with him. Anzu was still learning to walk and speak, Alkander took some time off to be with Sophie, Helen and Tikos were preoccupied with new batches of thunder wood, Talal was busy running the parts of magical research and development that Leon had neither the skills nor temperament for, and Red was simply uninterested. His family, on the other hand, was a little more complicated. Valeria was the main sticking point. Though she maintained that she understood why Leon didn't want to allow her father to commit to his party, she was still a little upset. Leon was more than happy to give her the space she needed, especially since he wasn't exactly feeling good about the situation, either. Elise, while content to defer to Leon's opinion on this issue, also wanted to spend a little more time with Valeria to support her friend. She wasn't, as she'd reminded Leon the night before, choosing Valeria over him. She wasn't taking any sides at all. She was quick to add she simply thought that Valeria needed a little more support on this one. Maya, meanwhile, had simply fallen asleep before they left, and Leon hadn't the heart to wake her. The auction was to be held in a private theater along the south bank of the Scamander and was scheduled to begin about an hour before midnight. The theater itself was fairly large, but had few seats, with about 200 seats in luxurious boxes, and another 400 below the boxes. From what Leon had heard, the theater was owned by one of Emila's subordinates who was quite fond of theater, and frequently sponsored various acting groups to practice in his theater. He, his family, and many of his servants would attend these practice sessions and give critique. For the auction, however, the boxes would be filled with both high-ranking members of Heaven's Eye, and influential members of the Ilian aristocracy. The seats below would be filled with their escorts and attending subordinates. Fortunately, Leon got a box all to himself, box enough for his entire attending retinue to share. So, they arrived about half an hour before the auction was due to start and were met outside by several of the theater owner's attendants. Once they were escorted to the box, they were largely left alone, though one fourth-tier attendant mentioned that he'd return once the auction began to record and announce their bids. As everyone took their seats, Anna sat next to Leon and whispered, "Thanks for doing this, boss." "Don't mention it," Leon replied with a flippant smile. He'd never attended any auctions before and was fairly excited to see how this one turned out. He fully intended to walk away with that manticore cub, but he wondered just how hard he'd have to fight for it. "Don't just go brushing this off," Anna responded. "I mean it, thank you. Although, if you don't want me to mention it, there is something you can do. Make me drop it." Her tone took on a slightly more playful tone that Leon might have thought untoward had he not known Anna as well as he did. Alex, he thought, probably knew her even better, but that didn't stop his oldest retainer from teasing the older woman a bit. "Ooh, Anna, are you propositioning our fearless leader? He's married, you know," Marcus added, his tone sounding mock-scandalized. Gaius just leaned back in his seat with a smile instead of joining in, to Leon's relief. "I don't mean that," Anna quickly replied. "I just mean, Irene's here, isn't she?" Leon asked. Anna looked at him in surprise, so he added, "You mentioned that she was involved in organizing some things here. Just figured that meant she was actually here for the auction and not just doing administrative work or whatever." "She is," Anna confirmed, her face lighting up with loving joy as she did. "Could she join us?" Leon smirked, having never really seen Anna so anxious and flustered. Her face was a bright red, she was wringing her hands, and she was diligently studying the floor rather than looking at any of them. "She's working here, isn't she?" Leon asked, knowing that he was most likely going to have to refuse. Yes," Anna replied, her tone dropping as she realized what Leon was getting at. "We can meet her later. For now, if she has a job to do, then let's let her focus on that, yeah?" Anna nodded. Sure. The box descended into awkward silence for all of about 2 seconds before Alex leaned forward and wrapped an arm around Anna. "Sue," she drawled, "when were you going to let us know about your little girlfriend, Scared we were going to embarrass you." "No, nothing like that," Anna insisted. Leon saw her taking a subtle, though deep breath and steady herself. It took her only a moment to banish the awkwardness her previous question had raised and regain her composure. "Is it wrong of me to want to keep something to myself?" "No, I'm just curious why you didn't say anything before now. Kind of hurts when friends keep secrets, you know." "Even if there's nothing wrong with that," Anna reached back and pulled Alex into a tight hug. She didn't say anything, but Alex returned the friendly embrace. A moment later, a knock came at the door. "Probably the attendant," Gaius muttered. "I'll get it." He got up and opened the door, but instead of the attendant who would facilitate their bids, another man with 6th-tier strength stood in the doorway. The man was finely dressed, but in a dark and muted style that nevertheless contrasted with his deathly pale complexion. He had no other secretaries, assistants, or attendants with him, all of which led Leon to think he was sent by someone rather than coming of his own accord. Still, Leon took a moment to study the man's aura, but he detected nothing notable. "Who are you and what do you want?" Gaius asked about as politely as the questions could be asked. Carrying a message for Leon Rame, the man said with a frosty tinge to his voice. He held out a folded piece of paper with 2 fingers for Gaius to take. He leaned back slightly as Gaius reached out to take the paper, acting as if touching Gaius was beneath him, or so it came off to Leon, anyway. Once Gaius took the paper, the messenger turned around and left without so much as a goodbye. "Rude," Alex growled. "Leon, want me to drag him back here and show him some manners?" "As fun as that might be, no," Leon replied. "One's arrogance isn't negated with another's. Besides, who is he to us, that his rudeness matters?" Alex clicked her tongue in displeasure but said no more. During that brief exchange, Gaius closed the door and opened the message, reading through it quickly. "Looks like someone noticed your arrival, Leon," he said as he passed the note to Leon. "Someone named Narses the Black. Almost thought it was the chief of security." Leon accepted the message as his thoughts turned back to the man he'd briefly met when once meeting with Emily. The man was quite highly ranked within Heaven's Eye, and acted as an inspector for the Southern Tower Lords. Essentially, it was his job to monitor the ranking Heaven's Eye administrators within large regions for signs of corruption or undue political activity. He had no power to enforce any regulations, but it was inspectors like him that the director relied on to ensure that the Tower Lords were kept under control. The message was a brief greeting that identified the sender, and when Leon turned his eyes out of the box, he scanned the room and, soon enough, his eyes landed upon the man himself. His remarkably black hair was still cut fairly short, his dark green eyes glittered in the dim light of the theater, and his 8th-tier aura was strong and robust, far more so than Leon remembered. The man had clearly been training hard over the past 5 years. As they made eye contact, Narses raised a glass of wine in greeting, giving Leon a wide smile at the same time. Leon, however, found the smile quite unnerving, as it didn't quite reach the inspector's eyes. Regardless, after a brief moment, Leon raised his hand in greeting. Nothing was said nor shouted to each other. They simply held eye contact for several seconds before Narses the Black finally looked away as the messenger appeared back in his box, the only one Narses appeared to have attending him. Leon was a little perturbed, and it seemed like he wasn't the only one as Anna whispered, "He looks familiar, does he?" Leon murmured, "How so? Can't place him," Anna replied. "Know where he's from, nowhere with last names for commoners." Anna hummed. They couldn't say any more as the lights around the stage began to brighten, and several people walked out onto the stage. 2 were clearly attendants, but the 3rd was dressed to the nines. Leon thought him their host for a moment until he stopped behind the podium and announced that the auction would begin in only a few minutes, and for everyone to take their seats. There weren't that many people that needed to sit down, though. Half of the boxes were occupied, if that, and barely a third of the lower seats were filled. The theater was small by Ocularis standards, and they still hadn't even filled it, speaking more than words could about the exclusivity of the event. Of course, the other attendees spoke to that as well. Leon recognized many high-ranking members of Heaven's Eye, and even silently greeted them when they noticed his presence. He even saw 2 of his department heads in attendance, who seemed particularly nervous when they realized he was there, too. I'll have to remember them, Leon thought to himself as the auction truly began. He wasn't that interested in beasts, if he were honest with himself. They were interesting, and he certainly enjoyed raising Anzu, but he'd had the assistance of many Heaven's Eye beastmasters for that tall order. He couldn't imagine putting in the time and effort that it would take to train something less naturally obedient than Anzu had been, and even with the onyx bracelet it would still be a chore that he simply didn't have time for. Anna, on the other hand, watched the auction with great interest. She gleefully identified all of the beasts as they were trotted out for inspections: 2 basilisks, 4 enormous gray wolves, a lion with blood-red fur and a fish-like face, and so much more. None of them, however, were stronger than the 4th tier. Leon's interest was slightly piqued when a wyvernling was brought out, still too young to have colored scales, but Anna already had 2 of those. Each beast was auctioned off for spectacularly large amounts of money. Leon suspected many of the attendees overpaid by quite a bit, but when bidding competition started, he got the impression that it was far more about the show than it was about the purchase itself. Many of those in attendance wanted to flaunt their wealth in front of many of their peers rather than hold out for a good deal. This was, after all, an auction, not commissioned work from Heaven's eye. It wasn't the end neared that the reason they'd come was finally brought out. A wonder from the northeast, a beast so rarely taken that they can't even be ordered, the auctioneer hyped, a manticore cub. Leon expected a bigger creature, but the beast that was brought out was carried out in the arms of a young woman with short blonde hair and soft, cute features. Leon heard Anna's breath hitch, and he assumed the woman was likely Irene. The manticore cub in her arms, meanwhile, was barely larger than a housecat. Its wings were tiny and folded up, not yet feathered or even half as large as they'd need to be to allow for flight. Its coat was a pale gold that shimmered in the light of the theater, its eyes were a bright green that almost glowed, its claws were jet black, its scorpion's tail was bound against its body capped with a thick bundle of cloth. Its claws were likewise bound. Its aura was perhaps the least spectacular thing about it. Leon estimated it was the human equivalent of first tier. As the cub was brought out, Marcus leaned forward and asked, "How dangerous are these things that their paws and tail has to be bound?" "Their claws aren't nearly as sharp as they will be," Anna explained, "but they're still more than enough to pierce the skin of third-tier mages and below. Not many of those here, but still, better to be cautious than to accidentally spill the blood of someone about to give you money. Their tails, on the other hand, even in childhood will produce some pretty nasty venom that can put even a fifth-tier mage on their ass for a while. Their stingers, far more than their claws, need to be secured." "Sounds like a fantastic war beast to have," Marcus whispered. "That's the intent," Anna replied. Leon agreed, though he couldn't help but remember the manticores of the proto-forest. They were intelligent, and one had even helped him out after he'd healed it. They had great growth potential, but he wondered what the actual cost of the onyx bracelet's domination might have on the creatures under its sway. The Attican snapper, despite its growth in power, didn't seem to show any sign of developing true sapience, though Leon wasn't sure if that was due to it being a naturally dim creature or not. Anna's wyverns, on the other hand, were rather clearly capable of developing reason and wisdom, but they weren't even close to being powerful enough to do so. He put those thoughts out of his head as the bidding started. He could wonder and theorize and hypothesize and moralize once the manticore had been bought, but it needed to actually be bought first. The bidding started out fairly quick, with many of those in the boxes tossing out spectacular numbers. The manticore started out at 1,000,000 silvers, but its price went up tenfold in less than a minute. 2 minutes later, it had risen to 20 million. Leon, for just a moment, wondered how high the price might get, but after letting 50 bids go by without putting in one of his own, Anna glanced at him with a hint of anxiety, and Leon decided to just throw his hat into the ring. With just a few words, the attendant in their box called out his bid. 25 million. He hadn't made a bid at all until now, so he hadn't known quite what to expect when his bid was announced. He knew that at least some people around knew who he was, so the response wasn't entirely surprising, but Leon still felt almost insulted. After his bid was announced, silence fell over the theater as Leon felt hundreds of eyes turn in his direction. His bid wasn't startlingly high compared to the previous bid, but he knew his position was, at least compared to just about everyone else there. Many averted their gazes as he glanced around at the other boxes. Guess they don't want to compete with a chief of Heaven's eye? Leon wondered, satisfied that it seemed like the manticore was already his. Unfortunately, his rank was, of course, only startling high compared to just about everyone else there, and the one man who wasn't so completely outranked by him wasn't done. 27 million. An attendant called out just as the auctioneer was about to finish calling for other bids. Narsa's attendant. Leon glanced at the man in question, who stared back at him with a subdued, though still blatantly challenging grin. "That guy," Anna murmured again as her brow deeply furrowed. Without hesitation, Leon raised his bid to 30 million, and Narsa's raised his again to 31. Leon hit 35, and Narsa's went to 36. "He's just pumping up the bid," Gaius said, his tone one of certainty. "He wants you to spend money. I don't think he cares that much about the manticore." "We can play that game," Leon responded. He raised his bet to 40 million. Narsa's then raised again to 41, and Leon, in contrast to his other bids, didn't immediately raise again. Instead, he let the bid hang there as the auctioneer began calling out for other bids again, his eyes rather unsubtly straying in Leon's direction. Leon took a moment to glance around the theater. Many were watching what was going on with great intent, as if what was happening was nothing more than a show. Leon thinly smiled, not appreciating being put on the spot, but he also wasn't about to let Narses beat him. He turned his attention back to his competitor, and found that Narses' smile had slipped just a little bit as the auctioneer's countdown for new bids nearing its end. "Leon," Anna worriedly whispered. "Don't worry," Leon replied, and he made his next bid. 50 million silvers. Narses didn't make another bet, Leon was glad to see. The manticore was theirs. Chapter 797. Post-auction excitement. The manticore cub was brought to their box after the auction was over, fully secured and ready to hand off. Anna was particularly excited for its arrival, but her enthusiasm was mildly dampened when the cub was handed over by the host personally, accompanied by a few of his private attendants, rather than Irene, who'd apparently been the primary caretaker of the cub since its capture. Regardless, the handoff went smoothly, with Leon only having to stomach a few minutes of idle chit-chat with the host before the host departed to see to the other auction attendees. Leon had to admit that the auction had been fairly fun. He'd enjoyed the back and forth with Narses the Black, despite knowing that he'd likely grossly overpaid for the manticore cub. Still, there were a few things that were priceless, and pride was one of them. Narses had deliberately provoked him, and Leon rather disliked that. As fun as it was, Leon's anger and irritation from Narses' interference came to the fore. However, as Leon cast his gaze over at the man's box, he saw that it was empty. The man had left sometime while the host had been occupying Leon's attention. "Anyone see when Narses left?" he asked his retainers. None had, apparently, their attentions having largely been taken up by the new manticore cub. Leon blamed himself for that. He hadn't given any orders, implied or otherwise, to keep an eye on the man. But as Anna was tending to her newest war beast, she paused and straightened up, casting her gaze over at Narses' box. "I think I know him. Narses, I mean," she said, her tone hesitant and unsure. "How so?" Leon asked. "I can't say. I've heard his name once or twice, but it's never struck a chord with me." His face, on the other hand, Leon hummed in thought. Gaius was the first to ask, "Should we look into him, Leon?" Leon smiled at his initiative. Over the past few years, especially since Gaius had made it known to him that he'd been feeling restless and purposeless, Leon had gotten him some work as one of his personal agents. At this point, he trusted Gaius enough to let him act with some autonomy, usually acting in place of Leon when multiple things came up at the same time that needed his personal attention. Gaius was behind only Talal and Elise when it came to possessing knowledge of Leon's affairs as chief of magical research and development. "Not officially, at any rate," Leon murmured. "He was deliberately poking at me, and I didn't appreciate it. Not knowing why concerns me." Either his words, something in his tone, or a combination of both had his retainers straightening themselves out and flexing their auras, to his deep appreciation. 5 years of relative peace hadn't dulled their senses or their killing intent. If anything, Leon had made sure to keep them sharp and as ready as they could be for any unforeseen violence. "I don't think we'll come to blows," Leon continued. "Let's wait to make any judgments until he gets into contact with me." "You're sure he's going to try and contact you?" Alex asked. "Were I your enemy, I wouldn't call attention to myself and attack without you even knowing I was around." "He's already called attention to himself," Marcus muttered. "His competition was designed to get Leon's attention, I should think." "We can speculate all we want," Leon said, "but we won't know without more information. For now, let's head back to the villa and make sure this little one gets the care he needs." Anna held the manticore cub close to her chest and grinned as she stroked the cub's pale gold fur. The cub seemed rather content with its situation, not struggling or thrashing about at all. It soon took up everyone's attention as they made their way back to Leon's villa, with Alex especially peppering Anna with questions. It was in this way that Leon learned the cub was male, healthy, and probably about 2 months old, slightly younger than what the auctioneer had claimed, he noted with some slight bitterness. As they piled into his large personal hovering carriage, Anna took advantage of a slight lull in the manticore admiration to ask him quite the important question, "Leon, could I ask you a favor?" "You can certainly ask," Leon cheekily replied. "Would it be all right if, she trailed off a bit, getting the shy and bashful look that Leon had only ever seen when discussing one person, Irene. Leon waited patiently for her to get her words straight, despite already guessing at what she was going to ask. He briefly glanced out of the window, noting that, despite the lateness of the hour. It was about an hour and a half after midnight. There seemed to be a fairly large number of carriages on the road around them. They were still close to the theater, though, so Leon chalked it up to those who attended still leaving. There were only so many roads they could take to leave the private venue, after all. As these thoughts flitted through his mind, Anna finally got what she wanted to say organized in her mind and gave them voice. Would you be willing to hire Irene as a beastmaster? Leon looked back at her question exactly what he'd thought it would be. Is she good? He asked, though he wasn't expecting a particularly objective answer from Anna. The best, she replied. I don't want you to think that I'm just shilling for my girl, Leon. She's very good at what she does. It's a large part of what attracted me in the first place. But I have to say that the job of taking care of even the 3 beasts we've already acquired is beyond me. That's why I've been having Heaven's Eye Beastmasters helping out, Leon pointed out. Yes, but I would recommend that taking care of private war beasts should be done by private beastmasters. We don't want to rely entirely on your connections to take care of war beasts in your retinue, do we? Leon smiled, recognizing her logic, even if it was, at least in part, self-serving. All right, he said. You've convinced me. Bring the matter up with Elise and let her know that what I think. Will do, Anna exclaimed. Leon's smile grew shallower as silence descended upon his carriage once more and his eyes turned back outside. Elise was the one who was most in charge of their personal affairs, since he had neither the time nor inclination to see to their staff and private businesses. If she also agreed to hire Irene, probably after a fairly rigorous interview, as even with Anna's recommendation, she wasn't getting in that easily, then Irene wouldn't be in Leon's retinue, she'd be a part of his household staff. He would have continued ruminating on the matter for a while longer, but he realized that even after traveling a fair distance away from the theater, the other carriages around them hadn't dispersed. There were 3 in front of them, 2 more behind, and they were boxed in on both sides by more carriages. None of them were particularly fancy, though all were at least wheelless and horseless. Not too much further ahead, Leon realized that they were going to pass through a fairly secluded part of Oculera, with closed businesses to the north and a public park to the south. Hardly anyone around, of note or otherwise, at this time of night. As he glared suspiciously at the nearest carriage, he noticed that its windows were closed, though he could have sworn he saw someone staring back at him through the crack in the twin wooden covers. He couldn't feel even the slightest aura seeping from the carriage, let alone a hint of killing intent, but he was still disturbed. With a frown spreading across his face, he hammered the driver's compartment behind him with his fist and opened the tiny window connecting it with the passenger cabin. My lord, his middle-aged, second-tier driver diligently said. Take the next turn. Get us away from those around us. On it, the driver responded, and Leon closed the window. Then, he shut the window next to his seat and ordered his retainers to do the same. What's wrong? Gaius asked, his demeanor one of the utmost seriousness. Hopefully nothing, Leon replied. Maybe something. Carriages have been on us since we left the auction. I don't like it. He glared back at the closed window, now blocking all visual light from entering or leaving. Leon had wanted some enchanted one-way glass for his carriage, but decided instead to reinforce the thing as much as possible. As a result, the carriage was steel he personally forged and enchanted, with a wooden finish to give it a more stately and less threatening look. However, with his enchantments running through carriage, he thought that it could take direct hits from a Bull Kingdom flame lance and not be overly damaged. It would take an 8th-tier mage at least to try to break in with any kind of confidence. But those were just the defenses. If these are hostiles, then they'll not even have the opportunity to try, Leon thought with anticipation. He could still keep track of everyone around his carriage thanks to the enchantments allowing his magic senses out, but preventing anyone from spying on the interior in a similar way. Like that, he could use his carriage's weapon enchantments quite easily. The carriage slowed down as his driver began making signs to merge to the lane to their right, preparing to turn toward a slightly busier section of Oculera. However, the carriage to their right didn't budge, keeping pace and forcing them to either stay in their lane or risk a crash. Likewise, the carriages directly in front of and behind them didn't move, either. Leon opened the window to his driver again. Stop here. Don't get out, no matter what. To his credit, his driver didn't even blink before acknowledging his order. To his retainers, he said, prepare for combat. Secure that manticore. The entire atmosphere in the carriage changed completely as all of his retainers donned their armor instantly, pulling it from their magic senses. Everyone but Anna then armed themselves as Anna put the manticore cub into a carrying cage that she'd brought with them for just this purpose. Then, she sat back and nodded to Leon. Gaius and Marcus both wielded swords, though Gaius was too long for a mortal to use with only one hand, though no mortal would even be able to lift Gaius' weapon, let alone wield it. Marcus's was the size of an arming sword, though Leon knew he also had a thunderwood bow that he frequently practiced with. Alex, too, had a sword, one that was almost identical to Leon's own. Given that she practiced both lightning magic and his family's fighting style, Leon had forged for her a longsword to match his, that she could exploit her fighting style to the hilt. Anna was the odd one out as her weapon was a long spear, one damn near pike length and certainly too long to fit in their carriage without risking putting out someone's eye. Leon didn't begrudge her at all for not drawing her weapon yet, knowing that she was ready to do so whenever. All of their weapons had been heat-dyed and glowed with magical light. They were all weapons Leon had personally forged for them, and he knew full well the power they possessed in his retainer's hands. This, however, would be the first time they were ever going to be tested in a real battle. And it was looking like it was going to be a real battle, as the carriages surrounding them stopped with them. Once they came to a stop, about 24 men exited, each of them a powerful mage with tiers ranging from 5th to 7th. Powerful, but not enough for us, Leon thought, a grin replacing his frown. He projected his magic out through the carriage walls and into the air, seizing control of the fairly overcast sky with such ease that he entertained the thought that it had already been his, and had merely been waiting for his guiding hand. The leader or the man Leon assumed was in charge, given he was the only 8th tier mage among them, stepped forward and shouted, "Come out of that carriage, Leon Rame. Right now, do so, and no one else will be harmed." Leon snorted, but then he took a good long look at the man. He was tall and gaunt, with dreadfully pale skin and pitch-black hair. He radiated confidence, and Leon could feel a hint of demonic power in his aura, leading him to conclude that he was dealing with vampires. Indeed, as he took a closer look at the other mages, he noted that each of them were pale and gaunt, too, and one 5th tier mage was even snarling at their carriage like an animal, revealing sharp fangs where his canines should have been. Without hesitation, Leon gave them his answer. A bolt of brilliant golden lightning fell from the sky without any warning, striking the snarling 5th tier vampire and vaporizing him instantly. The thunder and magical wash that spilled off the strike nearly shattered the nearest carriage, had windows for what sounded like miles breaking, and shook the earth beneath them. All of the 5th and 6th tier mages outside of their carriage were stunned by the pressure of the thunder, and several even started bleeding from the ears. With a dismissive look, Leon glanced up at his carriage's roof. It was thick and loaded with weapons, but after this opening strike, he doubted he'd need any of them. He turned his attention back to his retainers and asked, "Anyone feel like having some fun?" His retainers flanked outside as their assailants scrambled for cover, and the handful of 7th tier mages began arranging themselves in a circle around the carriage, creating some kind of magical formation that would amplify the power of whatever it was they were planning. However, Leon simply sat there for a moment, waiting for their response, a carefree smile on his face. "Let's go," Alex shouted with a wicked smile. "I'm in," Marcus added almost dismissively. Gaius added. "Let's fuck them up," Anna growled, her expression promising horrific violence for the first of their assailants she saw. Leon didn't hesitate then to lead the way out the door, his 3 retainers right on his tail. As soon as he showed himself, he exerted his aura a bit, and all of their 5th tier opponents hit the floor, the pressure of his aura too much for them to bear. The 6th tier vampires withstood it better, but he could tell that their knees shook. The few 7th and 1/8 tier mage couldn't pale any further, but Leon relished their looks of panic as he showed himself. "Well," he said as he stood opposite them, his retainers on his flanks, "I'm here now, you have my attention. Was there something you needed?" Leon locked eyes with the 8th tier vampire, silently daring him to make a move. Unfortunately, Leon didn't get an answer, much to his disappointment though, he supposed this was for the best. He didn't want to let his guard down, or get too used to stroking his ego when enemies made their presence known. He was 9th tier, and thus stronger than them, but he wasn't invincible. So, Leon snapped his fingers, and a handful of lightning bolts fell, striking all of the 5th tier vampires, annihilating them instantly. All of the 6th tier mages, too, dropped dead under the tremendous force that spilled off of Leon's attack, the accompanying thunder obliterating the street beneath their feet and shaking the buildings around enough to crack their stone facades. "Let's go," Leon said to his retainers, and they sprang into action. The vampires had brought a spectacular amount of power, far more than Leon had thought them capable of after their excising from Heaven's Eye, but they still only had one 7th tier vampire for each of his retainers. Leon himself glared at the 8th tier, locking him down with the weight of his anger alone as his retainers chose their opponents. Anna was the only one with an explicit advantage, being 1 tier higher than the vampire she went up against. It was hardly a surprise when she appeared before him in a flash of light, drawing her spear from her soul realm in the same breath, and ran it right through the vampire's chest. Leon's enchantments within the weapon activated, incinerating the vamp from the inside out. Gaius, opponent, took a little more work, but he was still on the back foot from the word go as Gaius charged, his longsword glowing with magic power. Gaius pressed the vampire hard, but the vampire still let off a few blasts of potent demon fire. Unfortunately for the vamp, Gaius was wearing his armor, and the vampire's fire attacks only left him vulnerable to Gaius' counterattack. The first fire blast Gaius only dodged, but the second he answered by almost dismissively seizing control of the ground beneath his opponent's feet and opening it up like a set of stone jaws. Gaius charged at the same time, preventing the vampire from leaping away and instead forcing him down into the spiky pit, where he was quickly impaled and killed. Marcus's vampire went down even easier. At first, it didn't seem like he had the advantage, but as he bobbed and wove around the vampire's sword swings and fire blasts, Leon realized that Marcus had his situation well in hand. Indeed, not even half a minute had passed since their duel began before Marcus's sword flashed with white light, conjuring a blade of light 20 feet long, and sliced clean through the vampire before the vamp could even blink, putting his speed as a light mage on full display. Alex was the most surprising, despite having ascended to the 7th tier most recently among all of Leon's retainers. She employed her lightning magic not so much as a direct attack, but instead using it to dramatically increase her speed and increase the damage her sword did. With every swing, her blade crackled and sparked with golden lightning, and even before Marcus and Gaius killed their opponents, Alex had run hers through and filled his body with lightning, frying him quite spectacularly. "Well," Leon said as the last of the 8th tier's fellows hit the ground, "looks like your people were ill-served by their bestowed power. Either that or they just didn't know how to use it well. Now, are you going to surrender, or are we going to find out if you're the same?" The 8th tier vampire glared daggers at him, his hand shaking and his body language defensive. He cocked his head as if listening to something, and then snarled. But he restrained his aura and seemed to relax slightly as if he really were about to surrender, but before he could, a massive crossbow bolt exploded out from his chest. At the same time, his body detonated in a conflagration of demon fire. Fortunately, none of Leon's people were harmed, though they had to jump backward to remain safe. When the fires died down, Leon noticed the last few embers forming the shape of eyes that were trained directly on him. He didn't leave himself to contemplate that for too long before he spun around in the direction the crossbow bolt had come from and noticed Narses the Black standing on a nearby roof, 5 mages at his shoulders, a massive heavy crossbow in his hand. "Leon," he called out with a good-natured tone, though Leon noticed Anna freeze up as his voice echoed around the shattered street. "Hope you don't mind me backing you up." Narses jumped down from the rooftop, but as he approached, Anna turned to Leon and whispered, "I know him." From behind her visor, Leon could see her eyes wide with fear, anger, and hatred. However, before he could ask any questions, Narses joined them next to his carriage. "That was exciting, wasn't it?" he said. Chapter 798, Casimir, "That was exciting, wasn't it?" Narses the Black said as he joined Leon's retinue next to Leon's carriage, the corpses of the slain vampires scattered all around them. Leon thinly smiled at Narses and his 5 powerful followers. Anna was still obviously disturbed, and even took a few steps backward, away from Narses. Fortunately, it seemed that Narses either didn't notice or didn't care. "It was something, all right," Leon neutrally replied. "Indeed," Gaius added as he took up position at Leon's shoulder, Marcus and Alex following suit a moment later. It seemed that Leon wasn't the only one who noticed Anna's strange behavior. Righting himself, Leon quickly stated diplomatically, "Thank you for your assistance, Narses. Dealing with vampires is never pleasant, and anyone who can shoulder a little of that burden is welcome." "Nonsense," Narses said as he waved his hand dismissively. If he were disturbed at how defensive Leon's retainers were being, he didn't let on. "Just a little professional courtesy between fellow members of Heaven's Eye. It may be Narses the White's job to keep the peace, but peace is a duty that falls upon all of us. One of us would look. Cutting Narses off, Anna stepped forward and bluntly asked, "Who are you?" Narses blinked in surprise as his focus shifted from Leon to Anna. "I am Narses, often called, the Black. Who might you be?" As he introduced himself, he ran his hands through his jet black hair, the eponymous trait that distinguished him from the platinum blonde Narses the White. Anna stared at him for a long moment before glancing back at Leon, then tersely replying, "No one." Without another word, she turned around and walked back behind Leon, seemingly shielding herself from Narses' eyes. "All right," Narses whispered as his eyes narrowed slightly. "You have interesting taste in employees, Leon." Leon grunted in acknowledgement as his magic senses swept over their surroundings. It had barely been 5 minutes since his carriage had been ambushed, but large teams of Heaven's Eye security forces were already closing in on their position, with many powerful mages leading them. Leon figured they would have arrived by now if his ambushers hadn't had an 8th tier and several 7th tier mages amongst them, which necessitated a stronger response from Heaven's Eye's security forces than what was likely on call. As Leon watched them close in, Gaius picked up some of Leon's slack in the conversation and cynically observed, "Good thing you were so close to us. Who knows how that might have ended had you not been here." "I'm sure you would have been fine," Narses unflappably responded. "That last leech wouldn't have troubled you any, I'm sure." "We can never be sure when it comes to vampires, can we?" Gaius asked. "I suppose not. In that case, I'll happily accept your thanks." Leon wasn't sure he remembered Gaius ever thanking Narses, but he supposed his own courtesy, thanks, could be enough to represent his entire group. Regardless, he agreed with Gaius, subtext that it was suspicious as the most devious of the hells that Narses had been so close. Leon hadn't even realized that he'd been nearby though. To be fair, wards that block magic senses were ubiquitous in the Ilian Empire. It was so convenient that the man had been right here. Need to have a chat, Anna, Leon thought to himself. She absolutely knows more about this guy than she's telling me. Before their ever more strained conversation could limp on, a squad of Heaven's Eye security forces finally arrived, flying in using half a dozen of Leon's flight belts. They soon took over the situation, and Leon was happy enough to let them see to the investigation. For now, he had his own matters to see to, so, Leon said as he and Anna walked into his study, having just returned from the auction and subsequent ambush, "Is everything all right? You seemed a little out of sorts when Narses showed up." Anna frowned and paced around his study, flexing her fingers. Her aura was wild and chaotic, showing her mental state in a way that Leon could practically see. She murmured. "I know him." "Knew him? I take it this was before you and Helen moved to Attica." She nodded. "We were young, then. Our parents were still here." It was Leon's turn to nod. "I remember you mentioning that a while back. Your parents they died due to vampires, I recall." "Yes. I didn't know it at the time. It wasn't until a family friend told us about it that." She choked up a bit, and Leon walked over, hesitated a moment, then laid a hand on her shoulder. He almost pulled her into a hug, but that was a bridge too far. Anna didn't agree. For a moment later, she threw herself into his arms and let out a loud sob as she buried her face into his shoulder. Feeling a little awkward, Leon stood there and gently wrapped his arms around his retainer and waited. Anna being Anna, he didn't have to wait too long before she pulled away, her composure rapidly returning. "Sorry," she whispered. "Don't worry about that, take your time, tell me when or if you're ready." She smiled and took another couple of minutes to solidify her demeanor. "What do you remember me telling you?" she asked, her tone still a little shaky, but otherwise seemingly recovered. "The Evergolden ambassador to Ilion when we first arrived in this empire was an old family friend of yours. She told you that your parents' deaths were caused by vampires. Other than that, I don't really have any details." She continued her investigation, Anna explained a little sheepishly. "She's kept me and Helen in the loop." She narrowed her list of suspects down to a small handful, but most of them have either been promoted or otherwise reassigned far away from the sacred Golden Empire, so her investigation stalled. One of those she labeled a suspect was a man named Casimir, one of my mother's secretaries. She paused, appearing to wait for his reaction. "All right," he said after a moment. "I'm a little put out that you were keeping that from me, but I understand that you might have wanted to keep it private." "So, this, Casimir. You think Narses is Casimir?" "I know he is," Anna resolutely said. looking a little relieved that Leon wasn't angry at her for keeping her family friend's investigation a secret. I remember him from when I was young. He was one of my mother's secretaries, someone who was often around our estate. After her death, many of our possessions went missing, highly valuable items that represented a large proportion of our family's admittedly rather insignificant compared to yours wealth. The possessions were stolen, of that no one was in doubt, and Casimir definitely would have had opportunity to take them, perhaps the most opportunity out of anyone. Why point to him, though? What about the other suspects? They stuck around the sacred golden empire for a time, Anna explained. Casimir vanished almost immediately after my parents' murders. And like I said, now that I've seen his face and heard his voice, I remember him. Leon took a deep breath. Her story was shaky, and if he were of a mind to, he felt like he could poke all kinds of holes in it. However, he trusted her. She was an 8th-tier mage, so her memory wasn't nearly as faulty as that of a mortal, at the very least. And besides, the idea that Narses was shady wasn't exactly novel. He'd been acting strangely since Leon first laid eyes on him before the auction. After a moment of thought, Leon asked, "Vampires, then? How do vampires fit into all of this?" "It was vampires who did it," Anna clarified. "There were witnesses who attested to this. Casimir wasn't among the vampires, but our current assumptions are that he was involved in no small way. The vampires were able to bypass our estate's security and escape otherwise undetected. They had to have had insider information. No possibility that they were simply good enough to get in?" Leon asked, arguing just to see her answer. "Not with the power they showed off. Besides, we didn't have anything valuable enough to attract those strong enough to bypass our security." "Or so you were aware," Leon said. When Anna looked a little upset, he added, "I'm not saying I don't believe you, all I'm saying is that we clearly don't have the full picture. But something's definitely up with Narses, and I'm going to look into it. If he's involved with vampires in any way, Leon," Anna firmly said, pulling him out of his thoughts, "when or if you go after Narses, I want in. He murdered my parents the same as if he slit their throats himself. Helen won't approve much, she just wants to live peacefully, but I can't stand the idea of our parents' murderers walking free. If you're going after Casimir," Leon nodded, seeing a bit of himself reflected in her stalwart, quietly furious gaze. "I understand. So long as you can keep a cool head if we have to do anything delicate, then you'll be with me." Anna beamed in response. "For now," Leon continued, "let's just focus on gathering some information on Narses and keep an eye out for any further moves from him. It's clear enough that he wants my attention, and quite possibly wants me indebted to him for some reason. I'd rather have him dead to rights before he makes any bigger moves." Left unstated was the fact that Narses was still a member of Heaven's Eye. Leon had thought that the guild had been thoroughly devamped, but if he found out that the director had been hiding another vampire from him, at the very least, he felt like he had a good place to start his investigation. "Congratulations on your ascension," the director stated good-naturedly. Leon, suppressing his impatience and mild suspicion, stood before the director's desk with his arms crossed. It was early in the morning, but he wasn't at all surprised that the director was already in his office working. The director hadn't given him any real reason to suspect he'd been deceptive during the last 5 years, so he was inclined to believe that he had nothing to do with the ambush several hours ago, but still, "There was an incident last night," Leon said. "I heard," the director replied as he stood up from his chair and walked around to the front of his desk, as he'd done every time he and Leon had met in the past 5 years. It was a small thing, but it was one that Leon appreciated. "Nasty business. Narses is personally looking into what happened." A dangerous smile spread across Leon's face. "Which one?" The director gave him a blank look. "The black or the white?" With a smile of understanding, the director answered, "The white. Seems after all that unpleasantness years ago, he's taken on quite a personal hatred for the creatures. Can't say I blame him, and given my own shameful part in it, I've given him license to do what he feels he must to root out any signs of vampiric corruption within our ranks." "Trust him that much, do you?" "I trust him with the guild." "Well, then, it's good to say that you're so motivated to see an end to this menace." Leon grinned and gave the director a meaningful look. He hadn't been all that demanding over the past 5 years, mostly content to let the director do what he did without any interference. They were partners, but that didn't mean Leon had to have a say in absolutely everything that went on in Heaven's Eye. However, One area where Leon was demanding was vampires. I have something that may be related that I wanted to look into. Leon then brought up what happened with Narses the Black, and while the director had already heard that Narses had been involved in the fight at the end, the addition of his provocative behavior during the auction and Anna's suspicions had the director frowning by the end of Leon's explanation. That is concerning, the director murmured. He's one of yours, Leon said. That means looking into his affairs is a difficult thing to do. It isn't, really, the director replied. His powers are limited. As a regional inspector, he acts as one of my eyes, not my hands. That means he watches the Tower Lords and other high-ranking members of Heaven's Eye, but he has no real power over them. He simply informs me of what he sees, and occasionally makes recommendations. And that makes him easier to look into. Very much so. Without the authority of one of my hands, while he has influence, he doesn't quite have the power to hide from any other eyes or hands I turn in his direction. Good. I want to know everything about him. His history, any aliases he used in the past, where he was born, his favorite color, everything. I'll get right on it, the director said. Thanks. With the director on it, Leon didn't think that there was much more he needed to do in regard to Narses the Black. However, he made sure to warn both Narses the White and Emily about his suspicions about the man, though he made sure that they knew he was dangerous. As almost an aside, while he was with Emily, he made sure to give her one of his 2 spare Hesperidic apples, to her immense delight. In fact, the only thing he thought he could give her that would have brought her more joy would have been grandchildren. Once that was over, he made his way to his own office in his branch's tower, where he spent a few hours knocking out some of the work he couldn't delegate. However, he was only partway through it when a knock came at his door, and after he called for it to be opened, the stark white face of Anzu appeared. Anzu, Leon shouted with glee as his griffin in human form slowly walked into his office. Anzu nodded, then contorted his lips a few times and said slowly, enunciating every syllable, "Bro, tear." Without hesitation, Leon got up from his desk and came around to clap Anzu on the shoulder. His human form had gotten something of a makeover, courtesy of Elise and Alex. As both stated, his looks were too good to waste, looking like some wild barbarian. Leon wasn't sure exactly how to take that, if he were honest. As a result, Anzu's long hair had been cut into a fairly short, though still exceptionally stylish, length, and had been dressed in tight clothes dyed silver that had been trimmed in bright blue. His clothes showed off his lithe, athletic body without actually showing off much skin, and Leon had to admit that Anzu pulled off the look of a well-built pretty boy quite well. "What brings you here?" Leon asked, noting that Anzu had come alone. "Exploring," Anzu slowly stated. However, a moment later, his red eyes widened for a second and he pulled out a letter from his soul realm. "Narses," he said in explanation as he handed the letter to Leon. With a deep frown, Leon took the letter. He knew which Narses had sent it, as he'd just spoken to the White not even 2 hours before and the chief of security hadn't mentioned anything about a letter then. Opening it, Leon lightly scowled in suspicion as he scanned the letter's contents. Narses had done some digging of his own and discovered the location of a blood farm. He now invited Leon to join him in destroying it. "This is a trap," Valeria firmly stated. Leon glanced at her. She'd been awkward around him since her request, but now that they had something that needed their serious attention, she'd put all of that behind her to focus on the task at hand. Leon took only that moment to admire his lady before doing likewise. "I'm about 99% in agreement," Leon replied. "There's always the possibility that it isn't a trap, but, let's be real here," Alex said, "this is a fucking trap." Leon glanced around at his family and retinue. All seemed in agreement. In particular, his eyes landed on Valentina, the only one present not an official member of his retinue. Despite this, given her connections with the vampires, Leon had brought her in on his strategy meeting for consultation. "If Narses is who I think he is," Valentina said, "then Alex is right, this is a trap." "You don't know who you were working with?" Marcus asked, disbelief dripping from his voice. "Vampires aren't known for being trusting," Valentina replied. "Besides, a researcher in deep cover doesn't have much opportunity to interact with anyone, let alone one of the director's eyes. I know other powerful vampires by sight, but not by name alone. If you got a look at Narses, then, you'd know if he is or isn't a vampire." Valeria asked. "No," Valentina replied, "or, not necessarily, I suppose. If I've met him before, then yes. If he's unfamiliar to me and he's hiding his nature, then there won't be much I can do. Leon nodded and asked, would you be willing to come with us, then? Assuming I decide we should join this operation to destroy this blood farm. When Valentina nodded, Leon wasn't too surprised. She'd given Narses the White plenty of information on vampire movements not long after signing on with Zafin and successfully abandoning her vampirism. How should we play this, then? Alcander wondered aloud. I'm not comfortable just ignoring this, but if it's a trap then walking into it would be about as smart as putting your head in a lion's mouth. The simplest way to reveal a trap is to spring it, Marcus disagreed, drawing incredulous looks from all around the room. I'm serious. If we know it's a trap, then we can plan ahead for it. And if we spring it, then we can spring a counter trap. It's not a bad strategy, Gaius agreed. How well it works will depend on the situation we find ourselves in. The terrain, the numbers we'll have available, our enemy's own awareness level. Anyone as highly ranked as Narses could very well be tipped off if we don't play our cards close to our chest. If we're walking into a trap, Anna said, her voice intense and laced with hate, then we should bring a whole spirit's damned army. Crush them underfoot like the insects they are. If they see an army coming, then they won't sit still and wait to be crushed, Valeria pointed out. If we move quickly enough, they won't have a chance to react, Anna countered. Just bring Narses in and we can handle everything else from there. It's a hard thing to bring someone in without proof, Leon mused. That tiny chance that everything's on the up and up. Chapter 799, Blood Farm, Leon. Narses the Black called out as Leon arrived at their prearranged staging point. It was a fairly innocuous camp on the edge of the Illumerian wetlands, hidden by the thick canopy of the swampy forest. It largely consisted of a few hastily built stone huts, all of which were little more than single-story cubes with little in the way of decoration. Narses now stood in the doorway of the largest of the handful of buildings, waving Leon inside. None of the buildings had much in the way of defensive wards, so Leon was easily able to count a dozen more mages here, too, and all of them fairly powerful, ranging from the 5th to the 7th tier. Narses himself was an 8th tier mage, bringing the power potential of his force up quite a bit. However, even with all of that, Leon alone still outclassed him and his group. And yet, Leon forced himself to stay on guard, even as he plastered a relaxed smile over his face. There were plenty of ways to hide enemy forces, and Leon knew he was walking into a trap. Better to stay alert than be caught off guard and take casualties. With Leon was Anzu, Anna, Valeria, and Gaius, all flying at his side as he touched down in the center of the camp, and all of them fully armored. In Anzu's case, he wore a suit of armor that Leon had made for practice several years prior and kept just in case. He and Sid would make the Griffin a suit of his own in time, but for now, Leon's spare armor would do just fine. They were all tense and ready for battle, but Leon didn't think that Narses' trap was going to be sprung here. There just wasn't enough magic around for him to think that this was the place, and given his skill in the enchanting arts, hiding such preparations from him would be a feat unto itself. So, Leon led his small force forward to greet Narses the Black. Narses, Leon replied in greeting. Good to see you're here, Narses said, grinning at Leon in a way that Leon could only see as predatory. I was almost afraid that you'd leave this to me. If there's a threat, Leon stated as he walked over, I deal with it as quickly as I can. So I've heard, Narses replied. With you here, this operation should go off without a hitch. With a smile of his own, Leon stated, here's hoping. Why don't we step inside and go over your plan? As he spoke, Leon removed his helmet and approached Narses. Better for him to steer me into another prepared location if he wants to spring a trap, Leon mused. He was a 9th tier mage, and Narses knew that. A typical ambush, as clearly demonstrated by the 1-2 nights before, wouldn't work, not with the power that Narses and Leon had, respectively. Narses waved Leon inside, and with a look, Leon directed Anzu and Valeria to follow him, while leaving Anna and Gaius outside. The rest of Narses' retinue appeared gaunt and pale, but none of them out and out looked like vampires, though Leon guessed that they all were. It would have been quite the coincidence if they all just so happened to share some vampiric traits just as they were hunting vampires. The stone building that Narses led them into amounted to one barely furnished room, though Leon had been able to tell that from miles away. The room was empty save for a table in the center and 2 more mages, one rather pale but the other quite dark of skin. On the table was a surprisingly accurate hand-drawn map of the region, complete with markings indicating their camp, the blood farm, and several approach routes. This is what we're looking at, Narses said as he indicated the map. About 30 miles west of here, in the middle of a dense swamp, is our target location. Large, fortified estate, robust defenses, surrounded on all sides by a swamp. Narses pointed to the location, and Leon saw 6 marked buildings. One was quite large, some kind of rural villa, he guessed, while the other 5 buildings appeared to be smaller guest houses or supporting structures. All the buildings were surrounded and linked by a reasonably thick wall. How many people are inside? Leon asked, wondering just how detailed Narses was prepared to be. We've counted more than 50 guards just outside the central structure, Narses explained. The entire place is surrounded by a wall that's been heavily reinforced with magic. We can't see inside with magic senses, so we've had to rely entirely on using our eyes to see. Unknown number of persons inside, captured or otherwise. Leon hummed in response. Gatehouse on the south side, not too far from the swamp's shore. Could hit there. The gatehouse is particularly reinforced, Narses warned. Plus, those 2 towers on either side. Leon lightly frowned and projected his magic senses, hoping to see the estate for himself. As Narses warned, however, he was only able to see the outer wall and couldn't get his magic senses past the wards within the stone. Just seeing the outer wall, however, was enough for Leon to get a general feel for the kinds of wards present within it, though not to get a good grasp of the enchantments themselves. At the very least, he revised his earlier assumption up from villa to castle. No warding against flight, Leon observed. An aerial assault would make this fairly easy, Narses commented. Valeria added, a ground assault could still come in handy. Then Narses' people will attack from the ground, Leon decided, and we'll attack from the sky. Does that sound good? Narses smiled without a hint of bitterness. I'm not exactly happy about it, but I agree that's probably our best bet. We can approach from the east, where there are the fewest towers, and get the attention of the defenders. You head into the main structure from the sky while the defenders aren't looking and see to the hostages. I don't suppose you could even hazard a guess at how many people are being held and farmed for blood? Leon asked. I can't say, Narses admitted. Could be 10, could be 1,000, I have no way to tell. Let's hope it isn't that many, Leon growled. For now, let's get organized. I won't dictate to you how to get your people there, but let's launch this thing in, how about 3 hours? We'll head out now and hit the estate once you get the defenders' attention. That sounds good, Narses said, once more smiling at Leon quite pleasantly, though to Leon it looked like a grin of triumph. The two went over a few more details before they had their plan. Without much ado, Leon and his people turned around and left the building, linking back up with Gaius and Anna before taking back to the sky. As they rose, Leon left his helmet off and sent a quick mental message to his waiting reinforcements. If they were going to spring this trap, then he needed his hidden reinforcements moved up. As Leon hovered over the target compound, he found himself wondering if he was mistaken in Narses' intent. If Narses was luring him into a trap, then he was mobilizing quite a few resources to do so, or at least, sacrificing quite a few resources. There were more than 50 guards on the walls, Leon counted at least 80. Within the walls, he counted at least another 80, let alone those inside the keep itself, and it was a keep, his revised assumption proving accurate. Heavy fortifications, ramparts, towers, crenellations, machicolations, the place wasn't as hardened a target as a castle could be, but it was quite close. Leon felt no small amount of pleasure knowing that, in hovering over the place, he was rendering most of those physical fortifications moot. As he observed the compound, he watched half a dozen guards escorting 10 chained and manacled individuals from one of the outer buildings into the keep. He didn't notice any overt signs of vampirism, but it was clear that there was some kind of human trafficking going on here. A little more concerning, however, was the dock on the west side of the veritable island in the Illumarian swamp, which hadn't been marked on Narses' map. If Leon had to guess, these people were pirates of some kind, though their ship wasn't present, meaning some of them might not get swept up in this operation. Leon could only sigh. That was a problem for another time, and one that he wouldn't be dealing with. He'd brought with him some people who could, though. Deeper in the swamps to the east, he could see Narses and his people creeping through the swamp as best as they could. Narses and his top mages were strong enough to get through without exerting any effort at all, but the swamp was thick enough that his party's weaker mages were struggling a bit at the back. In all, his group numbered 25, with 4 7th-tier mages among them. As they waited in the air, Leon covered his people by conjuring a fluffy white cloud beneath them, letting it slowly gather and spread. No one below seemed to notice the sky growing more and more overcast. By his estimation, about 10 minutes before Narses got into position, Leon, his helmet beneath his arm, felt a brief pulse against his mental defenses from a familiar source. It seemed that his people were in position, just waiting for his signal. One quick exchange later, Leon put his helmet back on and readied himself for violence. Right on time, Narses got his people into position, and then opened up on the walls with a torrent of flame. A veritable ocean of bright orange fire erupted from him and crashed upon the walls, but to their credit, the walls held. Barely. The same couldn't be said for those within, as they were roasted in the towers. At the same time, Leon let the charge he'd been building up in the clouds he'd conjured loose. 12 tremendous bolts of lightning fell upon the compound, killing more than 20 guards with their strength. The force of his thunder shook the castle to its foundations, and Leon grinned like a madman when the section of the wall weakened by Narses' fire partially collapsed. "Let's go," Leon roared, and he and his people descended upon the castle like the wrath of a furious god. A number of guards had started pouring out of the castle keep, and Anzu was the first to hit them, tearing into them with his hands. He'd manipulated his wind magic into extending his fingers like razor-sharp claws, ripping through the guards with practiced ease. Anna came next, her expression what little of it that was visible behind her helmet one of tranquil fury as she swung her blade and sent a wave of white light hitting those guards that Anzu hadn't taken care of, tearing them all to pieces. Valeria and Gaius followed, though neither had much more to do with Anzu and Anna having taken care of most of their opponents. However, perhaps due to feeling a little left out, Valeria glanced back at the nearest tower, which held 5 guards desperately firing enchanted crossbows in a vain attempt to keep Narses' people from advancing, and outstretched her hand. A moment later, a massive iceberg seemed to grow out of the earth at her feet, enveloping the tower completely in thick magical ice, likely killing those guards within. Gaius, oriented on the goal, went to the castle's heavy, reinforced front door and slammed it open with seeming ease, storming inside with Leon just behind him. Leon prepared his lightning magic, but he didn't even need to bother as Gaius took one look at the atrium within and killed the 3 guards within. By conjuring stone spikes to impale them from the floor. Once inside, Leon projected his magic senses, finally getting an idea of where to go and what awaited them. He is a little confused to see no hostages or captives, despite seeing at least 10 earlier, but he immediately mapped out the interior of the castle and all of its inhabitants. Then, he led his people to storm right through, cutting through all that dared to raise their blades against them. On occasion, a few of the guards would surrender, and Leon would spare time only to tie them up. But no matter what those who resisted did, Leon's party tore right through them, hardly slowing down at all. Fortunately, their interior defenses mostly consisted of magically reinforced doors, but in the face of a 9th-tier mage, their doors might as well have been open for all the obstacle they posed to him. The castle was 4 stories tall and contained about 30 total rooms. Within were about 50 guards, and of them, only 7 surrendered. When they reached the top floor, only 5 guards remained in the last room, defending their leader, a 6th-tier mage who looked as pale as the driven snow, was so gaunt that he appeared little more than skin and bones, and emitted an aura that Leon found rather demonic in nature. It was no stretch of the imagination to identify him as a vampire, the only one that Leon had found so far that was unambiguous as to what he was. His hair was as black as midnight, and by looks alone, he seemed physically strong and was no stranger to violence. The sword in his hand was wielded with practiced ease, and dark red demon fire sparked at his off-hand's fingertips. Leon wasted no time in smashing his way into this man's bedroom, and with barely more than a thought, swung his blade and fried his 5 guards with silver-blue lightning. He didn't hold much back, and each of the guards practically exploded as his power washed over them, leaving little more than blackened ash of the men they once were. The vampire, however, Leon didn't touch. Instead, he stood there, suppressing the man with his aura, slowly exerting pressure until the overwhelmed vampire fell to his knees and dropped the sword in his hand. Only then did Leon deign to speak, the rest of his party forming up at his shoulders and letting their own auras settle upon the vampire. "Blood farm," Leon growled. "Where?" The vampire sputtered a bit, showing off his fangs in the process, and gasped, "Down, below." "Show me," Leon growled, but the vampire's eyes simply widened in sudden fear before he burst into flame. In barely more than a second, and with a stomach-turning scream, the vampire was rendered into a few clumps of ash as he was consumed by demon fire. Within that demon fire were two familiar malevolent eyes, burning like coals in a furnace, glaring at Leon, or rather, at Zafin within Leon's soul realm with undisguised hatred. And then the fire died as quickly as it began, leaving Leon's party standing alone in the vampire's bedroom, the castle cleared of all enemies, their weapons covered in blood. He said, "Down below," Gaius said, breaking their brief silence. "Hidden cellar, maybe," Leon wondered aloud, noting that the sounds of violence outside had died out. With a brief glance, he noted that it seemed that Narcis's people had massacred the remaining guards on the wall, and were moving on to the outer buildings. Leon quickly led his people back down to the first floor where he tasked them with searching for any hidden doors. As he stepped away, however, he wondered if the "down below" referred to something in the outer buildings, until barely more than a minute later when Gaius shouted, "Over here." Leon's party regrouped on him, finding him standing over a section of the stone floor that had been covered by a carpet that Gaius had thrown to the side. He now knelt on the floor, his offhand pressed against the stone tiles. "I can sense empty space right below me." Leon concentrated his perception on the area of stone around Gaius, but couldn't sense anything magical. "Seems like it's only a physical lock, then," he theorized. He gestured at Gaius, and with a nod, the former nobleman sent his magic power into the stone. He was proven right as his magic peeled the stone away like peeling a banana, revealing not only a surprisingly ornate and well-lit staircase that descended below the castle, but also the mechanism that would have opened the stone hatch had Leon felt they had the time to look. Without a word, Leon led his people down the stairs, tasking Anzu with watching their backs. He noted his new brother sigh in relief, and he could understand. He didn't much appreciate the idea of heading underground, either, but that's where they were going. What they found was remarkably similar to the last blood farm that Leon had knocked over with Narcissus the White, only much greater in scale. At least 300 people in a large underground chamber, held aloft with several dozen thick stone pillars. The people were lightly restrained in simple wooden chairs as blood magic enchantments slowly siphoned just enough of their blood to not kill them. All looked exactly as malnourished and weak as that would imply, save for the 10 closest to the stairs, who Leon recognized as having just been brought down there. There were also 20 more guards, a small number for the number of people they had down there, but given how weak everyone was, 20 seemed almost like overkill. At the same time, there were 10 men who seemed to be workers, though given they were already cowering at the other end of the chamber, Leon couldn't say exactly what their job was. Those 20 guards surrendered as soon as Leon filled the chamber with his aura, their weapons clattering to the ground, followed shortly by their knees. There weren't any more doors down there, but Leon did note that about 100 bottles of blood were by the stairs, so he guessed they were being stored in one of the outer buildings. As everyone relaxed, Leon had Gaius start restraining the guards and Anna see to the captives. Anzu he ordered to watch the stairs, leaving him to speculate with Valeria. They didn't immediately speak, some of the recent awkwardness still there. Fortunately, it didn't last too long. So, Leon whispered to her, having to raise his voice a bit to be heard over the ecstatic cries of the captives at their rescue, "Any of this seem off to you?" "Much," Valeria tersely replied. "Lots of assets here. Strange that Narcissus offered it to us. He is a vampire, right?" "I'm quite confident he is," Leon replied. He frowned and glanced up the stairs. "I wouldn't feel too bad if we're wrong, to be honest. I don't yet think we are. Good traps need good bait, after all. Stay on your toes." Valeria nodded, and they turned their attention back to seeing to the captives. Leon, however, found himself growing tenser and tenser as he waited for whatever Narcissus was planning the real fight, as far as he was concerned, to kick off. Chapter 800. Vengeance taken. Leon walked out of the castle with a strange sense of calm. He breathed easily, despite the lives just taken by him and his, the smell of death hanging thickly in the air. As he inhaled, he removed his helmet, feeling the ping of darkness magic from his reinforcements echo through his mind. Narcissus the Black waited for him in the castle's bailey, standing between Leon and the gatehouse, nearly all of his retainers there with him. All were facing the castle's front door. All were glaring, their auras still roiling and churning, just waiting to be unleashed. Leon rather felt like they were waiting for him to walk out and were mere moments away from attacking him. However, as he took a few steps out of the door, Narcissus, still smiling pleasantly, said, "Is the castle secure?" "Yes," Leon confirmed. "We found several hundred captives down below." They're going to need some help. Narcissus didn't even blink at the news, but Leon wasn't expecting him to. Instead, he glanced around at the man's retainers, noting that not a single one looked even remotely concerned about the fate of the captives. They were simply staring at him, their weapons and magic at the ready. Narcissus himself, despite smiling, didn't come forward, choosing instead to stay with his people and speak with Leon across practically the entire bailey. Leon didn't move closer, either, remaining by the door with his people as they filed out after him, his own magic still inundating the sky. Silence descended upon the bailey as the two groups stared at each other, neither seeming to be willing to make the first move. There they stayed for what seemed an eternity but was more likely just 30 seconds or so. Neither Leon nor Narcissus looked away from each other at all during this silence, and neither did they let go of their weapons or restrain their auras. Narcissus, still smiling at Leon, stated, "Leon, how much longer should we keep this farce going?" "I was going to leave that up to you," Leon replied. "You gave us a large blood farm, I have no idea what else you might have offered up." Narcissus darkly chuckled. "One blood farm's enough," he growled. "Giving up any more of my asks would not be advantageous." They stared at each other for another long moment, tension building rapidly in the air. "I have to ask," Leon said, "why have a ruse like this at all? Why send those vampires to their deaths? Seems like a waste of power right there." Narcissus grinned. "Better to sacrifice vampires who have no loyalty to me than let them run free. I should thank you for that. Actually, those vampires were a rival for my patron's favor. With them gone, all the other vampires on this plane will have to bow to me, and to me only. That'll be hard for them to do once you're ash on the wind," Leon replied, his tone as light as air. Narcissus grinned and chuckled. "You're rather nonchalant, Leon. You don't understand the position you're in, do you?" "I have a pretty good idea of my situation," Leon replied as his eyes finally peeled off Narcissus and scanned the area. The flow of magic was subtly different, so it was clear that Narcissus had set up additional wards, likely meant to counter anything that Leon could do. But what exactly Narcissus had done wasn't yet clear, and he guessed wouldn't be clear until they started fighting. As it was, though, Leon still had command over his magic, so he didn't think he or his people were in too much danger. So, he turned to Anna, who was glaring at Narcissus with such intense hate that Leon did the thing he was already planning on doing, and what he thought was the only thing he could do. He nodded to her and stepped back, while reaching out as subtly as he could with his darkness magic to coordinate with those outside the wall. Narcissus cocked an eyebrow in surprise, but when Anna spoke, his expression froze on his face. "Do you remember me, Casimir?" "I have no idea who you are," Narcissus growled, though Leon noted the sudden shift in his demeanor. Instead of the light, joking attitude he'd had with Leon, he completely iced up, though his smile hadn't slipped. "That's fine," Anna replied, her tone fairly even, though Leon could sense her aura flexing and straining against her self-control. She wanted Narcissus dead, and quite terribly, too. So badly that she was barely holding herself back, despite her calm voice. "It's been a long time, Casimir, and though you don't remember me, I remember you. I was only a girl when last we met, barely more than 16 years old. My sister was even younger. You worked for my mother, spending enough time at our estate that I recognized you almost as soon as I saw you, more than 60 years later." Anna fixed Narcissus in a vicious glare, and Leon saw Narcissus slowly tensing his sword arm. "You murdered my parents, Casimir." "I know you did." Narcissus' frozen expression softened for a moment and his smile widened. "Did I?" he asked. "If you're hoping for me to remember them just from that, you're going to be disappointed. I've murdered many in my life, and I can't possibly be expected to remember them all." "That's also fine," Anna replied. "You'll remember when I'm done. Or you'll be dead. That's acceptable, too." Anna then lunged forward with her spear, the weapon glowing with brilliant white magic power. In the same moment, Leon summoned a dozen bolts of lightning to fall upon Narcissus' people, and he saw his other retainers making their moves, as well. However, Leon's bolts struck a cloud of dark red demon fire of titanic power that sprang into place just in time, his bolt dissipating within without reaching the other side. Anna barely got more than 10 feet from the front door before being repelled by another wall of demon fire. Valeria attempted to cut through it with a wall of ice, but her magic power melted away before even touching the fire's smoke. Gaius attempted to open the earth and sever the wall of fire that way, but even though the earth shook, his magic power was unable to pass the line or affect the ground beneath it. Anzu, on the other hand, attempted to bypass the wall entirely, striking at Narses with blades of wind, but his wind was warped and destroyed by the heat of the wall. In the next moment, Anzu took to the skies, the first of Leon's people to do so, but almost immediately, he hit an invisible wall and almost fell back to the ground. Leon glanced upwards at it and, with it now triggered, recognized the enchantment as similar, though far more powerful, to the wind enchantments that the royal legions of the Bull Kingdom put on their camp walls to keep their enemies from simply leaping over them. "I'm afraid that you're not going anywhere," Narses mockingly shouted from the other side of the demonfire wall. "This shield is quite impenetrable. My patron himself has lent me his power, ensuring your deaths." As he spoke, the wall of fire began to grow in advance, and when Leon glanced around, he noticed that the wall completely surrounded the castle. Even if they were to retreat inside, the demonfire would follow them, eventually catching them. "Nothing's impenetrable," Anna roared back, taking the words right out of Leon's mouth. "Your power source won't last forever. I'll break though and take your traitorous head." As she screamed, Anna hit the shield repeatedly with her spear, but made no progress that Leon could see. The shield had stopped a dozen of his bolts of lightning. He didn't think it was going to flicker too much against her weapon, as strong as it was. "Keep wasting your energy, then, girl," Narses calmly said, "as strong as you are, you won't be breaking through this power." Leon had to admire Narses' confidence. It was well earned. As far as he could tell, the wall of demonfire was powerful, and it was keeping their offensive magics away from Narses and his people. However, it wasn't preventing Leon's magic senses, nor his ability to communicate with Maya outside the castle. "Boy," Zafin growled, "release me." "That's not needed," Leon said, a confident smile spreading across his face. Narses seemed to think that he was in control of the situation, having backed Leon into a corner. However, Leon had his own trap to spring. "All right," Leon whispered to his waiting reinforcements, "time to bring the heat. Blast open the walls, but watch out for those outer buildings, there might still be civilians in there." "On it," came Maya's reply, and Leon smiled uncontrollably as he calmly put his helmet back on. As Anna kept striking at the demonfire with her spear and light magic, her magic being consumed with every attempt, Narses began to confidently stride forward, his followers obviously relaxing as they followed, arrogance clear in all their demeanors. They advanced toward the demonfire surrounding the castle, demonfire of their own starting to burn in their hands, but their backs were left covered by nothing but the castle's curtain wall. It took a few seconds for Leon's reinforcements to make themselves known, but it was just long enough for Leon to enjoy watching Narses come right up to the burning wall and arrogantly smirk at him and Anna. "Reel in your howling dog," Narses commanded as he stared at Leon, "then we can discuss what we're going." Before he could finish, the gatehouse behind him erupted with incredible force, hit by a projectile traveling at an insane velocity, shattering the stone building in an explosion of golden lightning. Narses and his people were thrown to the ground by the blast, and the wall of demonfire began to flicker. It didn't die completely, indicating some level of redundancy in Narses' demonic trap, but it was obviously weaker. Before anyone could recover, another blast of lightning erupted on the castle's west side, punching a hole 10 feet wide through the thick curtain wall. Another blast hit the east side, knocking another hole into the curtain wall. The north side wasn't destroyed, but a tremendous roar rolled over the castle, and appearing as if from nowhere, Red landed upon the wall in her massive 8th-tier wyvern form, and the wall nearly collapsed under her tremendous weight. Leon didn't waste a second, conjuring his anti-fire magic gem into his gauntlet and firing it at the demonfire. A hole was almost immediately punched through it, and through that hole went Anna, not an ounce of hesitation to be found within her. Leon and the rest of his retainers charged through right on her tail. As they charged through the demonfire wall, dozens of Heaven's Eye security officers began pouring through the destroyed gatehouse and holes in the wall. They were all 6th tier or higher, more than strong enough to massacre Narses' vampires. Leading these forces were familiar faces: Alcander, Alex, Marcus, and Narses the White. Not too far away, standing next to one of the armored carriages that had blown open the holes in the curtain wall with mounted lightning lances, was Valentina. Looming over them all was a massive serpentine water dragon, within which Leon would sense Maya, though she was merged with the water. With a roar of his own, Narses the Black sprang to his feet, his arms alight with demon fire. He became as a volcano, spewing fire and smoke all around him with little regard for who or what was near him. Leon even had to squint at the outpouring of power. Narses was clearly being boosted with power from Aemon. In the same breath, the rest of his vampiric kith started launching balls of demon fire at everyone who now surrounded them. However, they weren't facing just any Heaven's Eye force, they were facing Leon. He had dragon blood flowing through his veins, handling demon fire was no tall order. He extended a hand, flooding the castle Bailey with his magic power. He held little back, letting all of his aura crash down upon them, seizing control of all fire in the area. The demon fire thrown by the vampires dissipated before finding their targets, and the fire streaming out from Narses the Black was contained into a small cylinder around him. Leon didn't have to issue any orders at this point, his retainers knew what to do. Gaius surged forth, cutting one vampire down with his sword in one hand, while petrifying another with his other hand. Valeria cut one vampire in half with a single swing of her glaive, while at the same time launching a wave of ice that consumed 4 more. Anna, however, was the fastest to react to Leon's dominance of the battlefield, and the most focused. She ignored all of the other vampires, running past them and leaving herself open to strikes from behind, while lunging forward with her spear. The glowing weapon pierced Narses' demon fire, but didn't find purchase in the vampire's body. At the same time, the rest of Leon's retainers and those who Narses the White attacked. Red spewed fire, killing 4, Maya crushed 3 vampires with her water dragon. Alcander, a fire mage himself, and not as powerful as Red, used only his massive axe to split 2 vampires in half. Marcus shot 2 more in the neck with a bow of thunder wood. Alex impaled one on her sword, practically vaporizing the vampire as she filled it with golden lightning. Narses the White and his security team charged, putting an end to the other remaining vampires. Those who weren't immediately killed quickly burned as their patron extracted his remaining dew from their mortally wounded forms. In barely more than a few seconds, Narses the Black, barely visible in the swirling cyclone of dark red demon fire, was alone, all of his retainers now dead. "Wait!" he shouted, his tone hateful. "Attack me, and you'll..." Leon, still containing the man's demon fire, punched a hole through his fiery cloak with his anti-magic gem, and Anna's fist connected with Narses' jaw before he managed to squeak out his intent. As Leon held the Narses demon fire back, keeping his attempted counter from hurting his retainer, she followed up with another blow. But then Narses' aura flared up with power, and his fire surged beyond Leon's ability to control, hurling Anna off with apparent ease. However, he was now surrounded by the entire force Leon had assembled to counter his trap, and Leon knew there was no way he was going to get away from them. Leon focused and redoubled his efforts on keeping the man's demon fire contained, and for a moment, everyone just stood there, staring at Narses, the vampire glowering back. "Get back!" Narses shouted, his words slurring together from his jaw, apparently broken from Anna's punch, though still more than decipherable. "None of you will take me. Back off or you will all die in fire." Leon, ignoring the sounds of the rest of Narses' vampires being finished off, advanced upon the circle of demon fire. "Is that so, my friend?" Leon asked. "Let's say it is. Just for kicks, what are your demands?" "Let me leave," Narses shouted. "You can't kill me. Cease this and let me go." "Fuck no," Anna shouted, and Leon didn't see much reason to contradict her. "I can give you information," Narses shouted, suddenly switching tack. He suddenly slammed something down on the ground and Leon felt some kind of enchantment activating, though it seemed to concentrate around Narses. "I will surrender to you if you guarantee my life. Give me what you gave Valentina." He glanced over his shoulder in Valentina's direction, a look of desperation and panic on his face. "What kind of information?" Leon curiously asked, drawing a look of disgust from Anna, which he responded to with a conciliatory smile. He wasn't looking to accept this offer, but he wanted to hear what the man had to say. "I can't imagine you have anything of value." "I have much," Narses insisted. "Vampire dens, the networks they use to evade capture, magical secrets taught to me by my patron. Chatty, isn't he?" Gaius quipped as he took up position at Leon's side. "Wasn't all of this just a trap meant to kill us? Or you, I suppose?" "A mistake," Narses the Black slurred. "How are you not being roasted alive?" Leon asked. "You're offering to surrender. Is Aemon happy with that?" "I've managed to block his influence," Narses explained. When Leon gave the dark red demon fire surrounding him a pointed look, Narses added, "To a degree. He cannot kill me, nor can he cut off my power." "That sounds interesting," Leon admitted. "He has to die," Anna shouted. Responding, Narses the White said, "That information on vampires and their hiding places is very interesting to me. Blocking out influence from hostile demons is even more so. I can't, Anna muttered, tears beginning to pour as she glanced from Leon to Narses the Black, and back again. I can't let him live, he killed my parents. Leon was tempted by Narses' offer, he had to admit. However, Anna's heart-wrenching tone had him second-guessing himself. Before he could say anything, however, Narses the White stepped forward and said, Leon, this is a matter for the security branch. I'll take our wayward eye into custody and pump him for information. He'll answer for his crimes after that. I can live with that, so long as you guarantee my safety, Narses the Black struggled to say, practically jumping at the opportunity. I hereby surrender myself into your custody, Narses. I accept your surrender, Narses. Anna suddenly lunged forward, screaming in anger and hate as she plunged the spear Leon had forged for her into the demon fire, aiming right for Narses the Black's heart. Her spear passed through the demon fire, the white glow of Anna's light magic tarnishing as the steel heated up orange hot. But with Narses the Black relaxing with the white's acceptance of his surrender, the demon fire barrier weakened enough that the spear made it through, finding its target. The power of the weapon, backed by Anna's 8th tier magic and all the rage she could pack into a single thrust, cut clean through Narses the Black's armor and pierced his body. Narses the Black didn't react until it was too late. The 8th tier vampire screamed in pain as Anna's spear slipped between his ribs and found his heart. His body, for just a moment, illuminated from within as Anna used her light magic to obliterate everything within the vampire, and Narses the Black went limp. As he died, the body burst into flame, turning to ash as it was consumed by the dark red fires of Aemon, whose eyes appeared in the air above Narses' sudden funeral pyre. The eyes glared at Leon, and for the first time, Leon realized they were staring at him, not through him, to his soul realm where Zaphon resided. Aemon was glaring at him. And then Narses' body disintegrated, leaving nothing behind but Anna holding the back third of her spear, the rest destroyed just as Narses' body had been. The demon fire dissipated in the air and Amon's eyes vanished. For a long moment, silence fell upon the broken castle, only breaking when a disbelieving and furious Narses the White stepped forward. What are you doing? Narses the White roared. I had accepted his surrender. The chief of security advanced, wrath writ large upon his face. Anna collapsed, sobbing, not even seeming to hear Narses the White, staring at the blackened spot where Narses the Black Chapter 801. Mal Narses the White, now that the fighting was over and Narses the Black was dead, quickly took control over the situation at the Blood Farm. He had his security officers, several dozen in total, secure the castle, establish a watch over the docks to the west of the castle, and then start providing aid for the rescued captives. It would take some doing to get them back to civilization, but Leon had no doubts that Narses was up to the task of doing so. He, on the other hand, got himself and his retainers out of the castle, both to stay out of Narses' hair and to inspect his weapons. One of the biggest upsets during Narses the Black's ambush was Leon's followers blasting enormous holes into the curtain wall and the gatehouse. This damage had been inflicted upon the castle by a single shot from one of 3 identical weapon platforms that Leon had brought with him. As Narses got control of things in the castle, Leon walked toward the closest of these weapon platforms, a large, boxy carriage, heavily armored, bearing a 3rd-generation lighting lance on top. Alex had dubbed it the Maul, or Mobile Armored Lightning Lance. Leon hadn't been that crazy about the name, but her suggestion had stuck with both his retainers and the engineering team that had designed the platform. The platform was largely the result of the work his engineers had done in building a small, armored vehicle capable of carrying a squad and not be immediately destroyed by enemy lances, arcs, or mages. Horseless, wheelless carriages were already part of the way there, but the problem was finding a way to not only get it sufficiently armored, but also sufficiently powered so that the enormous weight of the armor could be overcome, and so that the magic of the platform's passengers could be saved for other things rather than powering the mobility enchantments. The engineers had, not long after Leon took over the project, recommended the removal of weapon systems from the platform, citing the need to conserve magic power for the needed armor and defensive wards, but Leon, after finishing up his design for his 2nd-generation lightning lance, had disagreed. His new lance designs were much more conservative with their power requirements, and with the help of Thunderwood, Leon managed to get those requirements down even further for the 3rd-generation lightning lances. The 3 mauls that he brought with him on this mission were the first prototypes of the design. Each one needed a crew of 3, 1 driver, 1 weapon operator, and 1 commander, and could transport 8 passengers within it if it needed to. As Leon approached, his retainers just behind him, the gunner and commander were both outside, the front door of the weapon platform open, doing a bit of maintenance. Chief Leon, the commander, a 6th-tier mage, called out in greeting. "How's it going?" Leon asked. "This baby did its job," the commander replied, slapping the vehicle's thick armor plating. "It sucks up power like a back alley whore, but by the gods is it powerful." Yes, Chief," the gunner added, his tone rather dull, as the commander jabbed him in the ribs. "Strong weapon. One shot, broke wall. Is the platform still operational?" Leon asked. "Plenty of power, Chief," the commander responded. "We only got off one shot, but we were ready with another in only a minute." Leon heard Alex snickering behind him, presumably at some innuendo he was actively ignoring. "And the range?" Leon asked. "We've still got at least 200 miles, and we'd cross them so quickly you'd think we were being chased by the cucked husbands of 100 of our mistresses." "That's an interesting quantification," Gaius observed. "What's the difference between 100 cucked husbands and only 50? 50 barely demands a light jog, but 100's got us booking it." "Right," Leon said, not so much in the mood for this banter. "How about we get some more concrete numbers?" After that exchange, Leon's demeanor had the mall commander straightening up and growing more serious. As a result, with him taking his report more seriously, Leon learned that they still had the magic power to travel 200 miles at a sustained pace of about 40 miles per hour. They also had another 99 shots with their lightning lance, each one taking as much power as the mall needed to travel at top speed for 2 minutes. If the mall ever ran out of power, its power crystal would need to be swapped out. They were fairly large things, and while the task commander could store spare crystals in their soul realms, Leon having made the regulation that there would be no task commanders below the 6th tier, the power supply was, by the constraints of the design, buried too deeply in the vehicle to be quickly swapped out. Before setting out, Leon had the 3 crews that he'd brought with the weapon platforms train on them, and they'd managed to shave the power source swap down to about an hour. After speaking with that commander, Leon led his retainers to the other 2 malls, and after getting their similar reports, he let his people finally relax. He was quite happy with the weapon's performance. Given the ability for mages to carry just about anything in their soul realm, there hadn't been much need for such weapons to carry themselves around in Imperial war doctrine, but Leon could easily see the use of having a mobile armored personal carrier with such a powerful weapon, especially since the vehicle could be piloted by just about anyone. It couldn't fly any higher than about 3 feet off the ground, but that was more than enough to get over just about any obstacle, and could potentially augment the strength of any weaker forces he might pick up in the future. There were, of course, always improvements to be made. He'd taken note of how sluggishly the vehicle turned, and how well it performed when traveling over the swampy terrain of the wetlands. The drivers had all mentioned some stickiness in the controls, but everyone marveled at how quietly the vehicles ran. Before he could complete his notes, Leon found himself interrupted by Narses the White, who'd come over while Leon was getting his retainers and the malls organized. All 3 weapon platforms had been formed up in front of the destroyed gatehouse, while Leon had allowed his retainers to relax as they pleased. Most of them remained outside, but Anna had climbed into the passenger compartment of the nearest mall and collapsed, tears running down her face. Valeria had gone to keep her company, but Anna subsequently insisted on being alone. "Leon," Narses said in greeting. Leon nodded back. "I'd like to speak. Alone." Narses' tone was respectful, but insistent. Leon acquiesced, leaving Valeria in charge of the retinue as he walked off into the swamp with the chief of security where they wouldn't be overheard. Leon was curious about what Narses had to discuss alone, since a progress report could be easily given in front of everyone else. However, when Narses came to a stop, he didn't establish any wards that might prevent eavesdropping. Instead, he stopped at the edge of the swamp, staring out over the murky, dark green water, most of the region cast in darkness thanks to the thick leafy canopy. It seemed that Narses needed a moment to get to whatever it was that he needed to talk about, so Leon simply asked, "How are things going with the people we freed?" We've treated those who needed medical attention the most, and gotten everyone plenty of food and water. How are we going to get them back home? I can't imagine they're all from the Ilian Empire, but even if they were, we can't exactly escort them through this swamp safely. When we leave later today, I was going to leave several of my people behind to take care of everyone. I'll have a larger delegation sent out when we get back to civilization. It shouldn't take more than a day or 2 for a larger task force to arrive at that castle and escort everyone to safety. I'll also keep the place under surveillance for a while to pick up any stragglers, and then have it demolished in, maybe a month or two. That should be enough time to catch anyone we missed. Good. Wasn't looking forward to trying to defend such a large group from swamp monsters, or having to come back out here if more vampires move back in. You're a real humanitarian, aren't you, Leon? Leon grinned sarcastically. I try. That's fucking sad, then, isn't it? By the gods, I need a drink. In one swift motion, Narses conjured a bottle from his soul realm and brought it to his lips, taking several deep gulps before pulling the bottle away. I hate vampires. At this point, I'd rather they all do us a favor and die off. You're in like-minded company. I'm sure I am. These things have been after you for years, haven't they? Leon nodded. All the more reason we should have taken the other Narses prisoner. The lesser Narses. The weaker Narses. I think I get it. And I was prepared to take him prisoner, honestly. An interrogation would have gone well for us, especially if we were able to bribe him as we were with Valentina. How has she been working out, by the by? Narses the White glanced over his shoulder at Leon's retinue, with whom Valentina was mingling. She's back to researching anti-magic, as was her passion before being assigned to blood magic. Why? Thinking of asking her for more than she's already given. She gave us a lot of good intel, but no, I'm sure she gave us all she had to give. Rather, I suppose I just regret letting this Narses die like that. Actually, regret isn't quite strong enough. I'm fucking furious that your retainer took my prisoner. Leon frowned as Narses' tone rose in anger. However, he stared unapologetically back at Narses. Her vengeance was hers to take, he said simply. Narses glared at him for a long moment, before grunting, that it, huh? Letting such a valuable potential source of information go for the sake of vengeance. I'm not happy about it, Leon responded. But neither am I all that broken up about it. A vampire's dead, Anna got her revenge for her family. And how's she taking it? Leon glanced back at his retinue, noting that Anna was staring at the wall of the mall she sat in, her eyes unfocused, prominent hair streaks still running down her cheeks. As well as anyone in her position, I think, Leon growled. That's the thing, isn't it? She has her vengeance, and in taking it, she has made us less prepared to deal with any more vampires later on. The intelligence that we could have taken from Narses could have been game-changing. He sacrificed a massive blood farm just to lure you into a trap, who knows what else he might have given up. We certainly don't know, because your retainer killed him. And what would you have had me do? Leon shot back. Let my retainer see the man who murdered her family walk free after giving up his allies. Tell her that her parents died for nothing. You're right, we don't know what we might have gotten from him, it could have been nothing at all. Were you really fine with taking him prisoner? Leon's tongue froze as Narses stared back at him, the chief of security's expression one of utmost seriousness. After a moment of thought, Leon just shrugged dismissively as he looked out over the swamp. What's done is done, no use in crying about it, he bitterly spat. But what hasn't been done still waits for us, Leon. And if you don't get a better grip on your retainers, then you're going to get into trouble. Listen, I respect you, I consider you an ally. But we're weaker now than we might have been without the weak Leech's potential cooperation. And what has killing him brought her? Seems to me like it's nothing but pain. Leon glanced back at Anna, but after a moment, his eyes drifted in Valeria's direction. Leon, Narses continued, his tone turning tired, this isn't a deal big enough to fight over. So, and also out of respect for you, I'll overlook this. But if I can give some unsolicited advice, don't let this fester. That girl needs some help, and not of the violent or magical kind. Now, if you don't mind me changing the subject, those malls you brought with you worked wonders. One shot from each punched holes in that wall. How quickly can you build more? Leon stared at Valeria for just a second longer before replying, his tone rather neutral and devoid of any emotion. Hard to say. Not for me to say, I think. Need to update the plans with some improvements, then I'll get the plans to Lady Emily, she'll know more. Right, Narses responded. I suppose research and development isn't the one to go to for production, innovation is your thing, and actually building what your mad researchers put together is for the rest of us, isn't it? Leon shrugged noncommittally. Their conversation didn't last much longer with Leon's attention now much farther away, so only a couple minutes later, Leon and Narses emerged from the swamp and returned to the castle. Leon waved to his retainers before heading in Anna's direction, sparing a loving smile for Valeria, who didn't hesitate to return it. Narses was right. He couldn't let this fester. He paused just outside of the mall, leaning against the door in a place where Anna couldn't miss him. He stayed there for a full minute, waiting for her to tell him to go away and glancing in several times to make sure that she knew he intended to head on in. When she didn't ask him to leave, he ducked inside and took a seat on one of the crude, if relatively comfortable benches along the walls of the compartment. He didn't immediately speak, but instead averted his eyes as Anna hurriedly wiped her face and tried to make it look like she hadn't broken down. Leon, she eventually said. Taking that as his cue to look back at her, Leon met her gaze. Her blue eyes were bloodshot and her recently altered bright orange hair was a bit of a mess. Leon sighed and said, "We're not going to be staying here for too much longer. A couple of hours at most." Anna nodded. "How are you doing?" Leon asked. Fine." She insisted, a shaky smile plastered across her face. As Leon stared at her skeptically, her smile faltered, and she quickly said, "I'll be fine." Leon hummed in acknowledgement. "There won't be any official fallout from this." Anna slumped back in her seat a little bit more than she was already. I'm sorry, Leon. I don't know what came over me." "I understand," Leon replied. "You confronted the man who destroyed your family. He did things that can't ever be forgotten. Things that can't ever be forgiven." Anna sniffled back some new tears. "Helen, I don't know how to tell her about this. I can do it for you, if you want." Leon didn't think she would, and he wasn't surprised when she quickly shook her head. No, that I have to do myself. My sister, she won't, she'll be disappointed, I think." Her voice broke up several times as she spoke. Leon looked at her, then slouched in his seat, propped his feet up on the bench across from him, and interlocked his fingers behind his head. "No one ever wants to endorse vengeance, I think. Actually, I think a lot of people are just scared to. They don't want to think that they're that violent. That humans are capable of that much anger and hate. Most of these kinds of people never experience anything that instills that kind of fury. They'll never understand exactly why you did what you did." Picking up on what he was saying, Anna finished his statement, "But they'll judge me anyway, won't they?" She sounded tired and scared in equal measure. "But Helen, she's a good person," Leon said. "Better than I could ever be, certainly. Forgiving, peaceful. She just wanted to move on," Anna stated. "Forget that our parents were, that Casimir took our parents from us. That he was taking other people from their family. That he needed to be stopped. So you don't regret what you did?" Leon asked. Anna paused what Leon thought was about to be quite the angry rant at her sister and her expression fell. He needed to be stopped. That wasn't why you killed him, though." Leon immediately second-guessed his words, but by then they'd already been said. However, when he glanced at Anna, he found her staring at him with curiosity, her eyes silently asking him a question. Scowling, Leon looked away and asked, "How much do you know about my father?" "That, he died a while ago," Anna said. 21 years ago. A little more than that, actually. Murdered in our home. Killed the men who did it, but succumbed to his injuries. I left home intending to find the man who ordered it, and anyone else involved, but when I had the opportunity, I didn't take it. I had the man who ordered my father's death in my hands, my blade to his throat, and I didn't kill him." Anna stared at him and asked only, "Why?" Leon frowned. He didn't want to color her perception of Valeria. "I'm not sure I want to say." Anna nodded slowly. "I suppose I'm curious, then," Leon continued, shifting back to her. "How does it feel, knowing that your parents have been avenged by your hand? That the man who did so much harm is gone?" Anna frowned, her eyes still searching his own. But after a moment, she turned back to the wall as her eyes unfocused for a moment. She glanced down at her dominant hand, the one that had held her spear as she thrust it into Narcis's chest. "I don't," she whispered. I suppose, I feel relief. A sense of closure. But I also," she deeply sighed. "My parents are gone, Leon. Nothing I do will ever change that. I'll never get back what Narcissus took. There's a pit in my stomach, and a bigger one in my heart. The one in my stomach is disgust I lost control over myself and did something foolish. We should have taken Narcissus prisoner. Interrogated him and all that. That'll go away in time. But the hole in my heart is there forever. My mother and father are gone and will never return. Narcissus' death changes nothing." Leon nodded along in silence. "I'm glad it's over," Anna said, her tone brightening just a hair. I don't like what I did. But it's over. I wish I could do as Helen did and put this behind me." Move on. But that pit hurts. Still, Leon asked. Anna nodded, and they both fell into silence. After several long minutes, Anna eventually said, I'll be fine, Leon. Narses needed to die, no doubt about that. If you'll still have me, I'll be good to go whenever you need me. Leon smiled at her, playfully leaned over to punch her shoulder, and then slid out of the mall. We'll head out soon, then, he said. I'd like us to get home by tomorrow, if possible. Leon continued smiling. Chapter 802. Perspective. Sounds like a successful raid, the director said as Leon finished his report on what happened at Narses the Black's castle. Speaking with the director about his eye had been the first thing on Leon's to-do list once he and his people returned to Oculera, even with Elise needing him for planning his party. He and the director met almost alone, with only Penelope there to hear the report. Even Narses the White was busy organizing a relief force to be sent for the captives rescued from the blood farm below the castle. The guild had some success of its own, though nothing quite so spectacular. Leon cocked an eyebrow, his interest piqued as the director pulled a map of the Illumarian wetlands out of his soul realm. With dedicated searching, my accountants found quite a bit of misappropriated funds that Narses was hiding, the director explained, and Leon could hear the suppressed wrath in the old man's voice in every syllable. He used this funding to not only purchase a manor for himself out in the wetlands, but also support a small cabal of personal followers. Leon moved a little closer to examine the location. Has it been scouted? He asked. Do we know how? No need to guess, Leon, Penelope interjected. I've already paid the manor a visit. I didn't raze it to the ground, but I came quite close. Huh, Leon grunted in mild surprise. He wasn't sure if he ought to feel elated that the problem was dealt with, or angry that people he didn't quite trust took care of something that he wanted to see taken care of with his own eyes. Though, Penelope's fine, Leon thought. I doubt she'd throw in with the vampires, even if her father's not so above such methods. Any good material discovered there? Leon asked aloud. None that I could find, Penelope replied. I have a large contingent of demonologists crawling over the place as we speak, though. They should have a report on what they find by the end of the week. Leon frowned slightly, but he supposed that was about as much as he was going to get without going there himself, and he wasn't quite sure he wanted to go that far. He had other concerns. Narses himself was dead, and he knew that the guild and the Ilian Empire's demonologists were skilled enough to go over the place with a fine-tooth comb. With a deep sigh, Leon said, I suppose that's the best I can hope for in this case. Was he hiding anything else? Quite a bit, the director replied. Mostly standard-rate corruption, such as additional embezzled resources, but he had quite a few friends in the guild that I've taken the liberty of bringing in for questioning. It seems that Narses the Black managed to get his grimy fingers deep into my guild. The director practically spat the last sentence, and as far as Leon could tell, it was no joke. Still, he couldn't help but ask, how much were you expecting, working with vampires? The director glared at him and looked about set to start arguing, but he paused a moment, his expression turning pensive. I miscalculated, he admitted. Bringing them in was a mistake. It won't be repeated. That was all Leon needed to hear, especially now that he and the director were much closer in power. Good, Leon responded. What are the chances that there are more vampires laying in wait somewhere on the plain? At this point, they have to be running low on manpower. Hard to say, Penelope said. If there are, I don't think they'll present much threat. Don't count on that, the director chided. I'm tempted to make the same guess, but assume the worst and plan accordingly. Leon agreed in a general sense, but he couldn't quite see the possibility of any more powerful vampires running around the plain that could pose much threat, especially since Narses the Black had implied as such before his ambush failed. Zaffin, thoughts? Leon asked, calling into his soul realm. The demon hummed in thought. Eamon was always someone who preferred quality over quantity, though he'd take what he could get. We've likely shitcanned his local forces, but if that's the case, then he'll resort to recruiting whoever he can. Or at least, he will if there's still something here that he thinks he can strike at. Unlikely, given our power. True, he might write off this plane if I'm all he wanted, but this isn't. The last we've heard from that usurping, pretentious fuckboy, I guarantee it. I'll keep my eyes open, then. You do that, little pigeon. Leon blinked. What, I'm a pigeon now, am I? Without hesitation, Zaffin answered, yes. When did that happen? Right now. I have decreed it. By order of a Lord of Flame, you are now named, Pigeon. No, yes, it's done. Maybe I should start calling you Little Ember. Or maybe former Lord of Flame. I'll be magnanimous, human, and allow you to your inferior name. As prestigious and awe-inspiring as Pigeon is, you don't deserve it. Give me some time to recover from that massive disappointment. Of course, human. My burns take long to heal, take as much time as you need. With that, Leon felt Zaffin's attention sink back down into his soul realm, leaving him feeling fairly aggravated, but in the same breath, a little calmer. The possibility couldn't be ruled out that Eamon had other vampires on the plane, but at the very least, he seemed to prefer smaller groups, relatively speaking. Leon didn't anticipate too many dealings with vampires for the immediate future. That thought brought out a wide smile, and he turned his attention to more important things. Following his meeting with Penelope and the director, Leon returned to his tower. However, instead of heading to his office, he instead met with the lead engineer responsible for the mall and had an hour-long meeting going over his observations of the platform's performance. The weapon platforms had performed quite well, their wheelless design allowing them to navigate the swamps of the Illumerian wetlands with ease when they weren't stored in Leon's soul realm. The vehicle crews, whose commanders were also a part of the meeting, were also quite complimentary of the design. However, there was always going to be room for improvement, and they hadn't exactly participated in a pitched battle. They'd simply moved into position and fired a single shot each. The weapon platform would need more intensive battle tests before it could be deemed ready for wider production. Following the meeting, Leon finally made his way back to his office, but upon arrival, he found Penelope already there, waiting for him. He'd been warned by his secretary, and sure enough, as he walked in, she was sitting in one of his office's armchairs. She'd grown her usually short black hair out in the past few years, and it spilled down her back like a silky waterfall, devoid of even a single curl. She smiled when he walked in, a charming, friendly look that told Leon she wasn't here for anything particularly serious, or at least, nothing that had to do with Heaven's Eye. "Penelope," Leon said as he slowly ambled over to a chair opposite his guest. "Leon," Penelope said, not rising from her seat, but giving him a friendly little wave. "How are things going?" "Fine," he replied. "You, better now that we don't have to worry about Narses stabbing us in the back." "Which one?" Leon sarcastically asked. Penelope gave him a strange look. "Do you have a problem with Narses the White?" Leon cringed slightly and said, "No." Joke that didn't land. "What's going on? Need something?" With a quiet chuckle, Penelope asked, "I was a little more concerned about you." "Me? You and your minions, anyway." The good Narses already sent his report back, and while Father didn't have much to say on the matter, I was curious about how that encounter ended. "Is everything fine in your retinue?" Leon blinked in surprise. Asking about his well-being wasn't something he ever would have guessed Penelope would do. But after a moment, he decided that he wouldn't mind breaking words with her for a little while. He could use some outside perspective, anyway. "Yeah, things were a little tense there at the end," he said. "Bad. Narses was involved in some unsavory stuff." "He was a vampire," Penelope pointed out. "Unsavory can describe just about everything they do." "True. In this case, it was more personal. He murdered the parents of 2 of my retainers. Anna, being so harmed, couldn't stop herself from killing the man." Leon did his best not to make it obvious, but as he narrated what happened, he carefully watched Penelope's expression, looking for any hint as to what she was thinking. When he finished, she was quietly staring at the wall behind him, a thoughtful look on her face. After fruitlessly waiting a beat for her to respond, Leon added, "Can hardly blame her. She lost her parents to that monster. I think revenge is understandable." Penelope scowled. Someone like that shouldn't have been on the mission to begin with. She was far too close to the suspect to be trusted to be objective. And now we've lost a valuable source of information on vampire activity on this plane. Leon frowned, but didn't respond. She was right, and bringing Anna was his fault. He knew how she was likely to react, and he brought her anyway. But his intent was to kill the vampire anyway, so he figured it wouldn't have mattered. He never would have thought that Narses would try to surrender, or that the other Narses would accept it. At least there's only one Narses now, Leon thought with some dark amusement. "Depends on the mission goal," Leon matter-of-factly stated. "Still, you're not wrong. I wonder about bringing Narses in. How would that have gone down? How would Anna have taken that? Would she have resented it? Would she be happier for it?" "That's something I can't answer," Penelope replied. "And we'll never know, now, will we?" "I guess not," Leon whispered. "If you were in her position, What would you have done? Do you even know? Penelope sighed. My mother's gone, though due to natural causes, thankfully. I can't imagine what I would do to someone who offed my father. I'd be angry, I'd want revenge, but I don't know how far I'd take it. It would really depend on the details. Were I in Anna's exact shoes, I think I wouldn't be happy about it, but I'd take Narza's in. I don't want someone like that running around the plane, and he undoubtedly knew many more people like him. Bringing him in represents the best chance to ensure that what I hypothetically suffered wouldn't be repeated. Could you live with yourself after that? Leon wondered aloud. This person killed your father in this scenario and you'd be comfortable letting them live. I did not say that. I like to think that I'd do what duty demanded of me, regardless of how I felt. I think you made a mistake bringing Anna on that mission in the first place. I don't blame her at all for killing the man, given what she suspected him of, what he was, and his attempted trap. That's just what you think you'd do, though, Leon murmured. Penelope frowned. I don't know what I'd actually do unless I were in the exact same situation, so guessing is all I can do. We can tell ourselves whatever we want, but we won't know what we'll do in a given situation until we find ourselves in it. She slouched against the back of her armchair a little bit and added, I will admit that it's easy to sit back and criticize someone's actions after the fact. It is a lot harder to do when in a given situation. But some things have clear-cut answers, and that's why we have legal tribunals. How many tribunals does Heaven's Eye perform? Leon asked. This guild has always struck me as a bit authoritarian. We don't exactly have a lot of due process, we rarely need to when we get enough evidence, Penelope replied with a nonchalant shrug. She then fixed Leon in a serious gaze. To cap off my point, I think that, if not forgiveness, then at least making the attempt to make peace with your enemy's situation depending is for the best. Easy to say, Leon muttered. Yes it is, Penelope conceded. But consider the fact that Anna got her revenge, and we were deprived of a gold mine of information on vampires. How is she doing, by the way? Is she happy that her enemy is dead? Does she seem better off? Leon frowned again. Anna had been completely silent on the way back to Oculara, hardly meeting anyone else's gaze. She most certainly did not seem happy, and when they arrived back at his villa just a few minutes before he left for his meeting with Penelope and the director, they ran afoul of Helen, and Anna almost broke down before her younger sister managed to pull her somewhere private. When Leon didn't answer, Penelope whispered, I'll take that as a no, then. I think I'll just summarize what I'm thinking like this, what's done is done. Bad things happen, and punishments need to be meted out. But it's the living that deserve our concern, not the dead. Better to focus on what you can do for the living rather than trying to honor the dead with something they'll never appreciate. If we can do more good than harm by taking our enemies in alive, or even making some kind of peace with them, then isn't that the more moral thing to do? Big, if, Leon responded. It is, Penelope agreed. It's hard to talk about these things in the abstract. Every situation is unique, but that's just the way I try to live, focusing on what I can do to ensure the prosperity of those around me. And if vengeance won't aid me in that goal, then how valuable is that vengeance, anyway? Leon didn't immediately respond, remaining quiet as he turned her words over in his head. I suppose I'll just leave it here, then, Penelope said as their silence stretched out uncomfortably long. It sounds to me like you have some business to deal with back home, but I'm glad for this chat. These were things I already kind of wanted to touch base with you on, so I'm glad we could take care of that. Leon hummed in acknowledgement as she stood up, but as she reached the door to his office, he quickly called out, Penelope. Thanks for speaking with me. It's good to get a little outsider perspective. It's easy to get lost in one's own head about things like this. Penelope gave him a strange look, but nodded and said her goodbyes, leaving Leon alone in his office with nothing but his work to keep him company. Leon, however, had far too much running through his mind for work, so after less than half an hour, he called it a day and left. If there was one thing that Penelope was unequivocally right about, it was that he had personal business he needed to take care of back at his villa, and not just with Anna. Leon watched in loving fascination as Valeria twirled about, swinging her glaive in ways that were more akin to dancing than proper combat training. Her light blue training attire was skin-tight, showing off her voluptuous body, her silver hair swung behind her in a single loose braid, and her clear, sapphire eyes were closed in concentration. And yet, despite her closed eyes, she moved with absolute surety, and Leon could detect the telltale ripples in the training room's ambient magic from her magic senses. She hadn't noticed him, though, keeping her magic senses trained only on the area about 10 feet from her in all directions. This was obviously not combat training, but more keeping her body limber and in control. Dancing, she and Alex had often insisted to Leon, was one of the best ways to not only keep oneself in shape, but also to always be comfortable moving around. Given how she moved with such grace, Leon could understand that much, at least. He watched her move for almost 20 minutes, before she finally stopped, panting slightly from her exertions despite her power. She opened her eyes, and only did she see him leaning against the doorframe, watching her with a loving smile. "Leon," she exclaimed, a smile of her own lighting up her face before an emotional cloud immediately darkened it. Leon knew exactly what that cloud was, and dispelling it was his purpose in coming here. "Val," he whispered as he slowly walked over, shutting the door behind him to give them some privacy. She didn't fight him at all when he took her into his arms, pulling her into a tight embrace. He held her tight, only letting go once she returned her glaive to her soul realm and returned the hug. "What? Why are you here?" she stoically asked, her expression returned to its usual neutral state. Such an attitude was one that Leon hadn't seen directed his way in a long time. "Wanted to talk," Leon responded. "Care to sit with me?" Valeria hesitantly nodded, and Leon could tell that she was just as apprehensive about what he had to say as he was. But she sat down with him right there in the middle of the training room. Neither of them spoke for a long moment, Valeria clearly waiting for him to get to his point, while he breathed deeply, working himself up to what he had to say. When he finally did, he found that his body was flooded with emotional adrenaline, making his hands shake and his voice crack. I'm now older than my father ever was," Leon said, unable to keep a steady tone. Valeria's eyes widened in grief as he spoke, but he laid a hand over hers to bring as much comfort as he could. "You're Justin's agents. When they came to our home, my father was 37, just a few months shy of 38. I reached this milestone just a couple months ago. I am now, and will forever be, older than he was. My birthday just emphasizes that. It's not one that's easy to face." "Leon, she began, but he raised a hand and cut her off. "Just give me a minute or two, all right?" he asked. "I need to get through this, and I don't think I can start again if I stop." She nodded, and he continued. "I thought for a long time what I would do to those responsible. I still think of what I'll do when I find Lord Cameron. Given the hostage he has, I don't think I'm alone in this." Valeria gave him a nod of solidarity. Her mother, Cameron's adopted daughter, was still in his hands as far as they knew. "But even though he gave me his boss's name, I haven't forgiven Justin," Leon stated. "His part in my father's death will never be Chapter 803, a needle, a body, and a party." Leon steeled himself for his party the best way he knew how, by spending almost the entire day locked in a meditation chamber, with none for company his own thoughts. He sank his consciousness down into his soul realm, and once he woke up in his mind palace, he took to the sky and left it behind, choosing to spend his time out in the mountains that surrounded the veil of his mind palace. He'd built up much of the island in the past 5 years. Of course, he'd added little in the way of civilization. He saw little point in it, given the lack of other life in his soul realm, and so had packed the thousands and thousands of square miles he had access to with as many forests and mountains as he could. Countless peaks rose up from his island, floating in the mists of chaos, most with a carpet of green between them that rose up to brush their metaphorical ankles. Such a place, even for as long as Leon had lived with it, still felt eerie. It was beautiful in his own mind, standing as a showcase of raw, primal nature, but it was still empty of life. There were no wolves howling in the distance, no birds, no buzzing insects, no cries of distant fauna to break up the shallow breeze that had finally started to blow within his soul realm. Leon enjoyed such total silence, of course, but when he was flying above a range of mountains in his soul realm, he often wished he could hear the true sounds of nature that might remind him of home. Before his birthday party, however, silence was what he sought, and was what he found. He parked himself on the peak of the largest mountain within 100 miles of his mind palace, sat down, and stared out into the distance. He wasn't looking at anything in particular, choosing to instead simply exist and let his thoughts come as they chose. He spent so much of his time rushing from project to project, practicing his blacksmithing, studying the arts of enchanting, seeing to his heaven's eye duties, training, monitoring his retinue's training, and spending time with his family that he rarely allowed himself the time to just sit down and not do anything. It was a rare treat. He figured that his soul realm guests knew that his time in the mountains was private, and so never bothered him. Even the Thunderbird, despite their frequent training sessions, rarely approached him on those few occasions that he went out and lost himself in thought. This time, however, seemed an exception, as a couple of hours after Leon sat down and started to relax, he heard the fluttering of wings in the wind, and then the Thunderbird was there with him, standing right next to him in her human form, staring out at the gray mist that surrounded his soul realm. There she stood, silent and motionless, for minutes. Finally, she asked, "Ready for this, Leon?" Her tone was quiet and motherly, and as she asked her question, she took a seat on the rocky mountain peak right next to him. "If you're talking about the party, then I'm as ready as I'll ever be," Leon responded calmly. He almost surprised himself with his serenity. He'd thought that with Justin attending, he'd be more out of sorts. However, Valeria had promised that Justin would stay out of the way, for the most part, and Leon had many other people there to occupy his time. Anastasios and the Grand Druid, he was sure, would demand much of his attention, and aside from them, Penelope and the director himself were coming. Christina, Asia, and several more of Christina's knighesses were also coming, along with Narses the White, Emily, Jordan, and a host of other Heaven's-Eye dignitaries and local bureaucrats. "Looks like Elise is going to get what she was after," Leon thought as a smile crept across his face. "The party of the century, and after?" the Thunderbird inquired. "Take it as it comes," Leon responded. "Not much demanding my attention." The Thunderbird clicked her tongue, then turned her head toward him, prompting him to tear his eyes away from the distance and do likewise. "There is something that I've been hoping you would do," she whispered. Back in the north, beyond those frozen mountains, sealed deep in the ravine, Leon's expression froze on his face as he breathed. "Iron Needle," the Thunderbird nodded. "A universe fragment, waiting to be claimed. Or so I sensed, anyway. Once that controls the element of lightning in its totality. All that can be compressed into lightning magic is within the Iron Needle." "You almost make it sound like the needle is the source of lightning magic." "It isn't," the Thunderbird replied. "It's simply an artifact of such staggering power that it, along with the Storm Diamond, paved my road to divinity. I found the Iron Needle first, when I wasn't much stronger than you. You should go and try to reclaim it for the clan. Such an artifact would prove quite the boon," Leon said, "but how dangerous is this? Something so powerful I can't imagine is easy to claim, correct? But it's a matter of will, and that, I believe, you have enough of to press your claim." Leon chuckled softly and asked, "Are you sure it's even down there? Seems strange to me that so powerful a thing hasn't been claimed by anything else." "They aren't sentient outright," the Thunderbird explained, as she'd done for him before, "but they have wills of their own. They claim their bearers as much as their bearers claim them. If a universe fragment doesn't want you, then nothing you can do will force it to be yours. For the Iron Needle, none but I could claim it. It has never served anyone but my descendants. It hasn't been that long, relatively speaking, since it was last held by one of our clan, but I believe that the same will hold true now. Find that Iron Needle and make it yours." Leon made eye contact with the Thunderbird and gravely nodded. "If you think it's time, then I'll trust your judgment. I'll head north soon after this party. I might be gone for a while, though, and will have to get my affairs in order." The Thunderbird nodded in turn, and then they both fell silent for a while. After a while, Leon stood up, the time rapidly approaching for him to return to the waking world. He bid his ancestor adieu and made his way back to his mind palace with her assurance that she would be watching. He wasn't sure if he was comforted or disturbed at such a blatant statement, though his discomfort he thought was the point if the Thunderbird's provocative parting smile was anything to go by. However, before sitting back down in his throne, he made his way over to Nestor's table. He still had some time, there was no real need to rush. "Nestor," Leon said, curiously looking at the ruby containing Nestor's magic body, still secure on its stand. Nearby, and ever present, was the journal of one of Jason Carano's vassals that Leon had taken from the transformation cave in the Serpentine Isles. Its locking enchantments, devised by Nestor, were apparently so good that even now, more than 15 years later, Nestor had yet to crack his own work. "Leon," Nestor said in greeting, "have you some business with me?" "Nothing in particular," Leon replied. "Just felt like chatting for a few minutes." From not too far away, Zafin called out, "More like procrastinating." Little Leon is too nervous to go out and show his face. With a face like that, Nestor added, joining in on the fun, who can blame him? Leon sighed, wondering just what he was expecting, coming over here. Pushing through the mockery, he kept his expression stoic and neutral, and said, so those armored weapon platforms performed quite well. Yes, those, Nestor growled. You disagree. I don't like the name they were given, Nestor replied, sounding as if he were forcing the words out through clenched teeth. Takes away from the awe and majesty that such weapons ought to command. Such is how things go, sometimes, Leon stated, his tone resigned. He didn't like Maul either, but what was done, was done. The name had stuck. Their performance was satisfactory, then? Nestor asked. As I just said, yes, they were. Then your engineers aren't useless. I would have thought it would have taken them centuries to miniaturize the enchantments needed for such an armored platform. It's a complicated machine, Leon admitted. Just building one of the damn things cost more than 200 million silvers, but I'd say every coin was well spent. They moved quickly, their weapons fired successfully, and their crews were quite grateful for the armor. Nestor sighed. It's good to have mobile weapon platforms. Hopefully, they prove more convenient than simply mounting the lightning lances to war beasts. That might be more convenient, Leon conceded, but so is not relying on war beasts. I think a foot or two of enchanted steel armor plating might be better than whatever natural defenses a war beast might have. And if any war beast can surpass that, then they're going to cost quite a bit more than 200 million silvers, I think. As you say, Nestor replied. Is there something you need, boy? Or did you just come over here to talk about your weapons project? Suppose I just wanted to talk, dead man, nothing more. Thought crossed my mind that I might be too harsh on you. Wondered if you ever wanted to move into a more mobile body. Nestor was silent for a long moment, and when that moment was over, he said with disbelief dripping from his tone, you were thinking that? Really, an errant thought, Leon admitted, but a serious one. I'll never forget your attempting stealing of my body, Nestor, but in the past few years, you've done me good service, even if your attitude has been less than stellar, but that's understandable. However, I'm in a forgiving mood. Or at least, a more conciliatory mood. I've said it before that crimes committed against me are easy to forgive, those committed against those I love are less so. I'd like to forgive you, Nestor, but I wonder about your intentions. If I get a body, then we can be allies, Nestor hurriedly stated. No matter what, I'm loyal to our clan. However, my body is dead and gone, rotted to dust. You are the only hope for our clan's revival. Putting me in a more ambulatory body would be desirable, and I would redouble my efforts to get us back to the Nexus, where we can really start to rebuild the clan. Leon smiled, having few reasons to doubt him. And yet, getting Nestor a body was a risk and a sign of trust that he wasn't sure he had in the man. But a sign of trust that Leon was a little more willing to give now than he was just a few years ago. Our clan used slaves, dead man, Leon gravely stated. I've vowed not to continue that tradition. But I'd be a hypocrite if I continued to hold you in the state you're in, wouldn't I? I'm not sure I'm the one to judge in this case, Nestor muttered. A moment later, Zaffin shouted, he is. Hypocrite. Leon waved at the demon but paid him no other heed. So, Nestor, how about it? A body? Would I remain in here? Nestor asked. No, I'd want you out in the world where you can continue your work better. And where you won't have such ready access to my soul realm. Understandable, Nestor murmured. Left unsaid was anything about Nestor running, whether punishment or otherwise. Leon didn't think he needed to go into long, detailed descriptions about punishments if Nestor acted against him, or abandoned him, or anything like that. If this was going to be a sign of trust, then Leon was going to show that trust. We'll need a body, then, Leon said. I'd suggest purchasing an orphan or something of that nature, but I don't think you'd go for that, would you? No, Leon contemptuously spat. Then did you have some other body in mind? Nestor asked, his tone starting to sound more apprehensive. Leon glanced at the golems that could be seen in his soul realm, the two worked golems he'd taken from the small manufactory beneath an Ocularon villa, and the librarian golems that were working in his soul realm's vault, keeping all of his stored items secure and organized. As his eyes swept back to Nestor's ruby, he could practically hear the dead man's teeth grinding. If, Nestor growled, that is the only option, then fine. Leon smiled and said, then we'll discuss it more later. For now, I suppose I have a party to get to, don't I? Nestor grunted unhappily, and Leon returned to his throne, and then a moment later, to his physical body. Leon stood outside of his home, dressed in a mostly blue ensemble, trimmed in silver. At his side was his family, Elise, Valeria, Maya, and Anzu, all dressed in resplendent outfits of their own, though Maya and Anzu seemed largely indifferent to what they were wearing. If anything, they seemed almost aggrieved that they had to be here, playing host as the party guests arrived. For the most part, the first group of guests to arrive certainly didn't warrant their concern, as far as Leon cared. These guests were chosen by Elise simply due to their connections within Heaven's Eye. Political invites, meant to give opportunities for them to curry favor with Leon and his family. It was almost an hour before the more personal guests started to arrive, the first being a person of high stature though not in the land they currently resided in. She came in accompanied by a small convoy, 5 carriages in all and surrounded by a dozen knights, each one wearing armor and bearing weapons personally forged and enchanted by Leon, sold at cost. This was Princess Christina's entourage, and the arms of the Bull Kingdom were prominently displayed on her carriage. Elise and Valeria, Leon could tell, grew more and more excited with every second as the entourage approached, and as the carriages filed into his front courtyard, Elise left their group to give the princess a more personal welcome. The princess herself was the first out of her carriage, and she'd changed a fair amount in the past 15 years. She seemed a little taller, the independence of her posting having given her more confidence. She had a greater command of magic, likely helping in that regard, too. She radiated the aura of a 5th-tier mage, to Leon's surprise. He hadn't seen her in almost 2 years, though she still swung around every few months or so to spend some time with Elise and Valeria. Judging from her aura, Leon guessed that her bloodline had somehow become awakened, though how, he wasn't sure. Following her came Xianxia, and she tightly embraced both Elise and Valeria after energetically hopping down from her carriage. She, too, was much stronger than when Leon had last seen her, with a strong 5th-tier aura emanating from her, too. As they were ushered inside, Elise and Valeria had to fight to stay back at the entrance, but stay they did, and only a minute or so later, as the princess's carriages were led to a place to wait for her to leave the party, a small group of chariots arrived, with Narses the White's personal golden chariot leading the way. The chief of security leapt down his chariot before it even came to a halt, shouting, "Leon! Marvelous to see you again. Thank you for your invitation, my friend." Leon went down to greet his technical equal in Heaven's Eye, with the rest of the man's family including Sophia disembarking their own chariots behind Narses. The way that Narses greeted him, Leon felt like he wasn't holding that deep a grudge for Anna's killing of Narses the Black, and Leon let out a tiny breath that he hadn't realized he'd been holding. After Narses came Emily, who greeted her Leon and her daughter with love, along with Jordan, her first husband and Elise's father, who did the same. Following them came the most important groups, Penelope and the director, followed by the twin imperial processions with Anastasios and the Grand Druid, both riding in the same carriage so as to not to step on each other's toes by going first or last. Greeting them all left Leon feeling quite drained, having repeated the same thanks for their attendance and whatnot for seemingly 1,000 times by then. And with them came a handful of younger nobles from their realms, none of them stronger than the 6th tier or seemingly older than maybe 30. Leon guessed that they were some of their most promising young talents, brought here to schmooze and cavort with him, Heaven's Eye. And their counterparts from the other empire. Notably, Leon realized that Cassandra was not among them, and he wasn't sure if he should feel relieved or depressed over it. The heckling that the Grand Druid gave him over her absence certainly pushed him towards the former, but he couldn't help but be just a little sad he wouldn't get another spar with the crimson-eyed imperial princess this day. The Grand Druid was cryptic about why she didn't come, but Leon read only bait in that refusal. The Grand Druid wanted him to come and ask about the princess, she wasn't going to give that information up freely. Once Leon finally got their groups inside, they'd seemed almost willing to just have the party in his front courtyard. The way they were acting, he prepared to head back inside, too. However, one last guest arrived, accompanied by no entourages, riding in no chariot or carriage, and wearing no gold or fancy enchanted jewelry. Irene arrived, Anna's lady, whom Leon and Elise had hired as a private beastmaster just a couple days before. Anna was already inside, having had to arrive early given her status as one of Leon's retainers. Irene, however, apparently had to take some extra time to get ready, and had flown over with one of Leon's latest flight belts, skimming just over the road to keep in compliance with anti-flying regulations of the Ilian Empire. Leon greeted her warmly, ushering her inside. Once that was over, he glanced at Valeria, a wordless question in his look. "He's here," Valeria whispered back to him, and Leon nodded. Justin was there, too, but by mutual tacit agreement, he hadn't arrived by the front courtyard, but rather had been brought in by the servants' entrance around the south side of the estate. Leon hadn't yet greeted him, nor was he in a rush to do so. He had many other guests to glad hand with, and he wasn't going to carve out too much time for the man. So, with all of their important guests now inside, Leon and his family entered the villa, Maya looking like she hardly cared, though her eyes were sharper and more attentive than her body language suggested. Elise practically bounced inside, solidly in her element. Valeria was completely stoic, showing not even a hint of chapter 804, mingling. Leon's villa was alive with conversation and gentle music. Several hundred of the most important people on the plane were in his home, with guards and adjutants of their own, all technically gathered to celebrate Leon's 38th birthday and his ascension to the 9th tier, though in reality were mostly here to meet and talk with Leon and one another. Despite this, Leon was still a little surprised when he walked out into his villa's biggest courtyard and a great cheer arose. "There he is," Narses shouted, "the man of the hour." The crowd of attendees responded with another roar, most of them holding up drinks in Leon's direction. Leon, taken off guard, froze for a second as all the eyes in the courtyard swiveled in his direction, but when Elise took hold of his arm, he smiled and raised his other arm, waving to the waiting crowd. "Thank you all for coming," he called out. "You honor me and my house with your presence. But please, though it my birthday, see to your own entertainment first and foremost." As he trailed off, the first of Elise's planned entertainment features walked out, 24 of the finest theatrical dancers in the Ilian Empire, dressed in loose, flowing, colorful clothes. Accompanying them were half a dozen men dressed all in black holding magic lanterns of varying colors, using them to shine on the dancers as they began their impressively complex routine. At the same time, an orchestral band began playing something tasteful and classy, though Leon didn't have enough of an ear to tell more than that. But Leon didn't have much of an opportunity to take in Elise's chosen entertainment, for as the dancers came out, he realized that most people were still staring at him. Instead, he didn't even have time to grab himself a drink before Anastasios came waltzing over, his presence the only thing that got almost everyone else to begrudgingly look away. Still, Leon noticed Penelope, the director, and the Grand Druid all huddled together, whispering conspiratorially about something or other. "Leon," Anastasios drawled as he wrapped an arm around him, "I have to congratulate you. 9th tier, at your age, even for a man with your resources, that's a startling rate of advancement." "Thank you, Lord Protector," Leon said as he nodded to Valeria and Maya, wordlessly telling them that they didn't have to follow him around anymore. "I try to keep an eye on my fitness." "Ha, keep an eye on my fitness," he says. The Lord Protector gave a booming guffaw before looking around at the way the courtyard had been decorated. In the past few weeks, Elise had much of the courtyard's marble polished and shined, and the columns of the peristyle plated in gold leaf. The walls, meanwhile, were covered in silver reliefs of birds in flight, dodging and weaving around bolts of blue lightning, rendered in lapis lazuli. Leon appreciated that latter addition, and even had the figure of a stone giant, represented in the same material, added to one of the reliefs. "Lady Elise, your decorations are delightful," Anastasios said. "Thank you, Lord Protector," Elise beamed. "How do you know it was just her, huh?" Leon playfully asked. "Please, Leon, give me some credit. I've spent enough time around you to know that you have the aesthetic sense of a half-blind magpie." Anastasios gave Leon a cheeky wink, ensuring that his words weren't taken too seriously. Leon chuckled and shrugged, then said, "It really does look great, love." Elise smiled lovingly at him and pressed herself closer against his side. "Leon," Anastasios said, drawing Leon's attention back to him, "we should speak later, but not now. It's not of great importance yet, but it's still something we should discuss in private." The Lord Protector's expression was grave and serious, and Leon responded with a similar attitude. "Then please, Lord Protector, stay and enjoy my hospitality, if you're able. Your room is still as you left it, save for a bit of cleaning." "An offer gladly received," Anastasios replied. "I have some business with this city and will try and speak with you in a few weeks, but for now, that bastard Narses looks like he's digging into the good stuff, and he could use a lesson in sharing." Anastasios disentangled himself from Leon and hurriedly made his way in Narcis's direction, who Leon saw had cracked open a large, elaborate bottle and was doing his best to copy the moves of the 12 male dancers that Elise had hired. He was failing quite spectacularly, but both Alcander and Sophie, along with a small crowd, were there with him, cheering him on. Once Anastasios left him and the Grand Druid made no moves to take his place, it seemed that the floodgates opened. Over the next hour, Leon was like a rock on the shore, withstanding waves upon waves of bureaucrats and dignitaries, all hoping to exchange words with quite possibly the youngest 9th-tier mage on the plane, and certainly the youngest member of Heaven's Eyes board. Had Elise not been there with him, taking much of the edge off their incessant congratulations, Leon felt like the waves might have carried him off into insanity after the first few minutes. Or so he muttered to Elise, anyway, to her amusement. It's a good thing that just about everyone's had some words with you, then. Save for the Grand Druid, of course, she whispered back. Have they? Leon asked, noting that of the hundreds of people in attendance, only a fraction had come to speak. Those who are of any note have, Elise clarified. Good, he said with a covert sigh. Don't look so glum, love, Elise murmured. So many have come to pay you respect, this is something that countless people have dreamed of and never obtained. Leon struggled to maintain a smile and didn't respond. His eyes drifted around the room, stopping on no one in particular for a long moment, at least until he finally saw him, the man he'd been dreading to see for years, a man he'd have been happier to pretend didn't exist. Justin Isonos. Valeria wasn't with him, instead choosing to spend her time talking and laughing with Christina and Asia, and it seemed that no one else had approached Justin, either. The man was sitting alone in a corner, by one of the smaller bars that Elise had set up for this party, quietly drinking some dark liquor. He was holding himself up with perfect posture despite the drink in his hand and the festivities around him, but one look at his aura showed just how weak he truly was. His aura almost seemed to flicker and sputter, barely able to maintain Justin's third-tier strength. The man's hair had lost much of its luster, now appearing more gray than silver, and there were a few more lines in his face. In short, it looked like he'd aged at least 20 or 30 years by mortal standards from how he'd appeared in Leon's memory, now well into middle age rather than looking fairly youthful. With another sigh, Leon disentangled himself from Elise, giving a meaningful nod in Justin's direction as explanation. Elise just squeezed his arm one last time, then went to link up with Valeria, Christina, and Asia. Leon walked in Justin's direction, ignoring the eyes that followed him everywhere in the courtyard. He sat down next to Justin at the shady end of the bar, surprising the man a bit, it seemed. Ah, Leon, Justin exclaimed, almost spilling his drink. Careful there, Leon responded, that looks expensive. He nodded to both the drink and to Justin's blue tunic, made of silk grass and trimmed in silver, a strange combination of colors, though Leon supposed Valeria had sported them even before becoming involved with him. It's nothing, Justin said as he quickly put his drink down and took a moment to regain his composure. Leon waited for several seconds for Justin to fully turn towards him and say, Happy birthday, Leon Rame. Here's hoping for many more. Thank you, Leon said with little sincerity. Thank you for attending. Such invitation can hardly be refused, when coming from beloved daughter, Justin remarked. Leon let a small smile play out over his lips for a moment at the mention of Valeria, before his expression turned neutral again. How has your recovery been going, Justin? He asked, trying and failing to sound casual. Justin frowned and bitterly said, about as well as I can expect. Not well, but even that's more than I deserve. You've managed to regain at least a little bit of power, it seems. A little bit, yes, but hardly a drop in the bucket of the ocean I once commanded. Justin seemed to catch himself and hurriedly added, Leon, I hope we're not going to make this discussion entirely about me. This is a day dedicated to you, after all. Leon smiled, though there was no warmth in the expression. Then we ought to discuss topics I want to talk about, shouldn't we? Justin gave him nothing more than a political smile. I've wondered for a long time how to deal with you, Justin, Leon said. He almost brought up more personal details, but he was still aware that, despite the relative privacy of their place in the courtyard, there were still a great many eyes turned in their direction, and even more ears. Wondered if the decision I made back then was the right one. What are your thoughts? Justin seemed a little perturbed when Leon suddenly asked his opinion, and took a moment to reply. I am grateful that I get to watch my daughter grow up, he said, his voice breaking slightly near the end. I'll admit that in my darkest moments, I never thought I'd live even this long. And it's not something easily forgotten when someone like you makes the decision you made." The man seemed like he had more he wished he could add, but he, too, was conscious of their onlookers. Leon sighed again. "I've had cause recently to reevaluate my decision. I've come to the conclusion that I wasn't wrong then, but such conclusions aren't set in stone. But for now, I want Valeria to be as happy as she can possibly be. I want her life to radiate joy in all directions. We're in agreement there. Good. Then it seems that you have to keep on living for a while longer." Justin, whose eyes had wandered back to his drink, snapped his gaze back to Leon. Leon gave him a sly smirk and said, "You look like you're counting the days till you're in the grave, Justin. The day you're buried is the day Valeria's life is made irreparably darker. So I won't let you die on us. Besides, I think we've still a great many conversations to have about our future." Justin seemed to deflate slightly, but a moment later, after a quick glance at Valeria, still locked in intense discussion with xianxia, he seemed to grow a bit more of a spine. He sat up straighter and nodded to Leon. "You shame me, Leon," he whispered, "and you're right too. Valeria and her mother mean the world to me. All others who could have claimed such importance in my life are gone. I would not want to inflict such pain upon my daughter." "But, then don't," Leon said as if it were the easiest thing in the world. "I think we should speak a little more later, so don't just leave without saying goodbye." Leon, unilaterally deciding that their conversation was over, stood up and walked away, leaving Justin along to think about things. As he did, Leon felt Valeria's eyes finally turn in their direction, and seeing him walking away from her father, she whispered something to xianxia and Christina and moved in his direction. "Everything all right?" she whispered as she drew close. "Everything's fine," Leon replied. She smiled, kissed his cheek, and then moved in Justin's direction, while Leon made his way over to Christina, taking the seat Valeria had just vacated. Christina and xianxia weren't alone, but when Leon sat down, many of those around them seemed to give them a bit more of a berth. Elise, Leon noticed, was not among them, his wife having moved on to mingle just before Valeria left. "Look at that, see," Christina said, "he just arrived and already he's driven off all our suitors." "Bad Leon, bad," xianxia playfully scolded, though the wide, tipsy grin she wore took any unintentional anger out of her statement. "Not my fault if they stop lavishing you two with all the praise you deserve," Leon said, matching xianxia's tone. "Though, I have to ask, are you sure you want their attentions?" Leon had noted that most of those driven off by his presence were men, and Christina and xianxia were sitting particularly close to each other. Of course, from Elise and Valeria seeing them regularly, he also knew that the two young women had started a romantic relationship with each other. "Attention is always welcome, so long as it's the sort worthy of a princess," Christina declared, seriousness absent in her tone. "Then I apologize and humbly ask forgiveness," Leon mockingly stated. Christina hummed, making a show of thinking it over. "Very well, Sir Leon, I forgive you your heinous transgression against my royal person." She looked like she was about to say something more, but whatever that might have been was cut off by a furious bout of giggles. "In all seriousness, Leon," xianxia said as her princess struggled to regain her self-control, "the copious amounts of alcohol she'd apparently already consumed not helping matters. Thanks for remembering us. It's been a while since we last spoke, and it's good to catch up." "Same here," Leon replied. "How's your mother?" "Mom's doing well," xianxia said. "I've been making plenty of money for both of us as Christina's personal guard." She paused a moment to glare reproachfully at Leon as he lightly laughed. The princess's lover, of course, was flush with financial resources. "But," xianxia continued, "she insisted on paying her own way. She got a job with a local bank run by Heaven's Eye in a wealthier part of Ilion. Even rose to become its manager." "Wow," Leon said appreciatively. "Please pass on my congratulations." xianxia nodded just as Christina seemed to regain control of herself. "And you, princess?" Leon asked once he was sure the princess was checked back into their conversation. "I would have congratulated you on your power had I known about it. It feels natural to me, not like you binged on potions to get there, like your brothers did." "Of course I didn't," Christina practically spat with disdain. "I may not be the most disciplined when it comes to training, but I wasn't about to take the easy way out. It's either the natural way, or no way at all." "Sure," xianxia sarcastically agreed, "for a given definition of natural." Christina glared at xianxia for a moment, but did nothing more than throw her arms around her dusky-skinned lover. In response to Leon's questioning look, the princess explained, I've made several trips back home in the past 15 years. My father's granted me resources that have allowed me to acquire a few things that have made the journey more bearable, and I've brought quite a few things home with me to help the Bull Kingdom magically advance. In recognition of the work I've been doing for the kingdom down here, he awoke my bloodline. Leon's eyes about popped out of their sockets in surprise. As far as he knew, Christina hadn't expressly renounced her claim to the throne of the Bull Kingdom. Awakening her bloodline thus essentially turned her into a potential claimant against August, although, Leon thought, glancing at the princess's arm wrapped around Asia's shoulders, if she doesn't have any children, then it isn't that big of a problem. With her so far away from the kingdom, she can't gather supporters for a potential coup or civil war, either. It may seem a strange choice, Christina said as if she could hear what was going through his head, but one he made with great thought. He knows what he did, and though he didn't pull a renouncement of my claim from me, he still didn't do this until after I revealed what I had with Asi. Leon nodded, feeling a little more relieved that King Julius hadn't been quite so cavalier with his kingdom as he'd feared. He had to make those shits in the south take my daughter more seriously, Christina quoted, putting on her best imitation of her father. Given how much technical knowledge I've had to buy, and how much has opened up to me with my greater power, it's a good choice. Oh, what exactly are you sending back north? Leon curiously asked. Oh, you know, stuff, Christina mysteriously replied, and Leon recognized that as an end to that conversation, though from the way she blatantly winked at him, he didn't think it was anything illegal, at least. Well, it was good speaking with you too, Leon said as he got up, but I've more people to speak with, I think. Hopefully we'll change to catch up again soon. Sure, Asia said with a spirited wave. Of course, Christina said with a nobler nod. With that, Leon turned around and went over to the closest bar where he took a few moments to order something weak as he glanced around at the courtyard, wondering who he ought to speak with next. The order he'd talk to people would definitely be noticed, and he also realized that after he left Christina and Asia had attracted a larger group of people wanting to chat. It seemed that Justin had a few people hanging around, waiting for Valeria to leave. It seemed that just having Leon talk to them was enough for people to take notice and think these people worth making connections with. Good party, said someone to Leon's left, almost making him jump out of his skin. He'd been quite certain that no one was there just a moment ago. Leon glanced at the man and froze, immediately recognizing the man sitting at his bar, quietly sipping at some glowing blue drink and staring at Leon, a smile of amusement on his face. Leon felt his heart rate skyrocket. Ambrose, Leon whispered. Good to see you. Chapter 805. Chatting with a god. Ambrose, the grave warden of Eterna, looked much the same as he did the last Leon had seen him. Tanned skin tone, brown eyes as warm and inviting as Leon had ever seen. Alive, though still quite muscular build, and generally average facial features. He was the sort of man who would go completely unnoticed in a crowd, but once one's eyes landed upon him, they'd realize he was not a man to be played with. The biggest reason for that impression was his subtle, though tremendously powerful aura. He was clearly no longer pretending to only be 9th tier. It was so easy to overlook, blending in so well with the ambient magic of Eterna that Leon had to actually look to find it, and once he did, he found it opaque, solid, and utterly unknowable. It was a generally accepted rule amongst mages that the auras of those who'd reached higher tiers of magic relative to the viewer were almost indistinguishable from one another, making it essentially impossible to tell what tier a mage was if they were stronger by at least a tier than the observer. However, Ambrose proved himself to be the exception for Leon, his aura so intense and impenetrable that even the veritable nebulae that were the Lord Protector and Grand Druid's auras were utterly dwarfed in comparison. In other words, Ambrose was so much more powerful than the 2 10th tier mages in the room that even Leon, who was significantly weaker than all 3 of them, could see the difference as plain as day. Been a while, kid, Ambrose stated, not a trace of ice to be found in his tone. Quite a while. Leon nodded a little awkwardly. Ambrose had first introduced himself as a 9th tier envoy of the Ilian Empire, come to survey the damage following Leon's final fight with Jorman when both were transformed, but Zaffin had later revealed that he was actually the Grave Warden himself, the most powerful man on the plane, far, far past the point of initial apotheosis. He had the strength to claim divinity and not be wrong, as far as Leon understood it. Once his business had concluded, Ambrose had given Leon a written invitation to come and find his home in Ilion. Leon had quite diligently ignored the invitation over the past 16 years, not trusting that invitation at all. Seems like a good party, Ambrose dryly repeated. My invite was lost in the mail, I'm sure. I mean, I invited you to my place, so I'm sure that you were courteous enough to respond in kind. Respond in kind, Leon gave the man a thin-lipped smile, unsure of just what to say with the grave warden himself right there in front of him. From within his soul realm, he heard Zaffin quietly whisper, "Don't make this guy angry, Leon. Be very fucking careful." Suddenly, Ambrose let out a great guffaw that Leon felt resound throughout his body in a manner similar to an explosion. However, it seemed that he was the only one who heard it. In fact, it seemed rather like he had completely disappeared, with no one paying them any attention. "What's going on?" Leon asked as Ambrose laughed. Oh, Ambrose gasped exaggeratedly. "You should see the look on your face." "Your look." Leon quickly pulsed his connection with Maya, and his river nymph mate, who was barely managing to not fall asleep as several rather elderly men from Ilian's local bureaucracy talked at her, suddenly looked in his direction in response, but her eyes drifted right over him. She sprang to her feet and her aura spiked for a moment, drawing some attention, but Leon quickly sent her calming feelings, and she relaxed slightly. "Leon," she whispered, "where are you? I can feel you." But Leon glanced at Ambrose, who seemed content to watch and wait, a look of amusement on his face. "I'm fine," Leon responded. "Talking with someone important. We'll explain later, but for now, I'm fine." Maya relaxed more, and Leon noticed the Grand Druid making her way in Maya's direction, while Anastasios looked close to doing likewise. Leon scowled, but Ambrose was his priority right now. Turning back to the Grave Warden, Leon asked, "What is this?" He waved his hand about the room for emphasis. "I wanted some privacy, but I enjoy the atmosphere here," Ambrose replied, and just a moment later, a drunk Alcander, Narses, and a handful of others started shouting about contests of strength. Leon saw that Elise was already heading in their direction, so he breathed easy knowing that that potential situation was already well in hand. "What for?" Leon bluntly asked, crossing his arms and standing between the Grave Warden the rest of his guests. Not that he thought doing so would actually do anything, though. Couple things, Ambrose replied. "Wasn't waiting long. Not long for you to accept my invite. I'm old and patient." "Old, patient, but I recently spoke with an old friend about recent things of great import, and my friend spoke of you." "Of you?" "I decided to come and find you to see what my old friend was talking about, and found that you were throwing a party. So, I decided to join you." "To join? All jokes aside, do you object to my presence?" "I'll not stay long if you do." "Not stay long." Leon grimaced for a moment as he mulled it over, but eventually, he forced himself to relax a bit and lean back over the bar next to his surprised guest. "It's fine," Leon stated. "Your presence, it's fine. Thank you, Ambrose whispered, not looking at all put out by Leon's cautious demeanor. "Who was this friend of yours?" Leon asked. "A secret," Ambrose responded. "But they did say something about you having a Tau pearl." "How did why?" Leon cut himself off, but after a moment's thought, a realization came to him. The Tau live in close proximity to the plane's central sea, and Ambrose lived in the center of that sea. It was no great leap for him to make that connection. "The Tau told you, didn't he?" "Huh, I thought I was being subtle. Ambrose complained without too much seriousness. "Ah, well, I suppose it doesn't matter. My old friend had high hopes for you, and I wanted to see if my own estimates of your character were correct." "Correct estimates? And in the past hour or so, I've seen quite a bit." Ambrose trailed off while giving Leon a leading look, as if wordlessly expecting Leon to ask him to continue. But Leon ignored the look and just waited, reasoning that the man wanted to talk anyway, and was going to no matter what he said or did. Benefits of power to be so strange, Leon thought with some exasperation and a hint of jealousy. Someone weaker might have to be more compromising in their attitude. If the Grave Warden were disturbed or angry at all at Leon's reticence to play along, he didn't show it, and continued after a moment, "That silver-haired man over there, I noticed you speaking with him." "The silver-haired man? He seems quite injured. Who is he to you?" "You've been watching him and need me to answer that?" Leon asked, incredulous. Ambrose chuckled and replied, "I guess not, but a conversation is a two-way street, isn't it? Not good usually to make it seem like you know everything, not good at all. Makes the other person uncomfortable in my experience. So, your father-in-law, or close to it, is here." You and he have old business that would see anyone else killing each other. But you're with his daughter, and he's on his deathbed. Leon blinked in surprise and, before Ambrose could continue, blurted out, his deathbed. Ambrose cocked his head slightly and said, yes. He's actually quite close to death, quite close. It looks to me like some old injuries haven't healed as well as they should have, and his attempts to regain his magic power isn't slowing his aging as it should. Big problem for him, big problem. Leon stared at Justin, still quietly chatting with Valeria, and now that he was looking for it, he supposed Justin did look weaker than he should, with slightly shaking hands and seeming to be more tired than he should have been given the hour. Both were easily explained away, of course, but, is it, Leon whispered, unsure of just what he wanted to ask. If nothing else happens to change it, then he'll be dead in less than a decade, Ambrose stated with a modicum of seriousness and consolation. Leon grunted. Something to keep in mind, I suppose, he said, doing his best to make it seem like he didn't care. Ambrose just smiled and gave him a strange look, which Leon, still trying to make it seem like he wasn't looking at Justin and Valeria, didn't notice until after several seconds of silence. Leon, Ambrose said, finally bringing Leon's attention fully back to him, your goal is to rebuild your clan, is it not? It is, Leon answered with only slight hesitation. He started to put himself on guard again, but it seemed that wasn't going to be immediately necessary. Don't worry, Ambrose said, clapping Leon on the shoulder. I ask out of concern for my plane. I wish to know what your intentions are, to know how much harm you could potentially bring to Eterna. How much harm? Does this make sense? Will you tell me, or will I have to? Well, that's a blank that doesn't have to be filled in. Ambrose stared at Leon with great curiosity, and Leon realized he wasn't going to get away from this conversation without answering the Grave Warden's questions. Ideally, Leon said after a moment of thought, in my best case, wish-fulfilling scenario, I make peace between the empires and the Sky Devils, grab all the bits and pieces of my clan that are left on this plane, and lead the Sky Devils back to the Nexus. Hopefully leaving Eterna more peaceful than it was before me. An admirable goal, Ambrose whispered. But one I don't think will be easy to accomplish. With enough power, anything's possible, Leon said with less seriousness than he felt. He agreed with Ambrose that it was going to be hard, and he could admit to himself that he didn't think he could pull it off, but that was the goal he was aiming for. Still, leading all of the Sky Devils away from Eterna was going to a feat of monumental proportions, and one he wasn't sure he could do even if he achieved apotheosis. It might take some time establishing his presence in the Nexus before he could come back for those left behind. Not wrong there, Ambrose conceded. But do you have enough power? Right now, no, but I'm growing fast, and have plans to grow even faster. Do those plans involve going north at all? Do they? Leon froze for a moment and stared at the Grave Warden, who innocently smiled back at him. You're not reading my mind, are you? Leon asked as he shot some of the Thunderbird's lightning through his brain, though his mental defenses hadn't been tripped at all. No, I just know my plane, the Grave Warden responded. You have Hesperidic apples, much can be done with those things, one could even help your father-in-law heal. Leon's eyes widened for just a moment with that information. He still had a spare apple, but whether or not he wanted to give it to Justin was another matter entirely. If he dies on his own, then that's for the best, isn't it? He pondered, so distracted he almost missed the Grave Warden's further comments. Those can help you grow quite quickly, but there are other ways to grow faster. Not many, but the one you most likely want to use is in the north, in your home vale, isn't it? Leon shrugged noncommittally. You don't have to confirm it, I know already, I know, Ambrose claimed. I tried to claim that particular thing myself, you know. And it resolutely refused me. Leon felt a wave of satisfaction and schadenfreude from the Thunderbird, who he hadn't realized was listening in. Idiot tried to take the iron needle. She whispered, my needle won't bow to anyone but one of my blood. Leon wasn't so sure about that, but he was grateful that the iron needle was still available. But he didn't like his chances if the Grave Warden himself wasn't able to take control of it. Leon, Ambrose stated, his tone suddenly serious, I confess that just checking up on you wasn't the only reason I came here today. Not the only reason. How to put this, well, frankly, you owe me. Leon felt like if he'd been drinking anything at that moment, he would have spat it right in the Grave Warden's face in shock and incredulity at that statement. It's true, Ambrose insisted. Your awakening of your bloodline got the attention of quite a few people down here, and they would have made your life a living hell if I hadn't stepped in and prevented them from heading your way. And for that you owe me. Of course, I wasn't originally intending to call this in, but circumstances being what they are, what circumstances? Leon asked, his heart rate accelerating, his suspicion rising, his anger following suit. Don't accept anything from this man, the Thunderbird hissed. Nothing. You owe him nothing. He acted without proper contract. Any cover he gave was a gift. You owe him nothing. Leon didn't need her to say that for him to understand it already. But still, he wanted to know what was going on. Time marches ever forward, the grave warden waxed poetically. It spares none, not gods, not men. We all die someday, and everything will one day come to an end. Such is the way of things. And sometimes, when the powerful die, it creates great instability. Great instability. Would you kindly straighten tongue? Leon growled, his anger emboldening him enough for much of the obligatory respect in his tone to vanish. I will not kindly do that, nor will I do so unkindly, Ambrose replied, sounding mock-affronted. I'll not do so at all, as a matter of fact. But I wanted you to know that you owe me, and I have something I need from you. If all is well, it will just be a bit of your time, a matter of weeks, at most. A matter of weeks, and if things aren't well, then, what I want from you will take quite a bit more than just a few weeks. What are you even talking about? What do you need from me? That you can't do on your own. I'm not the strongest being in the universe, Leon. There are people and creatures that even I have to, if not bow to, then at least treat with great care. Someone like me can go just about everywhere he wants to go, but not everywhere, full stop. But someone like you are weak enough to avoid detection in certain circumstances. Leon, having spent a great deal of time and effort in growing to the point he had, didn't much appreciate being called weak, but he wasn't going to hold that against Ambrose. In the grand scheme of things, 9th tier wasn't even close to where he needed to be, no matter how proud he was of reaching it. I'm inclined to refuse you, Leon said. Far as I'm concerned, we have no real business with each other, do we? A favor granted without request is a gift, I think. Unfortunately, I might have to insist otherwise, no matter how much I might want to agree, Ambrose replied, looking as conflicted as his words implied. I don't enjoy saying these things, but when the stakes are what they are, what stakes? If you actually explain, then maybe I'd agree to whatever you need, but if you don't even bother. Suddenly, Ambrose straightened up and said to Leon with the utmost seriousness, don't worry too much about it, Leon. I think I'm putting the cart before the horse, in this respect. I'm concerned about something, and I still have ways to investigate. You, if you're needed at all, and I hope for all mankind you're not, then I can explain later. But for now, there's no need to worry. No need. You fill me with such confidence, Leon sarcastically replied. I'd rather you didn't try and manipulate me, Ambrose. I prefer people who say what they mean, not try and manipulate others to designed ends. Apologies, Ambrose whispered. I suppose I ought to get going, shouldn't I? Many things to do, and my bed is just calling my name. I hope you won't be a stranger, Leon. Please feel free to call upon me whenever you wish, even if it's just for a chat. I can help with a great many things, even universe fragments. Leon scowled and didn't immediately reply, not that Ambrose seemed to expect one. Instead, he just stood up, drained the last of the alcohol in his glass, and then disappeared. Light didn't bend around him, shadows didn't gather and draw him in, he was simply there 1 second, and gone the next. Leon blinked in surprise, but at almost the same time, a fairly drunk Alex came stumbling over and exclaimed, "Ah! There you are, Leon. I've been looking for you." Leon, still preoccupied with all that Ambrose had said, simply stared at the stool the grave warden had just been perched upon, unsure of what to make of all that. He didn't turn his attention fully to Alex until she practically collapsed onto him and shouted, "Al's starting fights." Leon scowled again and glanced over his shoulder, and sure enough, Alcander, Narses, and several other rowdier elements of Leon's party seemed to be starting a dueling ring, and far from scandalized whispers, it seemed to only be attracting interest from the rest of Leon's guests. "I suppose I'll have to go and deal with that, won't I?" he whispered. "Yes," Alex mumbled. "For now, how about I have you brought somewhere to sleep that off?" he asked. "No," Alex emphatically responded. I can still walk, just fine." She struggled to her feet and began stumbling toward a door, helped by 2 of Leon's female attendants who aided her in leaving the party. As she left, Leon sighed, thinking over what the grave warden had said before he had to tend to party business. Anyone know what he was talking about? Leon asked his Soul Realm passengers. Who wasn't paying attention, Nestor shamelessly replied. Thanks for your contribution, then, Leon responded. Ancestor, Zaffin, there aren't many people he'd have to be so careful around, the Thunderbird mused. Only elemental kings, demon princes, and fellow grave wardens. Maybe a few other unique beings out in the universe, but they wouldn't be so close to the Nexus and unknown to me at the same time. Much as it pains me, I agree with the sparkly pigeon, Zaffin boldly said, and Leon felt his soul realm rattle for a second, punctuated by the demon grunting in pain. His voice more strained, Zaffin added, if there's some problem he can't solve himself, it would imply it's something that he can't approach without pissing someone of comparable strength off. But you might be weak enough to escape notice, allowing you to get close to the problem and solve it. With a frown, Leon glanced back at the grave warden's stool and thought, better not call me, then. I'm not your damn fixer. I'm not your damn servant. Rather you just left me to my own devices. But that was all he had time to think about, for soon enough, the crowd started getting rowdy enough that he had to turn his attention back or risk damage to his home. Besides, a little fighting sounded like the perfect thing to get his mind off what the grave warden had just dumped on it, at least, for a little while. Chapter 806. Gifting time. The end of Leon's birthday party came too slowly for his liking, though by the way many tried to keep it going, they were hoping it would last all night. As the night had progressed, the party had transformed from a more dignified affair to something rowdier, fit more for a nightclub than a gathering of some of the wealthiest, most powerful, and influential people on the plane. Duels, dancing, and even a few of the younger guests heading out to empty rooms in Leon's villa to hook up. Despite his position, Anastasios was perhaps the worst of the bunch, though Narses and Alcander certainly gave him a run for his money with their fighting, boasting, and tests of strength. But, finally, once everyone else had passed from good and drunk to wasted, the party started to die down. Most of them were fairly strong mages, so their drunkenness wouldn't last long, but Leon was still happy to see most of them leave with the soberer members of their entourages. Only those fairly close to his family were given guests' rooms. Christina, Asia, and their followers were some who stayed the night, along with Anastasios, the Grand Druid, and all of their hangers-on. Justin, too, as much as Leon was less than enthusiastic about it, stayed the night, though not without plenty of cajoling from his daughter, first. In truth, Leon was somewhat happy about that last development. He still didn't like the man, was still about as far from forgetting his part in Artoria's death as he'd ever been, but his talk with the grave warden had left him thinking. As a result, as the sun started to rise, Leon sought the man out. The party hadn't been long ended, and Leon had just gotten done saying his goodbyes to his guests. His retainers were already asleep, and his family were on their way there, but Leon wanted to talk to Justin first. The only one accompanying him was Valeria, and he couldn't fault her for that and spoke no words to dissuade her. After knocking on Justin's guest room door, they had to wait for a short while, the man having clearly already bedded down for the early morning. He'd only recovered up to the 4th tier and needed quite a bit more sleep than someone else might at that level. When Justin finally opened the door, Valeria greeted him warmly, though the man's eyes didn't drift too far from Leon, who silently stood back as Valeria cajoled her father into letting them in for a private talk. When they finally sat down, in the guest room's sitting area, Justin was blunt. "What brings you two here so late?" Valeria looked to Leon having not told her why he needed to speak with Justin before now. "Had a chat with someone interesting," Leon partially explained. "He told me some things he noticed about you. But before we delve into that, how did you enjoy the party?" "Noticed quite a few people swarming around you after we broke words." Justin gave him a long, searching look, but instead of pressing him for more information, he answered, "There were a few curious people approaching me after we spoke, yes. It seems they mistook me for someone of importance after having our gracious host come to speak with me so soon after all the other niceties were over." "Anything in particular they want?" Leon asked, his words dyed the color of amusement. "Introductions," Justin replied, "no one making any untoward requests or requests of any kind, though some had the look of those contemplating making requests. They just wanted to get close to me, I'm sure, to get close to you." Or to find out what makes me so important that you would speak with me before any of them? Leon smiled and nodded. Don't worry, Leon, Justin said, I've been in many a court, I know how these games are played. Your enemies will find no ally in me. I hope not, Leon murmured, to which Valeria lightly pinched his arm. Was that all you wished to ask? Justin inquired. No, but I suppose there's no reason not to swing back around to the purpose of my visit. This interesting person you spoke to, is that right? Yes, though who they are is unimportant. The way Justin and Valeria looked at him, Leon knew they didn't agree, but he pressed on anyway. He'd be telling Valeria later, of course, but around Justin he was going to remain tight-lipped. What matters is that they are a figure of great power, great enough to see through things that others might find opaque. Things like a man's health, for example. Leon gave Justin a knowing look, and the man sighed and slouched a little further in his seat. How much do you know, then? The older man asked, his expression somehow adding 10 years in just those few seconds onto his already fairly aged features. For a former 8th tier mage who looked quite young in his prime, he now looked quite middle-aged, by mortal standards. Leon glanced at Valeria, who was frowning slightly, and took her hand in his own. You're dying, he said to Justin, and the older man slumped slightly in his seat, while Valeria bit her lip in apparent frustration. Looks like you both knew, then. Leon, Valeria whispered. I wasn't going to keep this a secret. Don't worry about that, Leon replied. I know some things are hard to talk about. I'm just wondering, was this the reason you wanted him to come? Valeria hesitantly nodded. Thought so. I would have preferred knowing that before, but as I said, not a big deal. Now, Justin, the man who informed me told me you don't have much longer to live. A decade at most, if you're unable to recover faster than you have been. With a sigh, Justin explained, I was given a more optimistic estimate. If I can recover to the 5th tier, I'll double the amount of time I have left. If I can reach the 6th, then reaching the 7th again will come days after that, if not less. At that point, I'd extend my life by at least a century or two. More than enough time to reach the 8th again, and try for the 9th. Are you confident you'll reach the 5th, though? Leon asked. The estimate I was given was grim, to be sure, and the man who made it didn't seem the sort who would lie about these sorts of things. Do you care so much about me, Leon? Justin asked, his teasing tone not hitting very hard with the fear Leon could see in his eyes. The reason I care is not my own, Leon bluntly replied, squeezing Valeria's hand again. More than that, I have in my possession something that might help. Leon let his statement hang, gauging Justin's reaction. However, he didn't see excitement or apprehension, he merely saw quiet acceptance. What do you have? Valeria asked, speaking when her father seemingly refused. Leon took a deep breath and retrieved his last spare Hesperidic apple from his soul realm. I have this, he said. You need to reach the 5th tier again to stave off death, and since it's only power recovery, it should only take one of these, I think. Another to reach the 6th, maybe. I'll have another batch in about half a year. What's more, they might even help you heal, if my source is right. What do you say to that, Justin? Justin remained slouched in his seat, dejected, looking mostly broken, though Leon could see his eyes tracking the golden apple in his hand. He figured that if he were weaker, Justin might have already made a grab at the apple, but Leon was 9th tier, and Justin knew this. He didn't have the power to take something Leon didn't want to give. You mean to make me beg? He growled. I may be a broken man, but I've not lost my pride. Father, Valeria shouted, and Justin's determined demeanor crumbled immediately. If you're really on death's door, then take the apple. Her glare brooked no argument, and Justin, after weathering it admirably for several long seconds, pushed himself up and rather weakly reached out for the apple. He moved slowly, his eyes always on Leon as if he expected Leon to pull it back at the last second. Leon contemplated doing so, just for a bit of fun, but he felt that was a bit too childish, and simply held the apple out for the older man. Justin took the apple without further complaint, but didn't immediately dig in. Instead, he held it, examining it closely and turning it over in his hands. He held it with great care, treating it with a surprising degree of reverence. How did you get one of these? He quietly asked, and of such high quality, too. Seen them before, have you? They're common enough in the Nexus that I've had a few before, he explained. They're not exactly growing everywhere, but they're available enough for a man of sufficient wealth and privilege. But I've only had a few, and not quite so, Purer, there are different purities. Leon asked. It's a fruit, like any other, and like any other, it will absorb the magic and nutrients around it. A tree in a place with polluted land or power will be likewise polluted. Some places naturally have less magic and poorer soil than others. The apples grown there will be smaller and duller, and have less magic within. The apples I have were like that, barely more than half the size of these, and with the sheen of a painted rock rather than this. Leon smiled in understanding. The apple glowed in Justin's hand, and even he found it mesmerizing. But he wasn't about to tell Justin his secret, not the least of which because he barely understood it himself. It was Ticos who nurtured the apple trees and helped them become so healthy and lustrous, and Leon barely understood the basics of nature magic, let alone the complex magics that came to the tree sprite naturally. With a quick glance at Valeria, he took an authoritative air and commanded, "Just eat the damn thing. It's not poisoned, and if it'll help, then why look it in the mouth." Justin glared at him for a brief moment before hesitantly sinking his teeth into the skin of the fruit. His sapphire blue eyes widened and unfocused, showing Leon the exact moment when the fruit's juice hit his tongue. After that moment, he hesitated no longer, devouring the remainder of the fruit in a matter of seconds, before his body began to practically shine with magic power. But Justin had nothing more to say after that, as the power of the apple coursing through him knocked him unconscious as he swallowed his last bite. "Dad," Valeria exclaimed, surging up from where she sat next to Leon, but Leon wasn't worried. Sure enough, when Valeria saw her father still breathing, and his aura getting stronger rather than weaker, she visibly relaxed. "Thank you, Leon," she whispered as she sat back down with him, molding herself into his side. "Anything for you," he replied. "Is that why you did this?" she asked. He briefly contemplated arguing otherwise, but in the end, nodded once. "He's your father," he said, and explained no more. She didn't immediately respond, but after hugging him again, she quietly gave voice to her gratitude once more. Justin remained unconscious for a long time, and Leon hadn't the luxury of time to wait. He'd indulged in his party very little, and without a need to sleep, he'd scheduled a meeting with Valentina for later in the morning. They, along with Red, Alcander, and Zaffin, had some practice to see to, all of them utilizing the magical element of fire. They'd all met several times in the past few years to discuss their own views on the element and share some of their personal techniques. This time would be a little different since there were outsiders in Leon's villa, and he certainly wasn't going to be putting his black fire on display for them. But for those few hours, they demonstrated their growth in one of Leon's more private courtyards, and debated the use of several techniques. Their session was cut a little short when Valeria arrived, informing Leon that Justin had awoken. Leon immediately excused himself, promising to return if this business didn't take too long, and left with Valeria. As soon as they were alone, though, Valeria stopped in the hallway, then pulled Leon into a nearby sitting room. It wasn't as heavily warded as a devoted conference room, but that was only relatively speaking. Leon had ensured that his home had robust wards throughout, so Valeria had little restraint once the door closed. "Who was this man who told you about my father?" she asked. "I didn't see you with Anastasios or the Grand Druid much during the party, so it couldn't have been them." "He wasn't either of them," Leon admitted. "Rather, he was someone who towers over them both, making us all look like children playing with magic rather than artisans perfecting a craft." "The Grave Warden." Valeria's eyes widened in shock, Leon having made sure his family knew of the man, his power, and his significance long ago. "He was here," she whispered. "He was," Leon confirmed. "Same strange man Zaffin and I met back in the Serpentine Isles. A little miffed that I didn't take him on his invitation, and that I hadn't sent him an invite to the party, but otherwise pleasant. Bit off, though, I think, and he claimed to have come here for several reasons, never really sticking with one. I'll talk about that with you, Elise, and Maya later, but more immediately relevant, he told me about Justin, having seen me speaking with him earlier. He told me of Justin's condition almost offhand. Seemed a bit surprised that I didn't already know." Valeria frowned slightly and apologized again, but again Leon dismissed it. Her father was dying, and her man hated her father's guts. Leon thought she was worried that he'd celebrate her father's death, even though he wouldn't have done such a thing, at least, not openly. While he'd shed no tears for Justin, he cared too much for Valeria to be so callous, especially with his own father's death on his mind lately. "How is he, then?" Leon asked. "Awake." Valeria said, immediately brightening up. 5th tier, 2. She drew close to Leon and hugged him again. I wasn't ready to lose him. Leon gladly returned the hug, and together, they made their way back to Justin's room. There, they found him waiting for them, pacing around the sitting area, flexing his fingers and staring at his palm as if unable to believe his senses. He looked stronger, healthier, and even slightly younger, if Leon's eyes weren't deceiving him, and he radiated the aura of a 5th-tier mage, as Valeria had said. Leon, he murmured as Leon entered. Several expressions flashed across his face over the span of a heartbeat, and he said, I don't know what to say. Thank you. Didn't do it for you, Leon admitted. This was for Valeria. Can't have you dying on her, now, can I? Not when we still have to cut Lord Cameron to pieces and rescue your wife, right? At the mention of his wife, Justin smiled only briefly, before a dark cloud cast itself his demeanor. Yes, he said, though without the enthusiasm that Leon had been hoping for. I didn't think to live to see it. Our odds are still terrible, but, no, buts, Leon sternly rebuked, a sentiment that Valeria backed up with an expression of murderous intent, followed by determination. Let's not get too caught up on what ifs. Focus on what we can do, focus on getting stronger. As my ancestors constantly repeated to me over the years, with strength, everything else will come. Surprisingly wise coming from the Thunderbird, Justin remarked. How so? I've heard some stories about the Thunderbird in life, and while many words could be used to describe her, wise was not one of them. Oh, heard some stories of my ancestor, have we? Leon asked, smiling at both Justin and Valeria. Valeria shook her head, but Justin looked rather uncomfortable at Leon's seeming friendliness, and for that, Leon couldn't blame him. He was trying hard not to make his distaste for Justin known, and while he was also quite curious, he thought that his mask wasn't working as intended. Not many, Valeria answered. She had the pride of the gods, and the power of one. She fought often and delighted in stories of battle. True enough, Leon replied. Brutal to her enemies, Justin added, and had a vicious rivalry with a massive serpent. Nowhere in any stories of her I've heard was her wisdom or intelligence emphasized. She's mostly portrayed as a brute, solving her problems with varying levels of applied power rather than deft cunning or wise administration. Good thing she's not around to hear you, Leon cheekily stated. Might have upset her a bit. Already done, the Thunderbird whispered from his soul realm, and Leon fought the urge to nervously laugh, but when his ancestor deigned not to continue, he kept himself calm. Anyway, Leon awkwardly said with a potentially upset ancestor to worry about, it's good to see that you were helped by that apple. So long as we all remain agreeable, I'll see to it that you're furnished with a few more every once in a while. No need to go so far out of your way for me, Leon, Justin replied as he took a few steps forward and wrapped an arm around Valeria. You've already given me back many years, and a little bit of hope, where none had remained. I have a few more years with my daughter, and perhaps more. I would never be so presumptuous to swear myself to your cause, especially with our history, but know that you have an ally in me. If I can aid you in any way, don't hesitate to let me know. Leon smiled, his lips a little thinner than intended. I'll keep that in mind. Chapter 807. Steel Body. Leon stared at the work he'd finished in front of him, the culmination of the past month of research, development, and manufacturing. Almost a ton of steel, and 5 million silvers in other rare materials had gone into the project, and since it was the first of its kind and especially since Leon was mostly copying Nestor's designs and lacked much of the specialist knowledge to get what he was looking at on more than a surface level, he wasn't quite sure it was even functional. Many things could have gone wrong in its production, even more so because Leon hadn't brought anyone else onto the project to make it practical. What he was looking at was a golem frame, built from gray steel and regularly interspersed with powered gems and long, thin copper wires inscribed with runes. Its internal mechanics were extraordinarily intricate and had taken all of Leon's skill and finesse to craft. Hundreds of small, highly specific pieces had to be built precisely according to Nestor's designs, otherwise the whole thing would be rendered non-functional. On top of that, enchanting the thing to actually move was one of the most intricate and involved pieces of magical engineering Leon had ever worked on. He was skilled enough to parse what he'd been instructed to do and to read the designs, but to actually create something so complex was something he didn't think he was anywhere even close to being capable of. But, in the end, he'd managed to build it. Its power source was installed, its mechanics assembled, its enchantments completed, its exterior plating installed. The whole thing cut a fairly impressive shape, resembling a man roughly Leon's height, with a svelte figure and dexterous digits perfectly designed to work with enchantments. Its form as a whole followed the shape of the human body quite closely, with the golem's external plating resembling well-built musculature and a head with vague impressions of human features. It could almost pass as an armored human when viewed from a distance. A far distance. Despite the intricacy of its design, something it couldn't do was absorb magic power. As much as Leon was showing trust in Nestor by helping him to build an autonomous body for himself, he wasn't about to allow the man to start absorbing magic power from the air just yet. But he could just make that modification himself. Theoretically, Leon silently worried as he finished his last inspection, but he forced himself to relax. Trust, 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 he said to himself, repeating it like a mantra many times over the past month. It turned out that almost from the moment he'd broached the topic of getting the dead man a body, Nestor had been working on the design. Given his expertise in golem craft, even if it hadn't been practiced in almost 80,000 years, Nestor had finished in a matter of days. Leon had taken a few more days to inspect his work, both marveling at its design so elegant that even he at his skill level could partially understand what he was looking at and freaking out over its intricacy. And now it was done, his inspection finished. What was to come next was testing. Hurry up, boy, Nestor grumbled as Leon paused to give his work one last apprehensive look. I'll take my time, thank you very much, Leon countered, moving no faster as he got ready at the enchantment control console. This was incredibly expensive and time-consuming, I want to make sure it's been done right. In order to build the golem, Nestor had also designed an assembly pad for Leon, which was thankfully much less complex than the golem itself was. It was primarily just a circular pad with a few steel arms to hold the golem up while Leon assembled the thing by hand, but the arms had fairly complex enchantments running through them all the way to a connected control console. Using the console, Leon would be able to test various functions of the golems assembled on the pad. Fortunately, in this case, there weren't many functions it needed other than kneading. To move about with great finesse, be capable of quick, sustained movement, and be able to do precise, highly detailed enchanting work. It was not, however, capable of using magic. Its power source was designed for it to move around and sense the world, but no more. Leon didn't doubt that Nestor could work with that if needed, especially with ancient runes, but, trust, 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 activating the various runes and runic circles on the console had the golem frame lifting its legs and arms with ease and alacrity, then opening its hands and curling its fingers one by one. Leon, listening to Nestor, put the golem through a couple of hours of similar tests until Nestor was satisfied. Very nice, the man said, his ruby seeming to glow with delight. Leon, put me in there. Just like that, Leon asked, his fatigue having built up over the past few weeks of production and assembly. Now that it's here, I need to be put in there, Nestor declared. Move quickly, else I'll start doubting my work, or my resolve will falter. Move on, now. Leon grimaced slightly, understanding Nestor's thoughts. Though there were safeguards put in place, Nestor's ruby held his magic body, the only thing that remained of Nestor in existence. If the ruby was destroyed, as it very well could be when put into something as mechanically intricate and magically powerful as the golem was, then Nestor would die a second and final time, his magic body going the way of his physical body and taking his mind with it. Leon didn't hesitate much. Nestor had proven himself an asset, and over the past 17 years, Leon had grown to like the man, to an extent. He could piss Leon off to no end, and he was a strict and frustratingly demanding enchanting teacher, but he was the only one of Leon's clan left aside from the Thunderbird herself. He was, in effect, perhaps the only person who could truly commiserate with Leon over the fate of their clan. All right, Leon said after his moment of hesitation. As Nestor had said, if he hesitated too long, all he'd do was allow doubt to creep in. Better to trust in their production skills than begin doubting now, especially since all the tests were green. With more determination than he felt, Leon picked up Nestor's ruby and went over to the golem. It was a simple, if almost minute-long process of opening up the golem's chest, its most heavily armored location, and slide the ruby into its designated place. Another minute of locking it in and sealing the golem back up again, and Leon was back at the control console, inputting the last few commands to bring the golem up to full functionality. Once those last few commands were made, Leon's job was done, and he stood back to watch and wait. At first, he didn't feel much, but Nestor wasn't making any noises within. Then, Leon felt a shift in the magic power in the golem. The power source buried in the golem's midsection began feeding magic power into the thousands of terribly complex enchantment circuits throughout the frame. The golem itself began to hum as power began to feed into the mechanical components, shifting and turning around to make new enchantments as needed as the golem powered itself up. And then, like someone suddenly waking up, the golem sprang to life. The golem shrieked in a pitch higher than any human could possibly make as its legs went ramrod straight and its arms shot out in front of it. Leon jumped back a couple of steps and summoned his lightning, but a moment later, the golem jerked and loosened. It froze for a second, then the head turned to the left and right, and then its arms were slowly raised up to its face. By this point, the shrieking had stopped, and the golem, aside from the mechanical humming from within, was completely silent. "Leon," Nestor said, his voice echoing out through the golem, carried by enchantment up through the chassis and projected from the golem's head. It echoed slightly within the metal body, providing his voice with a clean resonance that Leon could feel himself start to be slightly jealous of. "Nestor," Leon hesitantly asked, "you still alive?" The golem suddenly dropped its arms and straightened out, its body language nothing but human as it picked itself up and stood on its own power. "I believe we've long established that." "No, I'm not alive," Nestor straightly replied. "But my living condition hasn't changed. It's just that I can move around on my own, now." Leon grinned and relaxed. "So, it was a success, then." Nestor, now obviously in control of the golem, tried a few stretches, looking for all the world like a thin, well-built man in a tight suit of armor preparing for a run. "Seems like it was." Leon smiled and allowed himself the smallest moment of pride in his work, then he rushed back to his throne and returned to the physical world. Once there, he shot up from his lounge in his workshop and pulled Nestor out of his soul realm, planting him right there in the middle of his workshop. When Nestor appeared, he stumbled for a moment, but managed to catch himself. "A warning would have been appreciated," he complained. "Was my departure not enough?" Leon shot back, his tone light and teasing. Nestor grunted, the sound echoing slightly within the golem he now wore. "What's it like in there?" Leon asked. "I'd rather not talk about it," Nestor replied testily. "It's degrading enough that this is what I've been reduced to, and I'd rather not draw too much attention to it." "Does that include giving me a rundown on its functions? How's it working out so far?" "Hard to say after barely 2 minutes, but it's working as designed." Nestor spoke his last words like Leon had to rip them out of his mouth with pliers. "Don't sound so excited there, Nestor," Leon sarcastically chided. "You might give the impression that you actually like being ambulatory again." "It's a welcome change, I'll admit. Now, why don't we get back to work? I have a lot to catch up on. Now that I have this opportunity, might I make a request to borrow your labor golems, 3 tons of raw iron ore, 40 tons of coal, half a ton of paper, 2 tons of titanium, half a ton each of aluminum, copper, and tin, and a cat. Oh, and as much thunder wood as you can spare." "A cat? What use do you have for a cat?" "I like cats. I just want one. Any breed in particular. A big one, with fangs and claws. Let's head up to the villa, get you properly acquainted with everyone. Once that's over, speak with Anna. She's the one to talk to regarding the bigger beasts." Nestor hummed in acknowledgement. "And the rest?" Leon grinned. "I'll see what I can do." "Sounds like you have some plans. Your facilities here are grossly inadequate. I intend to build something that's just a little more suitable for men of our lineage." "You'll be heading north for the Iron Needle soon, aren't you?" Leon nodded. "As much as I'd like to come, I'll need to build proper storage for that, too. Add a 1/4 ton of gold and 2 tons of silver to the list. And half a ton of quality steel. If it's all delivered before you leave, I should have everything done by the time you get back. Know something I don't about how long this is going to take? I wasn't imagining it taking longer than a few days at the most, travel time aside. I have no idea, that's why I said, should. Try to listen to your elders, Leon. Should help you stay out of trouble." "Ah, trouble. Me and trouble are close, though. I almost invited trouble to my wedding, but Elise wouldn't have it. Would have gotten drunk, broken the porcelain, thrown up all over the bathrooms, and proper stolen some silverware. Think yourself a comedy genius, do you, Leon? If you look closely, you'll notice that I'm not laughing. Allow that fact to discourage you from this course of action which you are ill-equipped for. You just don't get me, old man." Leon cheekily stuck his tongue out at Nestor, pride in his accomplishment loosening his lips. After taking the time to give the golem he was wearing another once-over, they walked out of his workshop side by side, Leon marveling at the novelty of it all. His heart was still rapidly beating in his chest, the thought that this was all a mistake still there in the back of his mind. But trust was a hard thing to show to a former enemy, even one who'd been on his side for the past 17 years. But Leon was committed to making this work. If this new age of their partnership was going to fall apart, he was determined not to be at fault. As they approached his villa, though, he started to feel a little apprehensive about introducing Nestor to everyone. The man had already met Maya and Valeria during the expedition to his lab all those years ago, and it hadn't gone well. Nestor had been wearing Leon's body at the time, and he and Leon's ladies had parted on violent terms. Leon had been upfront about Nestor's involvement in everything since then, and had even gotten his family's assent to provide Nestor this body, but he was still nervous walking into the villa with Nestor at his side, not saying a word, not even seeming to look around him. The latter struck Leon as most odd since until this point, Nestor had only been able to use his magic senses to perceive the world around him, yet the golem was equipped with light-gathering enchantments in its skull which Nestor said would function as eyes. He was able to physically see again for the first time since his physical body died and transferred his magic body into his original ruby. Leon figured if he were in Nestor's position, not only would he be looking around everywhere, desperate to experience the world through the power of sight, but he would also be bouncing around in excitement at finally being up and about after being trapped in gems for millennia, his brief takeover of Leon's body notwithstanding. On the other hand, Leon also greatly appreciated Nestor's work focus. If he was more focused on upgrading their workspace than he was on celebrating his new state of being, then Leon was only too happy to accept such diligence. Leon's family and retainers, alerted to what had happened a few minutes before by Leon sending them mental messages, assembled in a private courtyard of the villa. With Anastasios and the Grand Druid staying in the villa at the same time, Leon was a little apprehensive about them seeing Nestor, but wasn't too concerned about hiding the man. The two empires had some of his clan's old golems, and with the documents and artifacts he'd activated for them over the past few years, he knew they were active, so he wouldn't accept any complaining from them about him having some of his own. As they arrived, Leon and Nestor were immediately the focus of attention. Alex, Marcus, Alcander, Gaius, and Anna watched Nestor with curiosity. Red looked bored, while Tikos and Helen barely looked up, locked as they were in conversation. Talal and Anshu were, of course, away, dealing with business. However, Leon's biggest concern was his family's reactions. Anzu seemed the most positive, walking over in human form to examine Nestor closely. Elise followed, though with a little more apprehension. Valeria and Maya, meanwhile, glared at Nestor with undisguised hostility and only slightly more disguised killing intent. Judging by their auras, if Nestor made even a single misstep, he'd find his unarmored golem frame being torn asunder in an instant. "Good that you're all here," Leon began as Nestor stopped before Anzu. "This is Nestor, who I'm sure you've all heard me speak about many times before. Your enchanting teacher, right?" Alex said, approaching Nestor as Anzu started poking at some of Nestor's exterior plating. "Stop that," Nestor imperiously commanded, and Anzu took a half-step back in surprise. "It's not your place to be giving orders," Valeria sniped from where she stood, and any friendly atmosphere in the rest of Leon's retinue vanished as everyone made way for a potential storm. "Lady Valeria," Nestor said, his tone barely above a growl. "Good to see you again." "The sentiment isn't shared," Valeria retorted. "It's my understanding that you've done us all great service, by Leon's mercy. But if it were up to me, you would have never been shown such mercy to begin with. Fortunate was I, then, that you weren't in charge of my punishment. Yet you still reap the benefits. Good for you." Valeria and Maya both took a few menacing steps forward, their killing intent growing slightly, only stopping when Elise grabbed both of their arms and Leon practically shouted, "Enough." The two stopped, though Leon suspected that Elise's gesture had been token at best. If Valeria and Maya continued walking forward, she wouldn't stop them. "We have some history together, and not all of it is pleasant. But what's done is done, it's in the past and over with. Punishments were meted out, now it's time to be productive. I don't expect anyone to like anyone else here, but I do want us all to be civil, and to understand that we're all on the same side." Leon looked at everyone else, his eyes lingering on Maya and Valeria a little longer than the rest. "I also don't expect Nestor to just fit into our dynamic as if he were here the whole time. I mean, He kind of was, but, not the point. So if anyone has anything to say to him, say it now. Once we're done, I want us all to be able to work towards the same goal together with as few doubts and misgivings as possible. Are you sure trusting him is the right idea? Valeria asked, and not for the first time. Leon's entire family agreed with his decision to give Nestor the body, but even with Maya's initial disagreement, Valeria had been the most outspoken for not doing so. That will remain to be seen, Leon replied. But for now, I trust Nestor. What he does with that trust will be up to him. There will be no cause to doubt my commitment, girl, Nestor formally stated, his rigid tone almost covering up his dismissive insult. Though I am no longer of flesh and blood, and though my honored ancestor has decreed that I will remain in such a state until she otherwise states, I am still of the Thunderbird clan, and will work toward its resurrection. As Leon is the last living member of the clan, he is the de facto clan leader, and commands my loyalty. Leon chuckled. Not a reprieve from your incessant criticism, apparently, you are but a boy, Nestor replied. You will have the respect you've earned, and not a drop more. Such as it is, Leon said with a dismissive wave of his hand. Anyone else have anything to say? I'm sure we're all eager to return to work or training or whatever else we were doing. To Leon's surprise, it was Helen who next spoke up. Do you know any nature magic? Though I'm well versed in many field chapter 808, 9th tier problems, and the ARC research is going fairly well, but it's eating a ton of resources, Talal said. How long can we keep it going by relying on reserves? Leon asked. 6 months, then we're going to have to start restricting some projects if we don't get more funding. Leon hummed as he sat back to think. He and Talal were in one of his back courtyards going over some last-minute business he had with his branch of Heaven's Eye, making sure that all of his ducks were in a row before he ventured back north. He was planning on a fairly long trip, even if he was going to be moving quickly, and had to ensure that his house was in order before leaving. Fortunately, Talal had proven his worth as an administrator more than Leon could have ever hoped for, and he was more than comfortable leaving the branch in his capable hands until he returned. Not like it would make much difference as things are anyway, Leon thought with some amusement. He still made most of the big decisions, but a lot of the admin work he delegated to Talal or to other assistants. His household affairs were mostly handled by Elise, too, and Valeria and now Nestor were more than able to keep an eye on his personal projects while he was gone. He just had to make sure his priorities were known and kept while he was away, leading to this meeting with Talal. He was due to leave for the north in a matter of days, so this would be the last meeting he could have with his vice chief. If it comes down to it, Leon said, restrict our golem research's funding. Antiochos won't like that, Talal murmured. We can placate him with other things, as well as his other researchers. But arcs, lances, and our floral communications are to be prioritized. Trim fat where you see fit. Thanks to Ticos, Leon had quite a few lotuses of the sort that had allowed him to easily communicate with the tree sprite over thousands of miles. He'd given a few of them to his subordinates to study and try to replicate, but so far there hadn't been much progress. Ticos could still communicate through them fine, but his researchers were still barely beginning to understand how the lotuses worked, let alone how to make something with similar capabilities. It would be a long time before the current method of long-distance communication, the highly expensive comm stones, might be replaced. What about Valentina's projects? She's making do with few resources as it is and isn't bothering us for more. I see no reason to restrict what little she's already getting. Understood. Anti-magic, as well, can be restricted, if need be. Is that wise? Leon smiled, his attention briefly turning southward. The Sky Devils already had anti-magic, as far as he was aware, and it was far more advanced than what he or Heaven's Eye had. While it wasn't yet clear if he could win them over, especially given the continued hostilities in the south, he was comfortable at least putting further research into anti-magic on hold, at least for the time being. I want it, but other things are to be prioritized, Leon replied. Following those cuts, if more needs to be brought down, our astronomy and xenobiologists can spend some time twiddling their thumbs. But only if need be. Understood, Talal repeated, scrawling Leon's directives down in a notebook. Leon was about to continue when one of his servants came out into the courtyard, looking quite apologetic for interrupting. However, the look in his eyes kept Leon from feeling too annoyed, a mixture of fear and anxiety that told him someone of great importance wanted to interject. Sure enough, the servant informed Leon that both the Lord Protector and the Grand Druid were requesting his presence. So, Leon cut his meeting with Talal off a little early, telling the man that he trusted him to use his own judgment so long as Leon's priorities were kept. And so, Leon soon found himself in one of his more private lounges with Anastasios and the Grand Druid, him in an armchair while they shared a sofa, sitting close enough that if he didn't already know they were fond of each other, he would have started to suspect such was the case. "So, how are you two doing?" Leon asked as the door shut and his robust privacy wards kicked in. "Thinking about you," Anastasios replied. "Really? Or were you thinking about what I can give you?" Leon wondered with a cheeky smile. "Are those two things different?" The Grand Druid asked. "I, for one, look forward to the day when you marry my granddaughter." "You might be waiting a long time for that," Leon replied. "How is Cassandra, by the way? She's clearly been busy if you weren't able to drag her down to my party." "That girl, honestly," the Grand Druid muttered, her tone turning a little more critical, though still remaining soft. "Such a perfect opportunity to take you for herself, and she instead spends it working. If her work means that much to her, what's the problem?" Leon asked, his words coming flavored with light criticism. The Grand Druid shrugged and didn't answer that particular question, but explained, "She found something out east, beyond the lands of the Sentinels. Nothing magical, but some evidence of an ancient civilization that she was excited to see." "That does sound exciting," Leon said, impressed. "Indeed," Anastasios agreed. "Not much remains of the time before your clan, Leon, so the fact that she's found anything at all is remarkable." Leon smiled a little bitterly, not only picking up on the slight but also remembering the Serpentine Isles. He couldn't help but wonder just Cassandra might have found if it predated his clan's arrival, yet apparently wasn't magical. "Better to let her have her fancies," the Grand Druid said a little dismissively before turning her attention back to Leon. "But what we're here to discuss today is you, Leon. More specifically, what you have planned coming up soon." Anastasios added, "Yes, Leon, it's no secret in your home that you're preparing to leave, though we don't know where. Would it not be safer to consult with the two of us about where you're going, and for how long before you go?" Leon smiled, but he wasn't going to be baited so easily. How long he would be gone for, though, wasn't that big of an ask, especially since he was counting on their support for his house while he was gone. "I'll be back hopefully within the month," he explained. "More than that, I'll not say. Private business, you see." Private business, you say?" the Grand Druid asked, and just after inquiring after my granddaughter, should I be encouraged? You should be however you should be, Leon replied noncommittally. "In the meantime, you two ought to feel more than welcome to continue enjoying my hospitality. Though I may be gone, you're still welcome in my home." "Is that your way of asking us to keep an eye on your family while you're absent, Leon?" Anastasios asked, arching an eyebrow and smiling slyly. "It's my way of saying that you're welcome in my home while I'm gone," Leon repeated with pointed emphasis. "It's good that we're welcome," the Grand Druid said, "because your ascension does leave us with some growing problems." "Oh," Leon responded, though he wasn't too surprised that they had some problems with his growing power. "Not with us, so don't worry about that, Leon," the Lord Protector was quick to add. "At least not directly. I was meaning to bring this up with ever since your party, so our meeting today is for the best. We can get this out of the way. Leon, you should take heed of your position. Heaven's Eye's power is limited, and our watch isn't perfect, strong as it is. Your recent ascension to the 9th tier does have many people concerned, worried that you might be following the path of your ancestors. Many people still think you an enemy, and want us to not only pull our support, but to actively deal with you permanently before you can grow stronger. These people might be growing bolder or more desperate as you grow stronger." "I figured such would happen," Leon bemoaned, his tone mostly even though coming with a hint of weariness. "Honestly, if they could just leave me alone, I'd more than happy to do the same for them." "That's what we're emphasizing to our subordinates," the Grand Druid replied. "The aid you've been giving us, in turn, has been greatly helping to keep their nerves calm." "Yes, adding a few old arcs to your fleets and a couple small armies of golems are sure to do that," Leon quipped. "Our countrymen are not who you should be worried about, though," Anastasios continued. "We can keep our people in line. It's other people who ought to keep you worried." "The Keeper?" Leon asked. Heaven's Eye had done much to disentangle itself from the Sentinels, but the Sentinels were already a rather Spartan people, so, relatively speaking, they weren't losing too much business there. Rather, it was the rerouted trade routes that were the bigger hassle, having to arc around Sentinel land where able that were the headache. The Sentinel economy had certainly taken a hit, but Leon had no doubt that the Keeper didn't care at all. He's our biggest concern, the Grand Druid said. He's certainly been keeping an eye on you, but so far hasn't made any moves against you or us in these past few years. Still, if you're leaving our immediate ability to protect you, then that might change. We can stay here and protect your home and family if that is your desire, but that would leave you potentially alone with the Keeper, if he should make a move. Leon gave them a mysterious smile. I have some measures to protect myself against him, but I appreciate and understand your concern. If I run into any trouble, I have no problem with just running away. Even if that's not a good plan, leaving is still a risk I'm willing to take. What you're after is just that important, is it? Anastasios asked. Leon just continued to smile at him. Very well, keep your secrets. Just watch yourself out there, Leon. I don't want to learn that the Keeper or some other powerful enemy you might have painted a mountain with your blood or something. I would hate to hear that, too, Leon retorted, somewhat sarcastically. You just come back, young man, the Grand Druid ordered him. If you die, Cassandra would be devastated. She'd been asking about you, you know. Would she be happy that you said that? It was the Grand Druid's turn to smile at him and not reply. Your concerns are appreciated, but I'll be leaving in just a few days. In the meantime, please continue to enjoy my family's hospitality. Leon's tone indicated their meeting was done, unless they had anything more to say. So, after a quick reiteration of their warnings, Anastasios and the Grand Druid allowed the meeting to end. Leon was happy that they gave him the warnings, though he didn't start thinking they were too concerned about his well-being, personally. Regardless, he took their warning seriously, though he didn't alter his plans. The Keeper was powerful, much more so than he was, but he'd expanded on a few of his tricks in the past few years. He would be surprised indeed if any potential enemies were able to follow him when he finally left. Ah, one last thing, Anastasios said, pulling Leon out of his thoughts just as the Lord Protector was about to leave. Would you be willing to arrange a meeting between myself and some of your retainers? Make that both of us, the Grand Druid added. Leon raised an eyebrow and, now feeling a little more on guard, asked, which ones? The inhuman ones, Anastasios said. And the demon. I would love to speak with them for a while, get their perspective. Especially that tree sprite, the Grand Druid whispered, looking almost hungry. The way those creatures use nature magic is incredible. I've always been jealous that they were able to use it so naturally where humans are unable. Leon smiled, understanding the request, but not taking too much comfort in it. I'll ask them. Being inhuman, of course, they have little respect for your titles, but your power is another matter. This might have to wait until I return, though. That's all we ask, Anastasios said, finally departing with one last nod of his head, followed closely by the Grand Druid. Leon sighed. You hear that, demon? I did, Zafin grumbled. You're not leaving me behind, that's for damn sure. I suppose it's natural, though, it was inevitable that the pathetic humans of your plane finally started to recognize my majesty and sought an audience. Shame that it comes just as I was getting used to the quiet down in here again. So, do you want to talk to them or not? I think they'd accept if you refused, though they'd hardly be happy. Yes, I'll meet with these human supplicants, Leon. Don't lose your little human head over it. Leon scowled, but put it out of his mind for the time being. For now, he had to return to preparing his journey back north. It was nerve-wracking, seeking something so powerful as to be called a universe fragment, but the Iron Needle was one of the artifacts that made his clan as powerful as it was. With some luck, it would help Leon to match those old glories. He just had to go and get it. No small ask at all. Nope, just gotta go and get this semi-sentient thing of unparalleled power and bend it to my will. Easy, like picking up some bread from the baker on my way home. Easy. But really, no one wants to send any messages back to the Bull Kingdom. Leon asked his ladies, astonished at their negative responses. This was to be their last night together for a little while as he was to leave for the north the following morning. No, Valeria simply responded, whereas Elise had a more eloquent answer, one which she'd been repeating several times in the face of Leon's continued disbelief. Who would we send a message to, husband? Leon's fire-haired wife asked. You uncle, Leon responded. Mother and I speak with Uncle Ajax regularly, Elise dismissively replied. As a Tower Lord, he's in constant contact with Mother, and I get to sit in on some of those chats. Yes, but not even a more personal letter or something? Leon asked. No, Valeria repeated. There's no one left there who I would want to message. Really? No friends? How many friends do you still have there, husband? Elise asked. Leon frowned, briefly thinking of those he'd met during his time at the Bull Kingdom's Night Academy. He'd not thought about Charles, Henry, or Elan in a long time, and he wondered what a reunion between him and them might even look like. He was a 9th-tier mage, now, and their relationship would never be as it was. He learned that emphatically enough when he'd met them before leaving the Bull Kingdom for the Empires, when he'd been 8th tier. He'd said his goodbyes then, and their relationship then had already been so strained that all of them knew that that was the last time they'd speak. I suppose I could speak with the king, August, and some of the paladins, Leon said with a frown. But no one else to seek out, isn't that right? Elise asked. There's Minerva at the Bull's Horns. Leon insisted. And Torfin with the brown bears. Have fun, then Leon, Elise said as she kissed him on the cheek. Leon sighed. All right, then, last chance. I wouldn't mind seeing my mother again, Maya quietly whispered aloud, and the rest of them went silent. I can go on my own, though, she added before Leon could offer anything. She doesn't live in a place for outsiders. So be it, Leon said with a shrug as he looked at Maya. She didn't seem to be sparing him much attention with her nose buried in a book, and with his eyes on her, he didn't notice Elise creeping up on him from behind until she'd already tossed him onto their bed. He barely had time to register what had just happened before Elise was crawling on top of him, a predatory look in her eyes as she slid a hand beneath his shirt and ran her fingers along his abs. You didn't think you were going to leave here without giving us our due, were you? She whispered sultrily. At the same time, Leon heard Maya slam her book shut and then felt her approach, heat and desire coming through their connection. Leon grinned, grabbed Elise's waist, and easily lifted her off of him. She yelped in surprise as he tossed her down on the bed beside him and immediately reversed their positions from a moment before. But before he could launch his offensive, his hands already performing recon on his wife's chest, Maya surged in and slammed her lips against his. Elise moaned in arousal as Leon's fingers sank into her breasts, and she wrapped her legs around his waist, pulling him in closer. Maya followed him down, their lips not parting until her head was almost pressed into Elise's face. She darted out just in time and began to physically peel her clothes off instead of simply pulling them into her soul realm. Leon took a moment to appreciate the sight, but as he was about to turn his attention back to Elise beneath him, he paused, then rose up a bit. He looked over his shoulder at Valeria, who was watching them with something that looked like indecision racking her gorgeous features. When she noticed him looking at her, her cheeks flushed crimson, but she didn't look away. Leon smiled invitingly, but he already knew what she was going to saw. Can I? She hesitantly began. Can I watch? Leon smiled in surprise and glee. There was only one answer in his mind, and it was the only answer he could possibly give. Beneath him, Elise sprang up as far as his body would allow. You can do that, and more, if you want, she said. Valeria bit her lip as she stared back at Leon, and slowly nodded. I'm not going to participate. But it's fine, Leon said as she trailed off. You won't be left out. You'll have as much, or as little, as you want. Valeria smiled with embarrassment and took a seat. She kept her legs shut tightly together, but Leon noticed her hands resting on her thighs. Keep going, she whispered as she undid the top button of her pants. Leon smiled, then turned back to Elise. He wasn't going to see any of them for a while, a couple of weeks, at least. And it seemed that this was going to be a goodbye to remember, a sentiment that Elise and Maya seemed to agree with as they began to tear Leon's clothes off, all while Valeria watched, her sapphire eyes not missing a single detail. Chapter 809. Return to Arimenium. Leon stood in his back courtyard, most of his people around him ready to see him off. For the past few weeks, he'd been getting his affairs in order to ensure he could take as much time in the north as he needed. The director and Penelope were aware, and Talal had his standing orders. Elise had his villa and Valeria, his retinue. He'd been surprised to find that his lady's lack of desire to send any messages back to the Bull Kingdom with him were shared among his retainers. Heaven's Eye was perfectly capable of sending letters back and forth even to that most remote kingdom, and his people had stayed in contact with their families. Even Alex, who was from a common, no-name family, was easily able to send messages back home with the salary that Leon paid her. Still, that didn't stop them from seeing. Him off with his family. Even Anastasios and the Grand Druid had stopped by that morning to say their goodbyes. Of all of them, however, the two he found most notable were Valeria and Anzu. Valeria's reaction to the informal goodbye ceremony was quite easy to see through. Her face flushed red every time she looked at him, even as she fought to keep a smile off her face. She grew even more awkward when Elise pressed herself against Leon and gave him a long goodbye kiss. Given how much of a show that they'd given her the night before, though, Leon could understand her embarrassment. He'd satisfied all of his ladies the night before, but Valeria had mostly seen to herself while watching Leon with Maya and Elise. She didn't ask for her turn until late in the night, after Elise and Maya had been practically knocked out from pleasure. The other one that drew Leon's attention was Anzu, and for a more concerning reason. His new little brother was upset, though not particularly vocal about it. He wanted to come with Leon, and every time Leon glanced in his direction, the griffin in human form only pouted more. It wasn't long before Leon relented and asked Anzu if he wanted to come with. The griffin's joy was a thing to behold, and he transformed back into his griffin form and practically bounced all over the courtyard. Goodbyes could only last for so long, of course, and soon enough, it was time for them to wrap up. "It's about that time, I suppose," Leon whispered. "Is it already?" Elise complained as she tightened her grip on his arm. "Yes, unfortunately," Leon bemoaned. "Hey Leon," Alcander called out, "make sure to bring back presents." "I only bring presents back for those who deserve it, Al," Leon shot back. "Yeah, Al," Alex jumped in, "have you been eating your veggies? Washing behind your ears? You been a good boy." Sophia seemed to think so, Alcander said with a proud, provocative smile. "She's done nothing but compliment my performance so far. She must be rather sheltered then," Marcus lanced from the side. "But that's not the point. Good luck on your journey, Leon. May your ancestors walk with you. Or fly, as it may be." As if on cue, Nestor came walking into the room, his golem frame instantly taking everyone's attention and dampening their spirits. "Luck shouldn't be relied on," he intoned, his voice resonating metallically from his new artificial body. "Lightning is a better crutch. One that will see liberal use should it be needed," Leon said as Nestor walked over. "Leon," the dead man began, I know that I decided to upgrade your tools while you were gone, but I would like to offer my services for what's to come." Nestor was careful around his words, which Leon appreciated. He hadn't told his retainers exactly why he was heading north just yet, in order to keep the reason from leaking. He trusted them implicitly, but the Lord Protector and Grand Druid were staying beneath his roof, and he didn't want to pique their interest any more than was necessary. "That shouldn't be necessary," Leon replied. He didn't want Nestor with him for this. If the Thunderbird was correct, having others support him when he went to claim the Iron Needle would only harm his chances. He had to take the needle himself, or it wouldn't listen to him. "I'd rather I have some new toys when I get back." Nestor cocked his head slightly, nodded after a moment, then turned around and left without another word. "That guy's fucking creepy," Alex loudly stated before Leon thought Nestor was out of hearing range. Not that Alex seemed to care. "He knows his runes, and I wouldn't want to provoke him too much if I were you," Leon darkly stated. "But, enough of that. I can only delay this so much. You ready, Anzu?" The white griffin chirped happily and lifted his forepaws off the ground in excitement. At the same time, Leon gave Elise one last smile and disentangled his arm from her grasp. "I'll be back soon," he promised. "You'd better be," Elise replied as she gave Leon one more kiss. As she stepped back, Maya wordlessly took her place, planting a big kiss on Leon's lips while flooding their connection with love and affection. Leon reciprocated in kind. Then it was Valeria's turn, and she overcame her embarrassment from the previous night's indulgences to give Leon a quick hug and kiss, though neither as heated as Elise or Maya's. Once that was over, Leon had everyone step back, while using his villa's enchantments to shroud him in a dark cloud. When the cloud lifted a few seconds later, Leon stood before them all in his Thunderbird form, standing a couple feet taller than he did when he was only 8th tier. His feathers, too, appeared a little glossier, and his golden eyes a little shinier. On his left leg appeared a fancy silver ring large enough to have fit quite loosely over Leon's human bicep. It was decorated with carvings of birds in flight and fern-like lightning patterns. The largest bird held in its talons a large sapphire, while all around it were tiny diamonds studded into the ring. Leon filled the ring with power and the sapphire glimmered with arcane light while the diamonds flashed in sequence, helping to amplify and stabilize the enchantment placed upon the ring. The magic in the ring caused a shroud of darkness to fall upon Leon, and he faded from view, his entire massive avian body disappearing from view. At the same time, Anzu put on a ring of his own, this one over one of his forepaws ankles. Upon it was a similar enchantment. Once he faded from view, both he and Leon took off. These new invisibility enchantments were much refined from what they'd been 5 years before. These ones weren't quite advanced enough to make any of Leon's people intangible or allow them to sink into shadows, but a new function had been added to the rings to allow Leon and Anzu and whoever else might be wearing one of his dark invisibility rings to track each other. They'd be invisible to everyone but themselves, finally patching that particular hole in their design. And so, Leon and Anzu, invisible, climbed high into the air, then turned north. It would be a while before they stopped. With Leon's magic senses, he was able to see the Bull Kingdom long before he and Anzu reached it. It looked much the same, and though he'd been eager to get out of it once he'd reached 7th tier, returning now at the 9th felt rather nostalgic, due in no small part to the bit of the Bull Kingdom that first came into view, the bull's horns. He'd stayed at the Twin Fortress for about a year and a half, training and studying under Prince Trajan. Of all the time he spent in the Bull Kingdom's royal legions, his time there had been his happiest. There was a large part of him that grew depressed as he flew closer, tempting him to slow down before he reached it, thoughts of his mentor coming to the forefront of his mind. But he kept moving at a steady pace, thoughts of the iron needle spurring him onward. He examined the bull's horns in more detail, seeking to distract himself with whatever he could on his approach. The main fortress, and Arimenium at its foot, was almost exactly as he remembered it, save for a well-constructed moat dug in front of the first of the 3 walls blocking the pass. Several more permanent fortresses made of stone and concrete had been built out in the pocket of land before the border, instead of the wood they had been before the war with Talfar, and were now connected to the fortress by several walls and towers, acting as forward barbicans for the fortress, main defenses. Leon was gladdened to see that most of his favorite haunts in Arimenium were still around, the restaurants he frequented, and the parks he liked to train in. "Do you remember the bull's horns?" Leon asked Anzu as they flew, still invisible far above the surface of Eterna. "Not well," Anzu responded in common speech, putting his practice on full display. A few brief flashes. A room with a sandpit. "The barracks I was assigned," Leon replied, half to himself. "I remember the villa in the capital better," Anzu said. "My body grew there, though sapients didn't find me until later." "Maybe we'll stop by there, then," Leon suggested. "Unless someone's bought it and doesn't want us around, or something." "I'd like that," Anzu replied. The two kept flying onward for more than half a day. Leon's magic senses had a range of quite a bit more than 1,000 miles, and from the air, the two could see a long distance. They both saw the bull's horns long before arriving. Despite their familiarity with the fortress, Leon didn't want to step on any toes, so he directed Anzu to land on the southern edge of the Gulf of Discord, on the outskirts of the Samarid city built opposite Arimenium. There, Leon and Anzu became visible again, and Leon returned to his human form. Once that was taken care of, they took to the skies again, and flew the last handful of miles to the edge of Bull Kingdom territory. Once there, they landed a second time, and began walking down the road toward the fortress. They arrived fairly close to nightfall, falling in with a caravan that had been rushing to reach the fortress gates before they closed for the night. They just barely made it. It still took the guards at the gate a long time to process the entire caravan since it numbered more than 100, and had many pack animals and goods besides. The tired, annoyed-looking Legion tribune watching the gates made damn sure that once they were let in, they'd have their goods searched and tariffs would be applied, his tone making it clear that he didn't want to be dealing with such a large caravan at a time when, Leon guessed, his shift was just about to end. So, they moved through the gates slowly, the Legion watching every one of them as they funneled through, checking IDs and doing preliminary searches on the carts. Leon noticed quite a few people take notice of him and Anzu, who was still in his eye-catching white griffin form, but it wasn't until he and Anzu at the back of the caravan finally reached the gates that anyone realized his identity. In a way, Leon was somewhat disappointed. He'd had some thoughts of returning the Bull Kingdom and dramatically announcing his identity, to the amazement of the soldiers on guard. He wasn't one for drama, but he'd thought it would go at least a little more dramatically than it did. Instead of him having to announce himself, Stunning the watching guards with his obvious magnificence, the tribune remained both attentive and professional, his eyes only widening slightly as Leon and Anzu walked up, the last in the caravan to be processed. Leon Rame. The tribune exclaimed, drawing a few more curious looks Leon's way. Move right on in, sir. I'll have word of your arrival sent to the horns. Thank you, but drop the, sir, Leon replied with an easy smile, mildly disappointed. The tribune just smiled and waved him through while a centurion next to him was hurriedly waving a couple of flags to those on the top of the wall, undoubtedly sending word of his arrival ahead. Leon's pride was tickled at least a little bit when, just before the fortress doors closed behind them, he heard the guards start whispering frantically amongst themselves. Leon, upon passing through the triple-layered wall, was met on the other side by a sixth-tier legate, and shown immediately up to the fortress itself. He and Anzu passed by familiar baileys and stables, Leon pointing out where Anzu had been frequently taken to train and play when he was still the size of a dog. When they reached the main courtyard in front of the citadel, though, Leon went quiet, for installed in the center of the courtyard was a large statue, 3 times larger than life, of Prince Trajan himself. The prince wasn't striking any heroic poses, but instead stood with his arms crossed, a contemplative look on his face as he stared westward, toward the rest of the kingdom. Leon couldn't help but smile and pause there, admiring the craftsmanship in the marble. It was a startling likeness. He was jerked out of his reverie when a loud, booming voice bellowed from the front door, "Leon Rame." If there weren't 10,000 eyes upon Leon before then, there certainly were after that. Leon was aware of just how many soldiers there were stationed in the towers and buildings around him. He turned his head slightly to the front doors, and there striding out of them, was the familiar sight of Sir Constantine, the knight who, during Trajan's tenure as consul of the East, had been the third in command behind Trajan and Dame Minerva. Leon actually expected the latter to walk out and be the first to greet him, not Constantine. "Sir Constantine," Leon replied in greeting, moving forward to clasp the other man's arm. "It's good to see you. And you, young man," Constantine replied, a warm smile on his face. "It's been too long, or not long enough, I say. What brings you all the way back here? The south too soft and cushy for you? Something draw you all the way back to our little isolated corner of Eterna?" Leon chuckled and replied, "No, I've actually enjoyed my time there. But I found myself with some business that brought me north and figured I'd stop in and see how the place has been doing in the past few years." "Ah, you're welcome anytime," Constantine declared. "Please, come on in." Leon acquiesced, but as he was led into the keep by Constantine and 100 of his assistants and retainers, a veritable welcome party had been set up for his arrival. Despite the short notice, he asked, "Where's Dame Minerva, if I might ask? I was looking forward to seeing her again, too." "Ah, Minerva's been promoted, of a sort," Constantine answered. "She was consul of the East for 12 years, and then was brought back to the capital to assume the post of consul of the Central Territories. I was named consul of the East after her upon her recommendation, too." "I can't think of a more worthy man," Leon said, though disappointment ran through him like ice water. Time stops for no one, Leon bitterly thought, hoping he'd have just a bit more familiarity than just stone and concrete upon his return to the Horns. However, it wasn't long before he found a bit more of what he was looking for in the form of the diplomatic corps. Aquilius and his legates were waiting to greet Leon in the keep, and soon enough, they were all feasting in the great hall, laughing and reminiscing about the short time Leon had been with them. Fortunately, in the past 16 or so years, the stone giants had remained peaceful, and Leon figured he'd go and spend at least a day with them before leaving for the south again, so the diplomatic corps had largely been focused on the Samar and Talfar kingdoms. The Samar kingdom's ire had cooled since the incident with Leon and Asia, but Talfar had finally resolved its war with the Han kingdom in the east, and there were rumors that Queen Andraste was looking to avenge her brother's defeat in his ill-fated attack on the Horns. Leon didn't like her chances, if she ever let that arrow fly. It wasn't long before Leon had had his share of nostalgia at the Horns and begged off further celebration. It had been a long journey, he'd argued, and he needed rest. He'd never gotten specific enough in his stories of the South to mention that he was now 9th tier, but even though they thought him 8th tier, his lack of need for rest was never brought up. They simply accepted it, and he was shown to the same luxurious quarters that had been set aside for Andraste above the diplomatic corps when she'd arrived following the previous war to negotiate peace. Leon allowed himself and Anzu to stay only one more day, visiting a few of his more favorite places in Arimenium, despite Constantine and Aquilius' attempts to get him to stay in the keep and spend his time with them. He had nothing against them, it was just that his desire to see them was less than others in the kingdom. Anzu was quite interested in the places they traveled to in the city. He was much bigger, but at a few local places, he was recognized more easily than even Leon, and at one place even came away with a belly full of steak sandwich, given to him for free. So, though their return to Arimenium and the bull's horns hadn't gone exactly as Leon had envisioned with Minerva gone, when they left the following morning, he was satisfied and ready to move on. Chapter 810. Brief visits. The capital of the Bull Kingdom had changed little in Leon's time away. Most of the damage done by the Civil War had been fixed, and he could see a few new monuments built in prominent places in the city, but other than that, it was essentially the same as it had always been. Leon arrived with only Anzu to accompany him. When he left Arimenium, both Aquilius and Constantine had offered to arrange worthy escorts for him, but he wasn't in the mood for taking a weeks-long tour of the kingdom. He respectfully refused and, while flying under his own power, reached the capital before evening the day he left Arimenium. He already had a place to stay lined up with Ajax, who'd replaced Emily as the Heaven's Eye Tower Lord of the capital, but before heading over to the tower, Leon took Anzu down into the noble district. It was easy enough to find his old villa, which he'd left in the hands of Heaven's Eye before leaving. He'd been told that it had been sold fairly quickly, so he wasn't surprised to see a family of wealthy aristocrats living within it. He had Anzu stop about 1,000 feet above the villa, simply looking down upon it, losing himself momentarily in his memories of the place, from the attack by vampires during his and Elise's housewarming party, to the last goodbyes he'd said to Elise before springing August from prison and beginning the kingdom's civil war. He remembered their return to their home following the conclusion of the war, and saying goodbye to it again after the campaign in the Serpentine Isles. All in all, for the amount of time he'd owned the place, he'd lived in it remarkably infrequently. "Do you remember this place, Anzu?" he asked as they floated above it, Anzu having changed to his human form so he could speak. "Better than I remember Arimenium," he replied, his voice colored in the warm hues of nostalgia. "My stable's gone." Leon half grimaced, half grinned. He'd built quite the nice stable for Anzu when he was growing up, but apparently, the new owners had other plans for that space. Now, the place the stable had once occupied was a recreational pavilion, while the dock in the backyard of the villa on the Naga River had been greatly expanded, allowing a fairly large yacht to be moored at the villa. It wasn't long before both were satisfied with having this taste of nostalgia and made their way to Ajax and the Heaven's Eye Tower. Ajax had noticed their arrival in the city. Leon had felt several other powerful magic senses sweep over him and Anzu, so he knew that their arrival was hardly a secret, not that he intended for it be one in the first place, and had come down to the ground floor lounge to greet them. It was a fairly splendid affair, with plenty of attendants making a big show of his presence, while many of the nobles in the lounge craned their necks to see him. He saw a few relatively familiar faces, and by the looks of things, many of them recognized him, as well. Not that he bothered himself too much with them. Instead, he embraced Ajax, introduced him to Anzu, and then allowed himself to be whisked away to Emila's old palace, which Ajax had taken over after Emila's promotion. He'd intended to head to the royal palace the following morning, but apparently that wasn't quick enough for some people, for when Leon emerged from his nighttime training with Anzu, Dame Minerva had shown up, with a whole bevy of hangers-on. When he left the Bull Kingdom, Leon hadn't ever expected to see her again, but he was glad that he did, though he kept the depth of his power unstated. Together, they reminisced, swapped stories of what they'd done in the past couple decades, and had a fairly good time. Their dynamic had never been overly warm, but Leon enjoyed catching up with her, and hoped he could do so at least one more time before one of them died. Probably going to me, Leon cynically thought, considering his occupation the trouble he tended to find himself in. After Minerva, he visited the royal palace, and there he found that things were peaceful, stable, and overall much better than when he'd left. Without Octavius, and with King Julius returned stronger than ever, factionalism in the court had been largely eliminated. Combined with the greatly diminished landed aristocracy, Julius was still working on revoking titles and land meant that the court was more united than Leon had ever seen it. Leon made his way to the palace on foot, deciding to show some amount of respect since he was now here as an adult guest rather than as an apathetic teenager. It didn't take the guards along the bridge to the capital island long at all to wave him through their defenses, and then escort him to the palace proper. Fortunately, Leon wasn't subjected to the splendor of the court, and was instead brought to one of the king's private sitting rooms. The king himself was overjoyed to see Leon, no doubt greatly aided by Leon's apparent physical resemblance to Kairos, his grandfather. The king was still 8th tier, and from what he could sense of his aura, Leon didn't think the king was ever going to make it to the 9th. He'd made too little progress in the past 17 years. Leon and the king spoke with each other about not much at all for a while before August joined them, along with his wife, the former Duchess of Vesentio, and their daughter, a girl born only 2 years before. She was a little timid around Leon, but August and the Duchess both greeted him warmly. August had made quite a bit of progress, Leon noticed. Not only was he acting more like a prince, his time as crown prince and having won the civil war apparently having given him far more confidence than Leon had ever seen in him, he'd also ascended to the 7th tier. Leon was a little surprised, but was happy for the man. If he was anything like his father, though, his royal duties would eventually grow too cumbersome for him to make much more progress, unless he reformed his government and delegated much of his power and responsibilities. After everyone was done praising each other for their magical accomplishments, Leon spoke of the south, and to a slightly lesser extent, what Christina had been getting up to down there. She'd been thriving down there, and the king and August both were quite grateful to the work she'd done in raising opinions of the Bull Kingdom, directing more trade to their kingdom that helped them rebuild after the Civil War, and in acquiring for them skilled workers and various technical designs for them. She had, almost single-handedly, cut years off the estimate that the Bull Kingdom had for how long it would take to rebuild, and provided the Bull Kingdom additional resources with which to strong-arm the few remaining landed nobles into giving up their land and titles. Leon's meeting with the royals on their own couldn't last forever, and after a few pleasant hours spent with them, the paladins that he was familiar with arrived. Brimstone, Bronze, and Penitent he was passingly familiar, and on good terms with, but it was Roland more than anyone that he'd been interested in seeing again. The man had only been 6th tier when last Leon saw him, far too weak to hold his position as a paladin. August had appointed him to his position, but after the king awoke, Roland was kicked from his position, becoming just a high-ranking knight in August's retinue. Leon remembered Roland expressing some insecurity about this in a couple of the brief meetings he'd had with the man, and felt some remorse in hindsight about how wrapped up in his own business he was to overly care about Roland. He was greatly surprised and happy to see that, in the past 17 years, Roland had managed to ascend to the 7th tier and join the paladins properly, with the full blessing of the king. 3 more paladins had been added to their ranks in the past few years, all knights who'd distinguished themselves in the Civil War, which Leon understood, for nothing built power faster than fighting in a magic-rich environment, like a battlefield. However, he wasn't personally familiar with them, so he understood why they mostly stood off to the side while he caught up with the other paladins. Leon was invited to stay for dinner, which he and Anzu gratefully accepted. Throughout his conversations that day, everyone had commented on his albino friend, with Leon having to explain just who Anzu was, and that he'd taken the griffin as his little brother. There was quite a bit of confusion and happiness, with Minerva, Roland, and August in particular having been relatively well acquainted with Anzu before Leon's departure from the Bull Kingdom. As a result, Anzu had had to suffer through some embarrassing stories of his childhood several times that day. But all that faded away for a new embarrassment as the king threw a feast to celebrate their visit, and made Anzu just as much of a center point for the local aristocrats and high officials to take notice of. Leon had improved his mingling skills a bit since his time in the Bull Kingdom, but he still stuck close enough to Anzu to almost burst out laughing every time some aristocrat tried to bribe Anzu into reproducing with them or a female family member, clearly hoping to bring some kind of inherited bloodline into their family. Anzu wasn't having any of it, though his response was far more anxious than angry, and he did his best to fend off the hordes seeking his seed. Fortunately, Leon was able to get them out fairly quickly. They were still Heaven's Eye, after all, and couldn't associate too closely with those in politics. Besides, while Leon was interested in catching up with everyone, the nostalgia of returning to the Bull Kingdom was quickly wearing thin as King Julius's courtiers did their level best to suck up to him more than their peers. By the time Leon and Anzu returned to Ajax's palace, they were both mentally exhausted, and each decided to actually get some sleep the rest of the night. When morning came, they returned to the Bull King's palace for only 2 things: to say their goodbyes, and to request permission to wander around Argent Palace for a while. Julius, of course, gave his permission, and while he was clearly disappointed Leon had only stayed for 1 day, he gave him a royal send-off, having his royal guard accompany Leon out to the front courtyard and personally flying with Leon until he and Anzu had left the capital island. As the Bull Kingdom's capital vanished behind them, Leon sighed. His time there was short, and it was good to understand that these people hadn't completely collapsed in his absence and were, in fact, seemingly thriving, but he had no intentions of stopping back there on his way home. He intended to fly in something of a circle, stopping in Tira as he went north, then in Vale Town, then turning east and hitting the forest of black and white. Once he was done, however his quest for the Iron Needle went, he intended to fly almost directly south, through the frozen mountains and into the border mountains, to visit the stone giants. A day or two in their presence, and then it was back to the Ilian Empire and Oculara. A good plan, he hoped, and one that shouldn't be disturbed. He rather felt like kicking himself when that thought crossed his mind, but he ignored it and focused instead on the flight ahead of him. Tira was, just as the capital, essentially identical to when he'd last seen it. The city just as lavish and Argent Palace just as ruined. This time, however, Leon didn't bother giving anyone a heads up that he was there. Instead, he flew down directly into Argent Palace. As he entered the seat of his family for at least 25,000 years, and probably since the fall of his clan 80,000 years ago, he took notice of the security enchantments. They'd gotten him into a spot of trouble when last he was here, but now that he was older and more skilled in enchanting, he was easily able to subvert them without setting any of them off. As far as the soldiers in the ruined palace's various security stations around its perimeter were concerned, Argent Palace was just as deserted as it had always been. Leon had no practical reason for coming to Argent Palace. Zaffin was in a healing trance, the Thunderbird wasn't around, and Nestor was back in Oculara, so the only one Leon was sharing this moment with was Anzu, who had less knowledge of his clan or this palace than even Leon did. The archives were empty, and the buildings a crumbling ruin. Still, Leon walked around the shattered paths and broken pavilions, between obliterated buildings and gardens that had gone for more than 3 decades without care. He committed every broken stone, every destroyed statue, every smashed mosaic to memory, marveling at how colossal the complex was even as devastated as it were. Not for the first time, he wished he could have seen it in its prime. It wasn't even close to being feasible to rebuilding it, and Leon didn't think it was possible, but there was a large part of him that wanted to try. He hadn't the resources or the land to do so, but that didn't change anything. He felt little when visiting the ruins of his clan elsewhere, but walking around Argent Palace, poking his head in and around the ruins, he could almost feel that his ancestors watching him, walking with him, helping him to feel like he wasn't alone, the last of his clan in all the universe. Anzu didn't say much during their stop in Tira, and when Leon expressed interest in staying the night in the ruins, he didn't object. Together, they sat on the biggest pile of rubble and watched the sun set. They watched the moon dance across the sky, stared back at the unmoving stars, and waited for the sun's return. As the sky in the distance started to brighten, Leon decided he'd had enough, and with only one backward glance, urged them onward. The Iron Needle wasn't going to claim itself, after all. In a welcome break, Vale Town is not as Leon had left it. His father had died and Leon had gone south more than 20 years ago, and the steady trade with the Bull Kingdom had livened the place up considerably. The Bull King had affirmed the kingdom's long-standing alliance with the Brown Bear tribe, and upheld August's trade agreements. Hakon Firebeard was dead, and no tribesman had managed to unite the Valemen in the other Vales enough to threaten anyone else. In these 2 decades of relative peace, Vale Town had thrived. It looked larger by half than when Leon had last seen it, and from what he could sense, the subordinate Greenhand tribe had gotten quite a few additional farms going to feed all the new people without doing appreciable damage to the Vale. The markets were livelier. Most of those people Leon saw were dealing in silver rather than bronze or copper or kind, and there was quite a bit of silk grass on sale. Turning his gaze to the expanded upper district that lay around the large hill in the center of the city, Leon noticed that there were quite a few large homes. No longer could barns be found around the Torfin's longhouse, just waiting for Bull Kingdom knights to visit and be insulted by, but instead there were small, rustic manors encircling the longhouse. Also encircling the longhouse was a far more robust wall of stone than the one that had been there before, looking almost like Legion engineering to Leon's eyes. Torfin's longhouse, too, had been somewhat renovated, with the addition of several large outer buildings that Leon guessed were granaries and a new, larger barracks. Leon landed in front of the longhouse with Anzu at his side in griffin form, unconcerned with the weak tribesmen around him who reeled back, startled at his appearance. He recognized none of the warriors who stood guard, those he remembered from his childhood nowhere to be seen, but within the longhouse, he did recognize the chief of the brown bears, and his thanes. They were all considerably older, now, with Thorfinn's fourth-tier thanes looking fairly elderly. Thorfinn himself seemed still hale and hearty, though his brow was a little more wrinkled, there were crow's feet around his eyes, and there were a few wisps of gray in his beard. But as Leon strode unchallenged into the longhouse, it almost felt like he was walking back in time. The familiar smell of meat and roast chicken, the sounds of warriors boasting of their accomplishments as they feasted, and the dull thumps of fists on flesh as two third-tier warriors decided to solve some disagreement with violence. Most of all, Leon heard Thorfinn's bombastic laughter as Freya whispered something to him at a table. Freya had aged quite gracefully, her golden blonde hair only having a few wisps of silver in it, the scars on her face joined by only a couple of subtle wrinkles, and her mannerisms were significantly less flirty than they had been. Asbjorn and Harald, whom Leon hadn't seen in even longer than Thorfinn and Freya, were in a corner quietly drinking from curved horns, the new lines on their faces much more distinct than Freya's. They were clearly slower and more affected by time than Freya was, which tracked with Leon, as they were older. They were all fourth-tier mages, so they likely had quite a few years left, but to Leon, it was yet another reminder that time spared no one. And yet, as his aura subtly flexed and waved, Anzu at his side, both of them standing in the door, the longhouse went silent and Thorfinn glanced in his direction. The fifth-tier chief of the brown bears smiled in glee, sprang to his feet, and shouted, "The little lion is back." And for the first time since reaching the Bull Kingdom, Leon felt just a little bit like he was being welcomed back home. Chapter 811, The Iron Needle. Leon enjoyed his brief time in Vale Town. Thorfinn was just as welcoming as he always was, despite the years that had passed and the strength that Leon had gathered for himself. Leon didn't get too into the details of why he'd come and what he'd done in the past couple decades when he first walked in, as Thorfinn's thanes and more powerful warriors were busy feasting, but once everyone had either drunk themselves unconscious or went home for the night, Leon and Thorfinn were largely left alone. Once relatively alone, Leon spoke at length with Thorfinn, reminiscing about the time when Leon and Artorias were still living in the Forest of Black and White, and still made regular appearances in Vale Town. Thorfinn was a man that Leon had no reservations about mourning his father with, the pain of Artoria's absence still stinging even more than 20 years later. Leon didn't get into why he'd come back to the Vales, and when Thorfinn assumed it was to visit his father's grave, Leon didn't argue with it. He was certainly going to do that, so it wasn't like Thorfinn had guessed incorrectly, but Leon was here for the Iron Needle, though he wasn't about to advertise that fact. Together, the two spoke long into the night, with only Anzu there to give them any company, though the griffin had decided to catch some sleep while he could. Not once did he return to human form during the feast, which meant that no one tried roping him into any conversations. Nor did they try to seduce him, which Leon wasn't so lucky to get avoid. Freya was older and no longer as forward as she used to be, but other female warriors in Thorfinn's longhouse looked at him with heat in their eyes. A couple even acted on that attraction, chatting him up and making veiled and not so veiled statements about their plans for after the feast. With as much grace and politeness as he could, Leon had turned them all down. In the end, not even Thorfinn could convince him to stay the night, even though his offer didn't come with sex attached. Instead, after catching up with Thorfinn and Freya, Asbjorn, and Harald when they were still sober and conscious, Leon woke Anzu up, and they left the longhouse so late in the evening that it had become early. Anzu hadn't been entirely thrilled, but Leon was eager to get to that needle now that they were so close. Besides, it wasn't like anything was stopping them from returning to Vale Town after they retrieved it. If we retrieve, Leon thought with no small amount of apprehension. While he fully believed the Thunderbird when she said that the Iron Needle would not accept any master other than one of her blood, the fact that the Grave Warden himself was unable to take the Iron Needle after killing Jason Karanos still left doubts creeping into Leon's mind. The level of power that the Grave Warden possessed wasn't easily ignored, yet the Iron Needle had ignored it. Leon's power was but a spark in the wind compared to the Grave Warden's, yet he was here to attempt something that Ambrose couldn't accomplish. These thoughts bounced around his head the entire way back to the Forest of Black and White. It took a fairly long time, with Leon flying relatively slowly in human form while Anzu coasted along at his side. They moved at a lazy enough pace that they only reached the edge of the Brown Bear tribe's vale an hour later when they could have made the distance in half that. Then, instead of flying over the mountains, Leon took them through the pass he and his father had always used to reach the brown bears. He was 9th tier, but the frozen mountains range was a place where humans couldn't live. Without constant human habitation, monsters and beasts roamed the snowy peaks, made strong, fierce, and wild by the unforgiving landscape. So, Leon took them through the pass, both for safety and nostalgia. They emerged on the other side as the sun started to peek over the mountains on the other side of Leon's home vale. Almost as soon as it did, Leon breathed in and, for the first time in almost 2 decades, he smelled home again. The bright, vibrant colors of his childhood home, the sheer diversity of plants adding their aromas to the vale, it all brought him back to a simpler time, and he couldn't help but stop at the mouth of the pass, looking out over the sea of green and pale blue leaves, interspersed here and there by pockets of colored grass and flowers of every shade and hue. "This is the forest of black and white," Anzu whispered, having transformed back into human form as Leon stopped. "Yes," Leon whispered, quiet joy practically dripping from his tone. "It's a bad name for such a colorful place," Anzu quipped. "It was named for the trees," Leon indicated, smiling as he went through the same explanation he'd had to make the previous time he'd brought others to his childhood home. "Though, I think there was a certain degree of irony in the name, too." Anzu slowly nodded, and stood there, taking in the sights and sounds just as Leon was. "There is great strength here," Anzu whispered. "And more of my kind. Griffins roost in the mountains of the northwest," Leon said. "I found you in the border mountains to the south of here, remember? You might be picking up on traces of blood relatives if you're sensing your own kind." Anzu scowled. "They ceased to be relatives the moment they abandoned me," he growled. Leon lightly frowned. Anzu had never indicated any kind of resentment for his mother or father, so Leon hadn't thought it much of an issue, though he'd obviously never spoken before reaching the 8th tier. From his tone, Leon could tell that Anzu had strong negative feelings on the matter. A few comforting words bounced around Leon's head, but none of them felt genuine enough for him. So, after a moment of awkward silence, Leon laid a hand on Anzu's shoulder and simply stated, "You're my brother, now." Anzu's lips turned upward, into a bitter smile. "I could ask for no better family," he said. "I mean, it's me, so you probably could," Leon frankly replied. "Never," Anzu replied. Leon had to fight now to smile like a child promised his favorite candy, and the two descended back into silence. "All right," Leon said as he reimposed a more stoic demeanor, the purpose of their quest northward coming back to the fore. "Let's get going, why don't we? Before we smother ourselves in honeyed affection. I could use a little honey, though," Anzu murmured. "Pork, lightly salted, dipped in warm honey, or some spiced bear." All right, come on," Leon said, pulling his brother by choice down from the mountain pass and into the forest of black and white. "We can grab some black iron bear before we leave, at least." Together, they strode into the forest, Leon lost in nostalgia while Anzu was lost in wonder. The further they moved, the more Leon wanted to spend more and more time there, from visiting his childhood home, to spending a night in the hardwood grove and checking out the waterfall where Maya's aunt lived. However, Leon forced himself to clamp down hard on those desires, recognizing that if he started thinking that way, he might never leave. He loved the forest of black and white, and now that he was 9th tier, he felt none of the terror that had forced him out when he was 16. He struggled with the ice wraiths found deeper in the forest, but now, he didn't think they'd be any threat at all. Soon enough, they reached the divine scar, the massive rift carved into the western reaches of the forest of black and white. Being able to see the entirety of it with his magic senses, Leon was clearly able to see how it had been formed from something falling in a southerly direction. The iron needle, no doubt, for the ravine grew both wider and deeper the further south it stretched. At the northern end, it was already fairly wide and deep, but at its southernmost point, Leon, even now, couldn't see or sense the bottom. It was just a gaping black maw, opened by the impact of something powerful a spectacularly long time ago. Standing at the ravine's edge, Leon stared down into the darkness below. There wasn't an easy way down for someone climbing, but that was hardly an issue for someone like him, who could fly. However, there was a power down there that he could just barely sense, a charge that almost felt like tingles running along his scalp and lifting his hairs one by one. "My needle's down there," the Thunderbird whispered from Leon's soul realm. "There can be no mistaking it. I carried it within my sword for far too long to be wrong. My needle is waiting for you, Leon." Leon began to respond, but he cut himself off. It was easy enough to explain the distant electrical power he could feel was the Iron Needle, a universe fragment that the Thunderbird had told him was essentially the master of all lightning. But he could sense other powers down in the ravine, too, powers that he couldn't quite identify. They were simply too far away, too drowned out by the power of the needle, or both. Finishing his thought, Leon responded to his ancestor, "I don't think it's going to be that easy." "Of course it won't," the Thunderbird scoffed. "Life is never that simple, and power attracts power. My needle has been down there for thousands of years, by the looks of it, and that's plenty of time for other things attracted by the power it holds to take up residence in the crater it left behind." Leon clicked his tongue in displeasure. Given the kind of creatures that live in this forest, that's not encouraging. "Worried about ice demons?" the Thunderbird asked. "Wraiths, banshees, and more besides. Who knows what kind of ancient monsters lived in this forest before them? What could still be down there? Don't get too lost in speculating, boy. This is still the plane of a grave warden. It's ruled by an incredibly powerful human who wouldn't let a powerful monster loose into his playground. Not to mention this plane is located almost right next to the Nexus, the center of human power in the universe. If there are monsters down there, none of them would be post-apotheosis. A monster doesn't need to have achieved apotheosis in order to threaten me. No, but the list of monsters that can is small. And down there, in a place inundated with lightning magic, you'll hold the advantage." Leon's frown grew deeper, but he couldn't counter the Thunderbird's claims. He could barely sense what was down in the ravine, or even further into the earth if the Iron Needle hadn't stopped at the southern edge, which Leon suspected. If he had to guess, he'd say that the Iron Needle bit the earth, creating the ravine he now stood above, and continued downward, boring deep into the earth. But Leon cut those thoughts off. He could only make so many conjectures with what he could sense, he had to start confirming them eventually. So, he straightened up and glanced at Anzu. "Anzu," he whispered seriously. Anzu looked at him, his blood-red eyes meeting Leon's gold, and Leon saw both disappointment and understanding there. "I'm staying here, aren't I?" he asked. "I think that's for the best." "Yes," Leon answered. "I would love nothing more than for you to follow me down there, but," he glanced back down into the ravine. "Well, that's a lie. I'd rather you stay out of this place. I'm starting to think that I'd rather I stayed out of this place, too. But the needle's down there, so down there is where I'm going. And in order to claim the needle, you have to impress it." "Yes, I will venture down there alone." Anzu grimaced, then locked eyes with Leon again. "I'll wait for you here." Leon nodded. "Don't wait longer than a week. A whole week. I'm being generous. Hopefully, this won't even take a day, and I don't want to be left behind." It was Anzu's turn to clap Leon on the shoulder. "I'll be here, waiting for you," he promised. Leon smiled at his griffin, took a few more moments to steady himself, study the ravine, and take a few deep breaths. Then, he did away with his hesitation and leapt forward, plunging almost immediately downward. The ravine was relatively shallow at the northern end, so Leon reached the bottom quickly. He could see it from the top, so he found nothing unusual yet. But he glanced back up to where Anzu was watching and waved before picking his way around the broken rocks at the bottom of the ravine, following the path south carved by the Iron Needle as it fell from the sky. Who knew how long ago? The ground was broken, but Leon didn't once consider lifting off into the air. He couldn't place why, but even here, where he could still see the sky, Leon felt like something was watching him. He felt like if he took off and tried to fly down into the deeper ends of the ravine, he'd only be making himself a target for the things that lived in this pit. So he kept going, his feet never leaving the ground for long. The ravine grew darker the deeper he went, despite the sky growing brighter as the sun climbed higher in the sky. It started becoming a little clearer to Leon that there was more at play here than just the Iron Needle as the ravine walls started to take on a glossy black look that hadn't been apparent from further up, a clear sign of some kind of darkness magic. And then, like he'd tripped a wire or stepped on a pressure plate, a torrent of darkness magic seemed to explode from ahead of him, rushing northward through the ravine. Leon barely had time to summon his mental defenses and flood his body with the Thunderbird's lightning before it was on him, enveloping his body in an ocean of inky black darkness and blotting out the bright, sunny sky above. Almost at the same time, the air was pierced by the shrieking of banshees, and Leon, his magic senses not dampened much by the darkness magic, could feel them flying toward him, 8 in number, and each one possessed of around 4th or 5th tier strength. Even with his power, the shrieking of the skeletal creatures surrounding by clouds of darkness almost pierced his eardrums, and he felt the magic in his body painfully resonate. The pain was hardly debilitating, and he responded a second later by extending his right hand and releasing his lightning. 8 lightning bolts erupted from his fingers, so bright that the darkness surrounding Leon was pushed back, the accompanying thunder so loud that the walls of the ravine shook, striking the banshees and killing them almost instantly. Leon didn't hold back, and the darkness surrounding the creatures was torn apart, the corpse-like, childish bodies within rent asunder by Leon's power. In but a moment, the banshees were destroyed. In but another moment, the darkness that the ravine had been plunged into receded, letting the sun's rays shine once more into the depths of the cloven rift. Leon took only a second to catch his breath, steady himself, and armor up before he proceeded onward. This time, however, he conjured into his left gauntlet's enchantment slot his anti-darkness gem. He also checked his armor's anti-darkness wards once more as he picked his way around the smaller cracks and jagged pillars of the ravine floor. "I sense a significant demonic presence within," Zaffin muttered. "Ice demons, ice wraiths?" Leon asked. "Yes," was the crackling response. "Strong, yes. Wonderful," Leon sarcastically thought to himself as he continued onward and downward, unabated. Soon enough, the ravine started growing deep enough that even the sky above could hardly be seen, and Leon knew that he was straying into the section that couldn't be seen from above, either. He slowed down slightly, but he could still see and sense his surroundings well enough that he wasn't any more or less concerned. Strangely, the ground and walls started to become less jagged and destroyed, like rocks eroding in a river, smoothing out the further Leon pushed. And then he reached it. The end of the ravine, but not his path. He'd moved for miles, walked at a brisk pace for several hours, and finally came to the wide southern tip of the ravine. Just as he'd suspected, the iron needle wasn't before him, but instead had bored much, much deeper into the earth, if what he could sense with his magic senses was at all accurate. There was power further down, in the massive cave it had carved on its way down, blocking his magic senses in a manner completely unlike more common wards. Instead of scattering his magic senses, it was instead like he was being blinded. There was so much power down there, so much magic in the air, that he simply couldn't see past it. It was like a light shining into his eye, the halo blotting everything else out. He could feel the lightning magic clearer now, though he could feel everything else, too. A chill in the air, causing his breath to hang, visible, in front of his mouth. The soft, unsettling darkness that blanketed the walls, giving them their glossy texture. The sense of eyes upon him, and hands waiting to claw at his vulnerable human body. Leon shivered slightly, but with hardly a pause, he plunged deeper into the earth. He was set on getting that iron needle, and a few banshees or wraiths or whatever else lived in the needle's wake wasn't going to stop him. Chapter 812. The Iron Needle. To the abyssal pit that Leon found himself in was deep, so deep that he wondered how it compared to those he'd delved into in the Serpentine Isles. The Serpent Temple was deep and magically advanced, but the graveyard of the primal gods that Leon had discovered was even more so. From what little Leon could sense, this pit that the Iron Needle had cloven into the earth was tremendously deep. However, there were complications to that estimate. For one, the walls were coated in darkness magic, interfering with what he could and couldn't sense. Deeper in, he was sensing grass, sky, wind, light, and life, but none of that could be true, at least, not as he was sensing it. Instead, it seemed clear that after about a quarter mile, the darkness magic grew too thick for him to reliably penetrate with his magic senses, leading to intense illusions. At least, that was his working theory, as otherwise what he could sense indicated a whole new world with its own ecosystem down below the surface of the plane, where it shouldn't naturally exist. Another complication to his estimate was that even from what he could sense with any accuracy, caves and branches were splitting off from the main impact path, some shallow, but others deep. Some seemed newly cut, while others were worn down with use or otherwise collapsed. There are more than just a few banshees down here, it seems, Leon thought as he conjured his family's blade. He was already armored following the initial banshee attack, but now the Thunderbird's lightning coursed through his body, while he brandished the Thunderbird's weapon, ready for whatever might challenge him in his quest for the Iron Needle. He didn't have to wait long for something else to make their challenge known. Another group of banshees, hovering in the air, their heads turned upward in a silent scream, suddenly turned and shot towards him at great speed. Were it 22 years ago and Leon still 16, such would have been one of the most terrifying sights he could have imagined. However, he was now 38 in 9th tier, and a group of 4th and 5th tier banshees, while stronger than what could be found on the surface, were no trouble. Leon swung his sword in a horizontal slice and let loose with a wave of lightning. His lightning, casting the black, darkness-covered walls in silver and blue, washed across the floor of the rift, practically reaching up to the ceiling, leaving deep burns on the stone floor as it went. It hit the flying banshees and tore their cloaks of darkness from their bodies and obliterated what was beneath. The banshees floated to the ground, now little more than clouds of ash and a few fragments of bone. Leon savored his victory for only a moment before moving on. He moved at a fairly slow, but cautious pace, as he couldn't quite tell what might be waiting for him further in, but he was comforted by the Thunderbird's presence. She was there, watching his progress from his soul realm. However, she was silent, and he figured she would stay that way until he had the iron needle in his hand. With Zaffin taken by his healing meditations, Leon was on his own. Just as it should be for something like this, about 1,000 feet into the rift past the ravine, smaller additional caves started appearing on the walls. From what Leon could tell, and he was by no means an expert on the subject, the caves were natural. They weren't smoothly cut into the stone and meandered with a degree of naturalism that he didn't think any sapient being would emulate. He didn't bother with these first few branching caves. He couldn't sense anything in them, and he was too close for the darkness magic on the walls to obscure much. With his focus on the iron needle, he kept moving forward. Unfortunately, through the pitch-black gloom, he was suddenly confronted with a massive cave-in, barring further progress. It appeared to his magic senses about another 1,000 feet down, appearing through the gloom of the dark shroud cast over the caves like it was appearing from mist. Leon paused and, after studying the cave-in from a distance, backtracked a little bit. Sure enough, only a few steps back were all that was needed to cause the cave-in to disappear once again, creating an illusion of a perfectly cloven shaft leading straight down into the earth, where Leon could sense the charge of lightning that filled the air emanating from. With a frown, Leon advanced once more, until he could see the cave-in with his own eyes through the darkness. He inspected the cave-in as much as he could, but as far as he could tell, there were no ways around it without deviating from his path. But once that realization dawned on him, he noticed a small cave to his right, one that looked more deliberate than the others he'd seen. It cut into the stone and made an immediate 90-degree left turn, appearing to bypass the cave-in. Unfortunately, Leon's magic senses hit a shroud about halfway down this tunnel and sent back images of green fields and warm sunlight. Leon scowled, but he saw no other immediate options than trying to dig, and he could sense no threats. So, he stuck his head into the mouth of the tunnel and glanced further down. The tunnel was straight and narrow, but not so much that Leon couldn't fit if need be. However, there was a shimmering shroud of darkness partway down, similar, though not identical to the teleportation shrouds in the underground temple on the third of the Serpentine Isles. From what Leon could sense, there was darkness and lightning magic within it, but no light, ruling out spatial magic. Not a portal. Then, Leon advanced down the tunnel, stopping about a dozen paces from the shroud. He couldn't sense what was creating it, but he wasn't going to take any chances. He retrieved a sheet of spell paper from his soul realm that had been inscribed with the ancient rune for open, and held it in front of him. He breathed deeply, clearing his mind of all distractions, running a few bolts of silver-blue lightning through his mind just for good measure, and then concentrated on the definition of open that he wanted. Ancient runes were imprecise things, responding to will and intent. There were bespoke runes for anything and everything, any effect imaginable, but they quickly grew so complex that they were impossible to guess and transcribe. That was why, Nestor had taught Leon, it was better to memorize a few more, basic, ancient runes. After all, Nestor had argued, why memorize the runes for open lock, and open door, and open barrier, when he could just memorize open instead? The more open concept meant that the rune needed more willpower and concentration to be effective, vastly increasing its chances of failure, but it was easier than trying to figure out the runes that had narrower and narrower scope. An open lock rune might be better at opening locks, after all, but that was another rune that Leon would need to memorize. So, Leon filled his mind with visions of the shroud in front of him parting like curtains, allowing him access to the path beyond. He chanted, open, in his mind again and again, filling his head with what he wanted the rune to do. Once he felt like he was ready, he channeled magic power into the sheet of spell paper, activating the rune. The rune began glowing with arcane light, and Leon felt his magic begin to turn along the lines of the rune. His magic reached out almost of its own accord, touching the shroud, and just as Leon had seen it in his mind, the shroud parted, pulled to the side as if by invisible ropes and stagehands. With a smile, Leon strode forward, his rune still brandished, and passed the shroud unharmed. As soon as he was past, however, the shroud snapped back into place like it had never opened. But Leon was through, and he found himself in an almost identical tunnel that he'd just come from, just leading to the other side of the cave, and he hoped. That hope was forgotten completely as a wave of killing intent flooded the tunnel. It wasn't even close to the most intense Leon had ever felt, but he still felt a shiver run down his spine. He brushed aside that momentary primordial fear and advanced, and when he reached the end of the tunnel, he found that his hopes were correct, and it led to the other side of the cave-in. What he hadn't expected to find was that that side of the rift was densely populated. Enormous pillars of ice stretched from the floor of the rift to the ceiling, a distance of some 4 stories. At first glance, they seemed to be acting as supports, holding up the weakened ceiling. They were certainly doing that as far as Leon could tell, but there was an enormous amount of water magic flowing through them, and he could see beneath the frozen white surface blue lines that resembled some kind of circulatory system. He counted more than a dozen of these huge ice pillars just in the vicinity of the side tunnel alone, and from the wide base of each of these pillars, ice wraiths were stepping out into the rift. No openings were letting them out, they were simply walking out of the pillars like a human might through an open door. The pillars, Leon figured, weren't hollow, but the ice wraiths could live inside them anyway, merging their icy forms with the pillars themselves. Leon counted more than 3 dozen ice wraiths, all emitting vast rivers of killing intent directed at him, their 7th tier auras towering. His eagerness immediately took a slight hit. He was 9th tier and strong, but he was deep underground now, and 36 7th tier beings were still a threat. So, Leon immediately made to reduce that threat. Lightning danced across his body as he lunged forward, the strength in his movement carrying him clear across the rift to the first of the ice pillars, from which 4 ice wraiths had come. He swung his blade and struck the first ice wraith, not giving it enough time to even raise an arm in its defense. With an explosion of lightning and thunder, the ice wraith practically vaporized on the spot, while the other 3 at its side were shattered, their remains scattering across the rift with the force of Leon's magic. The pillar, too, suffered greatly, Leon's lightning blasting a chunk off its base and cracking much of what was left. A few errant stones fell from the ceiling, shaken loose by Leon's uncontained strike, and he glanced back at the cave-in. These seemed like ice wraith houses, or some equivalent at least, but if they were holding up a weakened ceiling, Leon immediately resolved to have more care in his attacks, but as the ice wraiths started moving against him, he knew that he couldn't simply stop at this point. With thunder and lightning that he took greater care to contain, Leon blazed around and through the ice wraiths, his sword turning their icy bodies into snow with each swing. The ice wraiths countered with great blasts of ice, attempting to catch him or hinder his movements. However, his power was great enough that they couldn't stop his rampage. Soon enough, he stood nearly victorious, with only 3 ice wraiths remaining. Not a hint of fear could be seen within them, nor had their killing intent wavered. The ice pillars had taken a little more damage, but all were reasonably intact, ensuring the ceiling wasn't going to come crumbling down around Leon's ears. However, the ice wraiths weren't finished, and as Leon made to fix that particular problem, another made itself known. Deeper in the rift, from the extensive cave system that it seemed to intersect with, darkness had gathered throughout the short fight. As Leon was about to finish the skirmish, that darkness practically exploded outward, accompanied by the wailing of hundreds of banshees. Leon, given his history, knew that something like this was going to come at some point, and wasn't caught off guard. That being said, his magic still became a little more turbulent and harder to control, so as he struck one of the last ice wraiths around him, an arc of lightning whipped upward and shattered one of the pillars. Leon swore and leapt back as a large quantity of stone came crashing down, though fortunately, the ceiling as a whole remained intact. It took only a moment for Leon to get his power back under control, and in the next moment, he hurled a pair of lightning bolts so bright that Leon almost blinded himself. Both of the remaining ice wraiths were annihilated by these bolts, and Leon was able to turn his complete attention to the oncoming horde of banshees now bearing down upon him. Without hesitation, he pointed the tip of his blade down the rift at the banshees closest to him and released a storm that he'd been gathering within himself. Lightning surged out of his blade in a great wave, filling the rift, yet remaining entirely within Leon's control. From the depths of this storm of silver-blue lightning, a shape emerged. This shape was a near copy of the Thunderbird, though rendered entirely in curling. Silver-blue lightning in barely more than half the Thunderbird's size. This lightning bird that Leon summoned raced down the rift ahead of Leon's lightning wave, power streaming off its shape. It was a lightning bolt in the shape of the Thunderbird, acting as autonomously as one of Maya's water dragons, though it wasn't so detailed as to have feathers or eyes. Still, as the lightning bird crashed into the oncoming tidal wave of banshees, the dark beings seemed to disintegrate as they came too close. Leon's power streaming behind the lightning bird caused Leon's lightning to flash across any banshees the lightning bird missed, destroying them, too. And then even further back, the rest of Leon's lightning wave came rolling in, cleaning up those paltry few who even survived that. With one great expression of power, Leon rendered the entire oncoming horde of banshees into dust, ash, and faint wisps of darkness magic dissipating in the rift. As silence once more descended upon the rift, the last echoes of the banshees, shrieks and Leon's thunder dying down, Leon took a moment to catch his breath and savor what he'd just done. If he could have known 22 years ago that he'd be able to do what he just did in only a little over 2 decades, he would have been shocked beyond words. And, for a second, Leon thought of Artorias. He couldn't remember his father struggling too hard against ice wraiths, but then again, they never encountered them in great numbers while he was growing up, at least until Roland's journey to find Heartwood Amber. And then, Artorias hadn't been able to keep every ice wraith off their group without a little help from the knights. That those very same creatures were so easily killed was something that Leon was having some trouble wrapping his head around. 36 of the creatures, and more banshees than he cared to count, all gone in barely more than 5 minutes. There'll be time enough for this later, Leon admonished himself as he pushed forward, the iron needle closer now than ever. He faced no further challenge as he advanced, though he passed by several more enormous ice pillars holding up the ceiling. Though he sensed power flowing through them, he didn't dare do them significant damage for fear of bringing the vast amount of stone above him crashing down. As far as he was concerned, if the ice wraiths were now intimidated enough to remain in their humble abodes, then so be it. However, as he pushed ever downwards, he paused at a curious sight. The darkness covering the walls was growing thinner and the stone around him rougher. He could still sense vast amounts of darkness magic in the rift, but it seemed that whatever power was causing it to coat the walls was weakening. Even further in, he was surprised to find bones. Not many, and certainly not human. What he found were large bones of some creature with longer and thicker limbs than his entire body. While he couldn't say they all came from the same creature, he only saw a single skull in the entire pile, and couldn't help but stare in awe. The skull was enormous, perhaps as large as the Thunderbird's entire body. Its face was relatively small, however, located on the bottom portion of the skull. The creature's massive forehead was dominated by a roughly triangular plate of shell or harder bone or something that Leon wished Anna were here to identify, while to the sides of the dead monster's face were 2 pairs of long, curved tusks of gleaming ivory. Though the skull appeared to be old as far as Leon could tell, the tusks were still deadly sharp, and the teeth within the monster's maw were as well. A native, Leon wondered as a few more doubts started to creep into his mind. It wasn't too surprising that there were more than ice wraiths and banshees down in the rift, but something so large, Leon frowned and hoped that he wouldn't have to encounter anything quite like it deeper in. However, as he walked past the skull and pushed even further into the rift, the large open tunnel before him suddenly melted away, revealing something he hadn't even realized was hidden until he'd passed the illusion concealing it. And he found himself confronted by a massive wall of carved stone blocking further progress down the rift. Upon the wall were reliefs of dozens of different monsters, though in the center, dominating the entire facade, was one that looked remarkably like the skull Leon had passed by only a few minutes before. An enormous amount of magic was flowing through the wall, and Leon saw no obvious doors nor an intuitive way to get the wall out of his way. Damn it, Leon whispered as he quickly started evaluating ways to get past it. He supposed he could try to blast his way through, but the brute force method didn't appeal to him as a first resort. He wasn't sure how much that might destabilize the tunnel around him, nor did he know quite how the magic flowing through it would respond. In his mind, attempting such a course would be a terrible idea. But even with a longer, more in-depth inspection of the wall, he couldn't see any way to get it to move out of his way. There were, however, more caves behind him and to the sides of the wall, many of which the banshees had come from. With a grimace, Leon realized that if he wanted to get past this wall, he was likely going to have to brave this tunnel system, and whatever monsters called it home if he wanted to get past this wall and find the iron needle. But the fact that there was a wall here at all concerned him, indicating some potential sapient resistance to his progress, ice wraiths aside. And as he thought about that, he stared at the monster so prominently displayed on the wall, then at the skull in the tunnel behind him, and for the first time since entering the rift, began to feel a twinge of dread settling into the pit of his stomach. Chapter 813. The Iron Needle 2 days after entering the caves beneath the Divine Scar, Leon found himself confounded by two big problems. The first was the caves were extensive. Miles upon miles of stone tunnels, nearly all natural as far as he could tell, spider webbing deeper and deeper into the plain. His second problem exacerbated the problems of the first. His magic senses were almost useless for navigation. Illusions riddled the tunnels, fooling his magic senses and trying to turn him around. It often wasn't until he got fairly close to the illusion that he was able to see it for what it was, meaning that his magic senses had been essentially relegated to a more personal range rather than being able to easily map out the underground. After all, if he couldn't trust what his magic senses were telling him, then what use were they? Leon was frustrated, but he clamped down on that with patience. After the first day of wandering the tunnels as systematically as he could, he returned to the surface to speak with Anzu. He'd told his griffin to wait a week, but Leon honestly hadn't been expecting it to take that long. After that one day, though, Leon started worrying that it might take longer than that, and thus needed to link up with Anzu to hash out a new plan. They settled on Anzu staying at the top of the Divine Scar for a month, and if Leon needed longer than that, the griffin would return to the Brown Bears for another month. If Leon still hadn't shown himself by the end of that, Anzu would return home. They both had calm lotuses from Tico's, of course with some gear made by Leon's researchers to enhance the flower's capabilities, but Leon had already tested his and found that it didn't work that well so far beneath the ground, or because of the illusions, or the aura of the Iron Needle, or 100 other reasons he was able to think of off the top of his head. He wasn't sure which one was the problem, only that his calm lotus, even with the improvements made to its capability, wasn't working well enough to stay in contact with anyone once back down in the tunnels. But back down into the tunnels he went anyway once he and Anzu were on the same page. He wasn't ending his expedition just because it was a little frustrating to do so would only prove that he was unworthy of wielding the Iron Needle, and with the Thunderbird herself watching his every move, even with her apparent refusal to make so much as a single solitary chirp, he wasn't going to even entertain the idea of backing down. So, 2 days after first venturing down into the rift, Leon found himself still without any idea of where he should be going. He wasn't entirely lost thanks to a plethora of markings he'd left on the rough walls of the caves as he went, but there were so many tunnels to explore that it was hard to stay oriented regardless. On the plus side, he hadn't encountered any more banshees or ice wraiths, though that wasn't to say his time beneath the earth had been all that peaceful. Every few hours, he'd encounter a larger tunnel or cavern, some even coming close to rivaling the gigantic cavern that housed the graveyard of the primal gods beneath the Serpentine Isles in size, and rarely were these larger areas uninhabited. Huge serpents, their eyes milky white, venom dripping from their exposed fangs and burning holes in the floor. Great black spiders big enough to tear apart a carriage with their chelicerae alone. Even a few troops of apes, their tough bodies covered in strange blue fur, but only tall enough to brush against Leon's hip when standing fully erect. Strangely, Leon found the apes to be the most problematic to deal with, given their relative strength. Most of the apes were 6th and 7th tier and strong cooperation between themselves. However, his proudest kill down in the caverns was a male lion, about the same size as the snow lion he'd killed to awaken his bloodline, but ash-colored and strong in earth magic. The lion seemed to be blind, but he kept an eye on Leon anyway, and with the equivalent of 8th tier power, Leon actually had to work a little to kill him. So, as Leon trawled the caves, he also made silent plans to give Elise the lion's hide to have tailored into something or somethings. Its fur had been the softest Leon had ever felt, and he'd had some trouble even skinning the beast, it was so tough. But above all, Leon was thankful for what he hadn't yet encountered rather than for the weakness of the creatures he had. Any living example of the creature whose skeleton he'd seen earlier, which even now still decorated the cave entrance, and which had been carved into the wall blocking further passage down the Iron Needle's path. He hadn't seen any further signs of artificial structures, either, which he wasn't sure was a good or bad sign. It wasn't until the end of the second day, however, that things started to get more interesting than engaging in mindless violence against creatures as sapient as the average tree stump. He'd been trying to figure out some way to navigate back to the path that the iron needle cut into the rock but on the other side of the carved wall, and experimenting with the slight charge that he could feel in the air. There were variances in it, the charge of buried lightning drawing him onward into the tunnels. Unfortunately, simply following the strength of the static-like charge like a game of hot and cold which he felt could only be coming from the iron needle led him to several dead ends. It was with disappointment in his heart from yet another dead end that he set off on a new path and was immediately confronted with a cavern on the other side of an illusion. The cavern had been blasted to pieces by powerful magic, shattered stone covering the floor, wide cracks swallowing vast piles of rubble, dust falling from rents in the cavern ceiling, and slight traces of earth and wind magic still in the air. Most of all, however, was a huge bloodstain nearly covering the far side of the cavern. The bloodstain was faint and fairly old, nearly a week, by Leon's estimation, and had been nearly covered by falling dust. However, whatever had made the bloodstain had been dragged down one tunnel, leaving a trail that Leon found easy enough to follow. The bloodstain didn't travel far before disappearing, the corpse it came from likely having been picked up or brought into a soul realm, Leon figured, but fortunately, the tunnel it was taken into didn't fork too many times. When it did, Leon found it easy enough to examine tracks and continue following a trail that had started at the beginning of the bloodstain. The track was made by some quadrupedal creature with large claws, if the scratches in the rocky floor were any indication. By the length of its gait, Leon thought that it was not only about twice as large as Anzu in his griffin form, but had also been moving at a fairly decent clip. Possibly feline, Leon had speculated. Wind magic, too, if this slight magical residue in the air came from it and not what it killed. Wind magic seems strange to have in a cave, but a large predator has other methods to secure prey than just magic. Might be fun to fight, though. Maybe social animal if it's bringing food back. Possibly sapient, too, might as well check it out. Not like I've found anything else worth investigating. Leon's speculations didn't cease until he turned a corner and passed through yet another illusion. What was causing these things he couldn't be sure. The walls were no longer covered in darkness and he couldn't detect any signs of modern runecraft, at any rate. Given his lack of expertise with darkness magic in general and illusion magic in particular, Leon couldn't make any more concrete assertions about the illusions. However, when he passed through that illusory barrier and saw what was on the other side, such thoughts were far from his mind. He saw trees with wide, red leaves shining like stars. Glowing blue flowers illuminated much of the dirt floor in the immense cavern beyond. He smelled grass and flowers, bringing some comfort, but this underground forest was terribly uncanny, and not just because it was somehow growing thousands of feet beneath the surface of the plain. Rather, there were no birds, no buzzing of insects, no wind blowing through the leaves. The ceiling of this immense dome-shaped cavern, at least 20 stories high at its lowest point, was dotted with glowing crystals, making the dark ceiling look like the night sky. In fact, as Leon stared at it, he realized that it was an exact copy of the night sky. He identified not only the closest 11 stars, those that revolved around the other planes of the divine graveyard planar cluster that Eterna was a part of, but also noted the bright white crystal in the very center of the dome ceiling was without a doubt the nexus. With a deep breath, Leon forced his attention back to the problem at hand instead of staring in wonder at what he was now seeing. As he did, he took special note of the magic in the cavern and identified a prominent current, something that felt fairly familiar. He'd used something quite like it in the graveyard beneath the Serpentine Isles and had seen the 9th-tier tree sprite do likewise. When it was manipulating the enchantments in its canopy, there were ancient runes at play in the cavern, likely keeping the ceiling from collapsing, given Leon estimated that the massive frozen mountains lay directly above, and he presumed also ensuring the forest didn't die off from lack of sunlight. Leon quickly got his head back in the game. Thankfully, now that the cavern had somehow turned into a forest, Leon found that tracking the thing that had made the bloodstain was much easier. The loamy earth beneath his feet was soft and left tracks easily, which the creature he was following hadn't bothered to hide. Given how it had seemed to crash through the underbrush, Leon could plainly see its lack of caution, and thus, its lack of fear. He forced himself to remain on guard as he followed the trail through the dark forest, over hills, and even a stream at one point. At another point, he encountered half a dozen banshees, practically rising from the ground as he proceeded. They numbered half a dozen, but a single bolt of lightning was enough to destroy the entire lot. Leon hardly even slowed down, let alone stopped. What succeeded where the banshees failed was reaching the end of the trail. Leon walked out into a clearing and, for the first time since leaving the carved wall, found something that looked built by sapient hands. Or claws, or whatever, Leon thought, not having much confidence in there being any human civilization down so far beneath the frozen mountains. In the center of the clearing was a ring of 7 stone monoliths, each one about 4 stories tall. Upon them were carved various animalistic figures of all shapes. Notably absent from any of the monoliths was any identifiable script or magical runes. In the center of the ring of stones was what seemed to be some kind of table or altar, circular and rising to about waist height for Leon. It was large enough to fit a large elephant with room to spare, and given that it was stained reddish-brown by what Leon recognized as long-dried blood, it had seen many creatures laid upon it. Leon frowned as he took it all in, his eyes drifting toward the largest of the monoliths. It was simpler than the others, though for a reason that had Leon more curious about it than the others. It depicted only a single creature, the same tusked monstrosity that had been carved upon the wall near the entrance, the same kind of creature whose skull tracked all newcomers to the cave system. This creature had been carved so that its eyes glared down at the table as if to evaluate a sacrifice, though that could just be me making assumptions, Leon thought. For a moment, red eyes and golden hair flashed through his mind, and he wondered what that adventurous princess would make of this place. He found little else within the clearing and began to explore the rest of the cavern, using any large tracks he could find to guide his path. Unfortunately, with the disappearance of the tracks of the large cat creature he'd followed before, he found little else within it, other than signs that it was inhabited by fairly weak creatures and a few more large passageways that he could explore. These tunnels were particularly large, however, too so much that they seemed almost like further extensions of the cavern rather than tunnels unto themselves, save that the ceiling dropped to only about 50 feet high within them rather than more than 200. Leon was rather disheartened by this. 2 days had been frustrating enough past wandering around these tunnels, and while he'd given the place a cursory exploration, he felt like he could spend at least a month checking every one of the underground forest's hidden nooks and crannies, let alone beginning on the new tunnels, forested and not, that he'd found. Time for a change, Leon decided as he stared back in the direction of the stone circle. I am not going to spend months down here, he vowed to himself. Upon returning to the monolithic stone circle, he started looking the place over in greater detail. He didn't find anything particularly new, but he did sense a strange conflux of magic in the air around the bloodstained table. There were no identifiable enchantments, but as magic flowed through the cavern and around the clearing, it seemed to slow down above the table, swirl around a bit, and then flow back outwards into the currents already running through the underground forest. The more Leon stared at this strange phenomenon, the more he was convinced it was the work of some kind of ancient rune. For what purpose, he couldn't say definitively, but he could hazard a guess. The table was heavily bloodstained, that much was plain to see for anything with the power of sight. And smell, Leon noted with some displeasure. Given how sacrificial it seemed, Leon made the logical jump to the obvious. This was a place of sacrifice, probably to whatever tusked creature was so prominently represented upon the largest monolith. This created some concerns for Leon. Firstly, it meant that to argue against the presence of sapient creatures down in the forest seemed a terrible idea. While the monoliths were old and worn smooth where they hadn't been carved, the sacrificial circle had been used for that apparent purpose as recently as a week or so prior. Secondly, it possibly or probably, in Leon's mind meant that the gargantuan skull back at the entrance of the rift was likely not the creature depicted on the wall in the monolith, but rather just one of that creature's species. There were undoubtedly more he'd have to contend with. Given the ritualistic dominance they had, and the presence of strong monsters down in the tunnels, Leon guessed that they were probably strong enough to pose a threat to him, if not stronger. Not an encouraging thought, but one he couldn't ignore, despite having not a lot of trouble with the locals thus far. Thirdly, he guessed that the magic around the table was doing some work to identify when a sacrifice had been made, or so he hypothesized. And with that hypothesis came a mad idea, one that he liked the more he thought about it. So, after about an hour of wandering around the clearing, he decided to take that risk and began to prepare. If he was going to do what he wanted to do, he might find a way past the wall and closer to the Iron Needle. But it was also a terribly dangerous thing to do, though how dangerous he couldn't say, not without knowing more about what was down in the caverns first. Before he set out, he started setting up wards around the clearing. Nothing particularly fancy, but if he was going to what was on his mind, then he wanted every possible advantage he could bring himself. Fortunately, there was quite a bit of magic in the environment, allowing him a fairly sizable budget for such things. He set up a light shield that he could call upon if needed. It wasn't too strong, but anything was better than nothing. He also set up an illusion to show that everything beyond the sacrificial table was just fine. Then, he took advantage of that fact by placing a large number of explosive spells, both fire and lightning, around the monoliths. He then prepared all of his anti-magic gems, gave his gear one more check, and thusly finished his preparations. He didn't want to go too hard on the potential defenses and make them obvious to whatever might come. With a wave of his hand, Leon conjured the corpses of 5 7th-tier apes from his soul realm and dropped them on the altar without much ceremony. Almost immediately, he felt the magic power flowing above the table flex slightly, and he hurriedly turned himself invisible and retreated to the edge of the clearing. He replaced his family's sword with his new thunderwood bow and tried to clamp down on the excitement that he might finally have a chance to use it in a real combat scenario. He waited for not too long amongst the trees. He didn't sense anything with his magic senses, the forest seeming as dead and silent as it had when he first entered it, so the first indication of the newcomer was when its shadow passed overhead, startling Leon more than he cared to admit. He glanced up at what he just arrived and nearly all of his eagerness for battle disappeared. What he saw above him, flying as if it were swimming through the air, was a massive beast, its head as tall as the thunderbird itself. 2 huge, wickedly sharp tusks jutted out from the sides of its small face, and its head was dominated by a massive triangular plate. The creature was covered in brownish-orange hide, which looked faintly scaled to Leon's eyes. It was clearly a quadruped, with a long, sinuous, lean, muscular body, and a furred, cat-like tail waving about in the air behind of a similar color. Most concerningly of all, however, was that its aura, as far as Leon could tell, matched that of Anastasios and the Grand Druid. This monster was the equivalent of a 10th-tier mage. Chapter 814. The Iron Needle IV. Shit, 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 Leon repeatedly cursed, wondering just in the hells he'd been thinking. The tusked beast above him, the equivalent of 10th tier, twisted about in the air and brought its massive head down closer to the offering of meat that Leon had left upon its altar. Leon heard it sniff a few times, and then the monster pulsed with magic in a manner reminiscent of a human using their magic senses. Leon, still invisible, froze as the magic washed over him. To his immense relief, the monster didn't seem to notice him. The monster opened its strangely small mouth and began to dig into the meat. It still hung in the air like an eel floating in water, seemingly completely at ease with itself in the cavern, showing such a degree of confidence in itself that Leon almost forgot to breathe. It was only a matter of minutes before the monster had devoured Leon's entire offering, and then it finally ascended back into the air. In these few minutes, Leon managed to get his body back under control and dull his panic. As his anxiety fell, the reason why he'd done this returned to his mind, and he steeled himself for what he now had to do. The monster had been depicted on the wall blocking his way to the Iron Needle. That, along with the monoliths and altar, made it clear enough to him that this monster was probably not only the lord and master of at least some of the cave network, but that there were other things or there had been down here capable of revering, if not outright worshipping this creature. Leon supposed he couldn't blame them. 10th tier was only a step away from apotheosis and achieving divine status. The monster began to fly away, its small arms and legs paddling in the air like a swimming dog. Its body movements were languid and relaxed, but it moved with great speed over the underground forest, and Leon moved quickly to follow. He'd summoned the beast with an offering and hoped that following it would lead him to the Iron Needle. Not the best of plans, but it was a plan, and he considered it better than wandering around the cave system for weeks trying to find his way through. The monster cut a relatively small silhouette head-on, and so was able to fly down into one of the larger tunnels attached to the underground forest with ease. Not the one it came from, Leon noted. The beast had originally come from the opposite direction. If he wasn't wrong though, the creature was surprisingly subtle for its power. Its aura, while powerful and overwhelming when Leon stared at it, did not flood the caves and put pressure on him. That made the monster surprisingly stealthy for its size and power. But as soon as that thought crossed Leon's mind, it was almost immediately destroyed as the monster led him past yet another illusory veil and into another massive cavern. Like the last one, this one held an underground forest. In contrast, however, this forest had been completely frozen over, with the dirt hardened by cold and ice covering the dead, leafless trees. Spread throughout the cavern were more than 30 ice pillars of the sort that had housed the ice wraiths back at the rift's entrance. These pillars dwarfed those in size, however. The monster's aura, as it flew into the cavern, practically exploded outwards, staggering Leon with its power. He'd been flying himself to keep up with the monster, and damn near fell to the ground. The pillars, on the other hand, suffered worse. All were damaged by this expression of power, cracks racing across their surfaces. The half-dozen pillars closest to the monster splintered and almost fell apart, only held together by a wave of ice that instantly grew from their bases to cover their surfaces. Leon grimaced slightly at the sight of 8th-tier ice wraiths at the base of the pillars, using their demonic magic to keep the pillars intact. At the same time, a horde of banshees made their presence known with terrible shrieks as they flew out of a pit of darkness covering one of the massive cavern's walls. Several ice wraiths began launching huge ice spikes at the monster Leon was following, but the tusked thing hardly seemed to care as these attacks from 7th-tier equivalent lesser demons broke or bounced right off the tusked creature's scaled hide. It swiped one of its relatively short and stubby claws at the nearest ice pillar, and a wind blade shattered the thing in its entirety, sending a veritable mountain of ice shards falling to the ground. In the same motion, a cyclone began turning around the monster and swept out to envelope the entire horde of banshees. In but a moment, their terrible shrieks were silenced. Leon stared in awe at the almost careless expression of power. The largest concentration of ice wraiths and banshees he'd ever seen, and the creature was completely unfazed. With another swipe of its claws, a second and third pillar were annihilated, and when the tusked beast roared, a shockwave was projected in front of its open, toothy maw. Just about all the ice wraiths on the ground were shattered as completely as their ice pillars. Leon himself was thrown from the sky and hit the frozen ground, his veil of darkness partially dissolving away before his armor's enchantments managed to get it back up. Still, all the air was driven from his lungs and his body was racked with pain. No significant damage was done to him thanks to the strength of his armor, but it was clear enough to him that taking on the tusked beast was not something to take lightly. The tusked beast didn't seem to notice him, thankfully, or if it did, it didn't consider him a threat. Perhaps due to the offering. Leon wondered, though he wasn't keen on testing that particular theory. In any case, with just a few more roars, the cavern was cleared of ice wraiths. The air had been filled with ice and snow, but not so much that Leon lost sight of the tusked beast. So, he took back to the skies and did his best to continue following it. He didn't know where it was going, but at the very least, it was hostile to banshees and ice wraiths, and he fully supported it in its expression of that enmity. However, as the tusked beast continued flying through the caves, gracefully sliding through the air like it was swimming on the surface of a placid lake, they encountered no more wraiths or banshees. They did find a few more powerful creatures, but all hid as soon as the tusked beast made its presence known. For its part, the tusked beast hardly seemed to take note of them, leading Leon to wonder just why it bothered to clear out that cavern of ice wraiths, assuming it wasn't simply because they were stupid enough to get in its way. Perhaps more significantly, they passed through 3 more enormous caverns with underground forests, each one separated by more and more intricate cave systems that Leon did his best to memorize. Thankfully, it was mostly the illusory veils he had to keep track of to know where he was. Along the way, the tusked beast stopped at one more location with a monolithic circle just as decorated as the one Leon had found, and it, too, had been filled with offerings. 3 large bears were piled up like lumber on the altar, while a huge stag, its hide the color of and glowing like moonlight, stood off to the side, its head held high and sharp antlers covered in blood. It radiated the aura of a 7th-tier mage, and if Leon had to guess, had killed and stacked those bears, indicating a not small degree of intelligence. The tusked beast descended upon the bears with the same gusto as it had devoured Leon's offering, the stag watching all the while. Only when the tusked beast was finished did the stag finally move, and when it did, any doubts that Leon had of its intelligence faded away. It lowered itself in an obvious bow as the tusked creature's eyes fell upon it. The stag remained lowered as the tusked beast continued to coldly regard it, but after almost 5 excruciatingly long minutes, the tusked beast finally growled, and a bead of light appeared in the exact center of its massive forehead plate. The bead couldn't have been larger than one of Leon's finger bones, yet it radiated an incredible amount of power, and when it gracefully fell upon the stag, all the power it contained was absorbed. The stag didn't grow such power as to seem to ascend a tier, but it did grow greatly in power, and slightly in stature. Its coat even seemed to shine more brilliantly, and Leon briefly wondered if it still would if he were to hunt it. However, with the creature so clearly having won the tusked beast's benevolence, Leon's wondering was brief and not particularly serious. In fact, he was more upset that he could have possibly gotten a bead of light like that himself if he hadn't hidden from the tusked beast, though he wondered if it would see his power as a threat. Bestowing power upon a 7th-tier stag was one thing, but a 9th-tier human was another. At least, it would be for Leon. Soon enough, the tusked beast continued its journey through the caverns, and Leon followed it. Unfortunately for him, the tusked beast soon came to another wall marked by its carved image, but the tusked beast passed cleanly through the wall like a dolphin into the ocean. Leon's eyes about leapt out of their sockets, the wall having seemed without magic of any kind before then, and bearing no sign that the tusked beast had just passed through it after. Leon was unable to replicate the feat, the wall seeming completely solid and unchanging for him. He momentarily considered trying to blast it down, but once again, his eyes traveled upward to examine the ceiling. His earth magic was still dismal even compared to his water magic, let alone fire or lightning, and the wall had already proven itself to be more than it seemed. While he filed away the brute force attempt for later, for now, he decided to let it be. At the very least, he knew that a good way to get the tusked beast or a tusked beast, if there were more to appear, was to offer something at one of the monolithic shrines. So, Leon landed at the base of the new walls and started his examination. However, he'd barely been in contact with the ground for 5 seconds before a wave of ice appeared at the last fork in this tunnel and came rushing down toward him. With a roar of surprise and anger, Leon leapt into the air, dropped his invisibility. It wouldn't stand against his retaliation, anyway, and called upon his fire. He extended one of his hands, but instead of bright orange flame, the black fire of the great black dragon sprang forth. In but a moment, this fire had grown larger than Leon's body, and in another, large enough to cover a quarter of the tunnel. Leon pushed outward, and his black fire met the oncoming wave of ice, and Leon wasn't surprised to see the ice prove itself lesser. His fire, practically unparalleled in its destructive capabilities, vaporized the ice on contact. He briefly thought he'd made a mistake as the resulting water vapor exploded outward, but it was contained to the other side of his fiery wave and didn't do any notable damage to the tunnel itself, thankfully. As his fire reached the fork where the ice had come from, Leon let it die, revealing a dozen ice wraiths standing there, all looking about as surprised as their nearly featureless faces could express. 8 of them were 7th tier, 3 were 8th tier, and the last Leon was shocked to see was 9th tier. This last one was larger than any wraith Leon had seen until then, standing a full head and shoulders above the 8th tier wraiths at its side, and its cold blue eyes stared back at Leon with clear killing intent. But instead of making another move as Leon expected, the ice wraiths vanished back into the tunnel they'd come from, leaving Leon otherwise in peace. Whether that was due to his power over fire or for some other reason, Leon couldn't say, but he was left wondering if they'd been trying to attack the tusked creature, its wall, or him. He had been invisible, after all, though, with ice wraiths, he had no way to know. For 2 more weeks, Leon ran around the tunnel system, creating a mental map of the place and getting an idea of just where everything was and what inhabited each location. In that time, he came to the hesitant conclusion that whatever had made the stone walls had also made the illusory veils and the monolithic shrines. In the case of the latter, it was clear enough that they'd been made by the same person or people, but after taking some time to examine it all closely, it became much clearer. As far as he could tell, the carved walls, monolithic shrines, and illusory veils were all created with ancient runes, allowing him to salvage a little bit of his pride. His studies into ancient runes with Nestor hadn't gone into such great detail that he could easily understand what was going on with these enchantments, but he knew enough to identify and possibly even control ancient runes when he found them. When it came to controlling them, however, it was much easier said than done. It was easy enough to drop illusory veils, but they never stayed dropped for long. Leon couldn't get rid of them all and rely upon his magic senses fully again. Every time he tried to get rid of one, no matter how quickly he moved, it would always be back in place before he reached a second. His other big problem was the carved walls. He'd discovered 2 more, and based on his internal map of the tunnel system, all 4 of the walls he'd discovered so far led deeper underground than any other tunnel could take him. In these 2 weeks, he'd finally started finding the limits of the tunnel system, with the walls the only obstacles left to his exploration. Or at least, the only passive obstacles. After the encounter with the 9th tier ice wraith, Leon followed the tunnel and its fellows retreated down, eventually finding the largest grouping of ice wraiths he'd ever seen. He'd discovered the largest cavern in the entire tunnel system, the thing practically as large as the entire forest of black and white far above. And the entire thing was infested with ice wraiths, almost 100 of their pillars holding up the ceiling far above. The air between the ground and the ceiling was choked with thousands of banshees, thankfully passive and quiet, with Leon making stealth a high priority. In those numbers, he guessed that even the low-level banshees could cripple his use of magic power for at least a little while, leaving him at the whims of the ice wraiths if he were to attack mindlessly. Fortunately, he didn't think he'd need to attack them, at least, such were his thoughts when he first found them. There were a few more cities of ice wraiths, but none were so large, and all were easily bypassed by other tunnels. So, once his explorations were largely done, Leon focused his attention on the 4 carved walls. He'd made a few low-power magical probes into them, confirming some of his fears that to get past them with force would take enough power to probably collapse the tunnel around him. At the same time, the way through them wasn't immediately clear. In the end, though, Leon managed to detect exceptionally faint traces of magic that only revealed themselves when he took in the entirety of the walls in as great of detail as he could, and even then, the currents of magic weren't so much directly sensed as they were detected by how they affected the ambient magic around him. Leon hazarded a guess that these were the strings that controlled the ancient rune or runes within the carved walls. It would certainly explain the strange magical phenomenon that occurred when he saw the tusked beast pass through it like water. The problem he faced was that each wall had more than 20 magical currents flowing through it, and he hadn't the faintest idea how exactly to pluck these strings to get them to allow him past the walls. In the end, Leon had decided that the best way to figure out how to operate these walls would be to observe from those who already knew. Fortunately, he knew how to summon the tusked beasts, though he wasn't quite as eager to do so now as he was before. In the 2 weeks he'd spent exploring the underground, he'd encountered the tusked beast twice more without trying to, and both times, they'd been collecting an offering at a shrine. The first one rewarded the dark panther-like creature with another bead of light, raising it from a 4th-tier creature to a 5th-tier creature. The second time, however, a 6th-tier griffin had brought a meager offering of only 2 relatively small wolves. The griffin had stood proudly as if boasting of its offering, but the tusked beast, if Leon had to guess, had taken offense. The griffin was destroyed on the spot, obliterated by a single roar of the tusked beast before being subsequently devoured. Suffice it to say that Leon was a little more apprehensive about laying out offerings after witnessing that. However, he realized that it was going to be necessary the more he studied the walls. Everything else he did, from probing the walls with destructive magic, to trying to use his own open rune spells, to trying to randomly pluck a few of the strings of magic, led to absolutely nothing else happening. So, with no other choices readily apparent and not wanting to spend years and years down in the tunnel systems, Leon made up his mind and went hunting for a suitable offering that would summon a tusked beast that he could again follow. Invisibly, carefully, using every hunting trick he knew to not be seen by the creature and destroyed for trespassing on its turf. Chapter 815. The Iron Needle v. It was easy enough to get Tusk back out into the open, Tusk being the name that Leon decided upon for the tusked beast, for at this point, 3 weeks into his expedition into the Iron Needle's cave system, he knew that there was only one of the tusked beasts. He'd summoned it several times with offerings, never once showing himself. His foresight proved itself on the second attempt when Tusk grew suspicious at the lack of creature there to take credit for its offering, and even growled so loudly that the entire cavern shook in with such obvious intent and pattern that Leon knew it was speaking something. He just didn't know the language, for its words certainly weren't anything resembling sounds a human could make, let alone the common tongue. After that, whenever Leon laid out an offering for Tusk, it would speak again, its aura filling with killing intent more and more, though it would always take Leon's offering anyway. It would fill the cavern with its magic senses every time, but Leon's invisibility held. It was through this process that Leon learned it was a singular creature and not a whole family of them. The patterns on its body and the little nicks and scars he could see were proof enough without its voice and similar behavior. Fortunately, Leon's risk-taking wasn't in vain. Tusk never attacked directly without an obvious target, and Leon was able to learn much from watching it pass through the carved walls now that he knew what he was looking for. It was a complex thing to manipulate ancient runes, though, and it had taken 4 attempts for Leon to memorize the strings he needed to pluck, where to pluck them, and how hard. Once that was done, he left for the surface again. The ice wraiths hadn't moved back to secure the entrance, so it was easy enough for him to return and link back up with Anzu. "Brother," Anzu called out as Leon emerged from the underground for the first time in 3 weeks. "Anzu," Leon warmly replied, pulling his griffin into a tight, if brief embrace. "How have things been topside?" "Boring," Anzu complained. "A few ice wraiths have attacked every now and then whenever the sun sets, but I've handled them." "How many have you killed?" Leon asked encouragingly. 20, Anzu exclaimed, retrieving 3 ice wraith cores from his soul realm as proof. Leon's eyes about bugged out of his skull at the sight. His father had killed quite a few ice wraiths himself, but in the years Leon had lived in the forest of black and white, Artorias had never managed to get 3 cores. Since one was enough to power the enchantment that awoke both his bloodlines, he could feel himself almost start to salivate at the sight of 3 of the things. "Well done," Leon praised, and Anzu stood up straighter and seemed to preen with Leon's compliment. "Be careful, though, there have been some stronger ice wraiths than I've ever seen before down below. If they make their way to the surface, don't think too hard if you have to run." "I can take them," Anzu declared. Leon sighed. "Just use your best judgment, Anzu. Please." Anzu deflated slightly but nodded along. "So, other than a few ice wraiths, any other excitement?" "Nothing to speak of," Anzu reported. "Went hunting a few times. Filled up on bear. Is it time to leave yet?" "Not yet," Leon said as he clapped Anzu on the shoulder. "Still need this damn needle. I think I've finally started to make some progress on that front, but it's going to require something that, well, I would like to hear from back home before going further." "Have they been in contact at all?" "A few times," Anzu stated, and Leon fought the urge to visibly cringe. "Right," he whispered. "Seems I got a bit too fixated on the needle," he critiqued himself. "They're going to be so happy with me for not calling sooner. Duck and cover, then," Leon said to Anzu, his playful tone not at all accurately reflecting the regret and self-recriminations going through his head at that moment. Anzu, however, didn't even give him a dirty look, and simply smiled and ducked behind a tree, peering around it like a small child playing hide-and-seek. Leon forced himself not to laugh at the sight, then conjured Tico's calm lotus from his soul realm, held in a silver and glass container covered in an intricate web of glyphs. He then carefully schooled his expression to remove any traces of amusement, and then activated the enchantments on the container. The glass chamber holding the small lotus immediately went opaque with white light, and a circular screen of light appeared above it, 2 feet in diameter. This screen was also nothing but opaque white light for a short while until it pulsed and the white light dissolved away, leaving what almost seemed to be a window to another screen projected by a second lotus. Once the image resolved on the projected screen, Leon found himself staring at 3 rather upset ladies, their expressions equal parts angry, worried, and elated. The sight struck more fear into his heart than Tusk had ever managed in Leon's 3 weeks beneath the forest of black and white. "Leon," Elise said, her tone warm, but her eyes narrow and cold. "Elise," Leon replied, "how are things back home?" "Things are fine," Valeria stated with more warmth than Elise. "Is the hunt for the needle going well? Have you gotten it?" "No," Leon said, and a look of disappointment momentarily flickered across his silver-haired lover's face. "It's at the bottom or near enough, at any rate of a massive cave system. I've been exploring that system for the past few weeks, and I'm at a point where I don't think I'll be coming back to the surface until I have the needle. Figured best to see how everyone's doing before since this thing doesn't work down there." The calm lotuses that Ticos could grow could only speak with the tree sprite without assistance. As a result, Leon tasked some of his people with magical research and development to come up with a solution. The silver and glass containers were their eventual solution, though the design was still being iterated upon. It allowed for easier communication than calm stones since the stones required far more power and were harder to make. Leon had had to field quite a few requests for getting more lotuses, but as of yet, neither Ticos, Helen, nor Elise had been able to figure out how to mass-produce them. They yet remained only flowers that Ticos itself could grow, and given its other duties, Leon was reluctant to have the tree sprite do nothing but grow calm lotuses all day. He'd settled for just a few hundred, which Ticos had been more than happy to provide. "Why has it been almost a month since you got in touch, husband?" Elise interjected before Leon could continue. "You're about to go even deeper, but why haven't you come up before now?" "I was concentrating on the expedition," Leon replied. "Had to get this needle in order to get home, so that's what I was doing." I apologize for not staying in constant contact, but I had little time for coming back to the surface so frequently. You know it's not that I didn't want to speak with you. Elise frowned, but after a moment, her expression relaxed. I know, my love, it's just frustrating not being there with you. Probably best that I'm here alone, honestly, Leon said, and he gave them all a brief rundown of all that he'd done in the past few weeks. So I'm finally about ready to try my luck with those doors. Is this, Tusk, going to be a problem? Maya asked aloud, breaking her silence for the first time that call. I'm hoping not, but I can't say for sure. I'm going to plan on it, and hopefully, I'll be pleasantly surprised. If only it were that easy, Valeria whispered. I was actually contemplating revealing myself to it. It hasn't made any overtly hostile moves against me so far, but don't try it, Maya immediately replied. You're new, you're strong, you're in its territory. Get the needle and leave. No more. Leon thinly grinned but nodded. Leon, Elise said, drawing his attention. She stared at him with great intent, any anger that had been present in her at the start of their call now gone, replaced with both love and worry. Make sure to come back home. With or without the needle. Just be sure to come home. I intend to, love, Leon whispered. But now, I should get going. Make us proud, Valeria said with a teasing smile. Maya nodded to him, a ghost of a smile gracing her face. Elise did likewise, and the four exchanged words of love once more before Leon ended the call. With a sigh, he gave Anzu a quick hug, and then it was back underground. His brief time on the surface had been delightful, but he wouldn't find the needle up there. Leon stood before the first wall, the one near the entrance of the rift. He reached out with his magic power and sank into the stone. His magic power penetrated surprisingly easily when it hadn't been changed into its elemental form. His lightning and fire had barely managed to so much as smooth a bit of the carved stone, let alone scratch or damage the walls in any way. Even his meager earth magic hadn't managed to sink into the stone. And yet, his elementless magic managed it without trouble. Leon only contemplated that fact for a moment before he started plucking at the strings of magic within the wall that controlled the ancient runes that would grant him passage. It was a complex song, but Leon had memorized it after watching Tusk get through. But memorizing it and playing it perfectly were two different things, so while Tusk didn't have to slow down in its approach of the walls, Leon had to stand in front of this one for more than an hour plucking away until he felt the magic within and around the wall shift. With a grin behind his helmet, Leon quickly surged forward and, with only a moment's hesitation, jumped at the wall, and passed right through as easily as if it weren't even there. He landed upon the stone ground on the other side, none the worse for wear, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He found himself in a stone tunnel just like the one he'd left, leading further down, closer to where he could feel the omnipresent charge of lightning magic in the air coming from. Seems those lessons in ancient runecraft aren't going to waste, Leon thought to himself, feeling both grateful to Nestor for the lessons, yet also glad that the dead man wasn't around to see him struggle so with the wall. Leon stood there feeling proud of his accomplishment for all of a second and a half before a wave of magic power washed over him, emanating from the wall behind him. His armor was already on, so he immediately ducked down and went invisible again, uncertain as he was as to what that was. The wave of power moved quickly, racing down the tunnel with incredible speed. Given what he could sense of the power, it was no great leap for Leon to conclude that this was some kind of sensor and that he'd likely made some kind of mistake either in his passing through the wall or in his immediate arrival on this side. Probably alarms, too, he thought as he used his power to lift himself into the air and begin flying down into the tunnel as subtly as he could. He was more comfortable flying out in the caverns where Tusk wouldn't be actively searching for him, but now that he was on this side of the wall, he didn't want to take too many chances with a creature so strong in wind magic, and so took extra precautions. He hadn't moved out of sight of the wall behind him before an earth-shaking roar resounded from far beneath him, one laced with potent killing intent and a tremendous aura. So great was the aura that several small holes were torn in Leon's invisibility shroud, though they were fixed but a moment later. A great wind then blew through the cave, and along with it came barreling in Tusk, riding the wave at a mind-bending speed. Despite this speed, Tusk stopped just short of the wall, all of its momentum arrested in less than a second, and stared at it with curious anger evident even in its alien face. Leon, through all this, froze in the air. Tusk's arrival had sent him flying into the cave wall, though with his armor on, Leon hardly felt a thing as he crashed into the stone. Instead, He kept his eyes trained on Tusk and maintained as complete stillness as he could, for fear that the 10th tier beast would sense even the smallest disturbances in the air with him so close and it so attentive. Tusk continued staring at the wall for a quarter of a minute before its long, sinuous body circled about to stare down the tunnel carved by the iron needle's impact, and then surveyed the area immediately around the wall. It growled challengingly, but Leon remained still. It then seized control of the air around them and began spinning it into a powerful cyclone, and only then was Leon's shroud of invisibility finally torn from him. Leon was hurled through the air, now fully visible, until Tusk's eyes fell upon him, and Leon knew that he'd been seen. So, without any further reason to be subtle, Leon called upon his own mastery of wind magic, which he'd rarely called upon in battle, to steady himself within Tusk's cyclone. The cyclone wasn't overly powerful, perhaps dangerous to mages 6th tier and below, but it was little more than a probing strike for either Leon or the massive tusked beast. So, Leon hovered in the air, buffeted yet steady within the cyclone, while Tusk stared at him, its eyes narrowing in caution and suspicion, each sizing the other up. And then Tusk began to speak, not in the growling cadence it had used before at the monolithic shrines, but in a tongue understandable to Leon, if rather archaic. "Here thou art, small rat," Tusk stated, its deep voice shaking Leon to his core, and causing the tunnel to quiver like a scared kitten. "Weeks thou hast graced mine home, yet nary even a whisper of permission given. Why hast thou come, small rat? I care little for thy kind, and less for creatures as rude as thee." Tusk swam through the air a little closer, letting its aura press down upon Leon with what felt like the weight of the whole mountain range above. Leon hovered strong, ignoring the pressure as much as he could, thankful that his armor was taking at least some of the pressure off even if he felt Tusk had reached into his chest and taken hold of his heart. "Apologies for intrusion," Leon stated, straining his voice to not sound too concerned by Tusk's aura. "I'm but a humble explorer, mapping out these fascinating tunnels." Tusk glared at him and hissed, "None such explorers exist as well armored as thou art, small rat. Thy lies go unappreciated." "I speak no lie," Leon protested. "I'm here exploring a portion of my home I've never seen before." "Thy power betrays thee, small rat," Tusk growled, and Leon, even with his face hidden behind his helmet, stifled a grimace. "Rats such as thee art not motivated by mere curiosity, thou art after some prize, some reason to brave these dark depths. Tell me why thou hast come, small rat." Leon bitterly grinned behind his helmet. He was trapped by Tusk's power, though he thought he might be able to break out if need be. "But do I need to?" Leon wondered. "I've given this thing offerings without asking for anything in return. It's not trying to kill me, yet maybe it would be amenable to my goal. I can't imagine it will be, but I shouldn't resort to violence without trying peace first." Leon took a deep breath and made eye contact with Tusk, who was rapidly losing patience with his prolonged silence. "I'm here for something important to me," Leon shouted just as it seemed the creature reached the limits of its patience. Tusk paused, regarding him coldly. "Small rat, thou thinkst to raid my home for treasures, thinking them open for the taking. That they hold no value to mine own self. I shall make thee a singular offer. Leave now and never return. Thou art not wanted here, and thy wants shalt not see satisfaction." Leon felt the tremendous weight of the Tusk monster's killing intent increase, but not unbearably so. "What I seek has no owner," Leon shouted back. "All in these depths belong to mine own self," Tusk countered. "Thou hast no claim to anything down here." Adding emphasis, Tusk's power intensified and Leon found himself slammed down into the tunnel floor. Realizing that Tusk would not allow him past, Leon grimaced and summoned his anti-air magic gem and, after taking a deep breath and whispering a plea for help to his Tau Pearl, activated it. For just a moment, Tusk's grasp of him was shattered, and Leon sprang up, his body coursing with lightning, increasing his speed so far beyond mortal limits that he slipped beyond a mortal's ability to visibly track. At the same time, Leon re-engaged his invisibility enchantment and charged under Tusk. As far as he was concerned, Tusk was more than within its rights to deny him access to its home, and were he not here for something as important as the Iron Needle, Leon would have heeded its surprisingly polite request to leave. But he was here for the Iron Needle, so he couldn't just turn around and leave. Tusk roared in rage and the cyclone around this side of the carved wall spiked in power. Leon's shroud of invisibility was rent apart again, and though Leon activated his anti-air magic gem again, Tusk still moved quickly enough to grab a hold of him again. Leon gritted his teeth in frustration, but Tusk lifted him off his feet and telekinetically hurled Leon back against the carved wall. Leon felt the ancient runes within the door activate again, and he was thrown clear through the wall, though damaging it not at all. Tusk followed, and Leon caught himself on the other side of the wall and kept flying back as Tusk slithered through the air in front of its image upon the wall. "There shall not be a second warning, small rat," Tusk roared as it halted in front of the wall. "Return to my home at thine own peril." With that, Tusk turned back around and vanished behind the wall again, while Leon could only sigh in disappointment, and begin planning how he was going to deal with this setback. Chapter 816. The Iron Needle v. Leon stared at the carved wall, frowning deeply as he pondered his problem. Eventually, he walked over to a boulder, cleared off the tiny remaining shards of ice from when he'd blown through the ice wraiths camping outside weeks earlier, and took a seat. He needed the Iron Needle, he wasn't leaving without it. He'd repeated that thought many times in the past few weeks, and it was as true now as it was every time it had run through his head. And yet, Tusk wasn't going to let him through. "It's not exactly in the wrong, is it?" Leon thought. Here he was, in Tusk's territory, attempting to break into Tusk's own home. Tusk was perfectly within its rights to kick him right the fuck out, as far as Leon was concerned. And yet, Leon needed that needle. He couldn't imagine that the needle was in Tusk's possession, even if Tusk might disagree. Besides, the Iron Needle was a possession of his clan, and if Tusk did lay claim to it, then Leon would only consider it stolen rather than simply lost. "No, I'm not leaving just yet," Leon vowed. Just going to have to get a little more creative. He wasn't here for Tusk's treasures. He wasn't here to steal from Tusk, he just wanted to repossess his clan's property, which made him feel just a little awkward about how much of his clan's property he'd passed on before, and his many declarations to leave all of that behind. But those were the thoughts of an angry boy who'd just had his body stolen. He was ready to accept whatever of his clan's legacy that he considered necessary, and that included the Iron Needle. And that meant that, as sympathetic as he found Tusk's actions, he couldn't back down. The only question that remained was how to proceed. He kicked himself for not revealing himself sooner when his offerings might have won him a little more respect and leeway from Tusk, but he couldn't imagine a few meals measured well against a universe fragment, even if that universe fragment wasn't actually in Tusk's possession at the moment. Or so Leon assumed, anyway. Try peace again, Leon wondered, or just assume it will fail and proceed accordingly. Would leaving another offering and attempting one more parley on somewhat more neutral ground be a good idea? Tusk can talk, sure, but how much does it know of civilization? If it's a solitary creature, as it seems to be, it might not have much respect for organized discussions and mutual agreements. Leon found it damned hard to decide how to proceed. On the one hand, he didn't think that going the diplomatic route was an option, not anymore. The time for that had come and gone, as far as he was concerned, but was that an excuse to just give it up? He was sorely tempted to just try and blast his way through, doing away with all tact and diplomacy, but against a 10th tier ascended beast, especially since most ascended beasts were stronger both physically and magically than their human equivalents. That seemed a method of suicide rather than a plan that might actually win him his Iron Needle. He sat there on the boulder for a long time, debating with himself over just how to proceed. He desperately wished he could ask the Thunderbird, or anyone else for that matter, but doing so would violate the spirit of the expedition. He was here to seize the Iron Needle himself, and while asking for advice might not be beyond the pale, Leon didn't think it was time for that yet. He still had other options. With a deep sigh, he decided upon the diplomatic route. At the very least, he didn't want to say that he didn't try to make things work peacefully, even if his attempts came too late. Even if attempting to treat Tusk like Leon would another human was doomed to fail. It wasn't long before Leon found himself before the closest of the sacrificial altars, the carved monoliths staring down upon him, the largest depicting either Tusk or some other creature of the same species. The now familiar magics flowing around the altar were still there, just waiting for proper sacrifice to engage themselves. For a brief moment, Leon wondered just who had carved these monoliths, but given the lack of script, it was impossible to say. They were remarkably well carved, and showed little signs of aging, though he supposed there was probably some magic at play in that regard. The monoliths looked like they could have been carved just the day before Leon arrived, or a million years before. There was no way for him to tell which. All he did know was that the image of Tusk on the largest monolith glared down at him with what now seemed a baleful gaze, even if its face was altogether too alien for such an expression to be read into. Leon scowled lightly and reached into his soul realm, retrieving the corpses of 2 7th-tier spiders that he'd killed the week before that had tried to turn him into dinner, and laid them down upon the altar. They were large creatures, their body masses each were probably 10 times that of Leon's, but they fit well enough on the altar. Leon waited a moment, expecting the magic in the stones to activate with 2 strong sacrifices laid upon it. He waited a little longer, his concern growing exponentially with every passing second the altar stayed dormant. He waited a full minute, and then another. He waited 5 minutes before his scowl deepened about as far as it could. The magic in the altars wasn't activating, despite it having done so for less than what he was currently offering before he'd passed through Tusk's wall. Leon, still frowning, collected his offering and hurried to the next closest altar, through many miles of tunnel and cavern, and tried again, but this time added several 5th and 6th tier ape corpses along with the spiders. And still, the altar remained dead. His sacrifices weren't being accepted. He pulled the corpses back into his soul realm, his mood dark. The corpses didn't have much value to him personally, but he wasn't one to waste his kills. But with his sacrifices rejected, Leon now had to ask himself again, what now? Leon wandered the tunnels for 2 days, planning his next steps. Complicating his thoughts was the fact that Tusk never once showed itself, as far as Leon could tell. It was as if Leon's presence had caused it to hunker down in the lower tunnels, possibly out of fear that Leon wasn't alone or some other reason that Leon couldn't possibly guess. Regardless, it left Leon in a bit of a bind. He needed to get past the carved walls, but that was a losing prospect with Tusk still down there. So, if he wanted to make a chance for himself to snag the Iron Needle, then he needed to get Tusk out of those tunnels somehow. During these few weeks in the tunnels, Leon had noted a couple things about Tusk that he planned around. The first was that, until the altars stopped working for him, Tusk always picked up its offerings in a timely manner. The second was that while it didn't go out of its way to exterminate the ice wraiths and their pet banshees from its tunnels, Tusk always slaughtered them whenever it encountered them. So, Leon figured if he could somehow get the remaining ice wraiths in the tunnels to act up, then perhaps Tusk might come out of its tunnels to put a stop to the violence. What had Leon more concerned about that particular plan was how to get the ice wraiths to attack him or make noise without killing them all while their deaths wouldn't give him trouble sleeping at night. He wanted to leave Tusk a sizable mess to clean up, with as many ice wraiths running around as possible. That meant he couldn't simply kill them all for Tusk. He also wasn't sure if he could even get the ice wraiths to attack him, follow him, or go on a rampage throughout the tunnels, killing all of Tusk's worshippers. If he provoked them, and they did nothing, then Leon would have just wasted his time. Not like I'm running short of that, though, Leon thought with a smile. He had plenty of time to try things out, but if the ice wraiths didn't work out, then he'd have to start getting particularly creative to get Tusk out of its caverns, and he didn't want to out and out declare war on the creature. He just wanted the Iron Needle, and then he'd be out of Tusk's metaphorical hair. Before all of that, however, he needed another piece of context, and fortunately, that piece came relatively quickly. By his estimation, some powerful creature made a sacrifice to Tusk at least twice per week at one of the altars, and he soon found a large snow lion dragging a large corpse of a fallen stag, clearly meant as its sacrifice. The lion dragged the stag onto the round altar, and Leon felt the ancient runes around him fire up. However, Tusk never showed itself. The sacrifice seemed to be accepted, for a drop of light appeared and entered the snow lion, but it appeared as if from nowhere, and as far as Leon could tell, it wasn't because Tusk was invisible. It was simply as if the 10th tier creature wasn't there. So, with a heavy sigh, Leon realized that his options were even more limited than he'd thought they were. He briefly wondered if Tusk was somehow tracking him, and would know if he was still in the cave system, but after taking an hour to give himself as thorough an examination as he could, he found no strange magics upon or around him that would indicate such. Not that that means I'm not being tracked, Leon thought with a touch of bitterness. So, he decided to go with his initial plan, and see if he could get the ice wraiths to make enough noise to rouse Tusk and get it out of its lair. But first, he would need to make a few preparations. Leon stood in the mouth of the tunnel, staring out at the largest collection of ice wraiths that he'd ever seen. The massive cavern they were housing themselves in was filled with their pillars, and the ceiling choked with thick sheets of banshees, lazily floating about, just waiting for their icy masters to have need of them. Leon was about to give them that need. He traveled with not only several fully built and prepared lightning lances, but also the materials to build more. However, In this case, he'd decided to try something a little more radical, placing a great deal of trust in his armor and the strength of its enchantments. He removed the base of a lightning lance and rigged up a slightly different firing mechanism. That way, he could hold the barrel and fire it over his shoulder, giving him the ability to use the weapon without setting it up first, though his aim was terrible and it wasn't as powerful as it could be. The main power source and most of its control enchantments were contained in the base, after all. Still, he figured he could get off one very inaccurate and rather underpowered shot by wielding it by hand as he was, and when his enemies were as thickly gathered as they were, accuracy wasn't needed. So, he stood there in the mouth of the tunnel, his shroud of darkness obscuring him from view to his immense relief, as he felt like a fool hefting the large barrel of his weapon like a tree trunk and took aim at the closest ice pillar. He did his best to stay on target, but his sights were designed for a completely different firing position, so it wasn't particularly easy. Still, when he thought himself ready, he channeled his power into the weapon's enchantments, and once they were charged up, he manually manipulated them to get the weapon to fire. The barrel was a long tube of steel nestled within another long tube, encasing a series of heavily enchanted rings. These rings pulled another enchanted cylinder of iron through the barrel, accelerating it to a fantastic speed. One of the better modifications that Leon's researchers had made was shallow spiraling grooves etched into the interior of the barrel, which caused the iron cylinder to spin, increasing accuracy. That accuracy went to waste as Leon's shot went wide, missing the massive ice pillar not too far in front of him. For just a moment, Leon frowned, his lightning magic still flowing through him and increasing the speed of his perceptions enough to fully appreciate that he'd just missed such a massive target. Thankfully, in such a densely packed cavern, he still hit something, and that something was another ice pillar about 2 miles further back. Even with the reduced strength of the weapon and the distance it had to travel, the round still hit with force great enough to heavily damage the pillar, causing thousands of cracks to spread across the pillar's surface and nearly bring it down completely. And it was like Leon had kicked an ant hill. Thousands of ice wraiths came pouring out of the hundreds of pillars in the cavern. The cavern was almost the size of the forest of black and white itself, and the ice wraiths had made it their home, so with their home attacked, they came out in force. As was their wont, Leon noticed that most of them were 7th tier. It seemed rather strange, but he'd not seen a single ice wraith less than 6th tier, though he assumed they had to exist in some capacity, maybe. He'd have asked Zaffin, but the demon was still making himself scarce, immersing himself in his recovery. Every pillar had at least one 8th tier ice wraith in addition to the hordes of 7th tier wraiths. Some of the larger pillars had multiple, and from the largest pillar in the center of the cavern, Leon saw the one 9th tier wraith that he was already somewhat acquainted with emerge. The air filled with the killing intent of thousands of murder-happy wraiths, and the banshees above screeched in unison. Even encased in his enchanted armor, with a Tau Pearl there to provide extra support, Leon fell to his knees in pain as his magic rampaged through his body beyond his control thanks to the banshees. In the same moment, his shroud of darkness was ripped off, leaving him completely exposed for all the wraiths and banshees to plainly see. Leon almost buckled from seeing thousands of powerful beings turn in his direction almost all at once. It wasn't surprising that they'd found him so quickly in their own home, but it was quite frightening, nonetheless. With great effort, Leon got his magic back under control. He pulled his jury-rigged shoulder cannon back into his soul realm, and he turned around and ran right the hells away, quickly vanishing down the tunnel he'd come from. For a moment, he wondered if his bait had been taken, but the killing intent and cold, dark auras that flooded into the tunnel not far behind him proved that it had. He smiled for a moment as he ran, noting that hundreds of banshees were flowing into the tunnel behind him, their dark smoky bodies concealing completely any ice wraiths that might be coming, too. As a 9th tier lightning mage, Leon knew he could easily outrun all of these creatures, and this pursuit made that abundantly clear. The banshees could move quickly enough for their power level, but they were all between the 3rd and 5th tier, and unable to capitalize on the natural speed of darkness. The wraiths were faster, despite water and ice magic not being suited for speed. So, Leon forced himself to slow down, always keeping himself just in sight, often turning to throw lightning bolts at the oncoming banshees whenever he led them through a long enough tunnel. Along the way, a number of pre-arranged traps were activated, causing great explosions of fire and lightning that killed many more banshees, and in the holes his traps punched, Leon noticed that there were, in fact, ice wraiths among them, to his immense relief. He didn't think banshees alone, no matter how thickly massed, would be enough to get Tusk off its ass. He could have filled the tunnels with hundreds of traps if he wished. He figured he could fill them with enough to destroy the entire tunnel system, assuming he didn't run into any unexpected support and reinforcement enchantments, but instead he hit his pursuers with what he hoped was just enough power to keep them hooked and on his tail. He was always just ahead of them, always hitting them hard and keeping them angry. And soon enough, he burst out into another titanic cavern. This cavern was, like all the others, filled with life. It was hundreds of square miles in size, and the strange underground forest that grew in it provided more than enough sustenance for a thriving ecosystem, an ecosystem that was almost immediately thrown out of balance as banshees and ice wraiths came exploding out of the tunnel behind Leon. Even worse, in the distance Leon realized that the ice wraiths hadn't been so stupid as to simply follow him. They'd sent several large forces through other tunnels to try and cut him off, these forces pouring out of other tunnels and into this cavern at almost the same time. He smiled with the initial success of his plan, but it would all be for nothing if Tusk didn't take this provocation. So, instead of trying to escape the wraiths and banshees, he turned to run deeper into the forest, toward the closest of Tusk's altars. To his immense relief, even as his destination became clear, none of his pursuers elected to stop, not even as other powerful creatures began howling threats with this cold invasion of the cavern. Leon came to a stop right in front of Tusk's monolith at the altar site, and only a moment later, the cavern air above him was filled with banshees. A few silver-blue lightning bolts scattered them, but they didn't put even a dent in their overall numbers. Still, it was enough to give him space, even as hundreds of ice wraiths closed in around him, with the 9th-tier wraith leading them. This wraith locked eyes with Leon and slowed down a bit, seeming to hesitate a bit to approach Tusk's altar. But with a few more electric incentives from Leon poking small holes in its pursuing force, the powerful wraith came forward, its aura tremendous, its killing intent thick. It extended a hand and launched a wave of ice like a tsunami, but Leon countered with a wave of his own, his made of black fire. These two powers met almost exactly between them, causing a tremendous explosion that just about cut the entire cavern in twain. A 40-foot trench was cut almost a mile long between them, and the entire cavern shook, but what came next completely blew that out of the water. A roar that crashed down upon them all resounded through the cavern, drowning out the shrieking of the banshees and the howling of the other beasts. The ice wraiths were largely silent creatures, but so many of them had the air just a moment before filled with the cracking sounds of water flash freezing, but even this was completely overpowered by that roar. With a wide smile of vindication, Leon turned and saw Tusk flying into the cavern from another tunnel, rage as etched into its alien face as Leon thought possible. His bait had been taken, and it was time to enact the next part of his plan. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.